Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Kuo City. Kuo Academy. Medical room. It had been 5 years since I woke up in my new body. After spending so much time in this world, I was beginning to wonder why I was even here. I understand the concept of reincarnation and transmigration from manga and anime, but how shall I put it? Why would it be necessary in an already finished work if even without it, the plot would move forward? Knock knock. Come in. Excuse me, Dr. Romani, said a woman's voice. The door opened and Tsubaki Shinra along with the perverted trio entered the medical room and bowed. Oh. Tsubaki-san. Are they at it again? I asked with a sigh. Yes. They were beaten up by the Kendo Club again, she replied with the same sigh. Got it. You can go to class now. I'll take care of them. She nodded and, bowing, left. I looked at the squirming trio and rubbed my temples. What are we going to do with you? Aren't you tired of getting caught and bruised? Are your hobbies really worth this kind of suffering? Sensei. You're a man too. You must understand our attraction to the female body. Despite his injuries, Issei cried out, and his accomplices nodded. And how the hell did he become the strongest drag host? Oh wait, I know the answer. The main character's plot armor. I got a headache. Okay. Come one at a time so I can treat your wounds, I said, trying to smile. Got it, all three of them shrieked. While I was treating them, a deep voice was heard in my head. HM. And this is the one who is destined to defeat the Beast Six of this world. We can't understand this. Heh. You don't have to try to understand it, Gowishia. I gave up long ago and accepted reality. I suggest you do the same. Then why are you still in this school? We remember you saying that this place is the epicenter of future events. Wouldn't it be wiser to leave it and find another one? I thought about that too, but I decided that finding out why I was here was more acceptable. Yep. How drastically my life has changed if I'm talking to the beast eye in my head. Done. Now, if you'd be so kind as to stay away from the girls. You're creating extra work for me that I can absolutely avoid. Do you understand me, degenerate trio? I asked with a creepy smile. Why yes, they shrieked and ran out of the infirmary. I grinned and, turning to the empty corner of the office, asked. Hey. What do you think of them, Eroge protagonist rank EX? Stop calling me that, master. I have no idea how I obtained this skill, the heroic spirit materialized and replied. Allow me to introduce to you, Bone of my Sword, Queen of Britannia, actually Satan, and most importantly, the Eroge protagonist rank EX, Archer Amiya. Come on. There's no need to be embarrassed. You can't deny the fact that the skill is fairly earned, I snickered. Why are all my masters so unpleasant? Amiya muttered, clutching his head with his hands. Rank E luck, I guess. Heh. Now he's hitting the wall. Poor bastard. Anyway, how was your round of the city? I took pity on him. I managed to eliminate 3 renegade demons. Master, you said there were 2 pillar heiresses watching over the area, didn't you? Then what the hell are they doing? Oya. Are you being a hero of justice again? I teased him, the answer to your question is very simple. There is only one heiress who fulfills her duties faithfully. He raised an eyebrow and asked me to continue. The other one, namely Rias, is busy with a very important business. Important business? What could be more important than the lives of the people under her jurisdiction, he asked incredulously. Oh. It's simple, I paused dramatically, recruiting new members of her entourage to avoid a marriage of convenience. I giggled madly while Amiya did a facepalm with a very loud clap. No offense to demons, but how did Rias become an heiress? I'm not saying she has to be perfect or anything, but overseeing the territory entrusted to her should be part of the minimum requirements of an heiress, right? While I was pondering, Amiya decided to speak up. Master, I think you should summon more servants. If the future events you described happen, we might need more hands. Heh. What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten that I wield 2 true magics or, for that matter, about the beasts of the house. I said, adopting an aggrieved pose, and you are not the only servant I have summoned. Isn't Enkidu alone enough for you? He grimaced, but he said. True. But if the war zone is large, Enkidu and I may not be enough. I suppose you're right, I scratched my chin and replied, any preferences? Amiya thought for a few moments and then answered. Since the Archer and Lancer classes have already been called up, I suggest calling up the rest of the standard cast. Oya. Would you like to see Artoria? How about Medusa? Or both? You can ask me directly, you don't have to be shy, I said snidely. He blushed and looked away. Heh. A man wants to see his harem. How sweet. Don't worry. I was planning on calling them anyway. I just needed an excuse, I reassured him, and looked at my watch. Okay. 4 more hours until the end of the day. I think we can sleep. Wake me up if someone comes. Amiya nodded and dematerialized. Tired face. Kuo City. Outdoor. 4 hours later. Walking home, I asked Amiya. Now that we've dealt with Saber and Ryder, what about the others? I'm sure you, being a counter-guardian, know a lot of heroic spirits and can suggest someone specific. I think Merlin might be a good fit for the role of caster, he replied after a bit of thought. Oh. Why him? Although he's an annoying bastard, his knowledge of magic will be very useful. Heh. I see. We finally reached our house. I was too lazy to come up with any special design, so I just created a replica of Amiya Fuyuki's residence. As soon as I stepped over the threshold of the house, a blue rocket flew into me. Oya. Did Mummy miss you? Yeah. Good girl. At least let me go inside. Then we can cuddle, I said, stroking the blue rocket. She reluctantly let go of me and headed for the couch. I looked around, looking for Amiya, who had disappeared while I was being cuddled, and found him in the kitchen with Enkidu helping him there. Heh. Amiya's mom is at it again. I went to my room and changed my clothes. When I opened the door, I was distracted by a certain white-colored animal. Foe. Hello to you too, Foe. How many hours did you sleep this time? Foe, Q. Who are you trying to lie to, you furry bastard? Like you can stay awake for more than 2 hours a day. Foe, Q. Is that the mouth you kiss your mum with? I asked a rhetorical question and went to the common room. Foe, Q. At least I'm done. Now stop whining and let's go. Amiya's mom is already preparing dinner for us. And I don't think you'd want to miss your meal. Foe, he declared and jumped on my shoulder. When I reached the lounge, I sat down on the couch, and I was immediately enveloped in the slender and graceful arms of the primordial goddess, knocking Foe off my shoulder in the process. He landed on the coffee table in front of the couch and snorted, crossing his arms over his chest. Tiamat smiled softly and snuggled back against me. Dinner is ready, I heard Amiya's voice. I pulled Tiamat off me and headed to the dining table with her. As we sat down, Gowishia appeared next to us in his humanoid form and took his place at the table as well. Foe was already on the table waiting for his portion. Yep. This is how my days go by in my new life. Tired face. The Amiya residence. Basement. We went down to the basement of the house and stood in front of the summoning circle. Aside from Merlin as caster, I guess I'll leave the rest to random chance. I activated the third magic and the circle lit up. A few seconds later, the basement filled with flower petals and Merlin appeared before us. Oh. Glorious heroes. Court Mage of Camelot, Mentor of Kings, Mage of Flowers. And a pervert, / foe. I interrupted him, and Foe flew off his foot and into his face like Superman. Merlin flew back from his blow and slammed into the wall. My face. You stupid animal again. All my concern for you is just an empty sound in your head. Ag. Stop hitting me, damn it. Hee 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 hee. I giggled madly as I saw what was happening in front of me. Live, the scene of a legendary mage being beaten up by a small beast was even funnier than I expected. Oh. Is that a Mortal Kombat style uppercut from Foe? I even thought I saw some sort of X-ray of broken bones. I think he's done for the day, Hairball. You can take your fight with him another time. We have yet to summon the rest of the servants. Foe, he barked as he let go of Merlin, walked over to Tiamat and sat on her head. Merlin, are you all right? I asked, looking interested. He stood up and shook himself off. He didn't look so bad. Heh. I guess I'll fix that. I used first magic and corrected him. Merlin widened his eyes, but quickly regained his composure. Caster class servant, Merlin Ambrosius. Who is my master? He asked and made a slight bow. That would be me, I replied. I apologize, master, but I just saw you using first magic. And why are there other servants here? That's right. Although, I can use third magic as well. And the other servants are your co-workers for the foreseeable future. Heh. Amiya, Archer class / Enkidu, Lancer class, they introduced themselves. He nodded and looked around the room. Seeing Tiamat with foe sitting on her head, he was wary. Master, may I ask what the beasts are doing here? Oya. You call this caring primordial goddess and a completely harmless white clump of fur beasts? How insensitive. Since it doesn't bother you, you can forget my question, he muttered with a twitching eye. Heh. You adapted to the current situation rather quickly, I replied with a smirk. Now, get back to Amiya and Enkidu. I need to summon the rest of the servants. He raised an eyebrow, but stepped back. Foe's gaze had not left Merlin since his summoning. Well, we can leave it to him. I activated the circle once more and, this time, a certain woman in blue and silver armor appeared. A servant of the Saber class, Artoria Pendragon. You are my master. I am. And Artoria, you might want to say hello to some old friends, I said and pointed my hand at the fleeing Merlin. She looked in the direction indicated and her fist came across his face. Again. Merliin. See, calm down, Artoria. This is how you meet your mentor. And why are all the punches aimed at my face, he shrieked, rubbing the spot where he'd been hit. I wasn't the only one laughing this time. Amiya broke out into giggles as well, and his shoulders, now and then, twitched. The others had their own reactions to what was happening. Enkidu shrugged, Tiamat was still smiling, and Foe was nodding. If you're done, I'll continue the invocation, I said, looking at the duo of teacher and student. Artoria had the conscience to blush. She nodded and stepped aside, dragging Merlin behind her. I wonder if Amiya really recommended summoning him just because of his magical knowledge. Maybe it was an act of revenge. I looked at him, and he looked away. How vindictive we are, Amiya's mom. After another summoning, Ryder appeared with his long purple hair. Ryder class servant, Medusa. Dispose of me as you wish, master, she said in a monotone. Oh, God. God. The waifu of all waifu. The dress, the hair, the face. And she was called a monster. I grinned. Okay. Step aside, please. There will be an explanation a little later. She nodded and walked towards the rest of the group, greeting Amiya and Artoria. I assume she remembers something from the Fifth Grail War. Right. Only Assassin and Berserker left. I think we should speed things up. I'm calling out both classes at once. I pumped a large amount of mana into the circle, and it lit up brighter than the previous times. As the light faded, two male figures appeared in front of me. Arga, Hercules growled. Well, the Berserker is clear. But the second servant. I know him very well. No, you don't. Everyone here knows this particular servant very well. A huge sword, metal armor, and a skull mask with blue lights burning in it. Put your fear aside, summoner. Assassin class. I have no name, but I was once called the Old Man of the Mountain. Are you my master? He said in his deep voice. Oh, my God. I really was able to summon him. He looks so cool. My inner fan can't contain himself anymore. Yes. It's really nice to meet you, Grandpa. I shrieked. The people present were wary, some of them even drew their weapons. Tiamat growled softly and glared threateningly at the summoned servant. But I didn't look at the people around me. I didn't give a damn. How could I not focus my attention on the coolest servant in the entire Nasuverse? Grandpa. I've never been called that before, King Hassan said in his awesome voice. Yes. I mean. Yes. Then you don't mind if I call you that, do you? I asked excitedly. He thought and rubbed his chin. I can accept it. You can call me Grandpa, Master. Oh. I won't deny that I screamed like a Sasuke fan from a certain anime. Absolutely not. Well. Let's go to the common room and I'll explain all the details. I said, still happy about King Hassan's call, and headed towards the basement exit. The others followed me, still wary of the great servant's call. Tired face. Amiya's residence. Common room. Once everyone was seated, I began to explain the structure of this world and its details. It took about half an hour, and during that time, no one tried to interrupt me, and everyone listened attentively. Any questions? The first to ask a question was a frazzled Merlin. Master, are you saying that there is no Alia in this world, and Gaia is not the same as in our original world? Aha. After all, this world hasn't had the age of men. And you may have noticed that the concentration of mana in the air here is quite dense. And you may address me without formality. That goes for everyone else as well. He nodded, and Artoria, who was standing too close to Amiya, took the floor. Eroge protagonist rank EX rank is at it again. You mentioned the Pendragon family. Can you elaborate on that? I don't know the exact details, but I can definitely mention two people from there, Luffy Pendragon and Arthur Pendragon. These brother and sister ran away from their family, taking Excalibur ruler with them. Excalibur ruler? What is that? A look of indignation appeared on Artoria's face. Oops. You better be prepared, I said and paused. In a nutshell, the Excalibur of this world was shattered and forged into 7 separate swords that were labeled Excalibur in their names. By now, Artoria's indignation had been passed on to the others, and her own had turned to rage. How? How can it be shattered? It's simply impossible, she shrieked and grabbed me by the collar. Whoa. Calm down. I can't understand it either. And given the logic of this world, I'm not trying to. Maybe if we get them together, you can make him look like his old self again, I said quickly and held up my hands. We'll do it. Artoria shrieked, and the others nodded, especially Amiya and Merlin. We can't let a sword like that stay in this state any longer. Well, not that I don't already have such plans, but I understand your zeal in this matter, I reassured her. I looked at the others and noticed Medusa's frown even through her mask. You don't have to worry about the Greek gods, Medusa. You don't think they'd be stronger than certain individuals here, I said. No. I apologize, Master, she apologized and bowed. Good. Since there are no other questions. Grandpa, do you want to look around? I asked. He nodded and disappeared. Damn, even I, who possesses 2 true magics, couldn't sense anything. How cool. Well. Gentlemen. What do you want for dinner? When does the story start in there? Soon, I think. Tired face. Kuo Academy. Medical room. Sensei. I got a girlfriend. Wow. Murphy's Law seems to be working well. It's definitely going to be noisy soon. Tired face. Kuo Academy. Medical room. Sensei, I have a girlfriend. Issei burst into the room and yelled, why do you have that look on your face? What's it saying? My gaze was most definitely not that of a dead fish. And I asked him, please give me one single reason why I should know that, Issei. I distinctly remember you saying that if I ever got a girlfriend, it would be the last event of my life, don't you, Sensei? Dude. You have no idea how right I am. Are you sure this girl isn't a figment of your twisted imagination? I wouldn't be surprised, considering the beatings you and your friends get. No, he shrieked and pulled out his cell phone, here. See. She's real. Yeah. The Amano Yuma. Heh. The kid's going to die. I see. Let your cockroaches in your head be yours alone. Now, don't stop me from working, I said and pointed to the door. But you're not even working. Anyway, you will see that all this is real. With those words, he walked out of the office. Merlin, what are you doing at school? I shifted my gaze from the door to the bunk that was empty a few minutes ago. Master. How could you do this to me? How could you not mention all those jewels hanging around the school? He shrieked, pointing outside the window. Hee hee. If I'm not mistaken, the Lady of the Lake locked you in the tower because you were spying on her. Are you sure you're not a native of this world? I'd believe it in a heartbeat. Oh. I'd be all for it. UV. I snapped my fingers and, in the same nanosecond, foe smashed into Merlin's face. Ack. Cat Palag. Stop hitting me. Die, Merlin. Foe. I watched this spectacle and sipped coffee from my mug. Stability. Tired face. Kuo City Park. Sunday. Evening. I don't know why, but I still decided to watch that very scene with my own eyes. Me, Amiya and Foe stood in the shade of the trees and watched Ken and Meat and Issei. Master, are we really just going to watch? Amiya asked doubtfully. What do you mean, we? You're the one who followed us, right, Foe? Foe. That's right, he's trying to escape from his harem. You're so amazing, Professor. Foe sneered, assuming a serious look. Are you saying that his sword bone doesn't hold up, honorable Foe? Is that the reason for his current actions? Shut up both of you. I didn't escape. It was just a tactical retreat. I mean, you ran away, /Foe, we said at the same time. Enough. Why can't you focus on more important things? Why do I have to suffer? Amiya cowered in the palm of his hand. Accept it, Amiya. It's all the fault of your luck rank, which, please note, is lower even than Lancer's. Heh. Now he looks like a puppet with its strings cut off. I think we missed the pervert's murder scene. Are you happy, Master? You missed what you came for. Well. It's no big deal. Anyway, any minute now, a scarlet-haired demoness will be here to turn him into a demon. Gowishia, do you want to talk to her? I asked Beast Eye. Not only Gowishia himself was surprised at my words, but also my current companions. We do not wish to be your entertainment, Romani, he spoke up. Are you trying to kill her with a heart attack, master? Amiya asked. Do you really think I am trying to kill her? I asked resentfully, and Amiya and Fo nodded, no. I just thought, since we're going to reveal ourselves in the future, why not set the stage for it? And, Gowishia, you'll only be half my entertainment. After all, Gremory and Bale will want to socialize with their descendant from this world, won't they? In response to my words, Gowishia materialized beside me and headed towards Issei. Well. Let's look at the reunion of relatives from different worlds, I suppose. I grinned. Rias didn't keep us waiting long. She appeared from the summoning circle and successfully turned the pervert into a demon. As she was about to leave, she saw Gowishia walking slowly toward her. She froze, her mouth wide open and her eyes unblinking. Who are you? Shivering, she asked. Don't you recognize us, offspring of Gremory and Bale? Gowishia wondered, does not your blood exult in meeting us? Do you not stand in awe of us? Oh, brother. Why are you being so dramatic? Look at her. Her face hasn't changed even though she's already fallen. And I don't think she even noticed it. Why you dash? Yep. Rias passed out. Seeing this, we walked out to their driveway. Oh boy. Don't you want to try your hand at theater? You obviously have all the skills you need, I said, clapping my hands. Your statement is redundant, Romani Archiman. We are perfect at everything. That's right. Especially your sense of humor. Gowishia remained silent and dematerialized. What do we do with them, master? Leaving them here is not an option, Amiya said, looking around at the teenagers. I found the recruitment circle flyer and started studying it. Hee. Any wish granted. Why not play with demons? I activated the circle and Akino came out of it. Oya. So you're a demon, Akino-san. Is that the reason for your dignities of this size? The male part of Koa Academy is in for a huge disappointment, I said in an overly surprised voice. Era. Romani-sensei, what are you doing here at this hour? She asked in a seductive voice, but when she saw Rias and Issei unconscious, she became wary. What have you done to them? And who are your companions? Oh. You mean them? I had nothing to do with it, word from the Koa Academy nurse. This beast is my pet and the man is my cook, I replied smiling. Hearing my words, Fo started poking my cheek, and Amiya sighed tiredly. You can take them, Akino-san. There's nothing wrong with them, I checked. If you want, I can come to your club tomorrow and talk. All right. That's fine with me, she nodded, activating the teleportation circle. One more thing, Romani-sensei. My dignities are completely natural. After Akino teleported herself and the two unconscious teenagers, there was silence. Were you really interested in that question, master? Have you become a pervert as well? And why am I a cook? Amiya asked with a twitching eye. Because you are the cook. And a mom. And a cleaner. And a helper. And. I got it. He interrupted me with a scream. Answer the question. Well, you must understand me. How can these things exist without breaking their owner's back? Gravity doesn't work on them. I explained, and anyway, why did you bring it up? Is Akino your next target? Oh. I get it. You lack the same toughness that Rin had. After all, both she and Akino are into BDSM games. Amiya fell to her knees and started cursing her life. Fo asked of the fallen. Let them live for now. They will be dealt with within a week. Why do you ask? I asked him to do it. Grandpa's voice came from behind me. Oh. Grandpa. Why did you want to ask that? Turning to him, I asked. They turned away from God's grace. The evening bell rang their names. Heh. I see, I said and thought, then let's do things a little differently than planned. Grandpa, can you wait for a bit? I promise you'll deal with them personally, but at a certain point. He nodded and disappeared. Well, that's taken care of. Rias's group would have to do without a showdown at the local church. Tired face. Koa Academy. The infirmary. I sat there drinking my coffee like any other day. Knock knock. Come in. The door opened and Kiba walked into the office. Romani-sensei, are you ready to go to the club? He asked nervously. Yup, I stood up and walked over to him. Why are you so anxious? There are certain reasons, Kiba answered still as nervously. Oya. Don't tell me there's a certain scarlet-haired man and his maid in the club, right? Not only them, he replied with a swallow. I see, I said with a smirk. Well, since that's the case, we won't keep them waiting, will we? Kiba nodded nervously and led me into their club. Gowishia definitely made a strong impression. If my senses don't deceive me, Sona and Rias entourages are in the club, as well as a couple of Satan Siskin. Well. Time to talk. Tired face. Kuo Academy. Medical room. Kuo Academy. The Occult Research Club. The club was dead silent. I mean really dead. I was sitting on the couch with Foe on my shoulder. Across from me sat a pair of Satan Siskins, with Graphia standing behind them. Sona and Rias's retinues, as well as themselves, were a bit further away from us, behind the backs of their leaders. Heh. Am I that scary? Ahem, I cleared my throat. What are we going to talk about? By the way, I'm a nurse at Kuo Academy, Romani Archiman. And can I ask you something? Does Scarlet Satan really have a fetish for maids? Surzex's face twisted violently, and Graphia's eye twitched. Of all the demons present in the club, only Seraphol was having fun. Ha 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 ha. He's definitely a funny guy, she laughed. Roten asked a good question, Surzex. Are you sure you don't have such a fetish? We have a more important question, Seraphol, he said in a calm tone. Please calm down. But I too am interested in this subject, she said, making a pouty face. You can't deny the fact that it's a very hot topic among the younger generation. Can I have some tea? I asked dutifully. In all this buffoonery, the entourage of Satan's sisters were awkwardly wriggling or quietly giggling as they looked at the scene in front of them. Oh. I can see Graphia ready to pounce on the two Siskins, black streaks appearing on her face, and both eyes twitching. Stop, Surzex raised his voice. Seraphol, we'll leave the issue of me for later. Let's have a serious talk already. And someone get Romani-san some tea. Wow. He managed to calm her down. Though I can still see the amusement in her eyes. Impressive. All this time, neither Surzex nor Seraphol let their guard down and watched my actions with the edge of their eyes. Here's your tea, Romani-sensei, Akino said and placed the cup in front of me. Thank you, Akino-san, I said and turned to the Satans. Why such wariness? I haven't done anything, have I? And you haven't introduced yourself yet. I apologize, Romani-san. My name is Surzex Lucifer, and the woman next to me is Seraphol Leviathan. Surzex introduced himself, and yes, you have indeed done nothing, but are clearly someone who belongs to our world. May I ask what someone like you is doing in our territory? Oya. You're stepping on a very dangerous landmine, dude. What do you mean, a man like me? I'm just a nurse at Kuo Academy, aren't I? With a grin, I replied, and one more thing. If I'm not mistaken, everyone here is a demon. And if that's the case, why did you use the word our? As far as I remember, this is the human world, right? He grimaced, and instead, Seraphol answered. Ahem. Surzex meant that normally all supernatural beings have to notify the personalities in charge of the territory they're in, she explained, and about your first question. You give off a feeling of emptiness, I guess. Which doesn't fit the description of just a nurse at Kuo Academy. Emptiness. I guess possessing true magic binds its wielder to the root, which is a metaphorical black hole. Heh. But it begs the question. Why hasn't the Ophis tried to contact me until now? Perhaps, I replied and grinned, but I don't see how I deserve to meet not one, but two Satans. We can all agree that I had nothing to do with anything. And I can assure you, I am completely harmless. Can you back that up? And who are you, Romani-san? Surzex asked. I scratched my chin. I can sign a magical contract stating that I am neutral and that I will not show any aggression towards you. Of course, it would be null and void if I were to be the first to suffer that aggression. Will that hold up to you? Also, I'm a magician. I see. We can agree to that, Surzex nodded after a moment's thought. While we were signing the contract, Seraphol didn't hold back. A magician? I'm a magician too. I mean magical girl. We can form a duet and star in my show, shrieked Seraphol, and you know nothing about the incident except its aftermath, Rotan. Oya. Incident? You mean the unconscious Rias and Issei? I wondered naively, may I ask what happened from their point of view? Rias said she met creature. And the creature's aura was very overwhelming. Oya. Is that all he's going to say? Surzex decided to omit the fact that I mentioned Issei. And his transformation into a demon, for that matter. I noticed Graphia and Seraphol throw a sharp look at Surzex upon hearing his words. He doesn't know what faction I belong to. I only signed a contract of neutrality and non-aggression. As Satan, he had to explain this incident to avoid possible conflicts between factions. As an elder brother, getting an albeit weak drag bearer into Rias' retinue is very beneficial. Even if there might be some problems from the Shinto faction. Since it happened in territory that the demons errant from her. He's a true Siskin, isn't he? I looked at Rias. She had trembled just at the mention of meeting the creature. Poor thing. What will Gremory and Baal have to say about this? She's weak, I heard the demon Baal say. I agree with him, Gremory said, she fears his majesty. She fears us. And she shows it. If she is one who shares my blood, she should at least be able to maintain her face and her pride. I stand by those words, Baal began, but my blood runs in her as well. And to see such behavior from one's own blood is unacceptable. Silence, Gowishia intervened. What are you going to do, Romani Archiman? It was you who wanted to set the stage for our appearance. What am I going to do? Heh. I see, I said and set the cup on the table. I can say that Riasan's loss of consciousness is justified. I got up from the couch and headed towards the exit. If you need help, I'm willing to help. After all, I'm a nurse at Kuo Academy, aren't I? I said and walked out. So, did you decide to run away? Gowishia asked. Oh, buddy, I wouldn't say that, I replied, getting ready to go home. Rather, I let them go. They haven't gotten any information about me and assume that I am an observer of some faction in the area. Why do you think they let me go so easily? They're afraid of accidentally provoking a conflict. And what do you get out of it? Aside from being able to meddle in their affairs as an observer? Nothing, I suppose. But is that not enough? At my answer, Gowishia fell silent. Heh. I'm glad he's starting to put up with my thoughts. Master, are you free? I heard Merlin's voice. What's wrong, flower pervert? Hurry up and go home. You need to see this, he replied, after coughing upon hearing his nickname. Oh. Now I'm curious. Tired face. Kuo City. Amiya's residence. As soon as I entered the house, a certain picture appeared in front of me. All of the servants, except for the beasts and grandfather, had their weapons drawn and pointed at a certain lowly with black eyes and hair in a revealing Gothic dress. That lowly was the Ophis. What was I saying about her? Like, why hasn't she tried to contact me yet? My tongue is my enemy. I walked over and stood in front of her. We stared at each other for a long time before I decided to start talking. Oya. What are you doing here, Ophis? What are you? She asked in her monotone tone, ignoring my question. Why not who? What are you? She repeated her question. Yep. Great conversation starter. We're gonna have to go a little differently. What are you? I asked. She tilted her head to the side. Am I sick if I think that gesture, coupled with her nonchalant face, is cute? I'm Infinity, she replied, surprisingly. You're what? I'm the magician, I said. Then picked her up, and sitting down on the couch, I sat her on my lap and began to squeeze her. The servants looked at me with shocked looks. Master, do you realize what you are doing now? Amiya asked with a twitching eye. Don't start, Queen Shiro, I answered him. I can't resist this level of cuteness. He gritted his teeth. And Artoria took the floor. There's obviously something wrong with you, Master. I was about to object when I was interrupted by Ophis. Warm. Warm. Don't tell me I opened the Ophis route. Why is the Great Mother with you? Excuse me. What did you just say? Turning the Ophis around to face me, I asked. Why is the Great Mother with you? She repeated and pointed at Tiamat who was looking at us. Tiamat sang out. I looked at her, then at the Ophis, then at her again. Why do you ask? Literal translation, I'm so happy to see my kids hugging and being friends with each other. Fuck. Can I have the history of the world, please? I think I've been duped somewhere. Tired face. Kuo Academy. Medical room. The next day. I sat in the medical room and sipped my coffee, happy to be alive. Why? I managed to get away from a certain clingy lowly. I'm not arguing that Ophis is cute and so on, but when she won't budge from you 24/7, it gets wildly awkward. Ophis is a child with all that entails. She wouldn't leave my side, or at least try to stay with me when I was sleeping, showering, or even going to the bathroom. No privacy, you know. But I'm free now. Thanks to whom? Tiamat, of course. Somehow I was able to dump Ophis on her, more or less satisfying the need for hugs from both a troubled mother and an even more troubled daughter. By the way, after talking to both of them for a bit, I realized something. In the sourcebook, Drake once mentioned that both Ophis and Great Red may be from another dimension. I mean, the strongest beings in the DxD world came from the freaking Nasuverse. And they are also both Tiamat's children from there as well. I even asked Ophis how she was born. To which she replied, I was born in the void. As far as I understood, she was referring to gaining consciousness rather than birth itself. That is, she was born of Tiamat Nasuverse, gaining the concept of the void, or more accurately infinity, since the void is essentially infinite, because of her birthplace and fell into the space between the dimensions of the DxD world. Which corresponds to the story of Tiamat's imprisonment by her children into another dimension from the Nasuverse. Then you ask, where is her local counterpart? The answer is simple. She was murdered. Tiamat from the DxD world was not a beast and thus did not have immortality on a conceptual level, unlike the same Ophis or Great Red, who got their own concepts in another world and developed them already in this one. I found this out by activating the third true magic and finding her soul. I talked to her for a while and suggested that she merge with her counterpart from the other world. She thought for a long time. A really long time. And finally agreed, saying she wanted to see her children, even if it wasn't entirely her anymore. In the end, Beast 2 became, if not twice as strong, at least 1.5 times stronger. Too stuffy, you say? Well, I'll answer that. Nothing can interrupt my Romani Archiman, please report to the student council room. I was interrupted by a voice on the speakers, repeat. Romani Archiman, please report to the student council room. Pfft. Of course Murphy is still as effective as ever. Foe, came the voice of Foe, who was asleep in one of the bunks. Aha, I replied, now get in. If I'm suffering, somebody's got to suffer with me. Foe, Q, he objected. Then you'll be out of dinner, I said, I am Amiya's master, not you. Foe, Q. Stop whining. You don't get paid at all, primate murder, I said, besides, even stone is more expressive than Gowishia, isn't it? We're not interested in your opinion, Romani, Gowishia said. Wow, he's shy. Foe exclaimed, but he got under my robe. I left the infirmary and headed towards the student council room. Tired face. Kuo Academy. Student council room. Knock knock. Come in. I opened the door and after entering the room, I sat down across from Sona. She only raised an eyebrow at my actions but didn't say anything. It's a great day, isn't it, Sona-san? I decided to begin. Indeed, Romani-sensei. Have I distracted you from important matters? You're absolutely right, Sona-san. I was doing something very important. Ahem. Idle. Ahem, I heard Tsubasa Yura's voice. How could you say that, Tsubasa-san? I turned to her and objected, I was dutifully performing my duties, you know. Romani-sensei, Momo Hanakai spoke up, but you don't deny Tsubasa's words. Oh. Sona-san. You have a newcomer. I changed the subject immediately, how did you get to this circle of hell, Lamb of God? Everyone in the room grimaced in pain upon hearing me. Romani-sensei, stop pretending that yesterday didn't happen. You know very well that those present here are demons. Except for you, of course. But I didn't know if you turned that poor guy, did I? I asked, blinking my innocent eyes. Heh. Sona's eye twitched, and Tsubaki sighed tiredly. Wait, Saji exclaimed in surprise, Sensei, are you aware that everyone in the student council is a demon? Oh my god, you're all demons. How is that possible? I asked playfully. Everyone cringed again when they heard the word God. What fun. Enough, shouted Sona and slapped the table, you know this fact perfectly well and yet you keep playing your games. Well. Sotan, I said with a smirk, you're so cute when you're angry. Grr. Sona roared like some sort of lance fighter from Fate/Zero, and her magic flared up. President. Stop. Tsubaki exclaimed and rushed to hold Sona, that's what he's trying to do. Go on, Sotan. Defeat the evil magician in the name of all the magician girls. I shouted and began to encourage her, holding the pom-poms I had created a moment ago. When Sona was on the verge of breaking down and almost attacking me, the full occult study circle burst into the student council. What's going on, Sona? Rias asked in a worried voice, I felt a surge of your magic and dash. She froze, seeing the scene before her and forgetting what she wanted to say. Oh. Rias-san. What's up? Did you come to laugh at Sotan too? I asked her, turning around. But she was still standing like a statue. Sensei, what's going on here? I heard Issei's voice. A water polo match. I replied, tilting my head to the side. And then Sona finally broke through. She broke free of Tsubaki's grip and sent water snakes at me. But they didn't even get half a meter away before they instantly disappeared. All the demons, even the enraged Sona, stared at me after seeing this. How did I do it? By creating an invisible ring with the effect of absorbing magic, of course. But they don't need to know that. Okay, I began, that's enough for today. We'll continue this another day. The demons were shocked that they obeyed me without even realizing it. They settled down and just watched. Well, Sona-san, I said in a calm tone, why did you call me here? Ahem, she decided to answer after a bit of silence, I would like to play a game of chess with you. And how did you stop my attack? Oya. Do you want to marry me? I asked with a smirk, deliberately omitting her question. Marry. Saji came to his senses. And no. Sona blushed, how did you know that? I have very good ears, Sona-san. Fo came out of my robe and climbed up on my shoulder. Why should I? She may be pretty, but she's too young for me. Q. Is that what you think of me, you miserable freeloader? I shrieked and tried to grab him. Fo dodged my hand and jumped and landed on Akino's chest. She was a little surprised, but quickly came to her senses and started stroking him. Fo, he sneezed, putting his belly to Akino and starting to purr. Heh. A perverted animal, I said. But Fo didn't listen to me. You have such a cute surname, Romani-sensei, Rias said and joined in petting the furball. The other girls, seeing this, also decided to join in the action and moved towards Fo. All except Sona and Tsubaki. Return to your seats, Sona ordered her entourage. They made a pouty face, but obeyed her nonetheless. Romani-sensei, even despite my circumstances, I would like to play a game with you, she declared. Aren't you afraid of losing? I asked, if you lose, you'll have to marry me, won't you? True, but the chance of that is minimal, she said with steely confidence, and if I win, you answer my 2 questions. And if I do win? I asked. Besides marrying me? Sona asked, what do you want? I thought about it and answered, waving it away, how about a cosplay photo shoot? And I don't want to marry you. I'm too good for you. Then let's cosplay, sensei, she declared with a twitching eye. Let's play. Tsubaki pulled out a chessboard, and we began to arrange the pieces. Hey, Sitri, I mentally addressed the demon, how about a little help? Why would I do that, Romani? I heard the senile voice of the demon Sitri. Don't you want to know your offspring's abilities? He was silent for a moment and then answered. Let's see what my blood can do. Oh. That would be a very quick victory. And, of course, blackmail material for Sona Sitri. Tired face. Kuo Academy. Student Council Room. How is that possible? Sona shrieked loudly that even her glasses skewed. And the rest of the student council looked on in disbelief. What do you mean, Sona-san? I asked, blinking my innocent eyes. How could I lose? I don't know. Maybe because you were basically playing with your ancestor. Of course, I won't mention that minor factor. Speaking of which. Her mental faculties are pretty good, said the Sitri demon in my head, but she relies on them too much. If the demons of today are using chess to teach the younger generation how to think strategically and tactically, it's a failed plan. Nothing can teach this better than a real battlefield. Or at least the ranked game you mentioned, Romani. Well, that's unlikely, I answered him, it's more likely that chess is popular among them because their evil pieces are based on the same chess. So don't get your hopes up so high. Romani-sensei, are you alright? Tsubaki asked me, apparently replacing the fact that I'd gone off on my own. Yeah, just thinking about something, I replied and turned to Sona, so. You're not going to recant, are you, Sona-san? No, she replied with a shake of her head. Good. Then I'll take my leave, I said as I left the student council room, if you ever want to play again, I'm at your service. While I was walking through the corridors of the school to the infirmary, Amiya, who had been in ghost form the whole time, decided to talk to me. You did a very mature thing, master, Amiya said sarcastically. Of course I did. After all, I am a very mature person. I replied enthusiastically. Your actions say otherwise. And by the way, where is the primate murder? He's enjoying the attention of the demon schoolgirls. You can forget about him. What? You talk about the evil of humanity and you suggest I just forget about him? Amiya asked, looking at me like an idiot. Oh. Look at the time. I think it's lunchtime, I said, looking at my empty wrist, it's time for me to eat. And for you to tend to your harem, Mr. Bone of my sword. Amiya didn't reply anything, only dematerialized with a very hard twitch of his eyebrow. Tired face. Kuo Academy. Cafeteria. The cafeteria was almost completely filled. There were students and some teachers hanging around here and there. I sat at one of the tables reserved for teachers and sipped my ramen. I was genuinely enjoying the moment of my meal as a certain person decided to interrupt me. Romani-sensei, it's rare to see you eating in the cafeteria, a bespectacled female student spoke up and sat down at the table. What are you doing at the teacher's table, Ika-san? I asked, still focused on the ramen. I just thought I'd talk to the magician, sensei, she replied, propping her chin up and smiling sweetly. I froze and slowly looked up at her. Demons didn't put up a barrier against mere humans. Impossible. Sona wouldn't make such a grave mistake. Did Ika overhear the conversation at the Occult Research Club? Absolutely not. Surzex is very protective of her sister, and so has covered the building with the Rias Club with a large number of closed fields discouraging ordinary people from going there. Then how did she know I was a magician? I looked over at Ika. She was still smiling sweetly at me and apparently waiting for an answer to come to me. Activating the third magic, I noticed one detail. You better get ready, Romani, I heard Gowishia's voice in my head. Oh. Did he realize something? What are you? I decided to ask. Why are you asking such a strange question to a beautiful girl like me? She said, giving an overly surprised look. Indeed. Only, I don't see any beautiful girl in front of me. What are you? A beast. There's an energy emanating from you that's very similar to it. How rude, Ika replied, my current appearance fits the description of a beautiful girl, doesn't it? And you're almost right. Only I'm a level higher. Oh. So that's what Gowishia was talking about. I decided to look around, thinking that ordinary people might hear our conversation. But I was wrong. The whole world stood still. Or rather, time has stopped. That makes the situation a little interesting. Why are you in Ika's body, Alia? As far as I know, you don't exist in this world. Are you sure about that, Mr. Magician? I really don't exist, or do I exist, but only in a different form. She said, smirking wryly, one more thing. I am not in Ika Kiryu's body. I am Ika Kiryu. I am stunned. Really stunned. But then an epiphany came to me. Ika has been periodically featured in all seasons of DxD, and in some, she's been heavily involved. Even Issei's cronies didn't have as much screen time as she did. So the Alia of this world were watching their main character. That makes sense. Nice to meet you, Ika Alia Kiryu. What did you want to talk to a good and law-abiding Samaritan like me about? Nothing important, Alia replied, only about how you are doing here in this world. Why does that question sound so familiar? Where have I heard it before? Oh. It's a pretty standard Zelrich phrase when meeting an immigrant. Good grief. Looks like I've met the culprit of my arrival in this world. Pretty good, I replied. I thank you for this chance, Alia-sama. You are welcome, Romani-sensei. But aren't you interested in the reason for my actions toward you? Of course I am. But whether you will tell me is another matter. Of course I will, Alia nodded. You have a very important mission. Sounds very standard. Some kind of universal evil, I suppose. Alia, even if she's not the one I know, always has plans for one thing or another, Gowishia interjected again. And that is? Helping the protagonist, of course. What? Gowishia, who had already materialized, decided to voice my thoughts. Well. Alia hesitated. It so happens that when I decided to contact my colleague from, as you call it, Nasuverse, a certain problem arose. What kind of problem could an entity like you have? Gowishia hesitated. We think alike now, don't we? What a strange feeling. I wondered. What kind of problem could a protagonist have? They're invincible. Don't drag it out, Alia-sama. Well. It turns out that Beast 6 merged with the Trihexa of this world, she finished, sticking out her tongue and pounding her head with her fist like a typical stupid anime girl who made a mistake. And? I raised an eyebrow, but you're aware that I have not one, but 3 beasts on my side with an assassin-class grand servant on top of it, right? Trihexa is a wild beast, my friend in my head supported my words, even if he got a little stronger than he was, me or Beast 2 is more than enough to deal with him. True, but there's a catch. If Trihex isn't defeated by any main character, then the conceptual law of this world will be broken, and the timeline will reset to the original timeline. As for those who don't belong to that very original timeline, they will be erased. Not killed. Not returned to their birthline. They will be erased. Teihei, she finished, repeating the gesture. What? Gowishia and I shrieked in unison. It wasn't just one eye twitching, oh no. I had 2 eyes twitching at once as I looked at this misunderstanding of humanity's unconscious will. I'm sure my friend is feeling the same way I am. How did your colleague react when she recognized this tiny miscalculation of yours? I asked, trying to remain calm. That I should handle it myself, she replied, and looked away, glancing at me sneakily. I decided to say, and my magic began to wave from my body, you've decided to take it out on me. Well. She began, tapping her index fingers and still averting her gaze, since you owe me, sensei. You would help out a beautiful girl like me, wouldn't you? Oh. I'll do it, you damn woman. Did I have a choice? Of course not. If I am to suffer, you will share that burden with me. Get ready, Alia Shiki. Tired face. Kuo City. Amiya's residence. I burst into the house and immediately announced a general assembly of the residents. After gathering, Amiya was the first to speak. Master, who is she? And why does she seem so familiar to me? Some people, namely, beasts, grandfather, Merlin and Enkidu froze upon seeing the person I brought. Oh. Dear Amiya, I began solemnly, meet your employer's colleague from this world. At first he didn't understand what I meant. When he did, he instantly projected his favorite swords and pointed them at the guest. And so did the rest of the servants. Except for the beasts and grandfather, of course. Alia hid behind my back, peeking out from there. Nice to meet you. I hope we can be friends, she declared. Upon hearing Alia's words, everyone recoiled and stared at her. You bet they did. To hear that from the collective unconsciousness of mankind and remain in some state untouched is quite a feat, yep. Now that we've met. We have something very important to discuss, I announced with a clap of my hands. I wonder how they'll react when they hear the true essence of all typical anime worlds with a protagonist in the harem genre. Tired face. Amiya residence. The common room. What can I say? This dead silence definitely gives me a sense of déjà vu. Someone was mulling over my explanation. Some were still in shock at Alia and her performance. And someone else didn't care about any of it. And those others were silently eating Amiya's cooking. It continued until the culprit of the whole situation decided to say something completely inappropriate. You're such a good cook, Amiya-kun. Do you have a girlfriend? I don't mind becoming one if you don't have one. The atmosphere instantly changed. Artoria and Medusa began to let out an intense bloodlust. Merlin fell on his stomach while laughing from it. Everyone else except Grandpa, the beasts, and the Ophis, who didn't care, stared dumbly at Alia. Even Hercules, who had stopped growling. Amiya, on the other hand. Oh, guys. Amiya was still standing there staring at Alia. Well, like looking and standing. His eyes were looking at her, and his legs were still supporting his body in a standing position. But there was one but. He was unconscious. Not at all. I wonder if he was unconscious because the unconscious will of mankind suggested dating him, or from her calling him Amiya-kun like a certain brunette Sundara. Would I have interrupted this on any other day? Absolutely. But unfortunately, not today. Calm down, I said and activated my magic, we can discuss this matter later. Focus. After about 5 minutes, somehow, everyone managed to come to their senses and start thinking. Well, except for Amiya. Artoria was the first to speak. What do you plan to do, Master? What makes you think I already have a plan? A hunch. Artoria said. Heh. Well, she's almost right. But a little clarification is needed. Aika, I turned to the collective unconsciousness of mankind, how much can I change in the plot? She thought, putting her finger to her chin, the main events should more or less match the original storyline. That is, the main villain of a particular event should be defeated by the protagonist, say, Kokabiel, Riser Phoenix, etc. Other than that, your hands are pretty much untied, sensei. Plus, you have, sort of, a head start, since Romani Archiman existed in this version of the world. So, it's not as bad as I originally thought. I asked, essentially, I can take on the role of personalities like Azazel. That's right. Even I, the collective unconsciousness of mankind, helped Issei here and there. So, you can breathe easy, to a certain extent. That makes things easier. The protagonist will have to start his training earlier than he was meant to. But I must warn you, Sensei, Alia continued, because Trihexa and Beast 6 are now one, a thin channel has been formed between the two worlds. Therefore, expect the shadow servants to appear. Unexpected, but acceptable. Although we'll have to call in more servants. Just in case. Gentlemen. Show some hospitality to our guest while I get busy summoning servants for backup, I said and headed for the basement. Tired face. Amiya's residence. The basement. Who should I summon? I think caster and assassin will be enough to start with. I activated the summoning circle and it glowed. There was a lot more dust than when I had summoned earlier. After waiting for it to dissipate, I saw, or rather felt, several people. Kneeling in front of me was a blue-haired woman with a dark skin tone and a skull mask on her face. Lucky. We have answered your call, summoner, she said. We are the Hassan of the 100 Faces, assassin class. You are our master. Step aside, please. I need to summon another servant. She nodded and stood behind me, her shadows wriggling back and forth. I activated the circle once more. And, this time, I summoned someone I didn't expect to see, but was glad it wasn't his counterpart from another class. You managed to summon the wise king of Uruk from the caster class, you mongrel, he said. Hopefully, you'll dispel my boredom. Yep. Definitely Gilgamesh. Well, thanks again for not being Archer. Yeah. You're Gilgamesh and blah, blah, blah. Now let's go to the common room. You too, 100 Faces. H? You dare to order the king around, you mongrel. Who gave you that right? He was surprised and summoned 2 portals with staffs aimed at me. Well, you can at least listen to me, can't you? And in case you haven't noticed, your old friend is here too, I began. Besides, I'm a magician who wields 2 true magics at once, and you don't want to deal with me. He stopped and expanded his senses. After a few moments, he apparently realized that I was telling the truth. Oh. You mean you're a stronger mongrel? He said, and the portals disappeared, but since I am the king, I'll let you entertain me. For now. And he must have sensed the beasts to indulge me. Or maybe not. What a troubled guy. Yeah. Now, follow me. Tired face. Amiya residence. The common room. As we walked up with the new servants, we were confronted with a mixed picture. Alia was hanging on to Amiya, who had already come to his senses, and trying to be his girlfriend. Artoria and Medusa were throwing fierce looks at this. Merlin was still laughing while watching this. Beasts, Ophis, and Hercules didn't care. Fo had already returned and was sitting on Tiamat's head. But Enkidu and grandfather. Enkidu grabbed Gilgamesh by the arm and took him aside. 100 Faces in the form of a blue-haired woman approached grandfather and bowed and said, "Greetings, great founder." Grandfather only nodded at her words and looked at me. "Orders, master." I looked at the servants and hesitated. Although I have my hands free, I can't change the plot drastically. I would have to settle for the role of Azazel's assistant. With a clap of my hands, I got the servants' attention. Based on our capabilities, we will limit ourselves to supporting and observing the protagonist here and there. We will intervene only as a last resort. Is that okay with you, Alia? She nodded, but you've already started interfering with the plot, sensei. That's why you need to work on strengthening Issei. Training, let's say. Because Trihexa is stronger than he was originally, you need to speed up his growth. And, of course, prevent him from dying. Since the plot has only just begun, then. 100 Faces. You keep an eye on this town. Also send a couple faces of yourself to the Vatican and Kyoto. She nodded and disappeared into the shadows. Okay, that's taken care of. What about the others, master? Amiya asked. Nothing yet. I don't want to reveal the servants any sooner than necessary. Tomorrow I will go to the Occult Research Club to find out where the plot stands, and I will contact Azazel. After that, I'll make plans based on what I find out. Until then, go about your business. The servants nodded and went to their rooms. I should be getting back, too, Ika said, and headed for the exit. But I stopped her by grabbing her shoulder. Now. Where are you going, Alia-sama? I murmured, grinning wildly. You're not just going to run away and dump everything on me, are you? Of course not. It's just that a young and beautiful girl like me needs a vacation, don't you think? And what would people think if they saw me, a schoolgirl, leaving the house of a male teacher? She asked. Her eyes raced and her cheeks flushed. No problem at all, Ika-san. I'm happy to host a female student in need of a new place to live, and I'm even willing to give you a room next to Artoria and Medusa's room. I'm so kind, aren't I? And no need. I have my own house, don't I? She shrank back and mumbled. It doesn't matter, Ika-san. Your parents are already aware, magically, and don't mind it, I said and threw her on my shoulder, carrying her to the promised room, under the stares of Saber and Ryder. I promised that if I were to suffer, you would share that burden with me, didn't I, collective unconsciousness of mankind. To my insane giggles, I dragged Alia to be eaten by the wolves. A very pleasant feeling, tired face. Kuo Academy, the Occult Studies Club building. As I approached the door of the club, I heard Issei's voice. I understand, President. I entered the club without knocking and sat down on the vacant couch defiantly. Only Rias, Aquino, and Issei were present in the room. "What are you doing here, Romani-sensei?" Rias decided to ask, sitting at her desk. "I came to drink tea, Rias-san," I answered, "don't mind me. You may continue your discussion." "You act very casual for an uninvited guest, sensei," she said with a twitching eye. I paid no attention to her as Aquino handed me a cup of tea. "Thank you, Aquino-san," I said, taking a sip. "Your tea is as good as ever." "Thank you for the praise, sensei. But still, what are you doing here? And Foe is not with you." That furry pest prefers to sleep 24 hours a day. And I'm really here for tea. By the way, what were you two discussing before I got here? Did Issei steal someone's underwear again?" "How could you say such a thing, sensei?" he shrieked indignantly. "I would never do such a thing. Your reputation doesn't agree with you, pervert Kuan." "But then again, what were you discussing?" "I met a beautiful foreign nun, and I even helped her find the church. She was so nice." Issei interrupted Rias. "Oh. Is Asia already in town? I see. In that case, my promise to Grandpa will be fulfilled sooner than I expected." Tired face. Kuo Academy. I walked out of the Rias Club as casually as I entered it, and was now heading towards Azazel's house, which was on the outskirts of the city, as third magic told me. But first, 100 faces. From my shadow, one of Assassin's faces emerged, awaiting orders. "Find and observe the newly arrived nun in town. Green eyes, blonde hair. And let me know when she will be hung on a cross in the basement of the local church," I ordered. "Now, off you go." Hearing me, the facet bowed and disappeared. Half an hour later, I reached Azazel's house and rang the intercom. The door opened and there stood the Governor-General of the Fallen in his homemade kimono. "Hello, is this the home of the Blade of Blazing Radiance and Darkness?" I said, blinking my innocent eyes. His face creased and his palms clenched into a fist. He looked around for someone, apparently Michael, but finding no one, he looked at me. "You must be mistaken," he managed to squeeze out a reply. "As far as I know, no one by that name lives here." "But I was sent to this very address, mister." "Are you sure you don't know anyone named Blade of Blazing Radiance and Darkness?" I deliberately repeated and made a very surprised face. "Who sent you?" Azazel shrieked and grabbed me by the collar and lifted me off the ground. "The collective unconsciousness of mankind," I stated, and a smirk appeared on my face. He stared at me incredulously, but still lowered me to the ground and asked, "What do you mean?" "I think we should continue this conversation inside, Governor General," I suggested, adjusting my collar. "Of course, I'll explain everything there." "Then, come in," Azazel said, still looking at me. "Let's have a talk." Heh. He doesn't know Alia, but her title definitely piqued his interest. Anyway, the infiltration was a success. Tired face. Kuo City. Azazel's house. We sat across from each other and were silent. After a while, he couldn't take it anymore and asked, "Well. Oh. Right. I didn't introduce myself. My name is Romani Archiman, a nurse at Kuo Academy." "Nice to meet you, Mr. Azazel." "That's not what I asked," he said with a twitching eye. God. How could I have forgotten that? "I'm also a magician," I said, smiling sweetly. "Enough. How do you know things that only seraphim know? And what is the collective unconsciousness of mankind?" he blurted out. "Oh." He even let out his wings and magic. I think he's had enough bullying for today. "Well, Azazel. You better pour yourself something. After all, you're about to learn things you never thought you'd know," I said seriously. He calmed down when he saw my serious face, and he thought about it. After a couple seconds, he did go ahead and pour himself something in his glass and returned to his seat, nodding his eyes at me, asking me to continue. "Do I need to answer your first question? Or should I go straight to the point?" I asked. "First to the point, please," he replied, taking a sip. "Do you think there are parallel worlds? If so, is there a starting point or an original version of these worlds?" I asked, creating a cup of coffee in my hand. He only raised an eyebrow when he saw this and pondered my question. "They do exist. I'm sure of that. But about the other question? I think every parallel world is different from each other, and if there is an original version of these worlds, it's just recorded in some metaphorical archive of the universe," he answered, shrugging his shoulders. "Oh. How insightful. I guess he's considered one of the smartest characters in all of DxD for a reason. Not enough, though. The very rules of this world limit its inhabitants in one aspect or another. Especially sanity. I've sometimes wondered why the local long-lived creatures can lose to some underage teenagers. And why can't they discover the same space travel? The answer is simple. The will of the world itself does not allow them to go beyond the plot. But there's a catch. This rule applies only to its inhabitants. So all this relocation crap makes absolutely no sense. Before we go any further, I want to make you a business proposition, I said in a calm voice, and if you accept it, you will learn the deepest secrets of this world. The payment will be knowledge and help in working with the sacred gears. When he heard me, he thought deeply. After a while, he asked. And if I refuse? Well, I will erase all your memories related to the sacred gears and this conversation. Also, the entire Christian faction will know about your blade. And don't hesitate. I can do that, I explained, smiling sweetly and releasing my magic. Azazel stared at me, but did nothing more. Why? I had released enough magic to suppress his limit just a little bit. And he realized it. After a couple seconds, I stopped doing that, but I was still smiling sweetly. I guess I don't really have a choice, do I? He asked and took a couple sips from his glass. Why me and not someone else? I'm glad we've come to an understanding, Azazel-kun. The answer to your question is quite simple. You know how to keep your mouth shut when necessary. And I understand there is Dragon Ball here, correct? I asked, and he nodded. Your master Rashi, I finished and fell silent, waiting for him to figure out the rest on his own. Which Azazel did a few moments later. Genres? He asked, having come to some conclusions. The main ones. Romantic comedy, harem, action, I answered and grinned. And who's my Goku? Issei Hayadu. A senior at Koa Academy, and the current host of the Drag. Hearing me, he laughed, and after calming down, he said. Is this the one I sent Rainal and her group to watch? Then there shouldn't be any problems, right? Oh. You have nothing to worry about, Azazel-kun. Me and Grandpa will take care of them. That's not what I asked, Romani. And who is this Grandpa? Well. Rainal's group didn't follow your orders, but someone else's. However, he did so under the influence of the collective unconsciousness of mankind I mentioned earlier. And about Grandpa? I said and paused dramatically, he is standing right behind you. As soon as I finished speaking, Azazel instantly turned around and saw him. Was that really necessary, Master? Grandfather asked, I am disgusted to be around those who have turned their backs on the grace of God. Who is he? Turned to me and asked a frightened Azazel, why didn't I feel him? And what is this sensation of death that comes from him? Good grief. I forgot to introduce him. Meet the founder of Hashashin, King Hassan, Azazel-kun. W. What? H. How? How can he be alive? I'm not alive, scapegoat of heaven. I'm a servant, Grandpa declared. Azazel looked back and forth at him and me, as if asking what that meant. Sit back down and take another bottle. This is going to be a long conversation. Tired face. After a very long explanation. You mean you're from another world and the collective unconsciousness of mankind, i.e., Alia, caused you to assist the protagonist, i.e., Issei Hayadu, in gaining powers, Azazel summarized, drinking his second bottle of whiskey. I nodded, sipping my coffee. And it is the protagonist who must defeat Trihexa, who not only will be released in the future, but also strengthened because of this Alia's mistake. And the main plot events must take place exactly as they are recorded in the root of the world, which is the archive that holds the original version of this very world. I nodded again. I see, he said, rubbing his temples, then who are the servants? I've met the founder of Hashashin a couple times, and he didn't look anything like this one. Oh. It's pretty easy to explain. The servants are a feature of the world I came from. They are copies of heroic souls, which are the ghosts of heroes of ancient times and recorded in the root of the world, who have retained their memories and skills that they had when they were alive. In principle, they can be called high familiars, as servants need to contract to maintain their form in the world of the living. In this case, with me. You're saying that a servant can be anyone who has written their name in the history of humanity, right? Aha. Azazel sighed tiredly. Then what do you want me to do? I still don't see the point of you telling me all this. Well, he's adjusted to his new circumstances and existential crisis pretty easily. I suppose we can give him some compensation for that headache. Information. You have agents all over the world. That's pretty easy to figure out, isn't it? Also, I won't fill you in on the plot, for reasons we both understand. I said, one more thing. At first I had planned to send you only one servant to help you with the sacred gears. But now I'm thinking of two. And who would that be? You'll find out in a few days, and my number's already on your contact list. See you, Azazel-kun. With those words, Grandpa and I teleported to the Amiya residence. Tired face. Amiya residence. A couple days later. It was a quiet and peaceful dinner at the Amiya residence. Some were silently enjoying the food, some were indulging in the company of those present, and some were discussing the past, Gilgamesh and Merlin, rather loudly. I, on the other hand, was feeding the two restless draconians sitting at my sides. Amiya was suffering as usual, surrounded by his harem and Alia, who were throwing death glares at each other and trying to feed him. However, all this idyll was interrupted by the 100 faces. Master, the moment you spoke of has arrived, I heard the voice of one of her facets in my head. I stopped feeding the restless duo and stood up from my seat and beckoned to Amiya, Merlin, and grandfather. They nodded and came over to me. Well. Let's get to work. Tired face. Kuo City. Church. Before entering the church, I sent Merlin and Amiya to monitor the situation outside, while I went inside with Grandpa in ghost form. The atmosphere inside matched the scene from the anime, benches were scattered, windows were broken, and plaster was occasionally chipping off the walls. 3 fallen from Raynol's group were also in the room, but not herself. Activating third magic, I sensed her in the basement along with Asia and the renegade priests. The trio of fallen, hearing the sound of the doors opening, turned in her direction and noticed me. Oh. What's a cutie like you doing in an abandoned church? Lowly fallen middled asked. Cute. I asked and raised an eyebrow. Sorry, girl, but I'm not interested in little girls. Good grief. You've been rejected, little girl, Donasik said with a chuckle. How dare you? Middled shrieked and threw a spear of light at me. But it scattered before it reached me. Heh. Just so you know, I didn't use my ring that I created earlier. Oh, no. That was Solomon's power. Since Romani Archiman is the reincarnation of Solomon, it follows that I was able to obtain some of his powers. In addition to quickly understanding the magic I saw, which is actually why I can use teleportation, I was able to gain pseudo-immunity to the attacks of low-level members of the Christian faction. I realized this after the events in the student council room when I was attacked by Sona. The ring absorbed her magic, yes, but it did so only after dispelling the attack with my pseudo-immunity. Why? I suppose it's because Solomon was recognized as God himself, at least in the DxD world, making him a saint of sorts. Now, I had the attention of all 3 fallen. They became wary, and summoned their spears. Who are you? What do you want? Kalawarna asked. The fulfillment of a promise. To whom? Middled asked already. To me, said a voice behind them. They turned around and saw Grandpa staring at them. The scene was very much like a trial. In fact, it was. Except that the judge, in this case, was both the jury and the executioner. I think Grandpa felt a sense of disappointment as he looked at the fallen. After all, he was a servant of God who had been given the title of the Angel of Death, Azrael. And now, in this world, he sees those who were created by that very God, and turned away from him. You, the guardians of the kingdom of heaven, have cast aside your snow-white wings in favor of base desires. You, whose names the evening bell has rung, have chosen your fate, he chanted as he readied his sword. Who are you? How dare you say that to us? Who are you to judge us, roared Donasik. I think Grandpa's words hurt him more than the others. The trio of fallen threw their spears at him, which he easily shattered. Grandpa began to slowly approach them, still keeping his eyes on them. I am a devoted servant of God. One who killed at his command. The one who has done his will on this earth in my lifetime. And the one who will pass judgment on you. I am your judge, jury, and executioner. You. They couldn't finish the sentence as their heads separated from their bodies. Cleanly, quickly, and painlessly. Grandpa stared at their lifeless bodies for a few more seconds. Ready to move on? I asked him. He nodded and dematerialized. Opening a hidden hatch, I descended into the basement of the church. There were about 20 renegade priests and a door leading to a hidden room where Asia and Raynal were. I snapped my fingers and all 20 priests were impaled with stone spikes, instantly taking their lives, and then walked through the door. Inside the room, I was greeted by a certain pair of eyes. Well, she hasn't started the ritual yet. That's good. Who are you? How did you get here? Raynal asked. Aha. Why does everyone start the conversation with that question? No variety. Remembering a couple fanfics, I decided to use third magic on her and look up her story. And my goodness, I managed to find something very interesting. I'm a magician, and I got here through a door. And before I deal with you, let me ask you one question, I began. Was your love for Azazel worth your snow-white wings, guardian of Heaven's Gate, Raynal-chan? Hearing me, her face twisted and a spear of light appeared in her hand. How do you know about this? She shouted. Does it matter? And why don't you answer my question? I asked, and affected her mind a little by using third magic. He's going to notice me. Once I get twilight healing, he will love me. she declared with hearts in her eyes. Wow. What we have here is unrequited love with a Yandere flavor. Heh. I feel a little sorry for her. I know. And I hope things work out for you in your next life, Reynal-san, I said and beckoned to Grandpa. What do you mean? She asked, but there was no answer. Grandpa's sword had done its job. Seeing this, I nodded and directed my gaze to the unconscious Asia still hanging on the cross. Taking her down from there and heading back upstairs, I sat down on a more or less intact bench and waited for Club Rias. According to Merlin, they had already teleported close to the church and were preparing to begin their assault. Tired face. A short time later. They, in full force, burst through the doors of the church and saw me calmly sipping my coffee and smiling sweetly at them. And the dead bodies of the fallen here and there. And an unconscious Asia lay beside me. Oya. What are you doing in an abandoned church this late, Rias-san? And with all the other members of your club? Hearing me, they stared at me and prepared to fight. Especially Issei. What are you doing here, sensei? If you caused Asia's fight, I'll beat you, he declared. Heh. I grimaced. Dude, do you have no sense of self-preservation at all? You see the corpses of the fallen and you still try to threaten me. Rias saw my actions and apparently guessed what I was thinking. She took a step forward and asked cautiously. Please answer the question, Romani-sensei. Are you affiliated with the church? And why are you here, after all? Well, I do have some connection to it. But. Enough. What did you do to Asia? Issei interrupted me, and his sacred gear took the form of a boosted gear. And Kiba, after hearing my first sentence, began to ooze hostility towards me. God. My eye started twitching. But don't worry, Issei, you'll get your share of suffering later. If you interrupt me one more time, Issei-kun, I'll have to move from talk to action, I said calmly. Hush, Issei. Rias shrieked, don't interfere with the conversation. He stopped talking, of course, but he continued to glare at me threateningly. This is so absurd that it's starting to make me laugh. Ahem. I used to be involved with the church back in the day. Now, our paths have diverged. So stop trying to kill me with your homo eyes, Kiba-kun, I continued, and, where was I interrupted by pervert-kun? Oh, yeah. I didn't touch a hair of Asia-san's head. I'm not like him, right? He's right, Kaneko said with her impenetrable face. The rest of the group stared at her dumbly. What? She asked. They remained silent and focused their gaze back on me. Don't look at me like that. You can check the nun's condition yourself, I said with a shrug. That's not the problem, Romani-sensei, Rias said, all supernatural occurrences in MY territory must be explained to me. And you're clearly not doing that. Oya. So that's what we're talking about, huh? Why does she have such a sense of self-importance? Maybe we should let Gowishia out again. Not in this life, Romani, he spoke up and fell silent. How can you be so boring, Mr. Long Arms? Anyway, it's time to cool her ardor a bit. Be careful with your words, Tomato-san. Or I might misunderstand you. Akino turned away to hide her laughter. Though I, and everyone else, could see her shoulders twitching. And Tomato-san's own eye began to twitch. You're trying my patience, sensei. Oh. You mean you're risking an already shaky piece to interrogate me? And how will Sona-san react when she finds out? And your brother and sister? I guess Gremory's wits have decided to leave your generation, I said and smirked. I even managed to hear Gremory's demon snort in my head. Heh. The conversation has come to a standstill. She can't do anything to me, and I won't say anything for nothing. Rias pondered my words while I still smirked and sipped coffee from my cup. After a while, Akino decided to speak up, seeing her king in a quandary. Sensei, you will explain to us what happened, won't you? I'll be very grateful to you, she said, crossing her arms under her huge breasts. Of course. I'm always in favor of peaceful conversation. I'll visit your club tomorrow after school. But I want to know something in return. And what is that, sensei? She asked. What do you and Rias eat to grow such udders? I'm pretty sure you used your magic. And that they're natural is my cook's nonsense, I stated. Merlin chuckled upon hearing me, and Amiya squeezed his face shut again. They stood in ghostly form with Grandpa in one corner of the church and watched the conversation. When I finished speaking, each of Rias' group reacted differently. Rias stared at me as if I had insulted her mother. Akino smiled sweetly, repeating her era. Kaneko threw an understanding look at me. Kiba was still directing waves of aggression in my direction. And Issei replayed the scene with a nose-dragging flight of blood. Seeing this, I only shrugged and teleported with my servants back to the house, leaving Asia in the care of the Occult Research Club. I would have liked to recruit her, of course, but alas, Asia must be in Rias's retinue, as the original plot would have it. I think I'm forgetting something. Oh well. What's that saying? If you forget something, you forget something. Heh. I'll think about it later, but for now, Queen Shiro. Give me some food. I shouted and headed to the dining hall. Tired face. The Amiya residence. The basement. A couple days later. Evening. Did I visit the club? Nope. They've had enough of my explanations. They certainly tried to find me in my home, but alas and alack, it is impossible. At least not for someone like them. Why? The touch of heaven is a very useful thing if you know how to use it. Like Lorna Suver said, it allows you to manipulate the soul itself, and by extension, the mind, as was seen in Reynolds' example. I have slightly tweaked the perception of the minds of both club and student council members, thus disabling their ability to notice the presence of me or my house. The closest analogy to this is Nurarihion's ability from the anime of the same name. What was it? The eyes will see, but the mind will not perceive. Heh. Poor bastards. Right now I'm wondering who I should send to Azazel. A promise is a promise, after all. Da Vinci. Definitely. But who else? Paracelsus. Blavatsky. Hyde, maybe. Heh. That's a lot of options. Think, Romani. Think. I pondered for quite a while. Half an hour for sure. Until a certain thought occurred to me. The second servant may not know science, but Da Vinci is enough for him. He. Stop giggling so creepily, master, Amiya's voice came from behind me. I turned around and glared at him and stopped giggling. What? He asked. What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be cooking dinner? I would if I had food. One hungry lion ate all our supplies and I had to send some servants to the store, Amiya replied, and anyway, why should I cook if you possess the denial of nothingness? You can just create food, can't you? Oh. Am I hearing the first signs of rebellion, Shirokuen? I asked, and a wide grin appeared on my face. When he saw it, he jumped up and took on the appearance of a frightened cat. And no. I'm Artoria. I shouted, not letting him finish. Shiro said you're fat and eat too much. Not a second later, a certain king of the knights burst into the basement with Excalibur at her side. She found Amiya with her eyes and began to slowly move towards him. Amiya, unable to find an escape route, began to cautiously back away until he hit a wall. He raised his hands and his body trembled with fear. Calm down, Artoria. I didn't say that. He shrieked, looking at her with frightened eyes, let's just sit down and talk about it. Did Artoria listen to him? Nope. Excalibur flashed with golden light every now and then, and its owner came closer and closer to him. By my command seal, I command you, Amiya Shiro, use your innate bounded field on yourself and Artoria, I chanted and later added, I have no desire to deal with the aftermath of your lovemaking. Sort it out, lovebirds. Amiya, activating the unlimited blade works, looked at me with very, very furious eyes. And me? I just smiled sweetly and waved goodbye. I will have my revenge, master. He let out a fierce scream and disappeared with Artoria in a ring of flames. You should have kept your mouth shut, Queen Shiro, I said into the void and returned to the matter of summoning. Well. Where was I? Oh, yes. Da Vinci and someone. After pumping the summoning circle with mana, it lit up, and two female figures appeared before me. Pleased to meet you. Caster class servant, Leonardo da Vinci. You can call me Da Vinci-chan. You can rest easy now that I'm with you. Let's save everyone's lives. Aha. It's nice to meet you both. And you can use the you word, I said and headed upstairs, let's go. I'll explain everything upstairs. They nodded and followed me. Heh. I think Azazel is going to have a lot of fun. Tired face. Kuo Academy. Next day. After dropping an explanation on the other servants, and getting a good night's sleep, I headed to the academy the next day. As soon as I passed through the gate, my senses picked up on something. Or rather, someone. My descendant is around. Too even, the demon phoenix said mentally. Oh. So today's the day, then. Heh. Lucky, lucky. Without a second thought, I went to the Occult Research Club. Upon reaching it, I cancelled the influence on their minds regarding me and, without knocking, opened the door. Instantly, the gazes of the demons present in the club focused on me. Surveying the situation in the room, I was able to realize from Issei lying on the floor and Riser's entourage present that they had already reached the point of threatening each other. Geez, are you busy? I apologize for the interruption, I said, smiling, and entered the room. Reaching a vacant corner, I produced a chair and a cup of coffee, pretending to be a casual listener. The demons, upon hearing me, grimaced in pain for a moment and fell silent, not commenting on my next actions in any way, aside from already having a look in my direction. And, of course, the silence was interrupted by the well-known chicken. Who are you? What's an inferior human doing here? J. Please stop using that word in our presence, Romani-sensei. Aquino interrupted me. I looked around, and realized that the demons were ready to pounce on me. Except for Gowishia, who had been trying to understand my motives all this time. Only F. Who are you? How dare you interrupt a meeting with my fiancé? Riser has jumped in. Is this really my descendant? I heard the Phoenix demon's surprised voice. My eye twitched, and I stared at him. This is starting to get on my nerves. Should I lay siege to him a little? I think I should. I used third magic on him and was about to temporarily erase his demon abilities when I suddenly noticed something. Namely, his current thoughts in his head. There was only one word: tired of it. Ho 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 ho. Yes, we have a case of impressive acting here. Digging deeper into his memories, I was able to discover that he didn't like his current circumstances either. The family contract forces him to marry Rias, which Razor doesn't want. He has enough of his own entourage. But he can't just break off the engagement, even if Rias is all for it. To do so would be to jeopardize their family's authority. And in demon society, there would be rumors of one family's superiority over the other. And this whole mess is about the desire to merge the power of destruction and the invulnerability of the Phoenix. Riser's hands are tied, too. If he simply marries Rias, he will fall into Surzex's disfavor. Which is actually suicide. So he decided to make an asshole of himself to make Rias hate him and make her look for all sorts of ways to break the engagement, since he didn't have any. How silly, the demon Phoenix said, the consecrated weapons will still be effective against them. They can't get rid of their strongest weakness. They don't want to gain effectiveness, Gremory spoke up, they want status. Status among themselves. Apparently, the demons of this world are too much like humans. I heard the demon Baal already, too human, too dependent. Well, they're right. This world is more focused on the bright side of everything. The Nasuverse, on the other hand, is darker and more realistic than DxD in that regard. Well, based on all this information I've gotten, I'll proceed in a different way. It's a pleasure to meet you, honorable sir. May I have your name? I said to Riser and stood up and bowed. At this scene, the Rias Club members opened their mouths and stared at me with a mute question, why? The eternally stoic Gowishia also stared at me. Razor's entourage didn't react, but Razor raised an eyebrow. It's nice to know that someone knows about manners and respect, he said confidently. I guess I was wrong to take you for a mere lowman. My name is Riser Phoenix. Remember it well. Thank you for satisfying my curiosity, Lord Phoenix. My name is Romani Archiman, humble magician. May I know the reason for your visit? Lord Phoenix is my father. You may address me as Lord Riser. And I've come here to visit my fiancé, Rias Gremory. Oh. Then congratulations, Lord Riser, I said, and noticed that he stood up, getting ready to leave. Before you go, can you fulfill my humble request? When he heard me, he looked at me and hesitated, still not removing his haughty expression. After a couple of seconds, he decided to answer. What is the request, Romani Archiman? Can you give me some way to contact you or your family? I have always admired the Phoenix ability to regenerate and would like to learn more about it. He pondered, and after a bit of thought, he turned to his younger sister, Ravel. Give him your appeal flyer. Since he has shown us the respect we have, he may get a small reward. Okay, brother, Ravel said and walked over to me and did as Razor had asked her. I took the flyer and, bowing, kissed her hand. Thank you, Lady Ravel, I said and smiled. And not at all, she said nervously, a slight blush appearing on her cheeks. I only did it because my brother said so. Heh. Can we please not do this? I don't want to go to jail. Aha. The Ophis is good enough for me. Although, when you think about it, she's a legitimate lowly. But she's got the mind of a child. Aha. It's complicated. Ravel, are you done? We're leaving, Riser asked her. Why yes. I'm coming, she shrieked and ran up to him. As soon as Ravel stood next to him, a fiery teleportation circle of fire lit up beneath the entire group. You have 10 days to prepare. I will meet you at the game, my beloved Rias, Riser said one last time. And with those words, he and his entourage disappeared. The room was silent for a few more minutes. And, of course, I decided to break it. He's not bad, is he? And, of course, the reaction to my words was nothing but stares at me, as if to ask if I was an idiot. Tired face. Kuo Academy. The Occult Research Club. Will you finally answer why you came here? Rias asked me for the 10th time. Why? Since Amiya is unavailable, I decided to taunt the demons. It had been about 2 hours since Riser and his entourage had left, and I was still sitting and watching them. As well as them watching me. Gowishia had already left to inform Surzex about the raiding game. I will, of course. I said in a cheerful voice and suddenly fell silent. And of course, Rias' nerves couldn't take the strain. Well. You've been sitting here for 2 hours and disturbing us while we need to make a training plan. That's exactly what my answer is, Rias-san. I stated, I propose to leave Issei's training to me, and I promise to bring him back safely. At least physically. All the members of the club stared at me in surprise. Issei was especially surprised. Why me, he asked, if you can help with the training, why not help the president and the others? They're stronger than me. Well. Look at this caring protagonist. He just trusted me without any hesitation. The word self-preservation is conspicuously absent from his vocabulary. But fear not. A couple of training sessions with Amiya or perhaps Gilgamesh will teach him about life. He. That's the reason, pervert Koen. You're the weakest link of the retinue, and thus you'll need more mooch training, I said, nearly getting burned. Romani-sensei, why are you doing this? I don't want to leave my Issei in the hands of someone I don't trust. You could be a spy for another faction and just get rid of him, couldn't you? Rias expressed her doubt, we couldn't even find you or at least sense you these 2 days. Where are the guarantees that you have no evil intentions? The contract. You yourself must realize that a contract with Scarlet Satan himself is very powerful, isn't it? She nodded reluctantly. I wondered if I should leave Issei to me. Should I sweeten her choice? Why not? If you agree, I'd even be willing to answer a couple of your questions honestly. And of course, Aquino-san can visit him from time to time, I said and waited for her decision. You'll say I could just take Issei away without saying anything, but why? Rias will agree anyway, she's desperate and will accept any help, even if it's risky. I'll do it. Issei declared, if it helps the president, then I'll agree. Thank you, Issei, Rias said with a sweet smile and turned to me, good. I agree, sensei. Aquino will visit you from time to check on him. Heh. Look at this. One sentence and the heroine already believes in him and smiles sweetly. It's amazing. Well. Then say goodbye to them, perverted Koen, I said, getting up from the couch, and memorize their faces. You'll need it. What do you mean, sensei? You make it sound like I'm going to war, Issei asked in surprise. That is indeed true, protagonist. I promised you my share of suffering, didn't I? He. Why do I get the feeling that I'm going to die in this training? He shuddered. Oh. It only came up now. And it's late, friend, really late. Don't mind me. You're just imagining things, I said and grabbed Issei and teleported home. I also mentally asked Amiya to prepare something. Tired face. Amiya's residence. As soon as we appeared in the common room, I threw Issei on the couch and headed to the kitchen to get the something. But I didn't take into account the fact that right now, besides us, there was a certain dragon mother-daughter duo watching TV in the room. Upon seeing them, or rather Tiamat's forms and attire, Issei's reaction was rather obvious. Sensei, who is that? You live with such a hot chick and you don't say anything about it. I heard him shout even from the kitchen. My eye twitched. Can't he see her horns or eyes? Ah. Understanding. His gaze didn't rise above the level of her breasts. Well, it won't be for long. Partner, be careful what you say. She's a dragon. A powerful one, I heard an unknown voice say. Partner. I see. Returning to the common room, I directed my gaze to Issei's hand and squinted. So they had already established a connection. But he was silent about the Ophis. Interesting. You can prove yourself, Drake. I can hear you, and so can they, I said, and pointed to Tiamat and Ophis, and don't you recognize your mother? The question seemed to confuse both Issei and Drake. Issei glanced back and forth at me, then at his hand with the glove materializing on it. Ophis didn't care, as she was just sitting on Tiamat's lap and quietly munching on Amiya's cookies. Tiamat herself was smiling softly as she looked at Issei and me. Drake. What does sensei mean? Issei asked, looking at the glove. Partner, said Drake slowly, if what your sensei said is true, then we are in the presence of the Great Mother, the primordial goddess and parent of all dragons. What do you mean, Drake? Are you saying that Chick is the mother of all dragons? Issei shrieked. My face creased and my eye twitched. And my magic began to emanate from me in waves. Did the culprit of my current state notice this? Nope. He certainly annoyed me when he was on the other side of the screen, but now that I see him with my own eyes, I want to kill him. Just kill him and forget about him. But I can't. For I risk the total disappearance of myself and my servants. Please be quiet, partner. I don't want us to die so soon after my awakening, said Drake, sensing my magic. Dear magician, may I ask what the Great Mother and Ophis are doing here? Apparently, the Ophis was too busy as she wasn't paying attention to her surroundings at all. Hee hee. The dragon has more sense of tact than that pervert. The pervert himself was still staring at Tiamat, but he still fell silent. That's great. They live with me. And don't worry. Though I may kill you and your current host, I won't, I said in a calm tone and turned back to Issei, placing something on the table in front of him. Well, what about you, you pervert Kohen? Since I've taken you to training, it's about time you started it, and in front of you is an indicator of your progress. He glanced ahead of him, and after examining this something, he asked. Sensei, this is just a regular plate of food, isn't it? I thought I was in for one hell of a workout, he asked incredulously. Oh, dearie, you have no idea what awaits you. Like I said, this is an indicator of your progress. Your job is to eat everything on this plate and not pass out, I said and smirked. You don't want to let Rias down, do you? Of course. I'll do anything to save the president. Issei shrieked and shoved a spoonful of the contents of his plate into his mouth. And of course, he instantly lost consciousness. Ah. Silence and peace. That was a very cruel act, master, Alia stated and materialized. No one can eat this without losing consciousness in the process. Only that bastard priest could do that. As well as the rest of his family. Some of you have probably already guessed that I fed the Kodomine edition Mapo tofu to the pervert. You can't judge me for that act. Yes, it was cruel, but he deserved it. Anyway, he's all yours, Alia. You can do whatever you want to him, as long as he stays alive. It's kinda normal for one main character to train another, right? I asked, at the same time mentally summoning the two servants I planned to go to Azazel with. Alia squeezed his face with his hand, but still hefted Issei onto his shoulder and left. Hee hee. Apparently, he realized that confronting me was foolish. After he left, the two servants I had called out to me came over to me. Well, master. Are we going to see your fallen friend? Vinci asked. The second servant only followed her in silence. Aha. By the way, where are Enkidu and Gilgamesh? I don't sense them around, I asked. Oh, them. Gilgamesh wanted to see the world and took Enkidu with him. I don't think we'll see them anytime soon, she replied. I nodded. I hope he doesn't run into any trouble on his journey. Hee hee. Who am I kidding? He's bound to run into them, given his temperament. We can only hope that Enkidu will somehow keep the golden asshole's temper in check. Well, are you ready? I asked, and they nodded. Then, let's go, I said and teleported with them. Tired face. Azazel's house. We appeared in the living room where I had last spoken to Azazel. Looking around, my eyes saw him playing a console and sipping whiskey. Noticing my gaze, he turned and saw me with two servants. You finally came to visit me. He asked and looked at the servants. Are they the servants you were talking about? What beautiful ladies. And he doesn't change, does he? Thank you for the compliment and it is a pleasure to meet you, Azazel-san. I'm Leonardo da Vinci, caster class, but you can call me Da Vinci-chan. Da Vinci introduced herself. The second servant remained silent. Da Vinci. Wasn't he a man? And why does she look so much like the Mona Lisa? Azazel asked, and who is the other beautiful lady? Don't worry about that, Azazel-kun. Leonardo da Vinci is a genius. That says it all. She'll help you with the sacred gears, I said, and about the second servant. What do you know about the first school of Sisters of Mercy? As I recall, its first head was Florence Nightingale, he answered, and a few moments later his eyes widened. That's her, isn't it? That's why I like you, Azazel-kun. Yes, that's her. And by the way, her class is Berserker, I said and turned to her with a smirk. Nightingale, as you could see, Azazel has a very unhealthy lifestyle, drinking on and off. I think he needs treatment. The reaction was instantaneous. She got behind him and stuck him with a syringe with something in it. Whatever it was, he ended up paralyzed without even realizing what happened. You shouldn't abuse alcohol, Azazel-san. It's bad for your health, she said with a stony face, and she threw him on a vacant couch and pulled out another syringe from somewhere, but it was the size of an adult child. You need to take this medication to avoid alcohol-dependent syndrome. Keeping you healthy and alive is my priority, even if I have to maim you in the process. Azazel's eyes widened and filled with fear as he looked at the huge syringe and the servant approaching with it. He glanced at me and Da Vinci, silently pleading for help, but Vinci just made an apologetic gesture and turned away, since he was already familiar with Nightingale and her methods of treatment. And me, I just smiled sweetly and waved goodbye and teleported back to the Amiya residence. Have a fun day, Azazel Kuan, I thought, and headed to my room. The Occult Studies Club would be out of school for the next 10 days, so I could pay the student council a visit. After all, Sona still owes me a cosplay photo shoot, doesn't she? With these thoughts, I went to bed, waiting for the next day. Tired face. Kuo Academy. Student Council Room. The student council room was bustling with activity as usual, with papers being passed from one member to another and the light smell of ink tickling my sense of smell. A cup of coffee was smoking in my hand, creating a pleasant feeling of warmth, and my gaze was fixed on my chess opponent, who was staring intently at the board and thinking about his next move. Still, why are we playing now, Sona-san? Don't you have to work like the rest of the student council? Even Tsubaki-san is busy, I asked the demon across from me, taking a sip from my cup. Don't stop me from thinking, sensei, she replied, not taking her eyes off the chessboard. Yeah. This isn't what I expected when I came here. As soon as Sona saw me, she immediately sat me down at the table and took out a chess game. Of course, the demon Sitri had volunteered to see if she had improved since last time. And it all came out to this. Maybe we should enhance not only the protagonist himself, but also his surroundings. It would add incentive for him to grow faster. And Sona and her entourage are a great start in this. Though they don't have the same wild power potential as Rias group. They have tenacity and a more competent king. Objectively, Sona is better than Rias. This can be understood with even minimal knowledge of DxD canon. Where Sona wrested her freedom from her parents' imposed marriage with her own hands and mind, Rias just sat and waited for salvation, no training, no attempts to study the marriage contract, nothing. Though that too can be explained. Alia just doesn't let it happen. And that doesn't just apply to Rias and her thoughts, but to all natives of this world in general. Before Issei's entrance into the supernatural world, he was stagnant. It was as if he was waiting for this very event. That's why the Nasuverse is so popular. He doesn't limit his natives' insanity and height like DxD does. He considered himself to move forward regardless of whether the events recorded en route happened or not. Think about it. Take Amiya Shiro, the main character of the Nasuverse, out of the story and the world will continue to exist. It will adjust to this change and move on. The Fifth Holy Grail War will still happen. And the Grail will just pick a random bystander from the masses and make him Master Saber, just like it happened to Master Caster in the Fourth War. Like Archer Amiya said, he had been to many versions of the war, and each one was different. There were even ones where his younger version didn't exist, though it would seem that in that case he should cease to exist as well. A paradox. Paradox. And people who read fanfics on Nasuverse are interested not in the character himself, on whose behalf the story is told, but in the reaction of the local inhabitants to the changes that this character brings with him. And it doesn't matter whether he originally existed in this world or not. After all, as I said earlier, all there have adequate common sense and are not limited in their growth. Oh, and the story is richer. But in DxD, everything revolves around the protagonist or drag, at least one of them must exist. They are the force driving the world forward. Without them, there is stagnation and slow extinction. Why did Azazel let the Kokabiel incident happen? Why didn't Rias make any effort to break her engagement? Why was Ophis so innocent, even though she's an uncountable number of years old? It all boils down to the limitations mentioned above. And the reason for the popularity of the fandom. Women and harem, obviously. Which is too corny for my taste. So, what are you planning now, Romani? Gowishia asked mentally, when you came here, your thoughts were only to make a joke of these demons, but now you're contemplating helping them. What has changed? Maybe I want to see them grow, without the constraints of Alia. Who knows, I answered him and looked at Sona seriously. Sona Sitri, I said in a calm tone, dissolving my coffee cup in the air, I have a proposition for you. After freezing for a moment, she raised her gaze and directed it at me. Even her glasses were slightly skewed somehow. Her eyes read surprise and incomprehension. It wasn't just her. The rest of the student council stopped what they were doing and stared at me as if they were seeing me for the first time. And silence became the only sound in the room. I could even hear the breathing of those present. Hee hee. Was it because I called Sona by her full name or my serious face? I expected a lot of things from you, but in no way like this, sensei, Sona said, fixing her glasses, but I still have to ask, what's the offer? And I don't think it's another one of your jokes, do you? No, no. I'm dead serious. I want to offer training to you and your entourage. Training? Don't take my words as an insult to you, but you don't look like a competent tutor, she said and gave me a dubious look. Thanks for the kind words, Sona, I thought, and inwardly cringed. Then, how about a demonstration? You can give me your answer afterward, I suggested, shrugging my shoulders. All right. I'll meet you in the field behind the school tonight. If I'm satisfied with your skills, we'll discuss the terms of your offer. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Doesn't she realize how ambiguous her words sounded? I don't even need to turn around to see how her own entourage was looking at Sona. With a blush on her cheeks and embarrassment, obviously. After a few seconds, Sona herself realized it. She awkwardly turned away with a face the color of a ripe tomato, adjusting her glasses now and then. Don't get me wrong, she shrieked, trying to hide her embarrassment. I didn't mean anything indecent. She's cute. I mean her reaction. She's like a kitten trying to play innocent. And even her habit of adjusting her glasses when she's nervous gives her a couple of points. Sona is a very attractive girl. And I don't mean the fact that I'm considering her as my date, but the fact of it. Also, she was given too little screen time in the anime just because she wasn't part of Issei's harem, even though she was of the same caliber as Rias. But that's okay, training will make up for that shortcoming. Anyway, I don't mind, the Sitri demon said in passing in his senile voice. To which I just shrugged. What kind of killing intent directed at me? I glanced toward the source and saw what I expected to see. Saji's eyes were bloodshot and looking straight at me. Ah, yes. He's in love with Sona. Well, I can wish him luck with that. Don't worry, Saji-kun. I'm not going to steal your love, I said and smirked. I'm no stranger to male solidarity. At my words, he perked up and blushed. Heh. True love in its purest form. Why did I wish him luck? Well, the demon society wouldn't allow such a thing. At least not until they're besieged. Anyway, I'll see you on the field, Sona-san. I said goodbye and headed for the infirmary. Since there's still time before tonight, I might as well get some sleep. Tired face. Kuo Academy. Evening. How will the demonstration be held? Sona asked, looking at me while her entourage stood slightly behind her. Oh. It's pretty simple. A fight. You and your entire entourage against me. Sona stared at me incredulously and frowned. As well as her entourage. What do you mean, sensei? Rhea asked. What? You don't look strong, Tomo encouraged her. Oh. Is that so? Well, Romani really didn't give the impression of a dangerous person. You might as well show them a few tricks. I used territory creation while creating a closed field and snapped my fingers. In the same second, a huge magic circle with Solomon's seal appeared in the sky. And a giant-sized lightning bolt flew out of it, as if sent by God himself, and struck behind my back. Boom. There was a deafening explosion and the clouds dissipated. Its momentum was so powerful that it felled some members of Sona's entourage. I'm pretty sure they had a picture from the movies in front of them, where the hero stands in front of the explosion, looking straight into the camera, and doesn't react to it in any way, creating the epicness of the moment. Why didn't I react? I put 2 closed fields, one around the field behind the academy and one around myself. Back to the reaction to my actions, I could practically see the eyes of the entire student council naturally almost falling out of their eye sockets and their jaws touching the floor. Sona, on the other hand, was all skewered and her glasses fell to the ground and shattered. But it was Saji who was the most impressed. Damn it. What was that? He shrieked, his frightened eyes looking at me and the impact. I think he expressed the thoughts of the rest of the student council, considering the looks I was getting. They stared at me in silence as I stood quietly in front of them. Their eyes read a multitude of emotions, shock, disbelief, excitement, fear, and more. I guess they didn't expect to see such a thing from a frail man like me. Don't they know that appearances can be deceiving? Heh. Why not cheer them up? Shall we get started, Sotan? I asked and smirked as I looked at them. Tired face. Kuo Academy. Evening. Again, I may have overdone it. Why? My lightning strike turned an area the size of half a soccer field into dust, and the student council still hasn't come to its senses. And we've been like this for a minute. Ah. Sona-san. I asked. What? Hee hee. Was that all she could get out of her mouth? Well, at least she came to her senses. Shall we continue? Ahem, she coughed and straightened up to answer, can you give us a couple minutes to think about the strategy? It needs to be finalized. And you're going to hold back, aren't you, sensei? I don't want my entourage to be hit by a spell this powerful and get hurt. Besides, why couldn't I see your magic seal? It seemed blurry. I shrugged and sat down in the chair I'd just created, giving her and her entourage time to prepare. Not bad, the Sitri demon said, she was frightened by your power. But she still has her spirit and wants to try out her powers. My blood is still strong, as I can see. unlike the others. Is that an insult, Sitri? Baal asked, have you forgotten that she is weaker than my descendant? She is my descendant too, Baal, Gremory interjected, and what do your words mean, Sitri? As if you didn't realize it yourself, Sitri replied. He didn't even try to hide the mockery in his words. And you've got the courage, eh? Gremory asked defiantly. Something never changes, I suppose, Phoenix interjected. You weren't asked, Phoenix, stated Baal. Enough of this. Stop acting like children, Gowishia interjected. Yeah. And I have to put up with this. At least I'm thankful that beast I'm playing the role of a parent. I think I'd go crazy if I heard the 72 pillars arguing in my head 24/7. And about the printing. I have decided to hide the Seal of Solomon from their perception, as I don't even want to imagine the excitement it would create. Sona and her entourage may be the ones who don't know about it, but not her sister. Not only the Demon Society would be up in arms, but the entire Bible faction as well. And I don't want that. Are you afraid of fame, Romani Archiman? Gowishia asked mentally, clearly snickering, wouldn't that play into your hands? If you talk to the faction heads to keep that fact secret, of course. When did you start thinking so broadly, Beast Kuan? In the past, you would have just suggested that we storm into their headquarters and use force, I said, and what's that sneer in your voice? Becoming human, eh? We can adapt. Besides, we're humanity in a different form. So your taunts are meaningless, magician. Heh. He's getting bigger. Anyway, it's time to get back to Sona. Looking toward the student council, I saw that they had grouped up and taken a fighting order. I guess we can give them, Sonia, a little motivation. Ah, yes. I forgot to mention something. If you can give me even one blow, I'm willing to forget your duty, Sotan, I said and smiled sweetly. As soon as I said those words, Sona's face took on a very serious expression. My words really motivated her. But it was Saji who became the most motivated. I will defend the president's honor. He shrieked and ran at me, activating his sacred gear. Yep. No wonder he and Issei got along so well. He reached me and swung, trying to make a punch. But he never did. I didn't move. Oh, no. But from behind my shoulder, a fist of mana flew out and sent Saji flying, knocking him out. I guess that wasn't part of the plan. I asked, looking at Sona. Attack. She shrieked in response. Wow, that's impressive. She didn't hesitate for a second and gave the order to attack. A good quality for a leader. Instantly, Tsubaki, Tsubasa, and Tomo rushed towards me, while Momo, Rei, and Sona started shooting their magic at me. In response to their move, 13 magic circles appeared in front of me. Using one of them, I created a veil of dust with a gust of wind that limited the first trio's view. Swords came out of the others and lined up in 2 waves, heading towards their targets. 2 swords for each member of the student council. Of course, the swords were not simple swords. The swords of the first wave had the maximally weakened properties of the 2 noble phantasms, Rule Breaker for the rearguard and Hunting for the vanguard. The swords of the second wave had no such properties. Instead, I built a Mia-level swordsmanship and assassin's presence concealment into them, respectively. Watch out. Rhea shrieked when she saw the veil and tried to dispel it. But her attempt was unsuccessful. The first wave of swords dispelled the rearguard spells, and at the same time stopped the advance of the vanguard of Sona's retinue. The second, however, was able to reach the targets under the cover of the first and began to attack. Tsubaki, Tsubasa, and Tomo got into close combat with the swords of the second wave and were able to hold on, unlike the others. Sona managed to block the sword, but Momo and Rei lost the second the swords intended for them reached them. They stopped at their throats, completely eliminating them from the battlefield and taking them hostage. We give up, Sona said when she saw it and sighed tiredly. The student council ceased their activities, and I dispelled the swords, turning them into particles of light. It was over in the first minute of the fight, and Sona and her entourage were disappointed to say the least. Well, I had to show them the difference in combat skills, didn't I? It would give them extra motivation to learn after all. I gave them a couple minutes to come to their senses. So, what did we learn from our fight, Sona-san? I asked, looking at her. As you might have noticed, you and your entourage have quite a long way to go. You underestimated the enemy, which resulted in the loss of your only pawn. A simultaneous long-range and short-range attack is good, and it would work if your rearguard was capable of self-defense in the event of a vanguard breakthrough, of course. But alas, it isn't. If this were an actual battlefield, it would end miserably. Anything to add? I was overconfident, she said, sighing disappointedly and lowering her gaze, and I'll be grateful for your future guidance, sensei. She knows how to admit her mistakes. Not bad, the Sitri demon said mentally with a note of pride in his voice. I only nodded at his words. She, unlike Rias, had simply accepted that part of herself. The other would have thrown herself at me, hurling her power of destruction left and right. Heh. Well, then, meet me at the same time tomorrow at the same place. I'm not an expert in close combat, but I have a couple ideas on that, I informed her. I'll leave you to it. I teleported home. And, of course, I didn't clean up the mess I'd left behind, though I might not have. It's too early for them to know about the possibilities of territory creation. Besides, repairing the damage will allow them to distract themselves and think. Heh. What a good mentor I am. Tired face. Alia residence. The backyard. As soon as I arrived at the backyard of the residence, I heard the screams of a pervert and the whistling of flying arrows. Basically, it's not a backyard, but just a forest behind the house that is used as a courtyard. Walking deep into the woods, I managed to spot Issei running away and screaming, with arrows flying behind him. Are you trying to kill me, Archer-sensei? Your last shot almost took my head off. Why can they pierce through trees as thick as my body? Issei shouted as the tree next to him was blown away by an arrow. I don't know what you're talking about, pervert. I advise you to keep running, or who knows, you might end up with an extra hole in your body, Archer said in a calm tone as he fired another arrow. There was obvious amusement in his tone. Is this his way of getting back at Issei after my jokes about him? Well, it's not like it's hurting anyone. Sort of. Issei wiggled between the trees, jumping and dodging Archer's shots. He looked shabby, clothes torn, bruises all over his body, and severe puffiness. But I don't see a glove on his hand. Drake. Why aren't you helping your partner? I decided to voice my thoughts as I watched the scene. Training, I heard only one word from the dragon. Apparently, Archer had offered to increase Issei's stamina without using Drake. Not a bad start. Alia, how long has he been running? I asked Archer mentally. 2 minutes. A minute and a half longer than when we started, he replied, still firing. Are you sure he's the one you were talking about, master? He's too weak for my taste. Believe me, I'm wondering the same thing, I said, sighing tiredly. Well, it's not that I didn't understand his thoughts, and by the way, tomorrow you'll have another student, or rather a group of students. They are more competent than your current one. What about him? Alia raised an eyebrow, stopping shooting. Issei, seeing that no more arrows were flying at him, fell to the ground and passed out from exhaustion. Apparently, the adrenaline in his body had run out. He'll be on me for now. We'll see, I replied and headed for the unconscious protagonist. Go make dinner. I don't think we both want to see a hungry lion in withdrawal from your cooking. He nodded at my words and dematerialized. And I reached Issei, hoisted him on my shoulder, and headed for the house as well. For some reason I hadn't heard from Enkidu or Gilgamesh. I hope they didn't destroy a city or two, did they? Tired face. Alia residence. The most casual dinner at the Alia residence. We were having a great time enjoying Shiro's cooking. This time he was assisted by Medusa, who had apparently learned how to bake. And she was pretty good at it, judging by the enthusiastic look on Ophis's face as she ate her cookies. I dumped Issei in one of the rooms and left him in the care of one of the 100 faces. Let him sleep it off while he can. He won't have that opportunity tomorrow. I've got to have some fun, too, haven't I? Speaking of fun. Gilgamesh and Enkidu were also sitting at the table and talking to each other. And from the looks of it, they were discussing their adventure. Gilgamesh looked pleased. Of course, I wanted to ask what had happened to them. So, Enkidu, can you tell me why the golden boy is so happy? I highly doubt it's something trivial, I asked, stroking Tiamat's arm around me. Heh. As soon as I walked into the house, she instantly wrapped her arms around me and refused to let go. Well, at least it's easier to do business with the Ophis. Why don't you ask me, magician? Ignoring your king. Gilgamesh interrupted Enkidu. I don't want to inflate your ego any more than it already is. And Enkidu is absolutely more objective than you, I replied, shrugging my shoulders and glancing at the Lancer-class servant. And one more thing. Look in his direction, please. I think he's really unhappy. He raised an eyebrow at my words, but still turned and saw a frozen Enkidu with an equally frozen half-smile, and his hair covering his eyes. What is the matter, Enkidu? Who has caused you displeasure? Give me his name, and he will cease to exist. Gilgamesh stated confidently, glaring at him. Lancer still did not react in any way. Enki. He was unable to finish his sentence. Golden chains wrapped around Gilgamesh's body and made him look like a mummy. Immobilized and stunned, he fell to the floor, wriggling and mooing something unintelligible. His scarlet eyes looked at Enkidu with genuine incomprehension. Well, that's the only thing the golden mummy could produce. It was so funny, I couldn't stand it and laughed. I wasn't the only one, though. Everyone but the beasts, Ophis, and assassins let out chuckles, giggled, or outright laughed, Merlin and Amia. And even Artoria, who was able to tear herself away from devouring the food in her bottomless stomach. Enkidu slowly rose from his chair and turned to me with his eyes closed. Master, do you mind if I answer your question a little later? He asked me with an overly sweet smile. I need to talk to my friend alone. No problem. Have fun, I replied, waving my hand. Tiamat sang out, waving goodbye as well and smiling softly. Hearing the answers, Enkidu, without changing his face, walked out from behind the table and headed towards the bound Gilgamesh. When he reached him, he lifted him up with his chains and moved towards the basement. I did not see Enkidu's face, but as I realized from Gilgamesh's frightened expression, it was frightening. And when they were about to disappear into the basement entrance, Gilgamesh, setting aside his pride, threw a pleading look at me. Good luck, that was the only thing I said to him, and the duo disappeared from my sight. So, while I have time, why don't I pay Azazel a visit? Aha. I'll do that. With those thoughts, I teleported away. I hope Nightingale didn't kill him. Or sterilized him. Tired face. Azazel's house. Arriving in the hall of his house as usual, I was greeted by silence. Absolute silence. It reminded me of a scene from a horror movie, and it felt like something was about to happen. Scanning the house with third magic, I managed to find the inhabitants of the house. But for some reason, they were all far away from each other. Relatively, of course. Da Vinci was in the basement lab, but the others. Nightingale was constantly moving and clearly looking for something. Or someone, judging by the last occupant of the house. Azazel's presence didn't move, and his aura was as suppressed as possible. I decided to move in his direction, and after walking through a couple rooms, I found the place where he was hiding. It was a closet in one of the rooms of the house. A very ordinary clothes closet. I opened the door and saw the trembling Governor-General of the Fallen. And he looked like this, huge circles under his eyes, disheveled hair and clothes. If I didn't know better, I'd say he'd just finished a night of fun. I guess I'm not that far from the truth, though. Well. Why are you hiding, Azazel Cohen? Huh. He squeaked, and when he saw that it was me, he sighed with some relief. Is that you, Romani? You're exactly what I need. Take her away. Just take her away. She's scary. I can't take it anymore. Oh, wow. Nightingale didn't mess around, huh? What did you do to make her come after you? I asked, making an uncomprehending face. Besides, she's not going to kill you, is she? That's what I'm afraid of, damn it, he huffed and raised his voice. She won't kill me, she'll just turn me into a vegetable, and I'll spend the rest of eternity drooling. You have no idea what I've been through. There you are, Azazel-san. It's time to take your medicine, I heard the voice of the Berserker-class servant. Apparently, so did the Governor-General. He was shaking all over, and his eyes started running from side to side, trying to find ways to escape. A few seconds later, Nightingale entered the room with a syringe in her hand. She looked at us and stopped. Master. What are you doing here? Do you need medical attention? No, not at all. I just need to have a little talk with Azazel Cohen. Can you postpone his treatment for a while? It's a very important matter. No. The medicine must be taken on schedule. If you don't, there could be complications, she said firmly, squinting at Azazel. What was the Governor-General doing? He was hiding behind my back and glancing furtively in her direction. I could feel his hands trembling. It'll be all right, Berserker. I'll call you if anything happens. Now, please give us time to talk. Just this once. Nightingale looked at me intently, and after a long moment, she nodded reluctantly. You have 1 hour. No more, she said, and left the room. As soon as the door closed behind her, Azazel dropped to his knees and grabbed my waist. I could even see tears of happiness in his eyes. Savior. You were sent by the Father, right? Thank you. Thank you. Thank. Shut up, please, I interrupted him, massaging his temples. We really need to talk. And I want to get on Berserker's bad side, for that matter, and so do you. Heh. Poor guy. I wonder how he'll react if he finds out how close his words came to the truth. How would he react if he knew I was the reincarnation of Solomon? My words gave him a start and he quickly came to his senses. Let's go to Da Vinci's. We'll talk there, I said, and teleported us to his laboratory. When I got there, I saw Da Vinci typing something on a computer, her eyes running back and forth across its screen at high speed. A genius at work, I suppose. Azazel, on the other hand, quickly walked over to one of the walls, and after pressing something, a minibar popped up in front of him. He instantly grabbed one of the bottles and drained it in a gulp. "Did you refill your tank, Azazel Kuan?" I asked and sat down on a vacant chair available in the lab. "Can we talk now?" "Yes," he stated and put the empty bottle back down. "Now we can." "Great. Da Vinci. Can you take your mind off me for a moment, please? I need you, too." "Oh. Master. I didn't see you," she said, looking away from the computer. Neither did Azazel. "What's this conversation? Is it possible to create an artificial noble phantasm? And I mean one that has a real legend at its core. Or rather, an artificially real one. Say, some legend from some anime or manga," I explained. "Wouldn't that just be a sacred gear?" "As far as I'm concerned, that's exactly what it is," Azazel said. "No, it isn't. The sacred gear is a kind of mystical code. A magician's tool, like a staff or a robe. It doesn't have the basis of a legend like noble phantasm, and thus doesn't get its power from the world itself. The stronger the legend, the stronger he is. So, the master wants to create a legend that doesn't exist in this world and then create a noble phantasm based on that legend," Da Vinci explained and turned to me. "Those are very bold thoughts, master. But I can't understand, why not just use true magic for this? First, true magic allows its wielder to simply create. I can't put an item's history into the root of the world. Well, or I can, but I don't know how. As it is, I haven't really delved into researching first. I've mostly been learning about third. And I wouldn't want to risk erasing myself from existence without researching the subject," I said and shrugged. "That's why I need you." "I see. It's a very interesting topic. But we will need a starting point for our research." Azazel shook his head, and Da Vinci agreed with him. "I understand," I said, and I created 2 items, a sword and a book, and placed them in front of them. The sword was an analog of Excalibur from the parallel world. Something in between the analog and the laser sword from Star Wars. And the book is a brief legend of it. "Is that enough to get you started?" "Quite." Azazel exclaimed excitedly and grabbed the sword and began to examine it. And Da Vinci took the book and began to study its contents with a passion. "Wonderful. Then I'll leave you to it," I said and got up from my chair. "Aha," they said, not really paying attention to what I was saying, but concentrating on things. Well, let them have their fun, I thought, and went back home. When is Issei going to wake up there? It would be time to start his straddle training. With those thoughts, I headed to the room where I dumped Issei, chuckling quietly to myself. Tired face. Amiya residence. The next day. Well, Issei never woke up, but slept until the next morning. Now he was sitting across from me in the very room I threw him in, eating the breakfast Amiya had prepared. "Romani-sensei, why aren't you eating? And where is Archer-sensei?" he asked with his mouth full. "I already ate and now you're on me," I said and shrugged. "Also, don't talk with your mouth full, pervert Kuan." After about 10 minutes, he finished eating and asked. "Well, sensei, how will you train me?" Can't wait to get started already." "How unexpected." "I'm willing to do anything to help the president." "Let's check it out," I said and snapped my fingers. Tired face. An unknown location. A second later, we found ourselves on a small lawn in the middle of the forest. "Sensei, where are we?" he asked in a state of bewilderment, looking around. "It doesn't matter," I said, and after creating a table with a couple of chairs, I invited him to sit down. "Let's talk for a while." After hovering for a couple moments, he nodded dumbly and sat down at the table, followed by me. "Issei, what do you think is the deciding factor in this world?" I started the conversation, crossing my arms in front of me and adopting a businesslike attitude. "Boo." He wanted to shriek, but I quickly interrupted him. "If you finish that word, you'll lose your lower head." He perked up, and, calming down, he thought for a while. For a long time. And after a while, having come up with nothing, he sighed tiredly. "Power, pervert Kuan," I said, to which I received a surprised look from Issei, and then continued, "especially for the world you've gotten yourself into. The strong takes everything from the weak. And you're the weak one. Sensei. And the strong will take whatever he wants from you, and no one will bat an eye. Except you, of course." "Why are you telling me all this?" he asked with a depressed look. "To ask you a question. Do you want to continue on this path? Every moment of it could be your last. And not just for you, but for your friends, acquaintances, even your parents. Are you willing to risk their lives for your dream? A stupid dream, but a dream. I could just take Drake away from you and erase this phase of your life, making it nothing more than a dream. And you'll go back to being a normal, know-nothing boy with questionable hobbies. With a regular job. With an ordinary family. With an ordinary worldview. No mystique. But the president. I know what she said. For her, as for others, it's impossible. But not for me. I can extract your sacred gear, keeping you alive and making you human again, I interrupted him, so. Answer the question. Do you want to continue on this path? When he heard my words, he was silent and thoughtful. Why did I start this conversation? Well, even though I'm annoyed with Issei, he's bound, like Rias, by the world itself. He was just unlucky. His entrance into the hidden world was already a foregone conclusion. He can't get out. This can be compared to Solomon's own situation. His fate, like Issei's, was already decided the moment he was born. His whole life was following a certain script, which was not allowed to deviate from the course by the Alia and Gaia of Nasuverse themselves. For then human history would be broken, as it had been in the Grand Order, and a singularity would occur that would lead to the annihilation of the entire species. The only thing he did of his own free will was to want to become human. To feel freedom. The freedom that all humans possessed. The freedom to choose. Getting sentimental, Romani. Gowishia spoke. How unusual. You're becoming like him. Not at all. I'm merely stating a fact. You must realize that, too. At least now. A man must choose his own destiny. And the one you call the greatest fool of mankind did not have that privilege, I said and looked up at the sky. I am an unknown variable, but I am human. And I influence the inhabitants of this world by removing the shackles that hold them back. And I do so of my own free will. I could have merged Issei with the servant, or simply given him a powerful noble phantasm. But I didn't. And he's growing. Also, of his own free will, choosing his own destiny. At the same time, you, magic created by Solomon under the influence of the world, was created as a simple fuse. And you never tried to understand people or their emotions. And now, under the influence of me, a human, you have grown, become better than when you were created. Haven't you noticed that yourself, ritual of mankind's rectification of order? Don't you think that rectification is the very shackles Solomon imposed on you? I don't think you'd be thrilled about that, would you? Gowishia's voice trailed off. On reflection, I suppose. Can't blame him for that. Immortal beings like him accept change very reluctantly and slowly. As do long-lived ones. It is their own will that leads them to destruction. They voluntarily give themselves into the hands of the same demons. For example, ask the demon Agars, what do you say to that? It's their own business. Their choice, I said. You are just like him, Romani, Gowishia said out of his thoughts and fell silent. Quite possibly. Yes, Issei said confidently, interrupting the philosophical debate in my head, I will become stronger and protect them, just as I protect all the people I care about. Even if it costs me my life. And Drake is my partner. There's no way I'm giving him up. Nor will I give up my dream. I looked at him in surprise. All I saw in his eyes was confidence in his words. How exciting. I guess it's the main character's thing to overcome obstacles and go for their dreams. Heh. I see. Let's test your resolve, I said and stood up and snapped my fingers. The table and chairs disappeared and Issei fell to the ground, not expecting my actions. Well. Outside this clearing is your training area of 3 kilometers. Your task is to survive in it for the next 3 days, I said and pointed to the backpack in front of him. It contains food and water for exactly 1 day and a sleeping bag. 3 days. How am I supposed to do that? I don't think anything about camping, he shrieked, glancing back and forth at me, pointing toward the forest. Drake will help you with that. He's a dragon after all, I replied and shrugged. What awaits us there, Mr. Magician? Asked the bewildered dragon. I doubt very much that this is just an ordinary forest. It is indeed unusual. But nothing you can't handle. And you can just address me as Romani-sensei or magician. Your formal address is a bit straining, I said and clapped my hands. Now go ahead. Chop, chop. Issei snorted unhappily, but he shouldered his backpack and headed toward the forest, disappearing a little later into the shadows of its trees. Am I afraid he's going to die? Nope. The entire forest is covered in a closed field, preventing him from dying and returning him to his starting point at the edge of the lawn when he receives a fatal blow. The closest analog is the field designed for ranked games, but with slight Dark Souls-style modifications, since the gear will remain where he should have died. And as for the forest dwellers? Shadow servants with rank E characteristics. Well, for the first 24 hours, at least. The second day, E rank, and the third day, E+. Sounds like a good scheme to make him more adaptable to his surroundings to me. Although, it's better to be overinsured. I made a small wave of my hand and 3 faces of the 100 faces appeared in front of me. I explained to them the workings of the closed field and said, keep an eye on the boy. I don't doubt my magic, but I still prefer to prepare for contingencies. Do not interfere unless necessary, I said, and the faces disappeared into the shadows. So, what's next on the list? I remember. I took out a leaflet with the Phoenix clan emblem from my pocket and poured magic into it. A couple seconds later, a magical circle of flames appeared in front of me, and Ravel stepped out of it. I made a slight bow, placing my hand on her chest, and said, "Good afternoon, Lady Phoenix. I hope I have not interrupted you from important business." "And no, not at all. It's all right." "Fine," I said and snapped my fingers, bringing back the table and chairs, but with a more noble design that had a tea set with a steaming teapot and plates of sweets. Then he held out his hand to her. "Some tea?" "I'd love some," she nodded with a blush on her face and took my hand. I smiled softly and led her to the table. A nice tea with a noble lady. Just what I needed after today's tense thoughts. Tired face. Unknown location. I see. Your clan is truly impressive. But may I ask you a question, Lady Phoenix? I smiled softly and took a sip from my cup. Of course, Ravel nodded, and I think we can address each other by our first names. Don't you think? It suits me just fine. And my question is, why are you so eager to answer my questions? I'd say too eagerly, I said measuredly, crossing my arms in front of me and setting my cup on the table. Don't take this the wrong way, Ravel-san, but this situation makes me suspicious. Hearing me, she simply smiled and replied. That's what brother said. That's what brother said, she repeated her answer. He said that the great ancestor himself had contacted him in a dream and told him that he could trust the magician. When the brother shared this with us, his retinue, we all had a certain person in mind. Namely, you, Romani-san. My eyes widened in surprise. What had she just said? Riser had been contacted by Phoenix. There's no way I'll believe that this dream was just a coincidence. What are the odds that he dreamed this exact thing, in this exact wording, and at this exact time? Do you want to explain yourself, Phoenix? I mentally asked the demon. Yeah, do you want to explain yourself? Gremory asked. Yes, it was my doing, Phoenix answered, and it's not my fault you didn't try to do the same. TSK. Yeah. Just as I thought. Explain to me why you did it. I don't quite understand your motives, I continued to interrogate the demon. Why wouldn't I? Phoenix answered the question with a question. Besides, you found my blood of this world interesting, didn't you? Consider it a little help on my part. In response to his words, I only snorted and crossed my arms across my chest. He wants to leave the Phoenix clan in my care, huh? I glanced briefly at Ravel. There was anticipation and trepidation on her face. Yes, that was it. Apparently, the very fact that their ancestor had such confidence in me already gave me a very high status in their eyes. Ravel Issei. Ravel, Romani-sama, she interrupted me. Aha. Now she uses the prefix herself when she saw that I realized what she was getting at. Can we do without that? A tired sigh escaped my mouth. Of course not. You are the one favored by the great ancestor of our clan himself. And this is a clear disrespect to him, she said with confidence in her voice. Ravel S. Just Ravel. My eye twitched. What is this shit? Is that so fundamental to you? You're getting nervous, Romani, I heard Gowishia's voice. Don't you like being treated with such deep respect? Don't you realize that this will become commonplace when the world finds out about you, the reincarnation of Solomon, king of magic? Would you be so kind as to shut up? I don't want to hear that shit from every angel, demon, or fallen I cross paths with. Romani-sama. Ravel asked with concern in her voice, are you all right? Your face became very irritable for a moment. Don't mind me, Ravel, I waved it away, it's just the beast in my head being foolishness. It's nothing serious. Foolishness. Gowishia was indignant. Anyway, did your brother say anything else? I asked, silencing Beast Eye. Yes, he asked me to invite you to our mansion whenever it is convenient for you. We will give you a proper welcome. I see, then I will pay you a visit sometime, I said and stood up. Thank you for the pleasant conversation, Ravel. I think we should call it a night. Yes, Romani-sama, I think so too, she said, and rising from her chair, she stepped aside a little. When you're ready to visit us, just activate the flyer again and I'll be there to escort you there. Understood. Then, have a good day, Romani-sama, she said, and disappeared in a flash of magic circle flame, just as the table, chairs, and supplies vanished. I waved my hand and Merlin appeared in front of me, looking around with a look of confusion on his face. Merlin, I called out to him, focusing his attention on me, do you want to go for a little walk? Master. You're asking me out on a date. But I'm a man. He started his rant by gesturing with his hands. But if you want it so much. I can be a girl for you. He continued and swung his staff. A cloud of dust covered his body, and when it dissipated, there was Merlin, or Magi Marie, as the original Romani would say, standing in front of me. You know, for some reason I have a strong urge to punch you in the face. Do you know why that is? A smile blossomed on my face, the kindest smile a human being could ever have, and my hand slowly rose toward Merlin. Master. You wouldn't raise your hand to a beautiful, kind, and sweet girl like me, would you? Would you? Merlin asked in a girlish voice, trembling like a wasp leaf. Of course not. I'll only raise my hand to one pervert with a sex change fetish, I said in a measured tone, and a glowing ball of energy appeared in my hand. Stop, master. I got it. I've got it. Boom. Of course, he didn't get a chance to finish. Tired face. The outskirts of Rome. Under the light of the afternoon sun, the sounds of fighting, metal, and snarling emanating from a seemingly insane animal echoed around the outskirts of an abandoned neighborhood in Rome. 3 men were fighting fiercely amongst themselves, and the clashing of their weapons created flashes of sparks. The road, as well as the walls of the nearby houses, were covered in cuts and dents left by the combatants. 2 swords slammed into a lamppost covered in black haze and scarlet veins, trying to reach its owner. Each of their blows was deflected or parried to meet his counterattack. Their every move was calculated and honed, but even so, the battle was at a stalemate. None of the 3 men fighting each other could gain any advantage in the battle. And watching all of this were 2 people standing on one of the surviving rooftops of the buildings, the first with excitement on his face and the second with surprise. Master, this is... Merlin muttered, watching the battle. Yes, I nodded, a shadow servant. The one you and Artoria knew well. Lancelot, Berserker class. It was Lancelot in his shadow servant form. But the most exciting part was that he was being held back by Griselda Quarta and Vasco Strata. And they were doing a pretty good job at it, and after all, Lancelot was a jack of all trades, as shown in Fate/0. And even though he's in that form, his skill hasn't diminished in the slightest, just his strength and speed by a rank or 2. And it was very entertaining to watch. How did I know this was where he was going to be? Well, I had Alia create me a small channel that would be directly connected to the structure of the world, conditioning it on the fact that I would need to know when and where the shadow servant would appear. And she did so, albeit with some reservations. And when Lancelot came into this world, my senses were able to pick it up through that very channel. Boom. Your Eminence. Griselda shrieked as Vasco missed a punch from Berserker and flew off, crashing into the wall. Don't let your guard down. A deep male voice instantly replied from the cloud of smoke at the landing spot. Impressive. He could still fight after receiving such a blow. His title, Humanity's Limit, suits him very well. Ergrgg, Lancelot roared and lunged to attack. And the fight continued again. I looked at Berserker's opponents. They had developed a slight puff of breath and their movements had become sluggish. I guess that's why Vasco missed a punch. Well, why don't we intervene? I think that's enough. In a millisecond, I was behind Lancelot's back and using third magic, I knocked him out. His body staggered and slowly fell to the ground under the stunned gazes of Vasco and Griselda. They shifted their gaze to me and became wary. After a moment, Merlin stood silently just behind me, pulling his hood over his head. Is that Black Knight with you? Vasco asked in a relaxed tone, but I could detect a note of wariness in it. Griselda, under the Cardinal's cover, took up her position, preparing for battle. Oh. He didn't ask who we were. Some variety. No, not at all. We know him, but that's about it. As you may have realized, he's a little out of sorts. I apologize for his actions. We'll take care of him from now on. I shook my head and bowed, getting ready to leave. Wait. May I ask who you are? He asked without wariness, apparently realizing that we weren't going to fight them. No, at least not yet. But you'll find out in the future, Your Eminence. I smiled softly and teleported away with the 2 servants. Tired face. Amia's residence. Finally, peace and quiet. Well, except for Ophis and Tiamat, who were pawing at my hands like cats. I didn't see Grandpa, but something told me he was around here somewhere. Hercules was sleeping in one of the rooms with Foe. Alia decided to check something out. Gilgamesh and Enkidu had gone somewhere again, taking Merlin with them. Amia and Medusa were now with Artoria, who was looking after the unconscious Lancelot. What about him? I turned him into a full-fledged servant, of course. But I did it as a little experiment. I wanted to see if I could combine Lancelot's Berserker Holy Graph with his Saber's Holy Count. And it went pretty well. Now, in his normal state, he's a Saber, but he can become a Berserker at will. However, he won't be able to get out of it on his own, he'll need a good kick to the head. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, interrupting my musings. Who was that at this time of day? I expanded my senses and was able to recognize the two auras standing on the other side of the door. Ditching the two dragons and reaching it, I pulled the door open and saw Siskin number 1 and his maid wife. Wow. What unexpected guests came to my house. Lord Lucifer himself and his maid fetish. Oh, I beg your pardon, Lord Lucifer and his maid, I said in a sweet tone. To which I received a shaky smile from Sirzex and an icy stare from Gowishia. What can I do for you? Good afternoon, Romani-san. Can we go inside? Talking outside would be a bit awkward, Sirzex said, trying to keep a smile on his face. Is that so? I crossed my arms, still not moving from the aisle. It is. Black lines appeared on Sirzex's forehead. Good, my head made a small nod. Good, Sirzex's whole body twitched. Especially his left eye. I looked at Sirzex, and he looked at me. And it went on like that for a while. Hell, my eyes even saw some sort of tumbleweed crossing the street. And my hearing picked up something very similar to the cawing of crows. Well, and he couldn't take it anymore. What do you want, Sirzex-san? And why are you standing at my door? I gave him a puzzled look. Will you let us in? Of course. Please. With a scowl on his face, he still remained silent and walked inside, followed by Gowishia. Heh. That's a lot of talk for today. Tired face. At first, when he had first planned his visit, Sirzex had already mentally prepared himself for the man's annoying nature. His plans were to get to know the magician, by the name of Romani Archiman, better. He had decided to assist in the training of a member of Rias's retinue on his own initiative, and Sirzex wanted to prepare in advance, in case of unforeseen circumstances. He knew there were holes in the contract, and he wanted to make sure his sister and her retinue were safe. The magician was strange. And so was his biography. There was nothing unusual about it. He was born and raised in Europe, educated, traveled the world, got a job at the Kuo Academy thanks to his qualifications. But nothing to do with the mystical world. Nothing at all. How could he escape the radar of not only demons, but all other supernatural beings? Besides, the magician wasn't afraid of him. Not in the slightest. He knew Sirzex, knew of his power, but he didn't show the slightest bit of fear or discomfort. And that pointed to one very important fact: Romani was stronger than him. Sirzex didn't know how much, but definitely stronger than him. And so he decided to proceed with caution. Methodical. And deliberate. When Sirzex first encountered him, his mind seemed to freeze. And his blood boiled in an excitement he couldn't understand. It was as if he had met his ancestor again. The feeling was very subtle and fleeting. But it was there nonetheless. Which made him very confused. How could he feel it from a human, even a magician? He was not a supernatural being, much less a demon. So why did that thin thread of energy coming from Romani's side make him remember his ancestor's aura? Sirzex wondered. He remembered Rias' words after she had come to her senses after turning the current host of the Drag. She had mentioned an unknown creature that evoked a similar feeling, humanoid, body covered in scales, very long arms, a pair of giant horns embraced by flames, and a huge eye in its chest. It asked her questions, suggestive of certain thoughts. Thoughts that indicated it knew her blood, her origins. And it used the word we when addressing her. Many questions swirled in Sirzex's mind. Who was this creature? What was its connection to the Romani Archiman? Why did they inspire similar feelings? And he wanted to find out the answers to them. Not knowing them unnerved him. And everything would have been within his expectations, if not for something inside Romani's house. Or rather, someone. A little girl in an unusual Gothic Lolita dress. She was powerful with a touch of indifference to everything around her. Sirzex felt that his presence was in no way noticed by her. He was nothing to her. If at any point she decided to harm Rias, Sirzex would be helpless. And that was very alarming. And now, this very girl was clinging to Romani like a cat with carefree and childlike innocence. Had she been here when the magician had made the contract? Sirzex didn't know that. Looking away slightly, he looked at the other individual, who reeked of the same power as the first, and perhaps even exceeded it. But the feeling her presence inspired was different. A mature woman with enormous horns instilled a feeling very much like home. A home in which Sirzex felt warm, cozy, and safe. No, not really. Her presence made him remember something kind. Something protective and ready to help at a moment's notice. It was like his mother's presence. And her kind smile and aura reassured Sirzex, as if to say, everything will be all right. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that even Gowishia's gaze had softened. The cold and indifferent expression in her eyes was replaced with a warm and nostalgic one. Romani-san, who are they? He asked, looking at them. Tired face. Romani-san, who are they? Sirzex asked and slowly made his way inside the room and sat down on a vacant couch. Gowishia stood right behind him, as befitted a maid. Is that your first question in those long minutes of silence? As soon as he entered the room and saw Ophis and Tiamat, he instantly froze without even reaching the couch. And he stood like that for quite some time. His body didn't move, and neither did his eyes. But in them I could catch the changes in a certain order: surprise, fear, anger, sadness, humility, and, at the very end, peace. By my reckoning, he stood in prostration for about 2 or 3 minutes. And in that time, he experienced quite a number of different emotions. How strange. Is it because of their auras? I suppose that's the only conclusion we can come to. Are they embarrassing you, Sirzex-san? I looked towards Tiamat and Ophis. They don't seem to be like your little sister, so please don't spread your vibes here. That's not the reason I asked you, he replied, and his eye twitched involuntarily. They reeked of power. A lot of power. And I am extremely concerned for the safety of the city and its people. Oh. He chose to put it that way. How interesting. I understand, but I assure you they pose no threat. I shook my head and waved my hand. A cup of hot tea appeared on the table in front of Sirzex, with a drawing of the maid girls on it. Besides, we signed a contract, didn't we? And I remember that fact very well. But it only applies to those under your personal command and yourself. And I very much doubt that these 2 ladies are on that list, he replied and sipped from his cup, trying to ignore its design and the stare from Gowishia. So he wants to play, then. Aye, Sirzex-kun. You just stepped on a very dangerous path. Heh, I grinned, you're directly pointing out the holes in the contract and the possibility of circumventing it. Your actions are very interesting, Lord Lucifer. As is your understanding, Magician-san, Sirzex returned my grin. I propose a new contract. This time it will affect all the inhabitants of your house. Oh. Why not? A snap of fingers echoed around the room, and 3 sheets and 3 pens appeared on the table. 1 sheet in hand near me, another in the middle of the table, and the last one near Sirzex. But on either side of that sheet were 2 pens, the first with a drawing of Gowishia in her work clothes, and the second with Rias in her maid's uniform. Upon seeing this, Sirzex began to sweat profusely under Gowshia's very intense gaze as his eyes darted between the 2 pens. Well, I clapped my hands together and smiled sweetly. Let's put it together. All I got in response was silence. Heh. Did he really think it would be that easy? Tired face. Kuo Academy. Evening. I sat on the bench I had created on the field behind the academy and waited for Sona and her entourage. The new contract with Sirzex had come out quite agreeable. On my side, it covered all the residents of the Amiya residence, and on his side, all the members of the remaining 72 pillars. Which once again reminded Gowishia of the losses of the local demons in the Great War. He commented on it with just one word: pathetic. Well, I can't blame Gowishia for thinking that way. The 72 pillars were intended to be equal to heaven. Yes, there were losses on both sides, but Gowishia is annoyed by the very fact that more than half of the original demons and their families were lost. The beast-eye demons such as Morax, Foras, that is, who died out in this world, only shrugged, calling their local counterparts pathetic, something Gowishia agreed with Gowishia on. They reasoned that every original demon knows how to act in any given situation. Of course, that includes escaping from the battlefield if circumstances warrant it. Master, why do you want me to be the one to train them? Came the voice of Amiya standing next to me. Can't I have my own things to do? What other business could you have, Shiro-kun? I fake surprised, and then made an understanding face. Don't tell me you picked some poor girl to expand your harem. I could tell Artoria everything, you know. Your joke is outdated, Master, Amiya shrugged. Think of something else. So you've already added someone and haven't told the others about it. I see. You're a real man, Archer. I grinned, to which I received a twitchy smile from Amiya. Suddenly, our attention was caught by the sound of footsteps heading our way. I turned my head in the direction of the noise and saw Sona's entourage with her at the head. They looked a bit tired though. Especially Saji, who had large bags under his eyes. Was it from the paperwork? I doubt it. There was something else going on. Maybe 100 Faces knows something about it. I'll ask her later. I apologize for being late, Romani-sensei. There was more work than I expected, Sona said as soon as she reached us and pointed at Amiya. Who is that man? He will be training you. You can call him sure. Archer, Amiya interrupted me with a frown on his face. Aha. Archer. But you can still call him sure. Just Archer. That's enough, he interrupted me once more and threw a look of annoyance in my direction. Romani-sensei, can you tell us about Mr. Archer? Rhea asked, looking at Amiya. He has quite an extensive background in the use of various weapons and strategies. And as you can tell from his nickname, he's a very skilled marksman, I explained in a measured tone. In addition, I advise you to allocate some land 2 or 3 kilometers square. By the way, that's Archer's aiming range. 3 kilometers. Sona shrieked, he's a human, right? With a strange magic signature, but still human. Not even demons are capable of such a feat. The reaction of her entourage was the same. Each of them began to stare at Alia, who had managed to adopt a haughty look. But that's really true, I shrugged. In short, good luck with your training. You'll need it. What do you mean, sensei? A confused Saji asked. You'll find out. Now, if you'll excuse me. My day today has been tedious. If you consider a couple of conversations and lying on the couch tedious, then I feel sorry for you, master, Alia said snidely. I can't help it. And you seem to have forgotten how your remarks turned out, I smiled very sweetly, turning toward him. Well, let's get acquainted, he shuddered and turned sharply to Sonia and her entourage. Heh. Is he a masochist? I think he is. In that case, I bid you farewell, I waved goodbye, have a good workout. And with those words I headed home. Time to get some rest. Tired face. An unknown place. 2 days later. These couple days I've just been relaxing, using the Ophis or Tiamat as a pillow. And by the way, I did manage to find out about the Golden Boy's adventures. As it turns out, he and Enkidu stumbled upon the hero's faction. And now he's regularly harassing them. As long as they're not dead, though, I don't care. I also wondered how I could get around Alia's rules. From what she said, I realized that the canon was already ruined by my mere presence. I mean, I don't have to worry too much about major plot arcs like Kokabiel and the hero faction. I just need them to happen, and it doesn't matter what order they happen in. And at the same time, leave Issei to only defeat those he defeated in canon personally, i.e. Riser and Trihexa. I have questions about something, though. How much can I personally intervene? Touch of Heaven is able to manipulate a soul, and it doesn't matter whose it is. So, in theory, I could copy Issei's soul signature and overlay it with my own. This would fool the world into thinking there are 2 protagonists. But that one and the other belong to him. But again, this is only in theory. Besides, I don't know what that would do for me. I'm not really attracted to the idea of being a pervert. Plus, I've had some thoughts on the Trihexa case itself. Since she merged with Beast 6, she can therefore be split. And that can be done by Grandpa's noble phantasm. Grandpa, or King Hassan, was granted great servant status because of the very wide range of actions of his noble phantasm. Azrael, the angel who announces death, is based on the use of the mystic eyes of death perception that Grandpa possesses, and thus on seeing the very concept of death in every being, organic or not. Consequently, he could theoretically kill the connection between Trihexa and Beast 6. Or kill the beast itself in her body. But these are all theories, and I'll have to test them somehow. On the morning of the 4th day since the start of Issei's training, I teleported to the clearing from which I had dispatched him. Scanning the forest, I managed to find his moving signature deep in the woods, followed by 4 more. Well, I guess it was worth a look. In the next instant, I appeared on one of the thick branches of the nearest tree and watched. And what can I say, he's definitely making progress. Tired face. Issei ran and dodged arrows and knives flying at him. As he ran around another case, he dodged a scarlet spear aimed at his head. Hey! You almost killed me, damn it. That would have been the 6th time. Issei shouted to the shadowy servant. Stay focused, partner. He heard Draig's voice in his head, to the left. Issei didn't even turn his head, but ducked instantly. In the next nanosecond, an arrow whizzed over his head and pierced through a small rock. In these 3 days, Issei had learned many things under the onslaught of circumstance, but most importantly, he had learned to trust the dragon in his gauntlet. A deep bond built on mutual support had become manna from heaven for him. Draig's feelings were much sharper and broader. Issei took advantage of that. In the first 2 days, he almost died 4 times. All because he was either asking stupid questions in response to Draig's warnings, or checking to see if what he was saying was correct. A second's delay, and he was already in the clearing where he started. On the 3rd day, Issei grew stronger, his reaction speed increased, and his body began to react instinctively to danger without a brain command. Of course, he didn't realize it himself. He didn't even notice that the shadow servants had become stronger. He could not distinguish their faces, nor their eye or hair color. Each shadow servant was covered by a thick layer of dark haze. And the only thing he noticed was their now distinct weapons. In an instant, Issei could see a female silhouette with cat ears and a tail, and after staring for a millisecond, he took an arrow to the knee, falling to the ground. Partner, shrieked Draig. And in the next moment, Issei saw a spear pointed at his chest. The road of adventure used to lead me to, heh, he grinned aloud and closed his eyes, waiting to be sent to the respawn. When the spear almost reached him, he heard a voice with a hint of amusement. Skyrim. You're a man of culture, pervert Kuin, the voice said, and a snap of fingers was heard. And when Issei opened his eyes and looked around, he found himself on a lawn next to a Japanese-style house. Looking up, he saw a smirking sensei, who was clearly having fun studying him. Good job, pervert Kuin, Romani sensei said with a chuckle. At this rate, I'll change your nickname from pervert to skillful pervert. That was the last thing Issei saw as he passed out from exhaustion the next moment. And thus, the 3 days of agonizing training was over. Tired face. Amiya residence. Akino-san. What an unexpected visit. Did you want to see Issei? Looking at my companion, I asked. Who is the cutest animal? You, of course, Akino cooed, playing with Foe, who was lying on her chest. My eye twitched. Why did that rascal wake up at this very moment? As soon as Akino crossed the threshold of the house, he immediately jumped to her and started making himself cute. And of course, no one in the damn world knows that this furry monster can kill them in a second. Besides, where is everyone else? Not even Ophis and Tiamat were in the house. Where the hell did they go? Akino-san. Ahem, clearing her throat, she pulled away from the bastard. I apologize for that, Romani-sensei. Yes, I came to check on Issei. Well, I'm glad to hear he's making progress. But he's resting now. Shall I call him? No need. I trust you, she shook her head, and you promised to answer a few questions, didn't you, Romani-sensei? Suppose so, I shrugged. Era. You're reneging on your word. Let's say. It won't work on me, Romani-sensei, Akino said with a sweet smile. I'm very patient. Oya. So they know about Surzex and I. I wonder what he was thinking sharing that information with them. Or did he want to give Rias and her entourage some leeway? Then I think you should take Rias-san's brother's place. His patience wore thin rather quickly. Perhaps you two are simply incompatible. Suppose so, I repeated in a relaxed tone. Although she said she was patient, I still noticed the tiny corner of her mouth twitching. Anyway, I'll get started. She made herself comfortable and even put away Foe, who didn't hide his displeasure. Foe. He squeaked and jumped onto my shoulder and started poking me on the cheek. What do you mean, it's my fault? I asked him, grabbing his ear. Foe, Q. I don't know what you mean. Foe. He yapped, and jumped to the floor and went upstairs with a haughty look on his face. Good riddance, I shrugged and turned to Akino. Finally, that hairball was gone and we could get down to business. Ask your questions, Akino-san. I got it, still in shock from the scene, she muttered. My first question. Why are you helping us? It's an adult's duty to help children, isn't it? Era. Please stop talking nonsense, sensei. In all your time at the academy, you never crossed paths with us unless necessary. And all conversations have been limited to greetings, questions about work, and goodbyes. Akino raised an eyebrow. Even a blind man could tell that you weren't particularly interested in helping the students. Which is in keeping with your fickle nature. So why are you helping us? What's on your mind? How flattering. You've done a great job on your homework. But I'm very interested in Issei's success. But why? That's a second question, Akino-san. Be more careful next time. I smirked and shook my finger in front of her. I understand, she nodded. Then, my second question. Why do you hate us? Hate? Heh. Very interesting thoughts. Us. Rias and her entourage. In all your time with us, you've treated us with the utmost condescension. Heh. I don't hate you, far from it. I just don't like you. Why? She asked sadly, staring at me intently. We haven't inconvenienced or outright hindered you, have we? Well, why? Why the interest? Maybe I'm winding myself up, but it seems to me that you're lonely. Is that so? I raised an eyebrow at her words. To be honest, I don't feel lonely. At least not lonely enough for anyone to feel that way. Yes, sometimes I remember my past life, but nothing more than that. Whoa. Who was I in my past life? Why? Why can't I remember my face? It's not a good feeling. I'll have to deal with it. Somehow. I understand. And I don't like you for your inaction. Has anyone in the entourage ever once considered the possibilities at your fingertips? Have any of you ever compared yourselves to Sona's entourage? No. Akino replied doubtfully. Hee. Then please do it right now. Compare yourself to Tsubaki. And I don't mean your personalities. But your backstories, I said, crossing my arms. No, wait a minute, though. I'll explain it myself. Tsubaki Shinra was born into the ancient Shinra clan, which was famous for purifying evil spirits. But because she was discovered to have the sacred gear, she was isolated from the others. And then Sona turned her into a demon. What do we have in the end? An ordinary person, albeit from an ancient clan, with a not-so-strong sacred gear. Are you still with me? Yeah. I think so, she nodded, but then quickly came to her senses. Wait, you're not. Yes, yes. I know about you and your family. Now, do me a favor, be quiet and listen. Whether you want to or not, you must listen to what I'm about to say, I said and immobilized her. And now, we have you. Born into the Haimjima clan, one of the 5 great clans of Japan. Daughter of Barakiel, one of the Deputy Governor-General of the Fallen, who has the strongest attack power among them and refuses to use his full potential just because he didn't come to the rescue. Not the most pressing problems with Daddy that I know of. That honorable first place is held by someone else. Well, or someone else, to be more precise. She mumbled, trying to prove something to me. Now let's think about why he didn't come. Suppose. Let's just assume that someone had him in custody. Someone with a grudge against your family. She stopped kicking and made a surprised face. Really, how could a family like yours have enemies, couldn't it? Who could it be? Let's think about it. I stood up and started pacing back and forth across the room. Nothing comes to mind. It can't be someone from the Haimjima clan, can it? Or anyone else who had a grudge against Barakiel or Shuri Haimjima personally, could it? And of course, no one would think to detain the 10-winged fallen while someone else got rid of his family, would they? She froze, mulling over the words. Damn it, you never once thought about it, did you? She mumbled quietly after a moment, and tears started to come out of her eyes. I snapped my fingers, giving her back her freedom of movement. Akino slowly lowered her gaze and began to cry, covering her face with her hands. Did I start to comfort her? Nope. Yes, I felt sorry for her to some extent, even considering the fact that this was all under the world's control and necessary. I might have been able to save her mother, but I wasn't thinking about it at that moment. I wasn't even planning on interfering with the plot, at least not too much. Besides, I had no ambition to help everyone and anyone like Shiro Amiya did. He was a fool, which I agree with Archer on. Just like his father, though. To save everyone. Bullshit. You save one, you don't save the other. Balance, so to speak. And where did Amiya Shiro's dream lead him? Archer. Who's killed more than all the local demons combined. Counter-guardians are either stupid or desperate. Amiya Shiro was both, I heard Gowishia say, but among the versions of that men, there were those who accomplished the goal. And I somewhat admire them. Oya. You know about the version of him that merged with Sengo Muramasa. I met him a couple times. And how did you get on with him all? Oh. The Temple of Time. That's right. Heh. I see. His noble phantasm was strong. Very strong. I think I even have a scar from it, Gowishia grinned. Well, Tsumukari Muramasa is the second strongest sword in the entire multiverse, I said, remembering the wiki, us. Our discussion was interrupted by Akino, who, seeing no one else, threw herself at me and hugged me, still with tears on her face. Did I hug her back? No. Such closeness only made me feel uncomfortable. As if it had happened before and only caused pain. Haimajima-san, I'd rather you let me go, I said and tried to pull her off me. To which I received an even tighter hug. Please. Just a little more, Akino mumbled in a tearful voice, hiding her face in my chest. Please, sensei. TSK, I sked and lowered my arms. And we stood like that for quite a long time, which was obviously more than a little bit. It felt like 10 minutes. That's it, that's enough, I declared, and unhooked Akino from me. If you're looking for comfort, I'm not the one to talk to. Thank you, sensei. Even if you dislike me, Akino said, showing me her smile. An overly beautiful smile that made me feel uncomfortable. Again. I don't dislike you, I shook it off and looked at her. I'm not uncomfortable with this kind of closeness. At least, that's what I think. I understand, she said, but now with sadness. Thank you, though, sensei. Aha, now go and check on Issei, I said, 2nd floor. 4th room on the left. Okay. I will, she made a small bow and headed upstairs. I sat down on the couch and, unable to find my pillows, lay back on it, closing my eyes. I need to think. Tired face. Kyoto. After lying down for a while, I decided that I needed a change of scenery. Activating a random portal, I was thrown into Kyoto. Of all the places even theoretically possible, including hell, heaven, and all the other supernatural dimensions, I was thrown here. All I had to do was sigh and take a tour of the city. As I walked through its streets, I noticed yokai masquerading as humans in addition to humans. And they lived peacefully. Some of them were working as salesmen, some were scurrying around in a business suit and carrying a briefcase. Just looking at it, I felt peaceful. Something about the scene calmed me. I was thinking about things I hadn't thought about before. My memories of my past life. I couldn't remember my face or my mother's face. I couldn't remember how old I was, what I did, what I dreamed about. It was all a blur. Also, why was my reaction to Aquino's embrace the way it was? Why did such closeness make me uncomfortable? I don't remember. Even after applying the touch of heaven on myself, I couldn't find any clues. It's as if the memories of my past were just erased. Without a trace. Did Alia have something to do with this? I doubt it. If it was her, the third magic would show something. But if she didn't do it, then who did? Or what? Walking down another street, I came across a cute cafe with a very familiar name, Moon on the Water. So, of course, I decided to go in. The interior looked nice. The cooking area was open and located in the corner, taking up 1/4 of the room and showing the cooks at work. Its barrier was also a counter where you could sit. Along it were high chairs where customers sat. There were also booths, which were located against the walls and were bounded by traditional Japanese-style partitions. And the most remarkable thing about the cafe was that both the customers and the employees were not human. Most of them were yokai, but some were not. I even managed to spot a dragon or two. I quietly made my way inside and sat down at the counter and began studying the menu. And it looked colorful. Did you choose something? I heard a woman's voice on the other side of the counter 30 seconds later. I looked up and saw a pretty girl in a kitchen apron. She had long black hair, blue eyes, and a pretty good figure. Also, she had 2 cat ears sticking out of her head and vertical pupils. Bake Nico. Oh, you're right. My species is usually confused with the other one, she nodded and smiled, first time in Kyoto. Aha. The visit here was spontaneous. I think I'll have the ramen. It looks quite appetizing. Good choice. Please wait, she said and left to prepare my order. While I was waiting for my ramen, I managed to feel someone sit down next to me. Turning toward him, I was greeted by the broad smile of a short, balding old man with a very familiar head shape. Moon on the water, and an elongated skull. That's him. Heh. Wow. Few can sense my presence. And even fewer are still alive. Oh. Then I'm lucky if I've managed to do both. I smiled back at him. My name is Romani Archiman, magician. Is this your establishment, Nurarihayan-sama? Heh. How insightful, he grinned. Yes, it is mine. And what is such a powerful magician doing here in Kyoto? Powerful? I wouldn't call myself powerful, I said, shrugging, and may I ask why you think so? Well. You can fool the people around you, but not me, Magician Kuin. Nurarihayan waved me away and looked at me intently. Answer my question. Does he see me as a threat? Well, he's worried for nothing. And how could he sense my power? I keep my mana in check, which has become a habit. To all supernatural beings, I should look like a fairly ordinary mage with a mana level just above average. The only exceptions are someone along the lines of Ophis or beasts. The visit here was spontaneous, as I'm sure you've heard by now, Nurarihayan-sama. Spontaneous, he raised an eyebrow. I needed to think, I mumbled. When he heard my answer, his stare changed to one of interest. And a rather kind smile appeared on his face. Oh. Share your problems with the old man, young one. I'll give you some advice. He patted my shoulder and turned toward the kitchen. Kana-chan. Bring something stronger. Got it, shouted a female voice. I'll be right there. No need for that, Nurarihayan-sama. I'll try to figure it out on my own. I waved my hands. Yes, you should. Go on, tell me. I guess my visit to Kyoto is going to last longer than I expected. Tired face. Amiya residence. I didn't arrive home until late afternoon, showing up in my room. Talking to Nurarihayan was a nice change of scenery. Every now and then just having a heart-to-heart talk can be helpful. I even stopped loading myself up. He listened to me attentively, not interrupting and nodding from time to time. I talked for a long time, at least a couple hours. Of course, I paused to savor my ramen and drink the sake Kana-san had brought. I didn't mention the fact that I'd been reborn, but I guess that wouldn't surprise him. The age of gods, after all. And after listening to me, he asked me just one question: what would change if I knew what happened before? And I just hung there, thinking. 5 minutes. Really, what would change? And I was able to come to a definite conclusion, nothing. But, not knowing bothers me. Especially my reaction to Aquino's proximity. Shaking my head, I headed for the common room. I didn't feel like eating, but lounging on the couch is always a good idea. Reaching the stairs down, I heard voices I didn't expect to hear and stopped. At least not here and not today. "Thank you, Archer," came Azazel's voice, his tongue a little slurred. "You want to work for me? What the hell are you doing here? How did you get away from Nightingale?" "No one. Absolutely no one can get past her." "Thank you, Azazel-san, but Master won't let me go. Besides, he's like a little kid, always able to find adventures for his annoying ass," Archer replied in a smug tone. "Oh. I'll remember that for you, Queen Shiro. Get your bone of my sword ready." "Don't say that, Archer-san." I heard Aquino protest. "Yes, he likes to be annoying, and there are times when you want to hit him, but he's not as bad as you say. And this is after all I've done for you, you bloody sadomasochist. This is your gratitude." "I knew it. You like him. Where is he? He's gonna feel the power of the holy lightning." Now there was a baritone voice with quite a bit of genuine rage. "Who the hell are you? Oh, wait. That's bloody Barakiel in my house. What the hell are you doing here? And no. You're wrong, father. He's not He's not. At least try to deny it convincingly. And you're not even 18 yet, damn it. I was right. Where is he? Show him to me. Oya. He wants to see me that badly. Heh." I walked down the stairs and looked at them. They in turn heard the sound of footsteps and looked back at me. As it turned out, everyone else was in the hall from the servants besides Archer, except for Hercules who was outside. Artoria, Merlin, Lancelot, and Gilgamesh looked at the guests with some understanding, still nodding at Amiya's words. Medusa and Enkidu were doing something in the kitchen, apparently helping Archer with the cooking. The assassins were in ghostly form somewhere around here. Issei just stared and drooled at Tiamat and Ophis cuddling with each other on a vacant couch. And Alia just stood and giggled in one corner of the room. And Azazel, Barakiel, and Aquino were sitting at a table with Archer standing next to them, besmirching my name with his completely false accusations. "I'm here, you perverted masochist. Did you want something?" I asked and smirked arrogantly. "You're going to pay for ruining my daughter," he shouted, spreading his wings and lunging at me. I waited until he almost reached me, and when his fist was already a centimeter away from my face, I tilted my body slightly and gently punched him with my index finger in my fist. Applying strengthening, of course. And yes, I'll keep silent about the fact that my strengthening is much stronger than anyone else's. Barakiel didn't have time to react and completely took the impact of my finger. As a result, he slammed into the wall at high speed, leaving an indentation in the shape of himself, and slid to the ground. "Father," cried Aquino and ran over to him to check on his condition. There was a sepulchral silence in the room. No one said anything but glanced at Barakiel and me. Well, I hope he liked it. I shrugged and sat down on the couch, where I was greeted by the embrace of Ophis and Tiamat. Tired face. Amiya residence. "Sensei, you're so lucky. You have a harem." Issei shrieked, looking at me and interrupting the silence. "Oh. Is that what you think, pervert Koen?" I raised an eyebrow and pointed at Amiya. "If you want to become a harem king, you'll have to go to him." "Archer-sensei." Turning his head, he asked. "He has a skill called Eroge Protagonist that makes him very attractive in the eyes of all women. In fact, he doesn't even have to think about doing anything, everything will happen on its own. He had a harem that got along peacefully with each other. In fact, there were over 20 women in it." "What? Archer-sensei?" Issei instantly jumped up and grabbed one of Amiya's legs. "Please accept me as an apprentice so I can obtain this skill." "Damn it. This is so unfair." Azazel expressed his disappointment and started pouring alcohol on his grief. Pfft. Gilgamesh snorted as he looked at this. What a pathetic sight. Oh. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Lancelot looking at Amiya with envy. Heh. The Knight of Neteri is at it again. "I have no idea what he's talking about," Archer stated, trying to throw Issei off his leg. "Leave me the hell alone. If you want a harem king, you should be clinging to Romani, not me. After all, he is solo." Bang. Suddenly, a scarlet spear landed near his crotch, entering a third of its length into the floor, reeking of bloodlust. He froze, shifting his gaze from the spear to me. The spear, however, caught the attention of everyone in the room. Except for beasts, Gilgamesh, and Alia, of course. Did he really mean what he was about to say? Is he stupid? Why do I ask? Obviously he is. Or is he trying to get back at me? Well, good luck with that. He rated, aha. Oh. I think my hand slipped off, I said, making a very surprised face, and shook my head. How could that be? I wonder how that could have happened. Amia's eyebrow twitched, and there were some rather loud giggles from Alia and Merlin. Even Artoria and Medusa let out a quiet chuckle. Q. How could you think such a thing? It's an accident. Honestly, I resented the accusations of foe sitting on Tiamat's head. Q. He wouldn't have died, I shrugged, that scabbard you're so pedantic about would have cured him. Oh, come on. He's been through this before. And as you can see, he's alive and well. He squeaked, crossing his arms and turning away. While we were arguing, Barakiel had already regained consciousness and with Aquino's encouragement, sat back down at the table. Are you okay? Aquino asked worriedly. I've been better, he mumbled and looked at her. You look so much like Shuri, so beautiful and kind. And then he cried. Poor thing. Well, while Barakiel sheds another bucket of tears, I'd like to know something, Romani, Azazel said businesslike, albeit a little tipsy. What's that? Aren't you afraid that information about your roommates will get out? He asked cautiously. Is that what you mean? Hold on a second, I nodded and snapped my fingers. Now, it's okay. He was quiet for a few seconds and then asked. What did you do? Some sort of forced contract, I shrugged. To which he widened his eyes. He forbids you from spreading what you've learned here. It applies to you as well as Aquino-san, Barakiel, and the pervert. Of course, that's only until I terminate the contract or authorize the sharing of this information myself. But to enforce such a contract, you'd have to be much stronger than the target. That's right. Why do you think I'm not afraid of Surzex and his lauded power of destruction? I grinned and rolled my eyes. You already know that from him, don't you? I see. Azazel sighed tiredly and took a sip of whiskey. The funny thing is, even without taking into account the true magic and the Gowishia inside me, I'm still stronger than Surzex. The amount of mana I have alone is almost 3 times what he has. Solomon was a freaking monster, I can say that with absolute certainty. And even if I didn't have those reserves, I could still take away his powers just by using Gowishia's power over demons. TSK, beastites get in my head, it annoys me that I can't even argue with that statement. But that Surzex Gremory is pretty powerful. TSK, the already demon Gremory sked, and it annoys me that my power is hardly used in this world. Get over it, Gremory. My power surpasses yours, Baal said haughtily. Go to hell. Well, they have their own atmosphere. Well, I began, clapping my hands, and turned to Aquino, Barakiel, and Azazel. May I ask what the hell you're doing here? Especially you, Azazel. How did you escape from Nightingale? Azazel stopped drinking and mewled. A lot. And his eyes darted back and forth. Nightingale. Barakiel asked in surprise. She's been dead a long time, hasn't she? I ignored him, of course. Azazel. Well. You know. I know what. He mumbled. Okay. If you don't want to do it the hard way, you'll do it the hard way, I said and used third magic on him. What did I see? He just got her drunk, for crying out loud. Under the pretense of lunch, he just brought her very strong alcohol, neutralizing the smell with magic. In the end, Nightingale is passed out in Da Vinci's care. Very original, Azazel. And most importantly, mature, I smiled cheekily, glaring at him. And at my words, he squirmed even more in his chair. You're one to talk, master. Your actions are exemplary, Amia said sarcastically, pulling Issei away from him. Boom. Another spear flew towards Archer. This time it wasn't the usual Gibalg, but his version of Scathatch. He still managed to dodge, but the spear still grazed his earlobe. Amia slowly turned in my direction. Did you have something to say, Shirokuin? I asked with a very cute voice and a wide smile on my face. But my eyes weren't smiling. It seems I didn't hear you because of something there. Can you remind me what you were saying there? He looked back and forth at me and the spear, and I got a sense of déjà vu. Yes, Faker, Gilgamesh interjected, looking at Amia with amusement. What were you going to say? Era, I heard Aquino's voice and turned in her direction. She gracefully covered her mouth with her palm and giggled while looking at me. I didn't expect a sensei who was always slacking and sleeping on the job to have such a temper. It's so exciting. No. Barakiel shrieked, coming to his senses and wrapping his daughter in a bear hug. Don't leave your father, Aquino. Don't dishonor me in front of such a crowd, father, she said and tried to unhook him from her. Looking at that, my smile twitched. Why are they so close anyway? I gave Aquino a lecture just this afternoon, for crying out loud. It gave me a headache. Okay, bygones, I sighed and put my spears away. Azazel just ran away from his nurse, didn't you? Well. After I checked on Issei, I felt like contacting my father to talk and apologize. And when I was thinking about who to turn to, he appeared in front of me, she began, pointing to Merlin. And I froze. He said he could contact him, which I took advantage of. And then you know the rest. Oh. I turned slowly toward the sex changer. What a kind gesture, isn't it? Master. I just couldn't bear to see a woman cry, you know. I just helped her. Foe, I said shortly, and a fluffy lump crashed into Merlin's face with the speed of a bullet. Die, Merlin. Foe. Get away from me, you crazy beast. Merlin yelled, fighting off Foe. And while they struggled, I moved to the table, much to the disappointment of Ophis and Tiamat. Merlin. As in King Arthur's court magician? Azazel asked, widening his eyes. Oh. That's right. I didn't introduce them. I take it you haven't met the residents of my humble abode, huh? I concluded, looking at the fallen. To which they shook their heads. Briefly. The blonde with green eyes, King Arthur, king of the knights. Blonde hair and scarlet eyes, Gilgamesh, the wise king of Uruk. Green hair with obscure gender, Enkidu, the chain of heaven. The mask on her face and purple hair, Medusa, the fallen goddess. The one now being mauled by the squirrel-like animal is Merlin, court mage of Camelot. The big guy outside is Hercules. And the two Hashishin leaders are out there somewhere in the shadows. I quickly listed the servants, pointing my finger at them. And, of course, I didn't mention the names of the beasts. Why would they need that information? Any questions? The fallen didn't move. Not at all. I even raised my hand in front of them, but got no reaction. With a sigh and a wave of my hand, small hammers appeared above their heads, which a second later hit them lightly. Ouch, slash it hurts, slash what the hell. All three of them shrieked, looking at me. Well, you were in a state of shock and didn't respond, I said with a shrug, and I didn't want to wait for you to come to your senses on your own. To which I received judgmental looks in my direction. TSK, ungrateful bastards. As if I'd rather spend my time explaining things than having a nice nap. Aha. Tired face. Amiya residence. Romani-san, right. Barakiel, who had regained his senses, asked doubtfully, to which I nodded, are you saying that this girl is King Arthur? Oh. Dude. You don't know how deep the whole of Nasuverse and his gender band is yet. Oya. You don't believe me, you masochistic pervert. I grinned, and Barakiel twitched at his nickname. I won't even ask how you know this, he sighed before continuing, but I have met Arthur, and he was definitely a man, not a woman. Besides, if she is King Arthur, how was Mordred, his son, born? You're not being petty, are you? Look at Artoria. The poor thing's mood has soured, and she looks irritatedly in the direction of Merlin, who clearly finds the situation extremely amusing. Foe yapped, looking at Merlin and scratching behind his ear. And I'm not denying that he's a pervert, I shrugged and looked at Barakiel, you know, I'll explain it to you. A flower wizard cast a spell on a young girl that made her M. If you care about your head, master, shut up, Artoria said icily, holding Excalibur, hidden by the wind, to my throat. I only raised my hands and turned back to Barakiel with an understanding glance at her. As you can see, this is a delicate subject. If you're interested, you can go to her personally. Or to him. I wondered what pronoun to use so as not to ruin his life, in short, to Artoria. With a brief glance at the invisible blade, he nodded. And Artoria slowly put the blade away and turned back to the rest of the servants. And may I ask one more question? Go ahead. I remember clearly that King Arthur, as well as the other individuals you named, are dead. How can they be here? Instead of answering, I looked at Azazel. You didn't say anything to them. I thought you'd have said something by now. I didn't, Azazel said with a shrug, I didn't have time for that. Besides, I didn't know what information I was allowed to share. I understand, I nodded and turned toward Barakiel, they're still dead. The servants are copies of heroic spirits who can be classified as familiars of the highest rank. And as you guessed, each of these souls has written their name in history. This applies to both heroes who save princesses and villains who kill those very princesses. However, heroes of folklore are also included in this list. And yes, the abilities and items they had when they were alive are still with them, I interrupted him, answering his unspoken question, and pointed toward Artoria, and, as you correctly realized, the sword in her hands is Excalibur. As real as your 10 wings. I understand, he muttered, and you mentioned 2 Hashishin leaders. Can I see them? I may have had a conversation with them sometime in the past. I apologize, but no, I shook my head, I'd like to keep their identities a secret. Maybe some other day. He nodded briefly and withdrew into himself, processing the information he'd gotten today. To which I only shrugged and looked at Aquino. She had her index finger to her lips and was tensely thinking about something. Aquino-san. Is something bothering you? I asked. Truthfully, I already knew her answer. Heh. Only one person in Rias's retinue had the standing for Excalibur. If she's King Arthur, then the invisible blade in her hands is Excalibur, right? She asked, looking at Artoria. The one and only, I shrugged. What's the matter, exactly? Kiba. I asked, making a playfully interested face, what about him? He has a little dislike for that sword, she mumbled. I grinned. A slight dislike. More like, extremely strong hatred. The kid doesn't realize how illogical his goal is. To take revenge on the sword? Heh. Why take revenge on the sword when you can focus your hatred on those who approved and experimented on him in Project Holy Sword? Go ahead and ribbon a couple priests here and there, or even the Pope. But making it your life's goal to destroy Excalibur is delusional. Although, stop. The local analog can indeed be destroyed and forged into something worthwhile. Compared to the Excalibur of Artoria, this sword is trash. The local variant was forged by God, which means his decisions will be informed by God's worldview. And that makes his worldview chaotic good, which limits his power and relevance. He is not bound to a concept like his counterpart is. Naciverse Excalibur was forged by the planet itself, as a crystallization of the desires of all humanity stored within it. As such, his worldview is true neutral. He regards as enemies the evil itself, not the race he was raised against. And he will not break until the last man is dead, as he is bound to the concept of humanity. Even Gilles de Rice, Custer of the Fourth War, who was that other sodomite, saw in the light of Arthurian noble phantasm his true desire hidden under a thickness of hatred and anger, justice for Jeanne d'Arc. And if I manage to get my hands on all the shards of the local Excalibur, I can somewhat give it the concept of its counterpart by applying heaven's touch and denial of non-existence at the same time. That theory still needs to be tested, though. Somehow. Dislike for my sword? Asked a perplexed Artoria. And Emilia and Merlin nodded, wanting more details. He's been through a lot, Aquino replied with a hesitation. Still don't see the connection to the King of Night Sword, Archer crossed his arms. I apologize, she made a small bow, this is his private matter. And I'm not at liberty to tell it. Artoria stared at her, and then shifted her gaze to mine, as if telling me to explain it. Archer and Merlin echoed her actions. Well, that's his problem, I shrugged and looked at Azazel, who was staring intently at the servants. What are you thinking about, Azazel-kun? About the possible problems that could arise from the presence of certain servants, he replied, scratching his chin. I raised an eyebrow and asked him to continue, the Greek pantheon. Oh. I see. He suggests that the Greek gods might make me uncomfortable, and later, himself. Quite logical thoughts. Heh, I grinned, do you really think they have anything against me? Or the servants on my side? Maybe they can't, but they can be a nuisance. The Greek pantheon has always been characterized by stubbornness. I'm sorry to cause trouble, Medusa said quietly, bowing her head. Don't worry about it, I said, at the very least, Olympus will cease to exist on principle if they take on too much. Ahem, Azazel cleared his throat falsely, you do realize you're talking about destroying an entire pantheon, don't you? It doesn't matter, mongrel, Gilgamesh interjected, Enkidu and I are more than enough to deal with them. Azazel looked at him and sighed tiredly. Apparently Gilgamesh's ego was inflated beyond belief in any world if he let such a reference to himself pass his ears. Ah. Sensei. Issei raised his hand and pointed at the two servants whose names I didn't mention, who is Archer Sensei and that man in purple armor. I'd forgotten he was here. Archer is a hero of justice. And that's where I'll end about him, I said and heard Emia's sigh of relief. Then I pointed to Lancelot and continued, and that man over there is Lancelot du Lac, Knight of the Lake. Lancelot. Azazel asked with interest and looked at him, King Arthur's most loyal knight. Who wields Erendite, the sacred sword equal to Excalibur? Barakiel picked up on that. Absolutely right, I nodded and smirked. And when the servants saw my smirk, they grinned and backed away. An uncomprehending Lancelot looked from side to side, trying to figure out what was wrong. Also, he is known as the Knight of Nettery. Silence fell in the room. The fallen looked back and forth at me and Lancelot with their wide-open eyes. Saber Nettery himself gave me a puzzled look. Then, a few seconds later, Merlin gave a short laugh. And after that, the other spoke up. Nettery. Issei shrieked, pointing a finger at Saber, he is the enemy of all men. That's right. Azazel supported him. Era. Aquino glanced warily in Lancelot's direction and moved closer to her father. And Barakiel sent a hard stare in his direction. Medusa slowly backed away from Amia and stood behind his back. And Artoria twitched in annoyance and sent a judgmental look at me. Archer only sighed tiredly and facepalmed. The beasts, the Ophis, and the assassins didn't care. And Gilgamesh and Enkidu giggled, enjoying the spectacle before them. Well, the master's words are not wrong, Merlin said with a wide grin on his face. What does that word mean? Lancelot was indignant, looking at the people present in the room. Why do the lovely ladies look at me with such wariness? Silence, Sir Lancelot, Artoria said in a commanding tone, looking at him sternly. Just, be silent. Be but my king. How can I let my honor be compromised? Lancelot. Shut up. I will. He trembled and hesitated. Nettery means. I was about to explain, but Artoria interrupted me. And so do you, master. But he asked me. Before I could finish, Excalibur was at my throat again. Again. Okay, I sighed, my mouth shut. She nodded briefly and returned to her seat, putting her sword away. I looked at the time. Okay, I started, clapping my hands together and looked at the three fallen. It's soon time for dinner. Will you be staying? Yes. Azazel said quickly. Too fast. Probably stalling so he wouldn't have to go back to Nightingale. If you don't mind, Romani-sensei, Aquino said softly. If Aquino stays, so do I, Barakiel nodded, supporting her. I sighed. Apparently, tonight's dinner was going to be particularly noisy. Tired face. Amia's residence. 3 days later. Boom. A loud explosion rang out across the backyard of the residence. And dust covered a pretty decent portion of it. Romani-sensei. Can we get Archer-sensei back? I'm going to die at this rate. Issei shouted, landing far away from the dust cloud. But you've somehow survived these 3 days, right, skillful pervert Kuan? Without looking up, I replied and flipped the page of the manga. Boom. I broke away from reading the manga and glanced in the direction of the sound. In the place from where I heard Issei's voice, dust had risen again, and a large tree trunk was sticking out of its boundaries. Besides, the principle is the same. I shrugged and went back to reading. I'd rather train with Archer-sensei than with Night Nettery. He shrieked as the dust cleared. And a millimeter away from him, a tree half its length was stuck into the ground. Erherg, roared Lancelot in his berserker form and rushed to the attack. Well, I could tell that Issei's training was going very well. However, it was nothing supernatural. Yes, his speed, strength, and stamina had improved, but not enough to take out Riser's entourage alone. He's about 3 times stronger now than he was in canon in this arc plus, boost. 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 He was able to break the 10-second limit between boosts. Issei can now use boost 3 times without delay. It's not much, but it's something. Catch, Night Nettery. Dragon shot, he shouted and a beam of energy flew out of his gauntlet. Boom. How about that? He looked at the spot where it hit, but didn't find Lancelot there and started looking around. And he found him right above him. Erherg. Berserker roared and struck Issei. Well, almost hit him. Balance breaker. Scaly armor of the boosted gear, he shouted, and a wave of energy threw Lancelot off. Now let's talk. And Lancelot threw himself into the attack. They met fists and began to naturally punch each other's faces. Hee hee. I feel like I'm watching an anime in real time. Plus, he unlocked the balance breaker. And not for 10 seconds like he did at Rias and Riser's wedding, but for 30 seconds. Yep, exactly 3 times stronger than his canonical self. And all this without any hand sacrifice to the dragon. I watched them fight until, at some point, I noticed a flash of magic near me. Turning my head, my eye saw that a magic circle with the seal of Gremory had appeared near the porch where I was sitting, and a second later, Aquino appeared in it with her usual polite smile on her face. Good afternoon, Romani-sensei, she greeted me and turned towards the sound of fighting and pointed at the red armor. This is Issei. He unlocked the balance breaker. How? He. She made the right conclusions rather quickly. Although it's hard to go wrong here. Only the boosted gear has this coloring. As if my words would reveal the secrets of the universe to you, I shrugged and went back to reading the manga. But how is that possible? Aquino looked at me with her eyes wide open and her smile faded. Just a week ago, he had just awakened his sacred gear. And Issei himself was just an ordinary schoolboy with meager mana reserves. How did you do that? Yeah. And this progress she considers impressive? I'm disappointed. Although, considering Rias' training, one can understand Aquino's surprise. From time to time, I looked at the rest of Rias' entourage. And all I found was a typical high school physical education class. Adjusted for race, of course. In the entire time they had been practicing, I hadn't seen any abrasions, scratches, or anything like that, just sweat-drenched clothes. For this reason, I visited Nurari Heian in Kyoto, visiting his cafe, and voiced my displeasure at the whole thing. He laughed heartily and patted me on the shoulder, saying what else did I expect from young people? And I have to admit, he's right. Also, the ramen at his cafe was delicious. I tried. Sometimes you're insufferable, Aquino sighed tiredly. By the way, why did you visit my humble abode? I inquired, to visit him again. No, she shook her head, I came to pick him up. Pick him up? His training isn't over yet. I apologize, Romani-sensei, but we need to prepare a strategy. And for that, we need all the members of the entourage. Boom. Aquino and I turned towards the sound, and saw Lancelot standing over an unconscious Issei in a small crater. Apparently 30 seconds had gone out and he had missed a beat. His head was bleeding and his clothes looked very tattered. Issei! Aquino shrieked and, releasing her wings, flew towards him. Sighing, disappeared from the porch and appeared beside Berserker, and a bat appeared in my hand, with which I charged straight at his head. Lancelot staggered and fell, and the black haze covering his body slowly faded away, showing that he was now Saber again. And Aquino took Issei's hands in hers and began to check on his condition. Drake. How is he doing in there? I asked, and the bat in my hand disappeared. Lancelot gave him a good beating. He's alive, but unconscious, answered Drake. Good, I nodded and walked toward the porch. Good. Shrieked an exasperated Aquino, that's all you're going to say. He could have died. But he didn't, did he? Without slowing down or turning towards her, I replied, don't fill your pretty head with that. Be pretty. She whispered with excitement in her voice, but quickly recovered, that's not the problem, sensei. Yeah. Just take it and go. I waved her off and looked at her as I sat back down in my seat, shoo. She gave me a judgmental look and then sighed. A magic circle appeared beneath her, and the next moment Aquino and Issei were gone in a flash of light. Ah. Peace and quiet. Relaxed, I murmured. Japanese houses are beautiful. When you're alone and just looking ahead, sitting on the porch, their themes make you calm down and just be. I wasn't alone for long, however, as I felt a pair of arms possessively embrace me. I sighed. Tiamat was using me as a cuddle pillow again. Yeah. It's good to see you too. She asked. Nothing, I replied and closed my eyes, leaning fully on Tiamat behind me. Where were you 3 days ago? And the Ophis, for that matter. It was just really unexpected that you decided to take a walk. Oh. So they were visiting the Great Red. I see. I wondered, if she was his mother, why didn't he ever visit us like Ophis did? The Great Red has the concept of the dream and couldn't help but know that Tiamat is here, so how did it go? She sang cheerfully, Heh. I grinned. It turns out that the Great Red had avoided meeting her for a very funny reason, cool dragons shouldn't get snarky. So, when Tiamat and Ophis appeared before him, he tried to run away. But with their combined efforts, they somehow caught him. According to Tiamat, she sat on his head and started stroking him, which made him emotional. Apparently, they had their own atmosphere. Stop. As I recall, Great Red is the protector of this dimension, isn't he? So he knows that Trihexa isn't really Trihexa now, does he? Then why the hell isn't he doing anything about it? And Alia was silent about that fact altogether when she dumped her joint on me. Tiamat stroked my head and started humming a soothing tune. Okay. I guess I'll listen to her and sleep. In fact, if it weren't for her beast 2 urges to turn everyone into Lamo, Tiamat would have given motherly love to every creature on the planet, and there would be no wars at all. Yes, Tiamat is the best mom ever. Tired face. The next day. When I opened my eyes, I found myself on the same porch I had fallen asleep on. Tiamat was sweetly slumbering, still holding me in her arms and resting her head on mine. I carefully released myself from the embrace and, creating an earth elemental, ordered it to carry Tiamat to her room. Since the ranking game is in 2 days, I'll pay a visit to the Phoenix clan. I'll have a chat with the actor, so to speak. I took out a flyer and activated it. And after a few seconds, Ravel appeared in front of me with a welcoming smile on her face. Romani-sama. She exclaimed happily, I'm so glad you decided to visit our estate. Brother will be happy to receive you. Oya. Riser has time to receive guests. I raised an eyebrow, and then smirked, or is he not planning to train? You're right, Romani-sama, Ravel smiled, which is to be expected from someone who was vouched for by the great ancestor himself. My eyebrow twitched. Okay, this is getting annoying. You're so irritable, Romani, Gowishia said snidely, maybe you should see a doctor. Oh, wait. You're a doctor. Then see yourself. Are you kidding me, you bastard? I'll remind you of that. Romani-sama, are you all right? Ravel asked me worriedly. I'm fine, Ravel, I said, trying to smile. Shall we go? Sure, she nodded and asked me to stand beside her. Which I did. And a magic circle appeared below us. Well, let's see what the Phoenix clan has in store. And with those thoughts, we teleported to the manor. Tired face. The underworld. Phoenix Mansion. When I arrived, I was convinced that demons, or rather representatives of the 72 pillars, were spenders. The circle teleported me and Ravel into the lobby of the mansion. And it looked damn rich: white marble, emblems of the Phoenix clan, made of gold and jewelry, high ceilings and silk curtains. My descendants have taste. I heard the Phoenix demon mutter. Well, not that he was entirely wrong. Though the decorations looked rich, they weren't flashy, at least not overly so. The harmonious combination of white and gold colors gave the interior a sense of style. While I was looking at the lobby, a man's voice came from the staircase. Romani-san, we're glad you visited our mansion. I turned around and saw a man in his 30s standing on the stairs. Apparently, he is the current head of the Phoenix clan and the father of Ravel and Riser. However, he wasn't the only one there. The entire Phoenix clan was there, but without the entourage. He himself, the woman beside him, and the 3 young men stared at me intently as they stood there. And frankly, I was shocked. Riser and Ravel told them about the dream too. And their parents just took their word for it. They're aristocrats, right? Not trusting words is their rule, right? So why the hell are they looking at me with those glowing eyes? Ravel, can you tell me why they're looking at me like that? I asked, trying to maintain a polite smile. A couple days ago, the great ancestor appeared in the dreams of all of us, not just my brother, she replied easily, so, they all want to greet you personally. My eyebrow twitched. That damn bird doesn't trifle, does it? You're welcome. Phoenix's voice echoed in my head again. Just shut up, hissing like a snake, I said. Romani-san. Did we displease you in some way? Lord Phoenix asked cautiously. And apparently, I said the words to Phoenix out loud. Don't worry, Lord Phoenix. There are times when I hear voices in my head. It's nothing like that. I shook my head and waved it away. Anyway, my name is Romani Archiman, magician. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to meet you in person, Romani-san. He said and bowed. Romani-san. My name is Anik Phoenix, the current head of the Phoenix clan. This is my consort, Layla Phoenix. And my sons Ruvel, Rylan, and Riser. And you've already met Rival, as well as Riser. He introduced himself, and then his family, pointing and naming names one by one. And they made a respectful bow as they heard their names during the introductions. Well. Do they have a boner for names with an R in them? I can't explain that they named their kids with names that start with that letter. And when the show was over, we were transported, I realized, to the hospitality room and seated there. Lord Phoenix and his wife sat on one couch, their children on the other 2, and no one but me sat on the one I occupied. And my carcass taking up quite a long piece of furniture looked ridiculous, to say the least. Once again, we welcome you to our humble abode, Romani-san, Lord Phoenix began, after we had sat in silence for a few minutes, and as I see, you follow the rules of etiquette. It's good to know that it's not extinct in human society yet. Heh. It's more like common courtesy. Etiquette says the host speaks first, then the guest. And since they're aristocrats, why not follow the signs? Well, that's how demon society works. And it would be an insult not to follow the rules of this place, right? I shrugged my shoulders and said, besides, I don't mind. I see, he nodded, a polite smile on his face, you're here about the marriage contract, right? You're interested in the details. Was I that obvious? I raised an eyebrow. I'm not really interested in the details, though, since I more or less know the whole background. Immortality and power of destruction, blah. A child possessing those 2 powers, blah blah. Power equals status, blah 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 blah, and everything in that vein. Rather, I'd like to talk to Riser and get his thoughts on the matter. You're surprisingly accurate, Romani-san. Vulgar but accurate, Lady Phoenix said, but why Riser? Because he's directly involved in this. By the way, may I ask why you are addressing me using san? As far as I know, the demon society is attuned to the European style, and this suffix is used exclusively in Japanese culture. We thought that since you live in Japan, we should use it, she replied. Is that not okay with you? No, it's fine, I shook my head. What about Riser? I'd like to talk to him alone. Unless, of course, he and you are okay with the idea. We're fine with it, Lord Phoenix nodded and looked at his son, Riser. There's nothing I can't handle, he said confidently, much less a normal conversation. Good, then we will leave you, Lord Phoenix said and stood up. Followed by the rest of the family, and I hope you will stay for dinner. That will depend on the length of the conversation, Lord Phoenix. But thank you for the invitation. I understand. In any case, remember that you are always welcome in our home. And, Riser, be respectful to our guest. We don't want to offend the great ancestor, he said and left with his family. I waited a couple minutes for them to move away from the room and activated the closed field. What did you want to talk to me about, Romani-san? I don't think you are interested in my thoughts about marrying my beloved Rias, considering what you said last time. He asked, glaring at me and adding a suffix to my name. Oya. You can stop acting like a pompous rooster and speak as you wish. I put up a barrier completely blocking sounds and sights from the room. I don't know what you mean. He replied with an impenetrable face. Oh, come on. You think I don't know what you really think about all this? I grinned, at which I received a raised eyebrow from Riser. Your acting skills are amazing, I admit, but did you really think no one could see through your facade? What do you mean by that? Wow, that's some stamina. He's not bad. You've definitely met with Surzex, I'm sure of it, just like I'm sure he realized you were playing the part. I sat back down and a cup of lukewarm coffee appeared in my hand as I wanted to wet my throat and sipped from it. He stared at me intently for a moment, and then sighed. What makes you think that Lord Lucifer understood my actions? Heh. You're still playing the fool. Riser Cohen. Just answer the question. You're smart, Riser. Think about it, a random teleport to the church grounds, a surprise attack by the fallen when you started to gather your retinue, and subtle pressure from the other nobles don't tell you anything. I began and took a sip. But there was no surprise on Riser's face. Generally, as I mentioned earlier, demon society is attuned to the European style and thus its value system. You are the third son, not the heir to the clan like Rias. And you'll only become one if something happens to your brothers. Your statuses are not equal to each other. But that's right. You demons value strength above all else. And let's face it, Ruvel is much stronger than you. Then you say his age isn't right for Rias, but does your council really care about that? And that's when my parents compromised and nominated me. That's right. And even though you weren't thrilled with the idea either, going against the council and your parents would have been foolish and unproductive. And when you started having accidental failures, it all made sense. Again, you're smart. You figured out that someone was trying to ruin your reputation, and your family's as well. And maybe kill you or weaken you at the very least. At that point, I decided to take a different course of action, pretending. He finished and nodded his head. You see, you know everything. But I don't understand your interest in me. Why are you telling me what I already know? It's very simple. What are you going to do after all this? After all, your strength has already reached the peak of a high class. His eyes opened wide when I said that. And his strength flashed for a moment. 6 wings. That's not bad. And that's another deviation from canon besides my presence in this world. That riser alone could scatter Rias's entire retinue. That's considering that Issei can already use the balance breaker. However, this is the fault of Surzex's machinations, as they forced Riser to grow faster. The situation he's in is similar to Serorg, Rias' cousin, but in a lighter form. And how does Alia want to keep the canon intact if it's already in the shitter? You know about that too, eh? Riser said tiredly and leaned back in the chair he was sitting in. Honestly, I don't know. When my power is revealed, Rias's reputation will be jeopardized, because she won't be a match for me, not the other way around. And I don't want to get caught up in random mishaps again, as you put it. So, there's no plan. I raised an eyebrow. No plan. He shook his head and rubbed his temples. And there was silence in the room. Until someone decided to intervene. There is a way out. Just explain it away with the fact that you were trained by him. We turned sharply in the direction of the voice, where we saw something that looked like a column or pillar. At its center shone brightly the symbol of the Phoenix clan. A great ancestor. How is that possible? How can you be here? You're dead. Riser jumped up, raising a finger in Phoenix's direction. Yeah. That damn bird decided to show itself after all. And Riser was stunned beyond belief. Dead? I wonder, the demon said in a businesslike tone, is the one who was created by Lucifer dead, or the one who existed long before him, Riser Phoenix? Created. What do you mean? What he means is that your ancestors were created, and he is the original demon born at the same time as heaven. Or did you think that before the fall of Lucifer, demons didn't exist at all? He froze, and his gaze darted between me and his ancestor, as if looking for signs of deception or a joke. Well, I'm not lying. As I was able to learn, the original demons existed, but had no form here in the DxD world. It wasn't until Lucifer came to the underworld that they gained bodies and consciousness. They were kind of hibernating, or on autopilot to be more precise. Besides, who would check the story if the demons of Beast I were standing right in front of them? Anyway, don't give it a second thought, it's not worth it, I said casually, just ignore the asshole causing the inconvenience. Asshole? How dare you say such a thing about the great ancestor? Riser shrieked, and his 6 fiery wings flared up and burst into fierce flames. Oh, how aggressive we are. Don't mind him, Riser. This is normal behavior for a magician, said Phoenix. But why are you defending him? He's only human, isn't he? Riser asked, pointing at me. Yes, why are you defending me? I added. I, like all the original demons, only obeyed one person. Phoenix said in a calm tone and fell silent. And after a few seconds, I saw a realization in Riser's eyes. He slowly turned in my direction, and his badly shaking hand rose, pointing in my direction. Solomon. In a trembling voice, he whispered. Or rather, his reincarnation. Nice to meet you. I said sarcastically, now, sit down. We're not done yet. Riser sat back in his chair and stared at me in silence. I rubbed my whiskey and took a swig of my coffee, which had already gone cold. Well, I hadn't counted on that. Tired face. Italy. The day before the raiding game. Sitting on the veranda of an establishment near the Vatican, I looked at the conversationalists across from me, my fingers tapping rhythmically on the surface of the table. Fo was with me, too. He was sitting upright on the table and chewing a croissant enthusiastically, holding it with his little paws. It's nice to meet you again, Mr. Archiman, said Vasco and took a sip of tea from his cup. And it looked as ridiculous as possible when the overweight old man sipped from a cup the size of his finger. I'm only here because your visit to Kua would cause too much fuss, I shrugged, and I understand Miss Griselda's presence, but what the hell is the Archangel doing here? Am I being a nuisance? Gabriel asked with a pout on her face that looked cute. Please do not express yourself in Lady Gabriel's presence, Mr. Archiman. Griselda said in a stern tone, looking at me intently. My eyebrow twitched, but I remained silent and took a sip of my coffee. Why am I here? Merlin informed me that the church, more specifically Vasco Strata and Griselda Quarta, had begun actively searching for me, and showing up to them without using disguises was foolish. And having found me, they wanted to pay me a visit at my home in Kuo, which would have made the demons very nervous. So I decided to visit them myself, for that way there would be less trouble. What about Riser? That bastard completely hovered when he found out about me. No matter what I said to him, he just kept quiet and nodded purely on automatic. So I had to give up and leave. Of course, I left a note telling him not to say anything to anyone, and a forced contract, just in case. It's pointless to erase the memory, because sooner or later this fact will come out. So, I started and took the croissant that Fo was chewing, which made him yelp and, climbing on my head, started beating on it with his paws, and then took a bite. Why didn't you sit still, and you started looking for my humble personality? Just so you know, we would have met in the future. And we would have, if it hadn't been for Lady Gabriel. Vasco replied. Excuse me. Lady Gabriel has special sight that allows her to see into a person's soul, Griselda said, still glaring at me. And my eyes widened as I realized what she meant to say. She arrived at the last moment as you were leaving, and was able to see who the Black Knight was. Sir Lancelot, the Archangel finished for her and continued in a sad tone, one of King Arthur's most loyal knights. May I ask how he is? And why he was like that? Yeah. I should have just put up a closed field, well, and used a disguise. Aha. Alive and well. Why was he like that? Magic. I said no. And I didn't lie, because I don't know if she can recognize lies. And the servants are a manifestation of true magic. Tell the truth, Mr. Archiman. You cannot lie to Lady Gabriel. Griselda added. Well, as was to be proved. He's not lying, said Gabriel, he's just not telling all the truth. Oh. Now this was getting interesting. Both in the anime and in the anime, Gabriel is an innocent and naive girl without a drop of anything negative. And the fact that she realized what I wasn't telling her suggests that she's not so innocent and naive. But that's all I'll tell you. I shrugged. Gabriel made a pouty face again, and Griselda wanted to say something, but she was stopped by Vasco's glare. In any case, knocking out a Knight of the Lake in an instant isn't something a Kuo Academy nurse can do. We've checked the information about you and didn't find anything to hold on to. He started in a grandfatherly tone and looked at me. Who are you, Mr. Archiman? Not even Lady Gabriel's gaze could penetrate your defenses and see your soul. Why the interest, Your Eminence? The only time we've ever interacted was with Lancelot. And while I am not your friend, I am not your enemy. I asked, propping my hands on my head and crossing them. You are strong. And even if Lady Gabriel cannot see your soul, she has stated with certainty that you are a good man and possess the holiness of the saints. So we would like to invite you to join the church. And I will personally assume your guardianship. Heh. The church is offering Solomon to join itself. How funny. Ha 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 ha. I laughed wildly. So much so that my eyes even started to water. Griselda twitched in annoyance, and Vasco, although still smiling kindly, I could see a bit of misunderstanding in his gaze. And Gabriel, Mao. It's not that funny. She mumbled, trying to look serious, which made her even cuter. May I know the reason for your laughter, Mr. Archiman? Vasco asked, when I had almost calmed down. Ha ha ha. I apologize. I just remembered a joke. I started and wiped my tears. A good joke, please note, added Gowishia. Anyway, my answer is. I paused dramatically, building up the anticipation. Of course not. But why? Vasco asked, perplexed. Ha 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 ha. I had another fit of laughter, which made Griselda couldn't stand it. Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? My laughter abruptly disappeared and my face took on a stoic look. Do you really want to know why? Aha. Gabriel nodded awkwardly, seeing my sudden change in mood. No, she's so damn naive and innocent. It's like she's a child, not an archangel. I'll start by saying that the church is bullshit. How do you? Griselda started to object, but was again stopped by Vasco. Explain, please. Why do you think so? Vasco asked sternly, and his kind gaze changed to a hard one. I wonder what grandfather would say to that. Heh. He's probably the most loyal servant of God on principle. God is good and merciful, right? I began, to which I received nods. Then why does the church, which is God's wrath on earth, preach violence and murder? Vasco raised an eyebrow. The church makes a clear distinction between good and evil, saying that its words are definitely good and all others are evil. And any member of the church is good and merciful, and most importantly, can't be wrong. I continued and squinted my eyes. Take Project Holy Sword, for example. The church is simply recycling children into weapons. And all for the sake of goodness and mercy. I wonder why that's the case. But it wasn't approved. Griselda said confidently. Vasco remained silent, and Gabriel lowered her gaze. It was under consideration, I added. Why wasn't this project discarded immediately? Throughout history, the church has dictated its rules, right? And what does Ms. Archangel have to say about it? Father said that people should choose their own destiny. And that we shouldn't interfere, she said sadly. Heh. What a load of crap. I understand the age of men in the Nasuverse, where it's exactly as she just said. It made sense there, but here? When demons and gods still walk among humans. What a load of crap. Oh, is that so? But isn't heaven supposed to protect the innocent? Supernatural beings walk this earth and nightmare the hell out of people and you just watch from above. Gods, dragons, demons, and a bunch of other various similar beings quietly intervene and you can't. What a load of crap. But the church protects them. Gabriel jumped up from her chair. At the cost of the lives of others, I might add. Children, for that matter. And the methods she uses are questionable, to say the least. Who in their right mind would give a girl of 16 a sword and send her out to kill? I said in a measured tone, to which I received a stare from Griselda and stern, from Vasco. I understand if it was a voluntary desire, but voluntary coercive? That's just ridiculous. You have a gift, so you're coming with us to slaughter demons, huh? Well, well, well. The cardinal and the nun stared at me in silence, not knowing what to say. But. Gabriel tried to justify the church in a trembling tone, but I interrupted her. I'm not saying you had to personally do anything, but a couple hints here and there would have made things better, right? Angels and archangels only do God's bidding, and the church only follows the path she herself deems right, only occasionally following the orders of heaven. Isn't that so, Your Eminence? After all, you've seen it all with your own eyes. You are right. After almost a minute, he answered and sighed. Your Eminence? Griselda looked shockingly in his direction. To which he only remained silent. And you're suggesting I join the church knowing all this? Your plan is crap, to say the least, I said, still keeping a stoic expression on my face. If the church changes, then I might consider your offer. Who are you to speak in such an arrogant tone? Griselda asked sternly, comforting Gabriel, who had tears on her face at my words and confidence in them. But the archangel did not turn away and looked at me, studying me. I didn't answer and looked into Gabriel's eyes, shutting down my soul's defenses for a microsecond. And the 10 rings hidden by my gloves and magic flashed with power for that brief moment. But it was enough, for I saw recognition in her gaze. Her body froze, and her trembling hand rose and pointed in my direction. I'm leaving. This conversation is over. I stood up and shoved my hands in my pockets, and please don't visit Kuo unless there's an urgent need, like stealing holy swords, for example. What are you? Vasco wanted to ask, but I had already teleported home. After scanning the Vatican, I couldn't find anything like the Excaliburs, which means they've already been stolen. And Gabriel. If someone already knows about me, it's time to be more forthcoming. I wouldn't be surprised if the entire Council of Archangels showed up at my house. I grinned. We'll see how that goes. Tired face. Kuo Academy. Ranking game day. I give up. Riser stated in a faintly pitiful tone while Issei stood over him in his balance breaker. Riser Phoenix admits defeat. The victory goes to Rias Gremory. Graphia's voice echoed through the arena, ending the game. Well, it went about the same as in canon, except for the last scene. He had planned to win at first, but when Issei used the balance crusher, he decided to give in after all. And that way there would be no questions from the demons about him losing, even though he could have single-handedly scattered Rias' entire retinue. And neither her nor his reputation would suffer. Heh. Playing the pompous and self-righteous jerk has its perks, eh? And at those thoughts, I waved my hand, and the screen in front of me disappeared. And my gaze slowly drifted toward another person present in the medical room. Why are you looking at me like that, Romani-sensei? She asked incomprehensively. Don't play dumb, Alia. In canon, Riser wins the game, not loses it, right? I asked her, to which I got a nod, and if that's the case, why don't you say anything about it? Well. Issei beat him. At the wedding, not in the game. But the bottom line is the same. So, it's the outcome that matters, not the events leading up to it, right? But that's what I said, right? Actually, no. I rubbed my temples. Yeah. And how this world hasn't fallen into oblivion yet. I guess that's the cost of mankind's overly human unconscious will. But thanks for confirming my theory that the order of events is not important, only the outcome. Right. The next arc is Kokabiel, and if my memory serves me right, Issei didn't defeat him, but was captured by Vali and imprisoned in Cocytus, and now all I have to do is wait for the arrival of the 2 competent owners of Excalibur. Well, and start thinking of a plan to rescue him, though that will require me to contact the descendants of the local King Arthur. Skipping class is bad, Ika-san, I said, coming out of my thoughts, get out of here. But, sensei. Shoo, I said. Alia made a pouty face and walked out of the medical room, stomping loudly on the floor. I guess I can sleep for the rest of the day. Tired face. West of England. I didn't get much sleep. Why not? Alarm bells went off in my head when I sensed that 2 shadow servants had arrived at once. Not only that, as Merlin was acting suspiciously quiet and the shadow servant's mana was flaring up every now and then, apparently from using noble phantasm. When I arrived, I saw a huge, ornate mansion in typical English style. Well, or rather, it had once been so, as half of this mansion was now in ruins. And a huge crevice in the ground that started within the building extended hundreds of meters away from it, and ominous red lightning crackled near the place where I appeared. It appeared to me that the place was a garden or something, like in those old-fashioned movies. As I looked around, my hearing picked up a rather mature male scream filled with rage. Die. It was followed by the sound of metal clinking, like swords clashing. Heading in his direction, I entered the mansion and saw a middle-aged man with blue eyes and blonde hair who looked very shabby, and the numerous wounds and cuts on his body were bleeding. He glared fiercely at the shadow servant dressed in grey armor with red stripes on it. And watching them from the second-floor balcony was a second servant, dressed in a dark-colored dress with blue lines, and in her hand she held something between a spear, an axe, and a staff in the same color scheme. My eyebrow twitched and my hand started rubbing my face, foreshadowing a huge headache. Great. Truly great. Mordred and Morgan Le Fay. Why the hell are there so many servants associated with the legend of King Arthur? We have company. How unexpected. The sensual voice of Morgan noticing my presence. Just passing through, Your Majesty, I said calmly and bowed respectfully. May I ask you a question? I allow it, magician. Fairy eyes. So, the berserker from the Lost Belt. Why are you in your right mind? I'm sure you know you're a shadow servant, and the beast whispers to you. But somehow, you're quite yourself, and so is Mordred. The Knight of Betrayal grinned savagely, using the middle-aged man as a punching bag. But she didn't hit any vital organs. H? Is that what you mean? She asked and began to slowly descend and then walk towards me. Do you think such trivial things can affect the queen of the fairies, magician? I suppose you're right, I replied, keeping my gaze on her veiled face, but still, what are you doing here? And who is this man? You already know the answer to your questions, magician. I'm sure you know a lot more than you're letting on, she replied, reaching me. Hey, your fairy eyes see right through me, huh? I grinned, but still, I don't think you decided to attack the Pendragon mansion for nothing. Boom. A loud sound echoed down the hall, and shifting my gaze in his direction, I saw Mordred walking slowly in our direction, with Clarent over his shoulder and Uther Pendragon buried under a column of concrete and dust at the other end of the room. Who is he, mother? She asked with a smirk on her face. Well. Be nice to our guest, Mordred, he's a magician. A polite magician, at that. Not like that flower bastard. Bleh, I don't care. The Knight of Betrayal shrugged and walked past us and sat down on one of the large rocks. Yeah. That's a fine character. That's why she's a top waifu, though. The visit here was driven by my curiosity. I wanted to see the descendants of my sister of this world. I suppose it was a disappointing sight. I shrugged, already assuming the answer. You have no idea how much, magician. But why are you here? It can't be explained in 2 words, Your Majesty. But if you try to do so, keeping the plot alive. Plot? Interesting. She was interested. I sighed tiredly and snapped my fingers, creating a table with 3 chairs. There were 2 glasses of wine for Morgan and me, and a steak for Mordred. Have a seat. Explanation will take time. Tired face. A while later. It doesn't make any sense. Morgan listened to my explanation and sipped aristocratically from her glass. Aha. Absolute nonsense. Mordred added, chewing on her 5th steak. Apparently a black hole instead of a stomach is hereditary. And servants don't actually need food. You think I have other ideas about that? I grinned and took a sip, too. Anyway, I suggest you join me. What is my benefit, magician? Mana. I can provide you with it, since you are a servant, Your Majesty. You can draw it from the ley lines, but then there's a chance of provoking powerful beings you don't want to provoke, the concepts of dream and infinity, for example, or the various gods, since you've probably realized by now that the age of gods didn't end here. Besides, you won't be the only servants in my care. H? Such as, she asked interestedly. Your sister, Flower Pervert, and the Knight of the Lake. At those words, both Mordred and Morgan froze. An evil smile appeared on the Fairy Queen's face, and the Knight of Betrayal, Father, is here? She asked. Her eyes didn't blink, and her hands clenched the cutlery so tightly that it turned into scrap metal. Wow. What a magnificent wedding gift you have given, my husband. Morgan said sensually a few seconds later. I froze and stared at her incredulously. Stop. I think I heard something completely illogical. Ah, no. For a berserker with insane enhancement of rank EX, it's quite logical. Maybe I should have just used Solomon's noble phantasm and blown the hell out of both the servants and the mansion. And where the hell is Merlin? I don't want to get all the attention of the Fairy Queen in one go. Aha. Mother. Don't you think that's illogical? Mordred asked incomprehensively, directing her gaze at Morgan. Listen to your child, Your Majesty. I am no match for you. I added, trying to ignore the look she was sending me. H? Is that what you think, magician? I think you're perfect for me, she said in a confident tone. Only someone extraordinary could be my husband, and you have true magic. And while I was thinking how I could refute her point of view, even though I realized that asking a berserker with insane enhancement rank EX was useless, my senses picked up a sudden burst of magic. And turning in his direction, I saw a slit appear in the air, from which 2 clearly familiar people emerged. Lufay Pendragon and Arthur Pendragon. H? More guests. Morgan said, staring in their direction, and froze once more when her fairy eyes told her who they were and a smirk appeared on her face. Very interesting guests. Who are you? With his sword at the ready, Arthur asked and pointed at the ruined mansion, while Lufay hid behind his back and peered out from there. Is this your doing? You couldn't have picked any other time to show up, Ah, stop. Arthur left the house because of the maid, right? And apparently, when he heard the situation, he rushed here to rescue her. Have a seat, my sister's descendants. We have much to talk about. Morgan said with a sweet smile on her face and dragged them telekinesis to the table, immobilizing the poor souls and creating seats for them. Arthur and Lufay could only blink in incomprehension and stare warily at me, Morgan, and Mordred. Yeah. What's my luck parameter there? ++. That's a lie, I'll tell you that. Tired face. Pendragon Mansion. A nice, cool breeze caressed my face, while the sun hung high in the sky and birds chirped melodiously in the nearby forest. And all this beautiful picture was spoiled by the oppressive atmosphere at the table at the dilapidated Pendragon Mansion. "So, you bear your father's name, eh?" Mordred asked with a challenge in her voice, looking at Arthur, weak. "Well, well. Don't be so rude, my child," Morgan said with a sweet smile on her face. "It's not his fault it doesn't match his name." "Yep. Let's talk about the extremely beautiful character of one ultra-strong witch and her super-rebellious daughter. Love/hate for her father Mordred and pathological jealousy of her brother Morgan, even though she's from the Lost Belt where she ruled Fairy Britain." Arthur acted very wisely by remaining silent in response. Though his very hard stare in Mordred's direction made it clear that he noticed how the Knight of Betrayal put it. "Why are you insulting my brother?" Lu Fei cautiously asked, "And who are you people? You feel so familiar." "My husband, would you be so kind as to introduce us?" Morgan turned to me with a wide grin on her face. "It seems our guests still haven't realized who we are." "Do I have to be your husband, your majesty?" I asked in a tired tone, putting my palm to my face. "You shouldn't ask such obvious things, my husband." "You already know my answer, don't you?" she replied smugly. "You know what? Fuck it," I waved my hand. "The one in the armor is Mordred, Knight of Betrayal, and the one in the dress, whose conceit shines brighter than Rangaminiad, is Morgan Le Fay." Arthur's and Le Fay's eyes widened, and their mouths opened so wide that they looked like they could fit a basketball in them. His brother's glasses skewed in a second shudder, and his sister stared at Morgan with unblinking eyes. "Why you?" she murmured in a shaky voice. "Yes, little one. And I find it very amusing that you were named after me," Morgan said with amusement in her voice, "and that goes for your brother, too." "But why did you name us after your sister and not your brother?" Arthur asked calmly. "You've already guessed why, haven't you, boy?" "But..." "Listen, Arthur," I intervened. At the same time, Mordred made a face when she heard me say that name, and Morgan grinned. "I suggest you simply accept the fact that King Arthur was a girl. Any further resistance or doubt will only damage your mind. Trust me." "Okay," he sighed tiredly and nodded. And there was silence at the table. How wise. He just took my advice. He'll go far. And Lu Fei is still silent and silent. "By the way, why are you even here, kid?" Mordred asked me casually. "Even if Uther Pendragon isn't the best father, I understand his decisions. And I'd rather he didn't die of old age," Arthur replied, then looked at Morgan. "He's not dead, is he?" "Tattered, unconscious, but alive," I answered in her place and pointed to a small pile of concrete and plaster. "He's over there. If you'll excuse me, I'd like to get him out of there and check his condition." Arthur stood up and headed towards the slide. Lu Fei hid her eyes and clutched her hat nervously as her brother left to trash their father. Impressive. Arthur realizes that both he and his sister are of interest to Morgan, so he's not too worried about Lu Fei's safety, at least not as obviously. Also, he didn't mention the maid who caused him to leave the house. "Hey, Lu Fei," I called out to her, from which she cautiously looked up, and created a cup of tea in front of her. "Calm down. Have some tea and relax a bit. You and your brother are in no danger, since Morgan isn't vindictive enough to harm you too. Well, at least not unless you insult her badly or something." "Oh okay." She muttered nervously, and took the cup carefully and sipped from it. "Yeah. I feel like I'm bullying a schoolgirl, H. You know me so well, my husband. Do you still have doubts that we're not right for each other?" Morgan said sneeringly. "I suggest we leave that topic for another day, Your Majesty," I said and turned to Lu Fei. "I see you have questions. You may ask them." The little witch paused for a moment. "Weren't Sir Mordred and Morgan Le Fay dead a long time ago?" Gaining her courage, she asked, "Anne, their magical signature is very spirit-like. Are they ghosts?" "In principle, you're right. Her Majesty and her son are dead, and the ones sitting at this table now are a metaphysical digital copy of them, with all their memories, character, abilities, and so on, but with a flavor of magic. You could say you're looking at the real-life Knight of Betrayal and King Arthur's older sister." "I understand. Thank you for explaining," Le Fay muttered and stood up and bowed to them. "It's a pleasure to meet you, honorable ancestors." "Yeah, as you wish." Mordred shrugged her shoulders and stood up from the table and walked toward Arthur. "I'll go keep an eye on the boy. Talking is not my thing." "Oh, how cute you are," Morgan smiled and examined Le Fay. "You are very talented in magic. You remind me of me when I was young, so innocent and naive." Thank you." She hesitated and sat back down, covering her face with her hat. "Tell me about yourself and your brother," the Queen of the Fairies said with a hand on her head and leaned on the table. "Well, I studied at the Golden Dawn, one of the main magical associations. There I learned the spells I use. And my brother. What about him? Morgan asked with interest. Well. Lu Fei procrastinated, pondering whether to share this information. About the same thing as Artoria, only with less Caliban-related problems, I answered for her. Romance with his maid in the Pendragon mansion left the house, taking the aforementioned sword with him, followed by Lu Fei herself. Basically, it's no big deal. So you came here because of that maid? Morgan asked. And because of my father too, Lu Fei nodded cautiously, and like my brother said, he's not a bad father, he just doesn't know how to do things differently. In that, they're alike. Queen of Fairies grinned. Heh. Morgan's father trusted Merlin too much. And that was his biggest mistake, but then again, he couldn't have done it any other way. Because the timeline would have become a lost belt with the wrong history of the world. Or destroyed altogether at the instigation of Alia and her counter-straits. Besides, women rulers weren't exactly favored in those days. But Morgan was a fairy, and a strong one at that. As these thoughts raced through her mind, the two witches were already talking passionately about magic and how to use it. Apparently, the fairy queen had decided to take on an apprentice. Hopefully, little Lu Fei won't turn into another Morgan. Though the circumstances are different, so it's unlikely. In any case, I'll take my leave as I don't want to meddle in your family's affairs. The note with my address is on the table, so if you want to come over. I stood up from the table, leaving the note on it, and then turned towards Lu Fei. That goes for you and your brother as well. I wish I could talk to you, but I see the circumstances aren't right. But we don't know where your home is. A certain black cat will tell us the way. I rolled my eyes and Lu Fei gave me a surprised look. Did she really think she could go unnoticed? Kuroka has been hanging around my house for a week now. However, it wasn't me who noticed her, but Grandpa. And he was even impressed with her disguise skills. I guess it's because of her senjutsu skills. But I didn't understand why she was watching me. I didn't interact with her sister, and there can't be any other reason. At least, I don't think so. And on those thoughts, I teleported away. Tired face. Unknown location. But I wasn't at home, and the first thing my eyes noticed were 3 teenagers, one with a spear, the second on his left was wearing glasses, and the third on the right had a decent amount of muscle. Good afternoon, Romani Archiman, the one with the spear began. My name is Cao Cao, and I am the head of the hero faction. To my left is George, and to my right is Hercules. My eyebrow twitched. I can't remember which time today. Is that too much to ask? Just a break for a day or two, for crying out loud. And I'd like to invite you to join a stronghold of humanity. He finished solemnly, looking at me with interested eyes. But then, a wide grin appeared on my face, showing all 32 teeth. I needed an outlet, though. Tired face. An unknown place. Humanity's stronghold, you say? That's right. We are the descendants of great heroes, and our goal is to save people from the tyranny of arrogant, disgusting and cruel supernatural beings. Heracles intervened, puffing up his chest proudly. This is such obvious propaganda that I don't even know what to say. And actually, it sounds like bullshit. Oh, it does. But it's still not clear to me what this has to do with me. I said disinterestedly, starting to clean my ear with my little finger. Romani Archiman, you don't need to hide your power, Cao Cao said in a soothing tone that made my eyebrow twitch. I'm not much of a magician, but George is. He has labeled you as a very talented magician, and we would like you to join our cause. Humanity needs people like you. Marked. Is he some new species of humanoid mammal? You're wrong, George said irritably and adjusted his glasses. Our leader simply chose the wrong word. But he's right nonetheless. If my observations are correct, and they are, then you are a very promising mage, because your mana reserves are twice as high as those of the average human. And that's what he considers a talent. Apparently, they're severely understaffed. And it's probably because of Gilgamesh's attacks on them. Oh. So you've been watching me like a common pervert. I made a face, disgusting. You misunderstood, Mr. Archiman. Cao Cao tried to keep a smile on his face. We are constantly watching people, looking for talents among them. And we need people like you. Oh, P. Why are we being ceremonious with him, Cao Cao? We could just take him by force. Heracles interrupted me. This ghoul is starting to annoy me. And the fact that he goes by the same name as Berserker makes him as ridiculous as possible. Okay, I get it. You're just a bunch of perverts consisting of a stalker, a humanoid mammal, and a special gym goer. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in your merry band. I waved it off. Cao Cao and George were quite tolerant of my character, unlike the third member of their group. That's it. You're coming with us. Heracles shouted and, stretching out his fist, came at me. However, he was blocked by the blue magic circle with Solomon's seal, which I, of course, hid. His impact with the circle released a small wave of power. Not bad, for a servant with power rank E. Heracles' eyes widened in surprise, and Chow Chow and George's gazes became serious. Oh. Would you be so kind as to not come within 10 meters of me? I wouldn't want your special vibes to get on me, I said and lightly waved my hand in his direction. And from this movement there was a strong stream of wind, which threw Heracles and sealed him into the nearest cliff, forcing him to fly 500 meters. And my eyes only now discerned the environment I was in. It was some rocky terrain with all the rocks, trees, and a big mountain in the distance. Well, that's a good place to go. And most importantly, let off some steam. By the way, I started casually, while George and Chow Chow were studying me and preparing for the fight, and a wide grin blossomed on my face. Are you looking for new members so zealously because of a certain blonde man with red eyes and his friend with green hair? How do you know that? George tensed up. Because he works for me, you humanoid mammal. Bastard. Do you realize how many members we've lost? He shrieked, and various magical circles appeared around him. So much work has been lost for nothing and all because of you and your six. Why did you do it, Mr. Archiman? Chow Chow asked me seriously and pointed the tip of his spear at me. I didn't do anything, I shrugged my shoulders, to which I received surprised looks. Believe it or not, I didn't give any orders. They just decided to take a walk and you just got unlucky. And besides, I wouldn't have joined you anyway. I don't like being around perverts. I see. Chow Chow nodded, then we have nothing more to talk about. After he finished speaking, he instantly attacked and aimed his spear at my neck. And me? I just stood there. I didn't dodge or block, for I don't need to do that. And when the true Longinus almost reached my skin, it stopped a centimeter away from me. Chow Chow thought it was some kind of magic and put more effort trying to pierce my neck, but the spear wouldn't budge or move an inch. Oh, I forgot to mention, I tapped my fist on my head, acting like an anime girl who realized the mistake. Your spear can't hurt me. Not at all. So if you have no other way to damage me, then just run like a scared rabbit. And then he raised his hand and flicked it into the air in front of him. From which he flew away just like Heracles. But Chow Chow didn't fly for long, but slowed down with his spear and, having made a somersault, landed softly on the ground 40 meters away from me. And in the center of his forehead, a large bruise from my flick was visible. Why can't my spear hurt you, Mr. Archiman? He asked tensely. Because I am Solomon. As it turns out, anything where God's will is present cannot harm me. I guess that's the cost of recognizing the Almighty in Solomon. But, of course, I won't tell Chow Chow that. Oh, I don't know. I grinned. Maybe the will of God, contained in the true Longinus, doesn't agree with your ideals. What are you? He was about to continue asking questions, but he was interrupted by the loud shout of Heracles. Here I come, you bastard. Boom. A deafening explosion sounded, covering the space around me with dust and dirt. Slowly turning towards the active defense circle, I saw Heracles standing in the balance breaker. His arms and shoulders were covered in missiles that resembled RPG shells. And one of them was still in contact with the circle. Why can't I hit you? He shrieked and swung for another blow. Stop, Heracles. Of course, he didn't listen to his leader and started pounding the circle. Boom 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 boom. Die, damn it. I am Heracles, descendant of Greece's strongest hero. I can't help but defeat you. Boom 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 boom. And while he was trying to get through, I was reminded of a certain scene from the anime involving Romani and Gowishia. Really, there's no punching involved. How long are you going to put up with this buffoon, Romani? Beast I asked. Boom 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 boom. Come on. It doesn't make me uncomfortable. I replied, rolling my eyes. Why aren't you dying? Heracles growled madly, not stopping pounding. You can finish it, though. At these words, I snapped my fingers, applying third magic, and he instantly froze and fell to the ground like a puppet with cut strings. Heracles. George shrieked, and a purple mist covered Heracles' body, and a couple seconds later it was gone. I didn't kill him, if anything. I shrugged and turned toward Chow Chow. Where were we interrupted? Ah, yes. The ideals. I paused. You call yourself and your faction heroes. But all I see is a foolish child playing war games and begging for attention. You're brash, cocky, and manipulative. You want to fight, test yourself, and get glory. You don't care about people's lives, only your own. Why else would you gather like-minded people and brainwash them? We're heroes. We save people. What I'm doing is necessary, he shouted. Oh, is that what you're telling yourself? And stop using we when all you care about is a me. After all, you're an even bigger child than I thought you were. You don't even realize that salvation and heroes are subjective. And you're fixated on the easiest way to achieve them, killing. And it doesn't matter how many lives you lay down on the way to salvation and being a hero, whether innocent or not. No thoughts, no regrets. Nothing. All I see is a frog at the bottom of a well that has never seen the outside world and never will. What are you? You're nothing. A cellophane transparent bag with no writing or prints. Useless trash and a parasite. Some tragic shit must have happened to you, and you went through some kind of training and learning about your true self. And later at some point, the thought looped in your brain, I'll save them, because I'm a hero, and blah 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 blah. How? How did I know that? Your backstory and motivation is as cliched as it could possibly be. You're a previously written story. An empty echo. You will not be heard of. You will not be remembered. You'll fade into oblivion just as you appeared. A trash who thinks he's a savior and a god. He stared at me silently, his eyes clouded. Chow Chow, descendant of the hero from the novel Three Kingdoms, owner of the true Longinus, I said in a measured tone, nobody. He was, is, and will be. Until the day he dies. He didn't move, his empty eyes didn't blink, and his fingers clutched the spear until it bled. Did I overdo it? George, seeing the state Chow Chow was in, quickly activated his sacred gear, and fled, taking his leader with him. Well, I've blown off some steam. Now it would be good to sleep for a day or two. I activated the teleportation circle and disappeared from this place. Yeah. Let's do that. Tired face. My patreon.p.a.r.e.o.n.p.r.e.o.n.com/me/rzael. Kuo Academy. Medical room. 2 days later. I stood by the window and relaxed while sipping my coffee. These couple days had been pretty peaceful. I had even managed to sleep without the interference of any supernatural beings. The servant's pastime has become a normal daily routine. Gowishia now occasionally takes physical form and hangs out with Tiamat and Foe. Grandpa started training Hundred Face again, and sometimes, even Archer, who of course wasn't opposed to the idea. Medusa, Enkidu, and Artoria went shopping. Gilgamesh conversing with Merlin when the latter wasn't being pursued by Foe. And Hercules, just Hercules. By the way, Morgan and Mordred still haven't visited me. Which I'm actually glad of, since their visit will make things very noisy. And today is going to be a beautiful day, too. With no work or any other worries. At least, that's what I thought. Romani Archiman, please report to the student council room. Tsubaki's voice came from the speakers. Repeat. Romani Archiman, please report to the student council room. I sighed. Well, at least I had a couple days off. Tired face. Kuo Academy. Student council room. I burst in there as usual, without knocking and entering as if it were my home, and looked around. Apart from the usual inhabitants of this bureaucratic hell who looked as tired as possible, my eyes noticed a certain person in a pink magical girl costume. Good afternoon, lovers of the smell of cellulose. I said hello and, walking inside, sat down opposite Sona. What did you need my busy personality for? I was all about work, you know. Romani-sensei, we both know that your words are nonsense. Keeping her composure, Sona said. Now, Sotan. You're hurting my feelings, I said, clutching at my heart, and her glasses skewed, but still, why do you need me? Don't tell me Archer won your heart, and you want my blessing. What? Saji shrieked. Sotan. That handsome, sarcastic, hot, arrogant, muscular, and caustic bastard stole your heart. Seraphal flew up from her seat and started waving her fists around. How dare he? Sotan belongs only to me. I'll find him and catch him right now. Oh. An addition to Archer's harem? She didn't use the words castrate or kill, just find and catch. Oh, and she described him that way. Eroge protagonist EX, I guess. Enough. Sona shouted, and her face turned redder than Amiya's cloak. You promised you'd behave yourself, sister. Why are you red as a tomato then? Don't lie to your little sister. Seraphal pointed her finger at her. You. Well, that's not going to move the conversation forward. Then, God, I began, which made the demons in the room cringe in pain upon hearing the word. I don't think he'll mind taking you both in, but I'm still curious as to why I'm here. The student council members chuckled upon hearing me, and Tsubaki sighed tiredly. As for Saji, he just passed out either from anger or jealousy. Really? Seraphal asked excitedly. Yeah. +1 victim of Amiya. Sensei, shut up. Or I'll shut you up, Sona said with a deadpan look at me and the water snakes behind her, then turned to her sister, and you too. Otherwise I won't talk to you for a month. I grinned and raised my hands in a surrendering gesture, and Seraphal instantly sat back in her seat and assumed the pose of a model schoolgirl. Okay, Sona nodded and put her snakes away. Sensei, my sister wanted to talk to you about Archer. Right. I hope you'll answer my question. Serafal said, taking a serious look. Oh. Interesting. Of course, I shrugged, but you do realize I could be lying, right? That's for me to judge, Romani-san. Wow. Seeing a serious Serafal is so unusual. It's like I'm looking at a completely different person. It's true that her outfit didn't match her mood at all. And my question is, what is he, Romani-san? A person. That's not what I meant. When Sona informed me that she would be trained by a man, my opinion was rather skeptical. And later, when I saw him with my own eyes, I had questions. Such as, I know the terms of your and Surzex's contract, she said in a serious tone, which was not unexpected, but it bothers me that a strongman like Archer is around my sister and training her. Oh. She brought up that very topic. Well, I can't blame her for that. One Kalidbald can wipe an entire Kuo to dust, since Archer gets a limitless supply of mana from me. And need I mention the spamming of Excalibur shots? Lady Leviathan, why are you so wary of Archer-sensei? Tsubaki asked cautiously, we know he's powerful, but is he that strong? This Archer is at least on the level of the Surzex Knight, Okita Soji, Serafal stated, to which she received stunned looks from Sona's entire entourage. Especially Sona herself, I've seen how he moves and how much he holds back. And that worried me. I'd say Archer is stronger than that. One Gi Balg and that's it. He's not as dangerous as you think. Although he's an annoying bastard, but hurting someone for no reason isn't his profile. Maybe. But a man with that kind of power and in dangerous proximity to my sister still makes me uneasy, she insisted. What if he thinks Sona and her entourage are a threat? Then talk to him in person and get to know him. I rolled my eyes, then smirked, but be careful. What do you mean? She asked cautiously. You could be the fifth. Yes, his fifth woman. Well, and Sona's sixth, if things keep going the way they are. The reaction was immediate. It amazes me how quickly this woman's moods can change. No. I'm not giving him Sotan. Serafal shrieked, breaking out of her serious mode and leaping at Sona, enclosing her in a bear hug. She's mine alone. Sona herself froze, straddling the statue, and seconds later threw her sister off of her and ran out of the student council room with tears in her eyes. Sis, I hate you. I'm sorry, Sotan. Serafal rushed after her. I won't do it again. Yeah. Classic. It's a lot more fun to watch it live than on the screen, though. As the duo left the room, there was silence. No one said anything, and Tsubaki rubbed her temples tiredly. I apologize for this scene, she bowed. I hope you will forget this incident. How could I forget it? I grinned and stood up from my seat and headed for the exit. Now that we're done, I'll get back to work. And you probably need a way to keep this whole thing quiet. You mean slack? Tsubasa asked with a wry smile. You're right, though. We have plenty to do. Good luck then. And with those words, I left the student council room, ignoring her comment. Tired face. Amiya residence. Upon returning home, I found none of the residents of the residence. None at all. Not even Foe, who usually slept in one of the rooms or on Tiamat's head. And Hercules, usually standing outside, had also gone somewhere. And I have no idea where or why at all. Though it's likely grandfather is here somewhere, it's just not realistic to spot him. Shrugging, I collapsed on the couch and was about to snuggle up for dinner, but suddenly the doorbell rang, though I obviously wasn't expecting anyone. Ding dong. Walking to the door and opening it, I slammed my palm sharply on my face, heralding a headache. And Gowishia's caustic laughter wasn't helping the cause at all. Good evening, Mr. Archiman, the guest bowed, as did the other two behind him, and smiled politely. I'm delighted to meet you in person. Can we come in? You know what? Exclusively to avoid an even bigger headache than it already is, I'll let you in. I said in an irritable tone and let the guests inside. We apologize for the visit. They bowed again and went inside. They sat down on a vacant couch and behaved as modestly as possible, though their eyes stayed on me as I sat across from them. The silence lasted about a minute or so before I decided to start talking. So. Pardon my French, but what the hell are two archangels and a nun with an indecent body doing here? The man kept a calm smile on his face, the woman pouted, and the nun cast an uncertain look at me, as if deciding how to react to my words to her. Yep. Michael, Gabriel, and Griselda, respectively. I think the decision to reveal ourselves was a hasty one. We would like to personally welcome the reincarnation of a man whose wisdom the Father has personally recognized, Michael said with a note of awe. We are truly pleased to welcome the reincarnation of Solomon, King of Israel. He then stood up, as did the other two, and all three bowed once more. For the third time, please note. Didn't I tell you to get used to the attention, Romani? Gowishia asked with a sneer in his voice. How embarrassing, eh? Such scrutiny, and from 2 archangels, representatives of the highest ranks of heaven itself. You want to run away and hide somewhere, don't you? I'll send you away, you bastard. Twice. For this and the last time you made a joke about me. You bet I will. Looking around at the trio, I saw pure respect and acceptance in their eyes. Which made me rub my temples hard. Fuck. Maybe I should just erase their memories. Tired face. Amia residence. I had finished my 4th cup of coffee during the silence. Which did nothing to lower my headache and irritation level. Is our visit inconveniencing you, Mr. Romani? Michael asked cautiously, seeing my irritation, which I didn't try to hide. Oh, my God. How could you think that? I indignantly pressed my palm to my face. A humbleman like me was visited by such distinguished and majestic guests as you. I am so filled with joy that I cannot contain my smile. Don't you see that? The leader of the heavens still kept a smile on his face. Gabriel looked at me incomprehensibly, and Griselda's eyebrow twitched. What else did they expect after arriving here in person? Don't they realize that demons won't sit idly by when not 1, but 2 archangels arrived in Kuo? I have no doubt that Serzex and Seraphal are already tearing up at this news. Whose fault is this? I heard Gowishia in my head. I remember it was your decision to reveal yourself to the archangel, wasn't it, Romani? What's the saying? You fight for what you fight for, you get what you get. I didn't know that 2 archangels would show up here at once, I answered him, and why am I justifying myself to you? Because you admit your stupidity, he said with undisguised sneer. Dreaming is not a bad time. I was about to contradict him when Michael interrupted my conversation with Gowishia. I suppose our visit was unexpected, he said, but we couldn't help but do it. Because of my humble personality, I take it. You yourself must realize that Solomon's personality is of great importance not only to heaven, but to the entire biblical faction. He began with admiration in his voice. Even apart from his special fascination with women, he was probably one of the greatest saints in history. And the entire council of archangels considered him an extremely important person, since Father himself recognized him. He. At the mention of God, he became sad, and Gabriel's eyes began to water. Yeah, God is dead. I wouldn't say that, though. His will still exists in the true Longinus, and if I wanted to, resurrecting him wouldn't be a problem. But would it be worth it? I don't know. On that basis, we would like you to be part of the church. And according to my sister, your personality is a replica of the original Solomon. Only with less attraction to women and a rougher personality. Rough. I'm telling it like it is, not mincing words. If someone's an asshole, they're an asshole. No buts or ifs. I shrugged my shoulders, and I remember telling the cardinal that obscene nun and your sister, didn't I? I see. We'll figure something out, he nodded. Then there was silence in the room. Michael was thinking seriously about changing the structure of the church. His eyes did not move, and his hand scratched his chin in thoughtfulness. Gabriel, on the other hand, looked at him with troubled eyes. And so did Griselda. I decided to bring him out of it, of course, because I didn't want to wait for him to think it over. Is that the only reason for your visit? I leaned back on the couch, because I don't think it is. You're right, he nodded. There was a situation that you mentioned in a conversation with my sister a couple days ago. So the holy toothpicks were stolen after all? I asked, rolling my eyes. Toothpicks, Mr. Archiman. Griselda took the floor. I don't mean to be impertinent, but calling artifacts of this level toothpicks is rather rude. I grinned. There's no other way to call these reforged Excaliburs. If you compare them to the noble phantasms, they're at most D rank. Explosion on every strike. That's a bit weak. Shape-shifting. Not bad, but only if the wielder is someone at the level of Amia. Mind control. Magic resistance, hello. And I could give some sort of a head start, given the circumstances of this world and the anti-demon properties of the swords, but their durability. I'm guessing they'd be more likely to shatter than the shield if they hit Roe Ajax. Believe it or not, there's no other way to call these things. May I ask why? Gabriel asked, tilting her head to the side. Okay. Now we can find out what my local colleague was capable of. Though I doubt he'll be as powerful. Just for the record, do you know what Solomon's powers were? I assumed a businesslike demeanor. Michael took on a pensive look, as did Gabriel. And Griselda waited with genuine interest for an answer. Aside from the obvious power over demons. He was quite a powerful mage. Scratching his chin, Michael replied. Well, now that they're here, I think Azazel would be a good addition to the conversation. I snapped my fingers and a magic circle with Solomon's seal appeared underneath us all. A regular six-pointed star encased in a circle. Seeing this, Michael and Gabriel were not particularly wary, unlike Griselda. She was about to pull out the sword hanging at her side as the next moment we disappeared from Amia's residence. Oh, yeah. Did I mention there were already demons at the door of the house? Tired face. Azazel's house. Where are we? She asked with concern in her voice as the lights went out, sword drawn. At the same time, the two archangels were examining the decorations of the room. And it was quiet and eerie. Just like the last time I came here. Is Azazel playing hide and seek with Nightingale again? Screep. Suddenly there was an eerie creak of a door, and we all turned slowly in its direction. Berserker walked through it with her scalpels clasped between her fingers with a calm step, and upon finding us with a glance, she stopped and lowered her hands, putting them away. Master. I thought intruders had broken in, she said and shifted her gaze to the others. Who are these? Patients. Amputation or injection? Michael had his perpetual smile on his face and Gabriel had a look of intense surprise on hers. Apparently her eyes told her who it was. Who in? Griselda was about to ask a question when I interrupted her. It's all right, Berserker. I raised my hand. I'm looking for Azazel. Azazel? Michael asked. Is the brother here? Gabriel added. This is his house after all. I shrugged and turned toward Nightingale. I hope you didn't castrate him, Berserker. Can you take us to him? Sure, she nodded and led us somewhere. Please behave yourselves. He's on sick leave. Is he sick? Archangel asked excitedly. What's wrong with him? Is his life in no danger? Unfortunately, yes. He has a severe alcohol addiction. Nightingale nodded, and stopped at one of the doors of the house. He's behind that door. And please don't disturb the patient too much. Otherwise, it may prolong his treatment time. I nodded briefly and entered the room. And what my eyes saw can only be described as a horror movie. There was only one single lamp burning in the room, which hung in the middle of the room. There were metal bars attached to the window and the walls resembled those in hospitals. In the room was a hospital bed, to which Azazel was handcuffed. He was dressed in a straitjacket and his eyes were dead and resembled a dead fish. He didn't move or blink, he just was. Azazel looked more like a corpse or a vegetable than a patient or a sick person. And only the heart monitor showing his pulse gave information that he was alive at all. Fuck. I muttered, seeing all this. Maybe I'd gone a little overboard. By some fraction of a percent, say. Because now I felt sorry for him. Turning toward the others present, I saw Michael's very concerned face and Griselda's nervous look. And Gabriel, brother, she shrieked and ran over to the bunk and started tugging on his shoulder. How are you feeling? Are you all right? Azazel slowly turned towards her voice and upon seeing Gabriel, his eyes widened so much that I was worried they were going to pop out of his eye sockets. Sister. He muttered in a weak voice, save yourself. The D-Devil is near. Run. And then he lost consciousness, apparently unable to believe his eyes. Brother. Brother. Gabriel started yanking him from side to side. Come to your senses. Mr. Archiman, Michael called to me cautiously. What happened here? Why is Azazel in such a state? And who is this devil he mentioned? I will only say that I am not to blame for this. Figuratively. Figuratively. Why does the Governor-General of the Fallen look like he survived the war? And his psychological state is so unstable, judging from his behavior, that I think he's going to go insane. You. What's all the noise, dear visitors? Came the calm voice of Berserker, who entered the room like a ghost. I jumped, Griselda raised her sword, and Michael opened all 12 of his wings to defend himself. Gabriel tried to wake Azazel. Didn't I tell you not to disturb the patient? And she was looking at us with eyes so scary that it made me want to pee. I did what anyone else in my position would have done. Fuck it. I shouted and activated the teleportation circle, taking myself, Azazel, Michael, Gabriel, and Griselda back to the Amia residence and knocking Nightingale out with third magic. Once home, I instantly created an entire liter kettle of coffee and drained it in a volley, trying to calm myself down. Nurse of Steel. More like Freddy Krueger in a skirt, for crying out loud. Fuck this kind of adventure. Just fuck it. I won't make that mistake again. Never in my life. Aha. Tired face. Amia residence. Thank you for saving me. I thought that I would spend the rest of eternity in such a state. Azazel practically whispered in a weak voice as Gabriel spoon-fed him, her worried gaze never leaving him. Neither did Michael, who was sitting across from him. Honestly, I'm still shaking from what happened in the house of the Governor-General of the Fallen. I never thought I'd naturally find myself in a horror movie. And Azazel. I managed to resuscitate him, although it took a lot of effort. With third magic, I erased the most unhealthy memories from his mind, scraping out every detail of what he'd been through. And now Azazel is slowly recovering with support from the archangels. Griselda stood behind Michael and watched the whole thing. I didn't completely erase his memory because, given his temper, he would have wanted to get to the truth. He wouldn't now. Definitely not. Well. I didn't expect it to turn out this way. I'm sorry, I tilted my head toward Azazel. I assure you, she won't bother you again. At the mention of Nightingale, he began to tremble, and Gabriel hugged him gently to quiet his trembling. As compensation, I'm willing to help you with one thing of yours and provide one servant of your personal choice, I said and rubbed my temples. Besides, I'm the reincarnation of Solomon. That's just for the record. He froze and slowly looked up at me. Solomon. He blinked with disbelieving eyes, the same Solomon I used to hang out with. Heh. They hung out together. I guess my local counterpart's attraction to women brought him and Azazel closer together. I don't know about that, since I'm not him. I shrugged and turned toward Michael. Where did our conversation break down? Ah, yes. Solomon's abilities. I paused for a moment before continuing. Since the theory of parallel universes makes sense because of the space between dimensions and the existence of two dragon gods. In short, I'm from another world. Another world. Michael was surprised, but not too much. Can I ask how different it is from ours? Not much. It's just that mankind has left the gods there, I began, to which I received a raised eyebrow from the current ruler of the heavens and a surprised look from his sister. In my world, time can be divided into 3 eras: gods, fairies, and humans. During the first one, supernatural beings walked amongst ordinary humans and it was considered the norm. That is, what is happening now. Michael commented thoughtfully. Right, I nodded. In the second, something happened and dealt with almost all of them. It was then, with the support of the planet itself, that the fairies forged Excalibur, the physical embodiment of the prayer called glory, which is conceptually indestructible as long as at least one person is alive. And now do you understand why I called your Excaliburs toothpicks? Unfortunately, Griselda replied, your sword is far superior to ours, though I don't want to admit that fact. After all, ours was forged by God himself. And if your words are true, this sword can defeat even someone like Shiva, the god of destruction, and is virtually indestructible. With enough mana. No question. And not virtually indestructible, but indestructible in principle. Well, at least as long as one person is alive. But that doesn't matter, because the power of the gods depends on the number of believers, does it? I grinned, to which I got a nod. What am I talking about? Exactly. And the third one, only a few still walk among humans and are carefully hidden due to some factors I won't mention. And that's the one going on at the moment, the Age of Men. Having finished my explanation, I took a sip of coffee and waited for my words to fully sink into their heads. For them, the very possibility of excluding supernatural beings from the lives of humans is unattainable. They are so used to the current realities that they haven't even considered it. A cost of Safar's absence from this world, I suppose. I wonder what the history of the world would be like if she were here. After all, the local gods are far weaker than their Nasuverse counterparts. They don't embody a concept, they merely borrow it. It's like comparing a guy scooping water out of a lake with a bucket to the lake itself. The difference is so enormous that the comparison becomes ridiculous. By the way, I heard Michael's voice, coming out of his thoughts. You said something about Solomon's abilities. What did you mean? Were there others? Well, besides demon control and not bad magic, of course. Azazel, who had more or less come to his senses, joined the conversation. And Griselda and Gabriel's ears perked up. Not bad. I grinned. Azazel Kuan, you don't realize what an understatement of the century you just made. What do you mean by that? The 72 pillars are very powerful on their own, aren't they? I asked, to which all 4 of them quickly agreed. What if I told you that the Solomon of my world made them even more powerful? They froze when they heard my words. More powerful? Michael asked cautiously, while Griselda and Gabriel gave me a concerned look. How? Azazel asked, intrigued. I answered them with a flick of my finger, and a few seconds later, Gowishia materialized at the table. Upon seeing him, Griselda bared her sword, Michael and Gabriel opened their wings, readying themselves for battle, and Azazel examined every detail of Beast Eye. Ah, yes. I forgot to mention one very amusing fact, I said, placing my hands on the table and crossing my fingers in a lock. And my chin rested on them, keeping my head upright. With the advent of the Age of Men, 7 entities were born. 7 entities embodying the 7 sins of mankind. Not trivial ones like envy, lust, and so on, but far more profound ones. Like regression and comparison and so forth. And in my world, they're called beasts. They're conceptually immortal beings who can't die until human progress stagnates or goes extinct altogether. Amazing, isn't it? I paused, and the eyes of my listeners widened at what I heard. And before you sits the Beast Eye. The very first of them, created personally by Solomon with his not bad magic, who combined all 72 original demons into one being, making him the demon god king. A ritual to correct the order of mankind, epitomizing the sin of pity, Gowishia. It is interesting to meet you in person, representatives of heaven, he said in a dramatic voice. The guests did not blink. Didn't move. Even stopped breathing. They looked like statues of the most skillful work that mankind was capable of. And it was Griselda who was the first to come out of her stupor. What? She exclaimed, her eyes practically bulging out of her eye sockets. You've got to be kidding me. You mean to tell me that we are essentially having all 72 pillars sitting in front of us? Indeed. We are here. The simultaneous response of dozens of different voices rang out in the room at once, and magical circles with the seal of each demon pillar lit up around Gowishia. Does this embarrass you, servant of God? Hearing them, the guests flinched, and Gabriel generally began muttering the names of the demons whose voices she could recognize. Sitri, Beleth, Liray, Phoenix, Morex. Fun fact, damn it. Azazel picked up on it. Do you realize what you've just revealed to us? I agree with them. Michael joined them in a trembling voice. Why, you realize how much power you have in your hands. In his hands. Gowishia raised an eyebrow. I obey only myself, Archangel. This wretched man is not my command. Oh. I rolled my eyes. It is not good to lie. I don't give you orders just because I don't need to. Your comment has been ignored, magician. Aha, I waved it away and turned to the guests. Anyway, don't pay attention to him. He's not worth it. Not worth it. Wake up, Romani. Do you have any idea what will happen if the others find out about him? They'll start treating humanity as a disease to be eradicated, for crying out loud. Azazel yelled, pointing his finger at Gowishia, and the fact that he's basically part of biblical mythology makes it even worse. There's going to be a war. Everyone is against us. Well, about the first point, they already think so, at least some of them, but about the second? I doubt it. And besides, what makes you think I don't have enough power to deal with all of them? I shrugged, to which I got twitchy faces. Servants haven't been cancelled, you know. Some of them killed gods and, by enlisting themselves in the throne of heroes, got anti-divine properties at their disposal. And weapons of the same type. That's just for the record. He froze again and stared at me intently. Servants. Throne of heroes. Gabriel asked, uncomprehending. You'll find out from Azazel. I was tired of repeating the same explanation. I rubbed my temples. I suppose it was wise not to tell them about the 2 more beasts living under my roof. And the grand servants, of course. Otherwise they'd have died right here. Aha. Tired face. Okinawa. I sent the guests away. Well, after we talked the Excalibur thing over. Turns out Kokabiel's already crossed into Japan and is heading toward Kuo. Michael said he would send churchmen here to investigate the matter. To which I only grinned. In the end it was decided that they would visit me when they arrived in the city. Ah, yes. The archangels also asked me to keep the information about Solomon and Gowishia a secret if possible. And by golly, Gowishia definitely scared them. After dealing with the guests, I set out to find the missing servants. And I managed to find them here on the beach in Okinawa. Or rather, what was a beach? When I arrived here, the first thing I saw was a cut, pierced, and bombed ground full of blast craters. The trees that were near the beach were uprooted or destroyed altogether. Ahahaha. Look what I can do, Enkidu. Turning toward a voice obviously belonging to Gilgamesh, I saw him doing a one-legged stance and balancing Issei on his head. Why does he even have this BFG 9000 Nasuverse edition? Isn't that the prerogative of his version of Archer? I looked around and found the rest of the servants with my eyes. Enkidu was rubbing his temples, looking at his friend. Merlin was buried up to his head in the sand with Foe sitting on top of him. Heracles was splashing in the water like a child. And the others? Shirou. Drink up. For me. Artoria was shoving a bottle of sake in Archer's face. Come on, Shirokuin. Just 1 cup. Medusa did the same thing, only hugging him from behind, pressing herself against him. I knew this was a bad idea. Facepalmed Eroge the protagonist. Shut up, you have no idea how enviable your position is, nameless hero. Shouted Lancelot, looking at him with burning eyes. Tiamat softly sang out, looking at them and smiling happily. And yes, they smelled like they were so stinky. Well, except for Enkidu and Archer, who were not amused by the current situation. The servants certainly had fun. And by my calculations, it all happened in less than 6 hours. What the hell? Why does the beach look like it's been through Armageddon? What kind of idiot releases his noble phantasms? Whose goddamn idea was this anyway? My face is twisted in a childish way. And my hand slapped my face with a very loud sound. Asako. I called out to the main facet of the 100 faces. Master. She replied, appearing beside me and looking at me with nervous eyes. Would you be so kind as to tell me something, I began, to which she tensed up. Who was the instigator of all this? It was me, sensei. I heard a familiar girl's voice. Turning toward him, my eyes saw a smirking Aika in a swimsuit, holding a glass of some kind of cocktail. Tell me, Alia, why did you decide to arrange all this? I asked, my eyebrow twitching relentlessly. Well, even servants need to relax at least once in a while. She replied cheerfully and took a sip. Relax, for crying out loud. Doesn't she see what the beach has become? Doesn't she realize how dangerous the servants are? Stop. I took a closer look at Aika's face, at which her cheerful smile turned into a smirk. It's clear now. She's getting back at me, huh? For putting her next to Artoria and Medusa. Oya. You've decided to take revenge on me, Alayashiki. Oh, you should, my dear. Oh, for nothing. So, even servants need to relax, don't they? I asked in a measured tone, to which I received a nod. Then that includes me, doesn't it? I'm basically a servant, too, aren't I? The kindest smile bloomed on my face, and now her grin was frozen, and if they can afford to blow things up, so can I, can't I? Somehow, I don't like where you're going with this, Romani-sensei. Aika said cautiously, and the smirk slid off her face. In a brief flash of light, my appearance changed. Now, instead of me in Romani's body, it was now Solomon. And the 10 rings flashed with power. It's all right, Aika-san. I'll blow something up too, I said with a smile on my face. Her whole body trembled in response to my words. I mean, it's only fair, isn't it? And maybe you shouldn't do that. The time of birth has come. Why you're seriously gonna use that on a schoolgirl like me? He is the one who masters all. I apologize. I won't do it again. She shrieked, throwing the drink away and kneeling down. Ars Almadel Solomonis. That day, everyone in the world saw millions of rays of light falling towards Japan. Of course, before that, I used territory creation and reduced the power of noble phantasm by as much as 2 ranks. I'm not a fool, ahaha. Tired face. Kuo Academy. Occult Research Club. The next day. Thank you for coming, Romani-sensei. Rias began as soon as I was seated and bowed. First, I would like to thank you for helping Issei with his training. It was a surprise to me that he could reach balance breaker in such a short period of time. That's right. Thank you, sensei. Issei added. Yeah, anything. I waved it off and asked Rias to continue. Yesterday we felt a holy aura in your house and we wanted to check it out. But then she disappeared. And so did you. I'd like to know who it was, she said in a businesslike tone. Oh. Is she at it again? Doesn't she realize that I won't report to her? Calm your tits, Tomato-san, I shrugged. Rias twitched in response, and Aquino giggled, just some unexpected guests who wanted to talk to me. Nothing serious. And yes, I'm answering out of courtesy, not because you asked. I'm in charge of this town, and it's important that I know what goes on in it, she said, crossing her arms. And since you live here, it's important that you follow the rules. My eyebrow twitched. What kind of hypocrisy is that? I remember you were the one who missed the group of fallen that killed Issei. That would also include killing locals by renegade demons. Sona's doing a pretty good job, so why can't you? I glanced at Issei out of the corner of my eye. I saw that he didn't seem to be following the conversation at all. Once again, I'm surprised that extreme naivete is the hallmark of protagonists. Rias didn't even notice how she misspoke and revealed the fact that she was, in fact, complicit in his murder. In some fanfics, she purposefully lets him die. That doesn't seem to be the case here. In theory. But the very fact of it gives the Shinto faction an opportunity to push the demons. Like the case of Nikosho incident, for that matter. I don't even want to lecture them like I did in the case of Aquino. But then I had a one-off impulse, so to speak. She ended up revealing herself to her fullest in the rating game, and now she has a more or less genuine smile on her face rather than a fake one. If that's it, I'll go, I said, or is there something else? Yes, Rias nodded, I'd like you to train us. I raised an eyebrow. And why is that? I wondered. The other day Sona and I decided to test our powers and... She hesitated. We were destroyed. Literally, Aquino finished for her. From talking to her, we learned that you, sensei, provided the mentor. And you're a very powerful mage yourself. So much so that, according to Sona, even if we team up, we don't stand a chance against you. Oya. Sona told them about me. Although I can see Rias isn't too interested in that information. Well, she relies too much on her brother's strength. I wonder how I could break her rose-colored glasses. No problem, I began, to which I received a very pleased Rias, but what do I get in return? Free cheese is only in the mousetrap, tomato-san. I wish you'd stop calling me that, Mr. Sloth, she replied, to which I just rolled my eyes, and what do you want for your help? I wondered. Well, at least she's willing to learn. Though she doesn't see the problem of her entourage closely. So. What do you want me to demand? How about one request, not from you, but from your brother? No problem. She answered instantly, to which I remained calm outwardly, but inwardly. She's fucking stupid. Definitely and irrevocably stupid. Doesn't she realize what a huge mistake she's just made? I just don't know what to say. Fine. I'll meet you tomorrow night outside the clubhouse. I need to assess your abilities, I said and stood up and headed for the exit. See you, Tomato-san, the rest of you. And with those words, I headed to my workplace. I need to clear my head after such an obvious display of stupidity and short-sightedness. I hope the coffee will help me. Tired face. Koa Academy. The next day. Under a beautiful evening sunset, I and the entire cast of the Occult Studies Club stood across from each other, parodying old 90s cowboy action movies in every tradition. The battlefield was ready. Admittedly, as they set up their barriers, my eyebrow occasionally twitched in realization of how weak they were. In the anime, when the battle against Kokabiel was taking place and Sona and her retinue were holding the barrier, I had no questions about the barrier's strength and stability. Now, however, there are. And very big ones at that. At that point, Sona was far weaker than she is now, and how the hell did their barrier hold back the attacks of the Fallen, who had 10 wings? Even for plot convention, this ranking of forces is just too illogical. So I put my closed field on top of theirs, just in case. Master, why do I have to be the one to do this? Again. Ah, yes. Of course, I brought Archer along. And he'll be the one to test their skills. I think a little change of scenery will do him good. Well, given recent events. Well, imagine if I put Gilgamesh against them. What would he do to them? I began, to which he rubbed his temples and remained silent, or Lancelot, or Enkidu, or Hera. I get it, he grumbled, but Saber or Ryder could take over, right? Or, God forbid, Merlin. Is your inner hero of justice messing with your head again? I rolled my eyes, and his eyebrow twitched. Don't tell me you don't think you're the best fit. Isn't your versatility the deciding factor? TSK, Archer sked. While we were talking, an impatient Rias intervened. Shall we begin, sensei? Right. Issei seconded her. Aha, I replied and stepped aside, then shouted to Archer one last time, remember, Amiya. People die if they are killed. Shiro froze for a moment and then produced his favorite blades and threw them at me in annoyance. In response, I squatted down, causing the married swords to fly over me. Ouch. Why do you have to react like that, Amiya-kun? Just because I'm right doesn't mean I'm right, right? Now he took out his bow and started shooting hunting at me, which of course were blocked against my magic circle. To complete the package, throw at me also the very spear whose owner took your heart, ahahaha. That's it. You're dead, master, he shouted and was about to rush at me when a black and scarlet ball of energy flew towards him. Attack. Rias shouted, and the retinue rushed to the attack, while she kept throwing the orbs as if there were no other use for them. Kiba was the first to reach Archer with his sword and swing it, but was blocked by Amiya, who wasn't even looking in his direction. Akino flew up into the sky and raised her hand. From that a magic circle appeared, from which lightning flew out and headed for Archer. But it too was repelled by him, to which he received the widened eyes of Rias' entourage. She wasn't discouraged and continued to fire lightning bolts while in the air. Though Amiya wasn't really paying much attention to her either. A cost of the battle with Medea, I suppose. Well, considering the circumstances preventing him from using devastating Kalidbog-type noble phantasms. Shiro swung his Bakuya and flung Kiba away from him, breaking his sword in the process, then dashed towards Rias. On his way to her, Kaneko stood in front of him, which he jumped over and threw his swords at the king of the retinue. I will protect the president. Issei shrieked, balance breaker. Scaly armor of the booster gear. As he activated it, he was ready to meet Archer's attack when, unexpectedly, Shiro turned sharply towards Asia, who was standing a bit away from Rias. Kiba and Kaneko instantly asked after Archer. As well as Issei, for that matter. Asia. Issei shrieked and rushed to defend her. But it was too late, as Archer quickly reached Asia's figure and knocked her out with a hilt strike to the back of her head. At full speed, the Issei flying towards him sped up even more and put his fist out, aiming for Shiro's face. Seeing this and thinking quickly, Archer thrust his hand forward. "Row Ajax," he shrieked, and a pink-colored flower-shaped shield appeared in front of him. Boom. There was an explosion, and a cloud of dust blocked the view. Rias managed to put a barrier in front of her, and her entourage searched for Amiya with their eyes until they found him standing near me with Asia in his arms. "I think that's enough. You all suck," I said in a measured tone and snapped my fingers. The bodies of the club members were wrapped around the roots and immobilized. "But, why?" a perplexed Issei asked. My eyebrow twitched. "Really, why?" "Maybe because you could have killed Asia, you stupid skillful pervert." At those words, he froze and turned pale, his eyes widening fearfully. As did the rest of them, though. "Oh. Your whole look screams that you haven't thought about it, huh?" I said, crossing my arms, "or did you take advantage of it on purpose, counting on Archer to protect her and set her up for a hit?" "No, you're not smart enough to think that." He lowered his head, and the rest of the entourage looked at Asia and Issei with concerned eyes. I snapped my fingers once more, and the roots released them. Thank you for not abandoning Asia, Archer-san," Rias said and bowed, walking over to us. "As you wish," Archer shrugged and handed Asia to Kiba. "Next time, watch your surroundings. You have no ability to make quick and thoughtful decisions. And if my hunch is correct, you'll be trained by me. That means you'll have a lot more work to do than Sitri-san and her entourage." Rias sighed disappointedly, as did the rest of her entourage. Except for Issei, who was still in a downcast state. "That's right," I nodded, "and anyway, whose idea was it to leave the dumb skillful pervert in reserve? Wouldn't it be preferable to leave the attack to him, and the rest of us to group up and support him from afar? And put Kiba and Kaneko in the middle or closer to him, Well." Aquino started awkwardly, throwing a glance in Rias' direction. "Heh. Your brains are swollen with the fat of your tits, Tomato-san. Didn't you already know that Archer was strong, and your standard tactics could go in the trash? But it worked in the raiding game," she muttered. Two of my eyebrows twitched. "How did you even get the idea to compare soap to an airplane? And anyway, Riser gave in to you, for crying out loud. Didn't you notice the look he gave you when he gave in? I'm just shocked. She's either playing dumb or she is." "Yeah. And to pull a stick the size of a skyscraper out of her ass and break her rose-colored glasses is gonna take a lot of time and effort, which, frankly, I'm sorry for." "Okay," I rubbed my temples. "To summarize, it turns out to be a dumb, skillful pervert who doesn't look where to hit. A tomato who can't sensibly assess the situation and strategize. Homo Eyes who is unable to create even a somewhat acceptable sword. White Cat, who has no speed at all on principle, and Healer, who can't defend himself in any way. Only Aquino, who more or less fulfills her role as fire support, has no special complaints. Anything else to add, Archer?" "Nope," he shrugged. But in the next moment, a scarlet spear exuding a bloodthirsty aura was aimed at my face, which I blocked with my index finger. "Oh. Isn't saving everyone your credo, Amiya-kun? Don't I fall under that category?" With a cute smile on my face, I asked, already knowing where the punch was coming from. "All magicians are annoying bastards that need to be destroyed," Amiya said confidently, holding up his spear. "You, Master, Zelrich, and that flower bastard. And if you all disappear, the world will only thank me." "Thank you for the compliment, Mother Amiya," I grinned, and the edge of his mouth twitched, "and I wouldn't give the interdimensional troll a bad word if I were you. Given our current circumstances, he could very well come here and play a joke on you. And you certainly don't want that. TCH. Turning to the side, I saw all the club members tensely staring at the spear in Archer's hand, and Kaneko had even fainted from its aura. What kind of spear is that, Sensei? Why does it have such a terrifying aura?" Kiba asked in a trembling voice. "Ouch. Did Gibalg scare them?" "Yeah. Their mental defenses are in the shitter too." I rubbed my temples and grabbed the spear and broke it with 2 fingers. To which I received stunned looks from Rias's entourage and Amiya's annoyed face. "I guess he's going to have a lot of work to do with them." "A lot of work," tired face. Kyoto. I decided to rest a bit and feel the atmosphere of the ancient city again. And this time without visiting Nurarihion's place. The sun had already set, and life in the city was just beginning, beautifully decorated red lanterns lighting up the streets, the clatter of traditional wooden Japanese sandals on the cobblestone road, and, of course, yukata men and women having a cultural time. Spurred on by the moment, I too changed into a black-colored yukata with a pattern of white flowers on it and strolled around, breathing in the ancient Japanese city-soaked air, which was a nice change of scenery. It was a beautiful city. Like the smiles on the faces of the people here, I heard Grandpa's voice beside me. In my time, they were covered in sand and dust, and the only sources of light were candles. The atmosphere was darker. I suppose there was rather little entertainment in your time, eh? Perhaps there was, but I didn't pay any more attention to it than necessary. What I did take up all the time available. Do you regret it? No, he said firmly, it was my choice. I found my calling in it, and my personal needs took a back seat. Hashashin became my child who needed all my attention. The training of each candidate must be thorough and deliberate, and the enforcement of the code all the more so. Oh. There were those who didn't follow them. Of course there were. 18 generations, 18 leaders. Some lost their way, some found more important recognition in their lives, and some just reveled in the opportunities that came their way. And I remember them all. In addition to you as the founder, I know 3 other Hashashin heads. Can you tell me anything about the others? You already know the answer to your question, don't you, Master? It was worth a try. I shrugged. Grandpa is definitely cool, and I'm already guessing what he was doing before he did what he's doing now. If you remember Shikitano from Tsukiheim, the mystic eyes of death perception can bring its owner a decent amount of inconvenience and limitations. The boy was experiencing a severe headache, and one wrong move could cost a massacre around himself and those around him. Not the most pleasant of sensations. By the way, how did you set foot on this path? And what did you do before your current line of work? The voice of God. I don't even remember what I was before. But yes, one day I heard the voice of God. He chose me to decide the fate of murderers and sinners. Oh yeah. So, we are brothers in a way, huh? I said passionately. Brothers, Master, he asked in a puzzled tone. Well, since I'm Solomon's pseudo-servant who was also chosen by the Almighty, we can be called that, can't we? Nah, it's better to stay, Grandpa. It's more comfortable. As you wish. As I walked down another alleyway, the blonde head of a little girl with distinctive fox ears caught my eye. She was running from counter to counter as if she was hiding from someone, looking around from time to time. And apparently, I looked at her for a very long time. Do you know this girl, Master? You've been staring at her for a minute. The daughter of the head of the yokai who likes to run away from her guards. Do you think we should intervene? It's up to you. Then I will. As I blended in with the crowd, I slowly made my way toward Yasaka's daughter. When she went into an alley, I followed her. Kunu stopped in the middle of the space and sighed in relief, apparently not sensing my presence. She was wearing the standard garb of a Japanese temple priestess, consisting of a white shirt and a bright red hakama. Running away from your guards is not the smartest thing to do, young lady. I whispered to her with her back to me. Whoa, she shrieked and jumped away from me, turning to face me. Calm down, I said in a soothing tone and raised my hands, showing that I was not dangerous. If I wanted to harm you, I would not have made my presence known. Who are you? What do you want from me? She asked as cautiously as possible, searching with her eyes for an escape route. To take me to my parents, I suppose. Your mother's probably already turned the whole town upside down looking for you. You wouldn't want to worry her too much, would you? How do I know you're not lying, mister? Makes sense. I wouldn't trust the first person who offered to help me either. Wait a minute, I said, and looked for a similar energy signature to Kunu. And from the looks of it, she's headed to Nurarihion right now, probably for help. What kind of demonic aura is heading this way? Young lady, do you happen to know where your guards have gone? They asked me to wait for them and went somewhere, why? Still cautiously, she replied. I think I know what happened to them. I said, and the next moment there was a rather violent explosion. Boom. The area where Kunu and I were standing was covered in dust, and the nearby buildings turned into rubble. When the dust cleared, my magic circle, which had protected us from the explosion, was visible. When I looked up, I saw a man with brown hair in the sky, spreading 10 demonic wings and looking straight at my circle. Weak for my blood, said the demon Beelzebub, although he clearly did not want to kill. What are you going to do, Romani? Oh. So this is Shalba Beelzebub. Doesn't look like the straightest guy I've ever seen. Hey. Isn't introducing yourself before attacking the basics of a civilized third-rate villain, I shouted at him. Who are you? He asked, ignoring my complaint. Why does an inferior person dare to meddle in my affairs? I apologize for not asking permission, Mr. Pedophile, I said, at which his face contorted in anger, and you still haven't introduced yourself. Maybe I was wrong to think demons had any dignity. How dare you insult me, insect? But I'll introduce myself. Shalba Beelzebub, descendant of the great demon king, lord of the flies, power. Yeah. You're cool and everything. Can you keep it short? In response, he held out his hand in my direction with a magic circle appearing in it. And a beam of energy flew out of it, which of course was blocked. And Kunu, finding no other option, ran up to me and hid behind my back. You know what, why don't you come down to earth, dearie? I'm gonna teach you some etiquette. My magic circle appeared in front of me, from which golden chains flew out, parodying Enkidu. With the speed of a bullet, they headed toward Shalba, trying to tie him up. He, of course, tried to dodge them and even fight them off, but it was all in vain. The chains wrapped around his body and with all speed and force slammed Shalba into the ground in front of my feet. Who are you? How dare you bind me, you, inferior creature, he roared in my direction, gritting his teeth hard and glaring at me with angry eyes. I silently created a Torashernai in my hand, which I had once managed to see in archers' hands, and walked around him. What the hell are you doing? Young lady, let me demonstrate how to punish naughty children. I pronounced with the kindest smile on my face and under Kuno's gaze, swung around and slapped Shalba's ass. Bam. Ack, he screamed in pain, why does it hurt so much? I'm one of the strongest demons, damn it. So why does a wooden stick hurt so much? Bam. Ah. Is it worth mentioning the tenfold increase in pain I added to Torashernai? I guess not. Bam. Stop it, he shouted, and Kuno covered her eyes and ears. Bam. I'm going to kill you. My flies will eat you alive. Bam. You. Bam. Not over. Bam 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 bam. After a couple minutes of beating, he fell silent and his eyes glazed over. After stopping beating him, I smiled happily as I felt great. It felt like all the stress had dissolved into nothingness and all that was left was contentment. Maybe I'm a sadist. Nope. Beating. Oh. Raising bad guys isn't sadistic, right? Pure justice, I'd say. Scary. Kuno whispered in a shaky voice, looking up at me. Her fox ears were pressed against her head, and her legs were barely keeping her upright. My eyebrow twitched. I kind of saved your life, little girl. Maybe a word of thanks, No. Anything. You scared the child, master, I heard Grandpa's voice in my head, that's a sin, you know. I was about to object when I was interrupted by a woman's scream. Kuno. Turning in the direction of the shout, I saw an extremely emotional Yasaka, accompanied by Nurerihion and one Tengu woman, looking at her daughter. And transferring her gaze to me with Torashernai, raised her tails and took a fighting stance. Who are you? What are you doing to my daughter? I'm a good guy, damn it. Why do you want to attack me when I saved your daughter? The bad guy is lying in front of me, not standing. Answer me. Yasaka shrieked, and golden flames flickered in her hands. I want to go home. Definitely. Tired face. Kyoto. Yasaka's palace. I sat in the Seiza position in one of the rooms of the palace and sipped my tea with a calm expression on my face, even though I'm an avid coffee drinker. The moon was shining unusually bright that night, eliminating the need for an alternative light source. The sounds of fireflies permeated the room, and the warmth of the teacup warmed my skin. So, today's incident aside, I need to think about how exactly to deal with Kokabiel and Excalibur. The Fallen can be dealt with without too much trouble, as his role isn't important enough to proceed with caution. He's just the catalyst for the biblical faction's peace treaty. I haven't met him yet, so it's too early to draw conclusions about his personality. What if he also doesn't fit the canon as well as Riser? Who knows, who knows? According to the description from the anime, he's a typical war-crazed villain, without any clarification in the narrative. And I wouldn't want to let him go to waste without figuring out his motives. Chow Chow and his gang reeked of arrogance and a kind of madness, just like the recently met Shalba. They didn't have any deep thoughts or thoughtful motivation, as was the case with Riser. And considering that Kokabiel, though fallen, is still an angel, I highly doubt his mind is as illogical and clouded as the first two. I think I should get him into a conversation sometime to get a better idea of what exactly his goal is. The Excalibur thing is both complicated and simple at the same time. I'll definitely get all 7 of his reshaped shards, even the Excalibur of control that Arthur currently possesses, as well as making it whole again with the help of Merlin and Emiya under Muramace's influence, but then what's next? Leave it in the hands of the local factions. Nope. The other supernatural factions, upon learning that the sword is unified again, will try to pull something, as the balance of power will change. Although the local Excalibur isn't as strong as Artoria's, it's still powerful enough to pose a threat to mystical beings. A noble phantasm of rank B. Maybe B+ at most. Durability is very lame when you consider it in his shards, though. Morgan, Artoria, Merlin, Lancelot, and even Mordred wouldn't mind the idea of keeping the sword in my care, but then the biblical faction would lose an effective weapon and an important asset in its face. And all would have been simple, were it not for Alia's restrictions. In the absence of them, my hands would be completely free, and Trihexa wouldn't be a problem, as 2 EX-ranked noble phantasms from 2 grand servants at once would wipe her out in a second. But unfortunately, I'm still limited in what I can do. I need to start testing my theories on circumventing the rule of relative non-interference in the plot as soon as possible, or else there will be more and more of these situations. Although, they're going to be that way anyway, given the intensity of the story arcs. I took a sip to calm my mind and looked into my cup. You may enter, Ms. Ninja, I said, still not taking my gaze off the cup. You don't have to be so careful. If I wanted to do something, your attempts to resist me would be futile, as you probably already know from Nurarihayan-san's words. The response was a silence that didn't last too long, as the shoji to my room opened, and in its opening was a figure dressed in a black ninja uniform. I apologize, but I'm only doing my job, she replied, sitting down in the seiza. I see. I looked at her and placed the cup on the table. I understand Yasaka-sama wants to see me. Her answer was a short nod. I got up from the table and headed to the main hall, which took about a couple minutes to reach. Once inside, my eyes immediately noticed Yasaka sitting on her throne and Nurarihayan standing at the stairs to her and smiling cheerfully at me. It is a pleasure to welcome you to my palace, Romani-san, Yasaka began, adjusting her kimono. First of all, I want to thank you for saving my daughter, as well as apologize for my behavior when we first met. I should have investigated the situation more thoroughly before making false accusations. It's all right, I said, given the emotional state you were in at the time, your actions can be justified. And the damage you and our not-so-decent guest have done, I've already undone. At my words, her ears drooped, and Nurarihayan chuckled. Well, well, well. You shouldn't have mentioned it, young one. You upset the lady. Oh, you could have kept your mouth shut, old man. I rolled my eyes, which got another chuckle from him. By the way, how did your people miss someone like Shalba anyway? I thought that since Kyoto was the capital of the yokai faction, the defense should be at an appropriate level, right? And it matches, but the demon got into the city in some other way we don't know about yet, Yasaka said and thought for a moment. You don't have any guesses on that? Just a couple. And without any proof. George of the heroes faction and perhaps someone from the faction of past demon lords, given that Shalba was the one who came to the city. And the fact that he was alone is pure arrogance. I see. Anyway, I'd like to thank you in some way. Yasaka straightened up and said, what would you like to receive as a reward? Oh. I intervened purely of my own free will, so I don't see the need for something like that. I shrugged, and anyway, what makes you so sure I'm not part of some sinister plan of the enemy? Well, well, well. Don't you know that, Romani? Nurarihayan grinned. One of the yokai's greatest abilities is the ability to read intentions. The kitsune are particularly gifted in this area. Nurarihayan-sama is right. If you had ill intentions toward us, I could sense it. So your suspicions are unnecessary. Heh. How did an entire village of Nikosho go under the knife if the yokai have such skill? The geniuses in Senjutsu missed the definitely aggressive demons right under their noses. By the way, I don't know the details of this event yet. I have a question. What kind of question, Romani-san? Yasaka asked. Can I know the details of the incident without being told? I asked, at which Nurarihayan stopped smiling and Yasaka made a very sad face. If it's as you say, I don't understand why it happened. There was silence for a few seconds, which felt like hours. It was our oversight. And I would prefer to stop there, Romani. Nurarihayan replied. Yeah, that's a response I don't think I've gotten yet. According to the wiki, Kuroki and Kaniko's father was a scientist who experimented on his own children. And he was sponsored by the Rias family, who were interested in the race's abilities. I sighed and rubbed my temples. Okay, I'll get the details from Kuroki. She hangs around my house anyway. Okay, I began, and Nurarihayan and Yasaka relaxed, realizing that I had decided to postpone the topic. In that case, I'd like to go home. The residents of my home are somewhat restless. Okay, Yasaka nodded, but what about the reward? See you later, Yasaka-san, old man. I said and teleported home before I heard her. I'll ask her for the reward some other time. Tired face. As soon as Romani disappeared, there was a silence in which Yasaka went into thought. What do you think of him, Yasaka-chan? Nurarihayan asked cheerfully. He's strong. Very strong, even if he tries to hide it, she replied thoughtfully. How did you meet him, Nurarihayan-sama? Spontaneously, he grinned. He was going through an identity crisis and happened to stumble upon my establishment. We met there and got to talking. I'd call him a true neutral, if I were to infer from his thoughts and conversations. I see. Yasaka nodded. Romani Archiman was unusual. When she had first met his eyes, two words had rung clearly in her mind: wisdom and magic. Magical power enveloped Romani's body like a thick woolen cloak. A very thick cloak from which thin threads of mana would occasionally fly out. And each of those threads was powerful. So much so that each of them could match one of Yasaka's most powerful spells. Based on that, one could imagine how powerful this man was if he didn't hold back. Not only that, talking to him gave the feeling that Romani knew far more than she showed at first glance. And, as she spoke to him, a subtle feeling of connection ran through her body, and her heart skipped a beat. Outwardly, of course, she didn't show it, but that didn't negate the fact itself. All of this raised questions in Yasaka's mind, even if she believed Nurarihion's words about the man's character. Do you want my men to observe him, Yasaka-chan? As if reading her mind, Nurarihion asked. No, he'll notice. It's better to let things stay the way they are. We already have problems with the demon faction, and I don't want to add to them by provoking this man. Suit yourself, he said and headed for the exit. I'll be at my place if you need anything. Yasaka nodded briefly and drifted off again. She needed to think. And to check on Kunu. Tired face. The forest of familiars. I'm so sorry, but why am I here? I asked the question, looking at the two groups of schoolboy demons. Because it's your job. Covering her mouth with the palm of her hand, Akino giggled. Somehow I don't recall a clause obliging me to visit another dimension with my students in the list of duties as a nurse of Kuo Academy. My gaze went towards Sona, who had a smug grin on her face. I demand compensation for overtime, president of the student council. Oh. Need I remind you exactly how you work? She fixed her glasses and raised her hand and continued, curling her fingers, late hours, leaving the workplace abruptly, damaging school property, unscheduled days off, sleeping on the wa. At this point I stopped listening to her and looked around. The landscape was beautiful. Untouched by industrialization, nature breathed life. The swaying leaves of the trees, the murmuring of the waters, the sounds of mystical creatures, and most importantly, the high concentration of mana, reminded me of Solomon's memories of the other side of the world. I think there would be something to do here. And actually, instead of looking after these demons, I could be lying on a bunk in the med room, stroking foe and sipping coffee. So much time wasted. I have something to say to them. And Surzex, of course. Are you listening to me, Romani-sensei? Sona asked with displeasure in her voice. Why are there two retinues here at once? Isn't the forest of familiars only open to one? Romani-sensei. Her voice became louder. Do you have some sort of arrangement with the local parody Pokemon trainer? Or did you utilize the support of your brother and sister? Again. Hey. We found a way out, Rias replied with her arms crossed, and you're only here to ensure our safety, though I don't see the need for it. Lord Lucifer insisted on it. Oh. He wants to see my power. Somehow I have a feeling that something is going to happen today with subtle assistance from Scarlet Satan. Well, I don't think he can do that. After all, there's nothing in this forest that could force me to act even the slightest bit seriously. And while I was pondering this, a huge wave-like shadow appeared behind me, and my magic circle lit up. A huge wave of water hit my side with unnatural hardness, making a loud explosion sound. Boom. What is that? Issei exclaimed. When did Sona become so strong? She didn't show it when we were fighting. Supported her retinue by Rias herself, who along with Akino held protective circles in front of her retinue. My circle extinguished, and I slowly turned my head towards the enraged Sona with her arm outstretched in my direction, and gave her a cheerful look. Oya. When did you become so irritable, Miss President? I smiled, at which two giant snakes of water formed behind her and roared at me, maybe you should sniff some paper and ink to calm down. Or would you prefer I call your sister over here? Your irritability can affect your appearance, you know. Wrinkles, that sort of thing. But I have absolutely nothing to do with it, if you ask me. And as soon as I finished speaking, the snakes came at me, trying to naturally devour me. Even though they were stopped by my circle, they were beating on it with the intention of getting to my carcass. Can you not annoy Sona, sensei? Rias questioned, looking at me sternly, we're attracting too much attention. Oh. Tomato Princess, please keep your seeds to yourself and don't interfere in other people's conversation. Or have you not been taught etiquette? I raised an eyebrow, and Akino giggled, as did Sona's entourage. Trained, unlike you, Mr. Sleeping on the job. She replied, and the edge of her mouth twitched. I'm just assuming that all the training went into your chest and stayed there, never making it to your brain, I said, to which she was covered in a black and scarlet aura. It's bigger than your head, after all, so I think it's a reasonable assumption. Isn't that right, Kaneko? Rook nodded confidently, and Rias joined Sonia in firing balls of energy at me. I've never seen a president like that before, Issei muttered. And you have no instinct for self-preservation. If your opponent is even a slightly attractive girl, your goal is not to win, but to undress. And I'm not talking about your fighting ability at this point, mind you. Hey. I can't help it. Like you wouldn't look at a pretty girl even if she's the enemy, he exclaimed, and then froze for a moment and looked at me suspiciously, or are you not into girls? I was stunned and slowly looked at him, and Saji started throwing wary glances at me as well. That bastard is hinting at it, isn't he? What an ungrateful bastard. It's only because of me, Archer, that he was able to reach the damn balance breaker in such a short period of time. Repeat what you just said. Loud and clear so I could be sure I was listening. 3 Gibogs appeared behind me, their aura like a wave of icy water that washed over the crowd and stopped the gunfire. The spears themselves pointed at Issei, causing him to freeze, and his eyes flickered between them and me. It seems that lately, stupidity has become airborne, and I'm afraid I'll catch it. Well. You are G. My assumptions were confirmed, and he was about to say what he wanted to say when he was interrupted by a voice, towards which one Gibog instantly flew. What's going on here? The voice asked, and then, as the spear almost caught up with him, shouted, what is this? The silhouette dodged, to which I raised an eyebrow, and appeared in my field of vision. Yep. Coach Ash on minimums. Same red cap, same backpack, and same fingerless gloves. It all looked totally ridiculous, since instead of a teenager, it was a man in his 40s. But I'll give him credit. Dodging a rank B noble phantasm is an impressive feat. I guess running and dodging are the only talents he has. What are you? I asked with a deliberately surprised look. I'm Zatugi. I'm a professional trainer of familiars. And you're making too much noise. And if you don't shut up, you'll become a professional cullender, capice? I finished for him, and the number of spears increased to 10, to which he instantly shut up. You can't threaten him. He will become the owner of more holes than given to him by nature if you don't shut up too, Tomato-san, I said, to which Rias also fell silent, glancing warily at Gibogs. I'll take a walk. And you can do whatever you want once I'm far enough away that I can't hear your ramblings. I hope that's clear. But you must protect on. Rias wanted to start to emerge as the spears turned in her direction, releasing an ominous aura that made her cover her mouth. Fine. Good luck then. I said and headed deep into the forest. As I walked through it, my eyes noticed a wide variety of creatures, even more reminiscent of the backside of the world. Dragons, elementals, dryads, fairies, and a bunch of other creatures like them were going about their business. And they didn't notice me, or just ignored me, which was rather odd. I wonder how a certain white beast would react to this place. Foe. I said, as the next moment, a small portal appeared in front of me, out of which the primate murder flew out with its leg extended into my face to hit me. I only raised an eyebrow and caught him by the scruff of his neck, bringing him closer to my face. Foe, Q. And you beat up Merlin every day. It wouldn't be a tragedy if you missed a day or two, I said, to which he crossed his arms in front of him. Besides, take a look around. What do you think of this place? He started twirling his head from side to side, then sniffed the air. Foe. I know what it looks like, but do you sense anything special? How much of it is connected to other dimensions? Foe hesitated and closed his eyes. Then a couple minutes later he opened them and looked at me seriously. Foe, Q. Interesting. Why did I say that? Because, this place is basically the texture of this world. In DxD, there is no separation between the outside world and the backside. It's more like an onion. The human world is the outermost layer, and hell, heaven, Asgard, the forest of familiars, and so on are underneath, reminiscent of the textures from the Nasuverse. That is, overlapping realities, like layers of an onion. And the interesting thing is that true magic affects them specifically. That is, if I resurrect a person with third magic, I pull the soul out of the lower textures to the higher one. The soul still belongs to the world, it just goes through several layers of reality, textures, thus I bypass the rules of the world, making me ignore the path the soul of the dead has traveled. Yes, each pantheon has its own afterlife, but they too are textures connected to the outer layer, the world of humans. Basically, each layer is connected to it, creating a unified communication system for the entire world. And since that's the case, here, I can test my theories, since this place is connected to both the outer and inner layers. A middle ground, so to speak. I grinned. Well, it's time to test the rule of non-interference in the plot. Tired face. An undisclosed location. Did it work? Did the magic work? Stunned gasps and gasps were the first sounds my hearing picked up. I slowly opened my eyes and saw that I was in some parody of a basement, and a rather remarkable crowd in front of me. A red-haired woman who was looking at me with a certain sense of uncertainty. A middle-aged brunette who had his mouth wide open. Another black-haired man with a stone face and wearing clothes that made him look like Batman. A woman in her 40s wearing a cartoon witch-style hat with her mouth wide open. Another curly-haired man, frozen like a statue. And ahead of them stood a brunette girl of about 15 with green eyes and round glasses. But most notable were the two old men standing in front of them. One of them had a beard, he was also dressed in turquoise clothes and had small glasses on his face. His eyes were studying me with genuine interest, as if I were some kind of guinea pig or something. But the other one, would you be so kind as to explain to me where I am, why I'm here, and why your extremely cheerful grin makes me want to punch you in the face, dear Zelrich? I said with twitching eyes. Oh. No manners. What a bunch of young people. So rude and uncivilized. He said with a pained look on his face, but my eyes could see the very annoying smirk that never left his face. Answer the question, you bloody bloodsucker. I said as calmly as possible. But suddenly a red-haired woman intervened in the conversation. Are you the version of Valerie from the other world? She asked in an uncertain voice. Valerie. I didn't understand. That's me, a girl of about 15 now spoke up, to whom I shifted my gaze. It's nice to meet another version of me. My name is Valerie Potter, what's yours? I froze and slowly turned towards the interdimensional troll, whose shoulders were twitching with giggles. Potter. Bloody Potter. That old man threw me into the world of bloody Harry Potter. And not the canonical one, but a parallel to the female version of the main character. I took another look around the crowd and realized why it seemed so familiar. Dumb as a door, McGonagall, Sirius, Snape, and Potter's bloody living parents. And judging by age, current events are somewhere within the Goblet of Fire. But, shouldn't Valerie have a lightning bolt scar? Well, he. Zelrich's giggle volume got higher, which made everyone present could hear it, and me even more so. Guy Balg Alternative appeared behind my shoulder and flew at lightning speed at the troll's head, which he stopped by catching the blade with his index and middle fingers. What is that? Where did that spear come from? Why does it give off such a terrifying aura? Of course, both the vampire and I ignored the crowd's cries of surprise. He let go of the spear, and it shattered into blue-colored dust particles. Ouch. Did you really think it could hurt me? With a toothy smile on his face, he asked. I'd use noble phantasm, but I'm afraid that if I did, the Alia of this world would be furious at me. He didn't say anything in response and looked at me cheerfully. Why is he looking at me like that? Isn't. Stop. With true magic, I touched the texture of the world and realized something that made my eyes widen. There is no Alia here. Which means there are no limitations. Which means I can act in any way at all. Not all worlds obey a rule like your last one, he said, as if reading my thoughts, and you haven't introduced yourself yet, colleague. You already know me, don't you? Introduce yourself not to me, but to them, he pointed to the crowd. I tilted my head to the side and looked at the gawkers. Each one of them looked at me with either shock, surprise, or suspicion. But all of them were clearly expecting my introduction, judging by the expression in their eyes. Romani Archiman, magician. I said and bowed. I assume that word has a different meaning in your homeworld. Dumbledore asked with genuine interest. Who knows? I shrugged my shoulders. You don't trust me, and I can understand that, he nodded. In that case, I'll wait until you're ready to share that knowledge. Oya. Is he just playing around or is he really that understanding? Somehow I'm too lazy to explore his soul. Archiman. Now I see why you don't have Lily's or James' eyes or hair color, Sirius remarked. White hair and golden eyes are rare. But he didn't deny being an alternate version of my daughter. If the head of the clock tower is to be believed, all worlds are different, Valerie's father interjected and looked at me. Can I ask how old you are, and who your parents are? Clock tower. I interjected and my face twisted. I don't want to see the haughty and arrogant faces of the clock tower lords in any world. Though the queen is pretty interesting, 4 jokes. Well, and Marisberry isn't bad, I guess, one of the most secretive factions of wizards, Dumbledore obligingly replied. By the way, we haven't introduced ourselves. Valerie, you already know. The man and woman standing behind her are parents, James Potter and Lily Potter, née Evans. The man with straight hair is Severus Snape and the one with curly hair is Sirius Black. The lady next to me is Minerva McGonagall. I can be called Albus Dumbledore, as my full name is quite long. And can we hear the answers to James' questions? 30 years old. I don't remember my parents. I shrugged. You really don't trust us? Said Lily sadly. In that case, what do you think about becoming part of our family? I raised an eyebrow. Well. Since you are an alternate version of our daughter, why not? That's all well and good, but I still don't understand why I'm here. I said, rubbing my temples and ignoring her words. The explanation will take some time. McGonagall said tiredly. Voldemort is back, Valerie said confidently, to which she received stares from the others. I raised an eyebrow once more, and Zelrich was still smirking. He's back and he's got some kind of artifact that can steal magic. Steal magic. Interesting. Well, since my goddaughter started. Sirius began, there was a competition recently called the Tournament of 3 Wizards. And in the final round, Valerie was transported to a place where, according to her, a powerful dark wizard was reborn, and there he stole her magic with the help of some artifact. Then I turned to Lord Zelrich for help, Dumbledore continued, at which Zelrich smiled smugly, and he suggested using his family's ancient magic, which can work miracles. Miracles? I asked, realizing exactly what the troll had suggested. To summon someone who would be able to deal with one of the strongest dark wizards and prevent a catastrophe related to him. James finished. I still don't understand what this has to do with me. I rolled my eyes. Lord Zelrich offered to summon an alternate version of Miss Potter capable of doing all of this. And you just took his word for it. He's never been wrong before. James said, as if not believing him was completely stupid. I turned toward the vampire and stared at him dumbfounded. Oh. What did I do to deserve that look? He asked cheerfully. Considering you're one of the most, if not the most, annoying bastards in the universe. Well, you're one of the most annoying bastards in the universe, he smirked, and then his face suddenly turned serious and the smirk disappeared. And in a whisper that only I could hear, said, besides, if I hadn't intervened, you would have vanished from existence like that version of the world you were in. When you started experimenting on your soul, you didn't consider all the intricacies and details of the effects of your actions on the world. Had I not intervened, the textures of the world would have collapsed one on top of the other, he said seriously. I don't think I need to tell you where this is leading. Though I've already mentioned it. I stared at him dazedly, and my hands trembled. Testing my theories could be worth the destruction of an entire world. I suppose I should thank him in that case. For a magician, you're still young and inexperienced. Even for the likes of us, there are rules not to be broken. Second magic gives me the ability to travel between dimensions, whether they are within Akasha's jurisdiction or not. After all, if the rules didn't exist, do you think there would be anything I could not do? Fuck. This whole situation smells like shit, defined. Now that you're done whispering, Dumbledore intervened, we can change to a more favorable environment. Over a cup of tea, say. How would you feel about that? I nodded briefly and headed with the crowd towards the exit of the room. I guess I have a lot of things to think about, if even Zelrich was dead serious about revealing this information to me. Yes, it's something to think about. Think hard, tired face. Potter Mansion. There was the rhythmic tapping of my fingers on the table in the living room, where the Potter family, along with Dumbledore, sat beside me. After my arrival, the school representatives had gone back to their rooms to bolster their defenses. Zelrich had gone to prepare the area for my training. And Lily Potter insisted that I stay with them for the time being, to which I shrugged and went along, since there was basically nothing for me to do. After all, I could deal with Voldy at any moment. Pretty cocky, though given the level of power in this world, I can't deny the validity of what you're saying. I heard a familiar voice in my head. Ah, yes. Gowishia is still with me, which I'm frankly glad about. After a brief conversation, I was able to find out that I wasn't the only one with a memory lapse, and he was, please note, a beast. The last thing on my mind was how I activated the third magic in the Forest of Familiars. And after that, there was a void, as if that period of time had just been cut out of my memory. But as I realize, I was still lucky, as Gowishia, in addition to losing some of his memory, also passed out for a while, which I was genuinely surprised about. Zelrich only became even more serious at my questions. There was also a question about Alia DxD. Without my guidance, the servants can do as they please, and I haven't mentioned Ophis and Tiamat yet. The situation with the lowly dragon might still be tolerable, but with Tiamat, I can only trust that Grandfather and Amiya will somehow contain my entire gang. Aside from that, I managed to find out why this version of Potter didn't have a scar, or rather he did, but not anymore. Basically, everything happened about the same as in the movie. The Potters left the child in the care of Pettigrew, and themselves went to some event. Further, everything is the same as in the original. True, when he was reborn, he took a piece of his soul along with his scar with the help of an artifact that he obtained in an incomprehensible way, which increased his power. I believe he is now collecting other Horcruxes. Mr. Archiman. Is everything all right? You seem to have lost your mind. Dumbledore decided to ask and interrupt my musings. Aha. Did you want something? I created a cup of coffee in my hand and took a sip, to which I received surprised looks from those present. I'd like to know more about the magic you use, he began. Without casting a spell or wand, you created that intimidating spear, as well as this cup. Can you tell me about it? Oya. Is wandless magic unknown here? Or is my information out of date? Of course it is, James said, it's mostly used by members of the clock tower. But when you created both the spear and the cup, and I think everyone else, didn't feel a drop of magic. And that's strange. And is it really magic? Valerie questioned. At Hogwarts we were taught that any spell releases waves of magic. And you don't have any. I wondered if I should tell them the principles of Nasuverse magic. In fact, it doesn't harm this world in any way. Perhaps it would even encourage local wizards to study science and muggles, but why not, though? In my world, anyone can become a wizard if the necessary conditions are met. One condition, to be exact, is to have magical chains. Everyone. Dumbledore marveled. Magic chains. Lily didn't understand. The local mages have a magical core instead. There are those who are born without them and are incapable of magic, however, there are such cases here too. You still haven't answered the headmaster's question. Valerie said in a businesslike manner. I'm getting to that. And all magic is divided into magecraft and magic, or true magic as it is still called. The difference is that true magic is capable of miracles. I raised the cup up a bit so everyone could see it. For an example, this cup can be made using a bit of porcelain or clay. That is, it would require materials and time. At the same time, magic circumvents this rule and simply creates something out of nothing. I didn't bother mentioning root, as I don't see the point of it. They wouldn't understand something like that anyway. But it goes against common sense. Lily exclaimed, and the others supported her. Even magic can't do something like that. Oh, yeah. She's a muggle-born or something. That's why it's called true magic. However, certain features of this world can do something similar. Teleportation is one of them. By the way, I shrugged and took a sip. You can consider your world particularly advanced in that regard, if that adds some sense of ego. Your magic system takes the mana of the world and converts it through a magical core that allows you to cast magic. You do not have a mana reserve, unlike the mages of my world, as it is simply not necessary. Besides, magic there is more of a martial nature. Is that why you called us wizards and not magicians? Dumbledore asked. And by the way, there are 5 true magics. And I told the essence of the first one. Of course, magic is achieved in a very peculiar way, and there can be only one magician who possesses a certain magic. Not several at once. Fascinating, the old man's eyes lit up. Can you elaborate? Are you so interested in this topic? I raised an eyebrow, to which he nodded enthusiastically. The first magic I just mentioned is called denial of non-existence. The basic ability is to create anything, limited only by the user's imagination. So, you can create an entire castle with a single thought if you want to. James asked, staring at me incredulously. If I wanted to, I replied with a shrug. The second magic is kaleidoscope, which gives the wearer the ability to move between dimensions and see parallel versions of them. We all know one of those, by the way. Lord Zelrich. Lily wondered, he's the one who suggested we call you. Yeah, I nodded. The fourth magic is unknown, and the fifth is time manipulation. The user can not only stop the time of the whole world, but also skip forward or backward. Of course, your time flywheel is capable of such a thing, but it only works for a limited time frame. That's tremendous power. Muttered Dumbledore, but why did you miss the third? Well, how would you take the resurrection ability without any negative effects? Well, and manipulation of the soul itself, for that matter. His eyes went wide, and a couple seconds later his hands clenched into fists. The Potter family was no better. They looked like statues with their mouths open. Dumbledore's reaction, however, was expected. After all, he had seen an opportunity to resurrect his sister. Resurrection. Are you mocking us? James jumped up from the table and shouted, do you have any idea what kind of nonsense you're talking about? Even the resurrection stone can't do that. Why, nonsense. The headmaster of Hogwarts believes me, you know. I rolled my eyes and pointed my finger at the bearded man. Dumbledore. You believe him. James, be quiet, the old man said coldly, and his now intense gaze never left me. Potter looked at him in surprise, but remained silent. There was a stunned expression on Lily and Valerie's faces. Apparently, they didn't expect this old man to be capable of such a tone. Is it possible to comprehend third magic here in this world? Oya. Why do you ask? Answer the question, Mr. Archiman. He said in a cold tone. Oya. It seems that this Dumbledore is not lawful good. If he were, his behavior would be like Chiron or Jean of the ruler class. It's more like his version of all for the highest good and similar nonsense. Which I made sure of by scanning him with the touch of heaven. The amount of manipulation on his part is too much for a good headmaster. I guess that's why Voldy got his hands on the artifact. Balance, so to speak. Last time I checked, we were just discussing magic. At what point did that turn into an interrogation? I grinned. We played peekaboo for a few seconds before his expression changed to a familiar smile. I apologize for my behavior. The ghosts of the past seem to have caught up with me, he said in an apologetic tone and bowed his head. I hope you'll forgive my oversight, Mr. Archiman. But is it possible to hear the answer to my question? As I mentioned before, in order to comprehend true magic, one must fulfill rather peculiar conditions. Each magician achieves it in his own way, which is never repeated, so it is pointless to discuss the details. I took a sip of coffee and looked at the old man with intrigue, but I know the current third magician. Who is it? Me. I grinned. Well, I guess it's not only in anime worlds that the expression, eyes out of their sockets applies. However, his clenched teeth, through a naively kind smile, promised me a rather interesting time in this version of the world. And I'm sure Zelrich knew that and decided to have a little fun at my expense. And the Potters? Too boring, as far as I'm concerned. But then again, why not? Tired face. Unknown location. After the conversation, Dumbledore flew straight out of the Potter mansion, clutching his elder wand under his clothes. And I'm very curious to see what he decides to do. I decided to check out Voldy's party, and after finding his magic signature, which smelled of snakes and death, I teleported to him without saying anything to the Potter family, because I didn't see the need to. When I arrived at the location, a rather amusing sight appeared before my eyes. The location was a small stone hut, and Voldy himself was sitting on a chair in front of it and stroking his crossbreed snake. At the same time, a sapphire ring stood out on one of his fingers, which was most likely the very artifact that could steal magic. Of his minions, only Lucius Malfoy and Bellatrix Lestrange were here. The rest of them he had apparently sent somewhere else. Malfoy was about the same as in the movie, but his appearance gave the impression of a less arrogant snob. Bellatrix, on the other hand, a distinct aura of madness surrounded her soul, which is quite in keeping with canon. While I was looking at them, a snake noticed my presence and turned its head in my direction and hissed. This caused the other people present to turn their attention to me. Oh. It's not often I meet unfamiliar faces. Voldy was surprised and smirked. Who are you, here to swear allegiance to the strongest wizard? Yeah. Bigger than his robe. Just passing through. I couldn't pass a pale child like you. What do you think of that, Tommy? I smiled, at which his eyes widened and his minions looked at Voldy incomprehensively. Oya. You didn't think your real name was known only by dumb as a door and 4 eyes. Who are you? He asked threateningly. Well, my smile changed to a smirk. The bat we all know already told you about me, didn't he? I wasn't asking for your name, Voldy said and stood up from his seat and walked towards me. Why didn't the ring work on you? At his words, Lucius and Bellatrix became wary and readied their wands. Who knows? Maybe you should eat more to make it work. I said, already behind his back and scratching his smooth skull. Look how weak you look. Your hair has fallen out, your nose is gone, and your skin is whiter than bone. Would you like some candy? He instantly turned in my direction and held out his wand in my direction, from which a green beam flew out. I only waved my hand, thus knocking the beam aside, which hit the nearest tree and blew it up. Seeing this, Voldy himself was now wary as well. Heh. Gotta take care of your nerves, little Tommy. The grown-ups are gonna laugh at you, you know. Here, have some candy. I created a lollipop and popped it in his mouth, to which he froze for a microsecond, then shot another one at me. This time I didn't wave him off and just teleported 10 meters away from him. By the way, you have a very smooth skull. Did you shave it yourself? Kill him. He shouted, and now 3 green rays came at me, blocked by the blue magic circle in front of me. The rays kept on coming, constantly supporting the attack, but to no avail. You know, I've always wondered why you decided to preach the superiority of purebloods when you yourself are a half-blood. Or whatever it is you do. Oh, right. Mudblood. I asked, starting to look at my gloves. What? Asked Lucius, stopping firing the spell at me and looking at Voldy. Is it true, my lord? Did you believe that buffoon, Malfoy? Bella remarked with contempt in her voice. You dare to doubt a lord? You didn't tell them, making an extremely surprised face. I asked and tilted my head to the side. Tom Marvolo Riddle, son of Maripim Rax and Tom Riddle Sr., is a half-blood, who hunts half-breeds. Don't you think there are some inconsistencies here? The thickness of Voldy's beam tripled, and I felt something as if against the walls of my mind. I rolled my eyes and stared at him, determined to knock Bella out and tweak something in her mind, which was a mess and one single thought about the bald man's greatness. Malfoy, on the other hand, was still waiting for Voldy's answer and didn't know what to do as he realized the futility of his efforts to pierce my defenses. Oh. Are you trying to use legilimency on me? I asked, to which I got a very angry look on my face, and then a very funny idea popped into my head, after which I smirked. Well, suit yourself. When Voldy made another attempt to get inside my head, I let him in. Time to have a little fun. Tired face. Tom was indeed one of the strongest wizards in Britain. His power of skill and magic helped to bring together a group of those feared and hated by all the inhabitants of the magical world. He never doubted himself and believed that this was the way it should be. And all the surprises that fate could provide would be a stepping stone to even greater power and authority for him. When Tom learned that the light side had gotten the support of the clock tower, he wasn't particularly excited or wary. They wouldn't be able to oppose him with a ring capable of taking magic from others anyway. In that short period of time after his rebirth, he had been able to gain the magic of several powerful wizards, making him 5 times stronger than the headmaster of Hogwarts. And nothing could stop him. Or so he thought until the current moment. Now he was standing in the middle of a hill covered in greenery and rocks. Flying islands and white clouds filled the sky, presenting Tom with a very magical picture and light. And Tom's robe stood out amongst all of this and completely mismatched the surroundings. In front of him was a white marble structure without a roof, filled with the same color columns. It also contained a staircase that led upward to some sort of platform. Tom looked up and used one of his abilities to fly without a broom. On the way up, he noticed that amongst all the scenery stood out a huge hole amongst the clouds and flying islands, with stars shining brightly in it. It made him wonder if his legilimency had really worked, or if he had simply fallen into another dimension. As he climbed up onto the platform and lowered himself to the floor, a throne with an extremely high backrest, made of the same material as the entire structure, appeared before his eyes. On this throne sat a man with his eyes closed, supporting his head with his fist like some kind of king. And when Tom saw him, he actually wondered if he had mistaken the purpose of the legilimency. The long snow-white hair, the symmetrical face, the scarlet-black robe with silver inlays, and the gold rings that covered the man's fingers instilled a feeling of inferiority in Tom. A feeling he thought he would never experience again. But Tom's senses and instincts went crazy and screamed deafeningly in his head of danger as he looked at the men. The sense of a very ancient and powerful magic emanating from the men sitting on the throne instilled another feeling that Tom had forgotten: fear. Fear not only of the men, but of the unknown that appeared before his eyes. Tom didn't know where he had gotten to, who this man was, what kind of magic was coming from him and, most importantly, what lay ahead of him. But he still managed to gather all his strength into a fist. He gripped his wand tightly and looked at the men confidently, only to be frozen by a renewed sense of fear. And not just fear, but insignificance. As if he were an insect standing before God. The reason for this feeling was simple. As Tom braced himself and prepared to face the unknown with his head held high, he saw that the man's eyes, which a moment before had been closed, had opened. Eyes of pure gold stared at him and studied him, thus making Tom feel like a lab rat. And as if that wasn't enough, the magic emanating from the men increased, making Tom feel the weight of the mountain collapse over his body and fall to his knees and his wand fall out of his hands. When the weight almost crushed his head, the pressure disappeared. And from the side of the throne came a male voice that clearly did not hide his amusement and amusement. Well, well, well. You wanted to get into my head yourself, didn't you, little Tommy? How are you feeling? As smooth as your skull. It was as if Tom had gotten a second wind, and he looked up sharply to see the familiar annoying smile of another version of the Potter offspring. Heh. Don't look at me with those eyes, little Voldy, I'm all about the girls. He grinned. And in that moment, Tom promised himself that he would kill this buffoon, no matter what it cost him. Tired face. Romani's inner world. My mind, which took the form of Solomon's Temple of Time, had a rather pleasant environment, if I do say so. In front of my throne was a table covered in frills and decorated in a lovely pink color scheme. And on it was a tea set with cakes and hot tea. Behind it sat me and Tommy, who was giving me a look that promised the worst and most painful torture. I smiled sweetly and drank coffee from a pink cup with pictures of cute ponies on it. Tommy himself didn't move at all, and only his occasionally constricted pupils showed that he was alive. Aha. Relax. I just want to have a little chat. And no, nothing's poisoned, and I don't want to kill you. But I do, he said with a stone face. Oh. You're good at humor, I grinned and took a sip. You know, when I came here and found out about you, I was curious about your goals. Why should I answer your questions? Because then you won't get out of here. I asked, tilting my head to the side, but I got his clenched teeth. You're smart, there's no doubt about it. And given your self-confidence, you can't have a more or less thought-out plan after the war is over. With you as the victor, of course. He raised an eyebrow at my words. If you take his story from the wiki into account, he's a typical unrecognized genius with an unorthodox mindset. The very fact that Tommy tried twice to become a defense against the dark arts teacher shows that, and he is, please note, a master in that direction. Why would the very true evil himself want the very idea of teaching children? And from the same dark magic he himself uses? It doesn't make sense. See, in my original world, there is a faction of mystical beings that is divided into 3 parts, good, evil, and not so good. Pretty familiar, isn't it? I began, at which a tiny flame of interest lit up in his eyes. There's a supposed non-aggression pact between them, but if no one knows of any violation of it, it doesn't exist, right? What I'm driving at is that they are more or less equal to each other and are parts of one unified faction, one unified mechanism. Brings to mind some thoughts, eh? What are you getting at, magician? Tommy finally decided to speak up. At the moment, all wizards are divided into 3 factions: light side, dark side, and neutral. And in theory, if they divide the whole territory of magical Britain into more or less equal parts, and the balance of power becomes approximately equal, what will happen? What happened in your world, he muttered thoughtfully. Exactly. And now imagine the existence of 3 main schools of 3 factions. The head of the light one is the same, dumb as a door, the dark one is you personally, and the neutral one is someone else. Imagine something like the Tournament of the 3 Wizards, but instead of kids fighting for glory, there would be 3 schools, one on each side, where the winning side would get a chance to control magical Britain as a whole. Sounds intriguing, doesn't it? Heh. Introducing the Grail Wars concept with a dash of magic games from Fairy Tale or the Misfit at the School of Magic into the world of Harry Potter. That sounds like a lot of fun. Am I afraid that Voldy will just kill off all the half-breeds? Nope. He'd rather put his ideology on the back burner under those circumstances. Besides, there is magic here that can turn a half-breed into a pureblood through some ritual. Another thing to consider is that in this world, the light and dark sides are very clearly separated. The local wizards don't realize that the world is not divided into black and white. It is gray. Are all good people good? Nope. Are all bad people evil? The answer is the same. What you're saying is a load of crap. The strong will never submit to the weak. Rats will assert their rights, which will lead to fights, protests, and the like. That's true, but what if someone provided something as a prize for the winner of this tournament that could shut up the dissenters? Say, an artifact tied to a particular soul and capable of raising the dead. Well, or magic. And I'm not talking about the demo version of resurrection that the resurrection stone has, but real resurrection without any negative consequences for anyone. What? He asked perplexed, frozen in place. Of course, I'll probably have to make a deal with someone, but it's a possibility. Now he was thinking. Really thought about what I'd said. To be able to snatch someone from the clutches of death itself is an impossible feat for this world. And Voldy is well aware of that, even if he doesn't take my word for it. Though he does take into account my power, which I have glimpsed. Plus, I'm giving the local Dumbledore an incentive to step out of his kindly grandfather persona. Who's going to enforce the rules? And who will have custody of the artifact? Voldy asked, coming out of his musings. I don't believe it will be any of us. Oh, that's the easiest one to deal with, I grinned, the perpetual annoying grin on your face, the gray hair, the obnoxious sense of style and humor don't remind you of anyone. Zelrich, he answered instantly. Exactly. I clapped my hands together, as you probably guessed, he's much stronger and more powerful than he shows. It wouldn't cost him anything to level all of Britain in a minute. And he'll just go along with your plan. Voldy raised an eyebrow. Your worries are unnecessary, I dismissed him, if the event entertains him, he'll be all for it. He nodded briefly and fell silent. I'm not destroying the world, just slightly altering its basic mechanism. The focus will shift from the confrontation between 2 people to each individual who will take part in the event. I guess you could say that by my actions, I'm contributing to revealing more characters from more perspectives. If, of course, it all works out. But knowing Zelrich, he definitely won't be against it. Well, I began, bringing him out of his musings, think about my offer. After all, even you have someone you'd like to get back, don't you? Why did you come to me with this proposal and not Dumbledore? He asked after a few seconds. He's not as interesting as you, I shrugged, besides, I already have something planned for him. Oh, now a creepy smile blossomed on his face, I don't suppose he'll like that something. Of course he will. And you're in for a surprise too, you know. What kind of surprise? He didn't get a chance to finish because I sent him out of my mind. And as soon as Voldy disappeared, giant tentacle-like pillars filled with scarlet eyes with vertical pupils and red waves of energy ran through the ground around me. Introducing a kind of grail war just for fun, rang out the deep voice of the demon Sitri throughout my inner world. It seems true magic has finally started to drive you crazy. Oh. Pretty harsh, you know. But no less true. I heard a voice on the other side of the table, and turned to see Gowishia sitting down in Voldy's seat. I'm very much in my right mind, that is. That's what you think. Well, if it makes you feel any better. I grinned, to which I received a twitch of the beast's eyebrow. I wonder if Voldy liked his surprise. Tired face. Leaving Romani's mind, Tom fell to his knees from the intense headache and exertion. The power of this magician really amazed him. As did the vision of a possible future that he had contemplated. The very thought of true resurrection was firmly fixed in his mind, and all sorts of plans began to be born in Tom's mind. The idea was indeed appealing, but even if Tom was confident in his abilities, there was a risk of interference from the many powerful wizards hiding their true power. After all, the idea of possessing true resurrection was too sweet for anyone without exception. And while Tom was pondering this, he heard Bellatrix's worried voice. "My lord, are you all right?" she shrieked, running up to him. "What has that buffoon done to you?" He didn't answer and quickly found with his eyes the wizard standing nearby, who was smiling very anxiously as he looked at him. "It's all right," Tom said and stood up. "We should get going. The place you suggested will be fine." "Really?" she exclaimed happily. "Are you sure about this, my lord?" Lucius asked cautiously and pointed at Romani. "What about him?" Before Tom could object, Bellatrix shouted angrily. "You dare to question my lord's decision, you insect? Do you want to die?" Her shout made Lucius shiver. And he wasn't the only one, for when she turned and looked into Tom's eyes, he would swear he saw pink hearts shining with a frightening light there. Tom felt like prey being stared at by a hungry predator, and Bellatrix's anxious smile and the movement of her tongue across her lips only intensified the feeling. The feeling of being devoured. What Tom didn't know, though, was that his feelings had a slightly different connotation, one that he would learn a little later. Tired face. The clock tower. After Voldy and his minions had left me, Zelrich contacted me, informing me that everything was ready. Well, he had just opened a portal beneath me, transporting me here. After a short walk through the corridors, I was able to learn the structure of the clock tower. As it turned out, he had kept the traditions, so to speak, and the clock tower was located in the same place as in the Nasuverse. More specifically, in the dungeons covering almost the entire center of London. The system of power is roughly the same, only there are orders of magnitude fewer arrogant snobs, though they consider themselves superior to other wizards due to their possession of magical chains, knowledge and science, and lack of need for a wand for magic. Upon entering Zelrich's office, without knocking of course, in addition to the magician himself, I found two other personalities I didn't expect to see here at all, Luna Lovegood and Daphne Greengrass. Daphne, when she saw me, just looked at me with a scrutinizing and rather mature look for her age, but Luna, she was staring at me like some bizarre animal. Her eyes were filled with the intrigue and childish interest of a 14-year-old girl. Zelrich was looking at me with his arms crossed and resting on the table. "Do you have a fetish for blondes or something?" I asked him, to which Daphne raised an eyebrow and Luna smiled. "Oh. Why the question?" "I just don't have any other idea in my mind as to why they're here." I shrugged and sat down on the chair in front of his desk. "No, wait though. I understand Luna's presence, since you probably found her interesting, but what's Greengrass doing here? Are you embarrassed by their presence?" He grinned. "Aren't they supposed to be Hogwarts students?" "Why, Mr. Soul?" Luna asked. "I'm interested in that question too," Daphne supported her, and then turned towards Luna. "And why did you call him Mr. Soul?" "He's the third magician, Daphne," Zelrich said, and Daphne froze in shock, then quickly turned to me and gave an aristocratic bow, "And the first, too, by the way." "How marvelous." Palumna clapped her hands, and Daphne, two true magic at the same time, she shrieked in exasperation, straightening up sharply. "How the hell is that possible?" "Ah. So, she's the local version of Rin," I said and nodded, "also at Sundara." "Aha." He smiled toothily. "I'm not at Sundara, you decrepit old man," she protested. Well, it's all right," Luna began to comfort her, giving her a little hug. "Even if you are at Sundara, we still love you." That was unnecessary, damn it. I just shrugged and looked at Zelrich. "You still haven't said why they're here." "Luna has potential in Kaleidoscope," he started, which I wasn't really surprised at, considering her features. Daphne has it too, but less pronounced. She's also more interested in learning curses, which makes her a frequent visitor to the faculty. I decided to take them both under my wing, since why not? And the fact that Palumna is quite interesting and Daphne looks like Rin didn't influence your decision. I grinned. "Absolutely." He grinned back. Hee. Palumna is more of a fun and interesting animal to him. And Daphne does resemble Rin with her behavior. Though it's not canonical to the original story. Either way, he's definitely having fun at their expense. Well, that can be put aside for later. You said the area for my training is ready. And I'm genuinely curious as to what exactly you have in store for my sinful soul. Not exactly. Since each true magic has its own subtleties, I can't help you master the ones you possess. But I can share the rules that I personally adhere to. And I've made an appointment with someone who can help you with third. Ideally, I could talk to Justice and learn the details of third magic from her, but then I'd have to go to the Nasuverse during the 4th or 5th Grail War. And either he didn't want me to go there, or he knew that's not where I wanted to go. Also, digging up the instructions on how to use first magic is, I assume, impossible. The first magician didn't shine anywhere at all. And since I'm the one currently in charge, it's impossible to find it, unless you ask Alia or Gaia about it personally. Oh. Let's start with the rules. First, if I take something from other worlds, I must provide some equivalent to it. That is if that someone is already assigned to that world as a constant. Doesn't that mean you put some poor bastard in my world? And given my circumstances, you'd have to find a pretty strong replacement. Nope. Since a person named Romani Archiman shouldn't exist in principle in that world, it didn't cost me anything. You are a variable, not a constant. Besides, your presence is due to Alia's own interference, he shrugged. Secondly, if I interfere in the affairs of another world, then in cases where it faces annihilation due to my interference, I must assist. And, in fact, those are the only rules I adhere to. That makes sense. I nodded and thought about it. It turns out that the fanfics involving him are more or less canonical. He moves personalities around ostensibly for fun, but they're usually met with some sort of circumstance that they won't ignore. And if they do, they'll unknowingly become part of the story, leading to the same outcome. Though I have no doubt that some moves were still meant to entertain the magician. But such worlds are usually basically unbreakable under any circumstances. If we take the idea of canonicity of fanfics featuring Archer as a basis, Amiya either fights someone and saves the world, which is the first situation, or has another harem and gets more or less normal everyday life, which is the second situation. I wonder how many worlds the poor guy with rank E luck has been to. Anyway, you said you've arranged a meeting for me. Where is it supposed to take place and when? Tomorrow at noon. Black Lily Coffee House in the center of London, he said, and I was about to ask who I should wait for, but he beat me to it, giving me the answer to that question, and don't worry. You'll recognize the right person right away. How mysterious. I grinned. It's either that or nothing. Zelrich shrugged, to which I rubbed my temples and sighed tiredly. I guess I don't really have a choice, do I? Tired face. Black Lily. Noon. When I entered the coffee shop, I didn't find anyone even remotely resembling the person I was looking for, so I sat down at one of the tables and ordered a coffee and cheesecake and waited. The room was decorated in British style, paintings on the walls, shelves of books and lamps on long fixtures. It looked quite atmospheric and somewhat rich, so it was a sin to complain. The place had quite a wide selection of coffee and pastries, which pleased me. But the question remained as to who exactly I was waiting for. Zelrich had mentioned that this someone would be able to help me with third magic. So he must know about the soul. An expert level of understanding. And I can't think of anyone in the world who would fit that role. After about 15 minutes, I felt a strong aura, very similar to the concept. Like Ophis with infinity. And looking up, my eyes noticed a woman walking straight towards my table. Extremely pale skin, the color of which was similar to white chalk, long loose black hair down to her waist, and the same color eyes, more like the abyss itself. Those around her paid no attention to the woman, as if she didn't exist to them. She was attractive, hence the male contingent of visitors should be casting glances at her, but that wasn't happening. Which was very strange. Upon reaching the table, she silently sat across from me and began to stare at me. And looking into her eyes, I could not read the look of a woman, and only a small smile on her face made it clear that she found the situation interesting. The next moment it hit me, causing my eyebrow to twitch. Someone versed in souls, and who Zelrich was negotiating with. Yeah. How could I not have guessed exactly who the damn vampire had arranged for me to meet? It was all too obvious. Romani Archiman, the woman began the conversation in a rather flirtatious tone. That's right. And you, miss? I asked, already knowing the answer to my question. You guessed it yourself, didn't you, magician? Yeah. As if she could be confused with anyone else. Is MS death okay with you, or shall we drop the formalities and just go with death? I said and drank the entire contents of my cup in one gulp. Just a death is fine with me, she smiled, showing her white teeth. So, shall we start our date? Heh. It seems I'm dating too many embodied concepts, if that's okay with you. I want to go home. Definitely. Tired face. The Black Lily. It's been about 15 minutes since the meeting started, and the conversation still hasn't started. Not because I don't have any questions or anything, but because I just don't know where to start. Dealing with an embodied concept with a mind and will is a lot of fun, judging from my experience with the Ophis. Though, given the current circumstances, I'm more likely to be dealing with a flirtatious mature lady than someone abnormal. And the slight smile on Death's face kind of hints at that. Now, don't be shy, Romani. I don't bite, she said, deciding to start a conversation, although I'm not used to waiting. I have a busy schedule, you know. So, you're a busy person, Lady Death, I said, tilting my head to the side. In that case, what have I done to deserve this level of attention? More specifically, what did Zelrich tell you about me that would interest you? The touch of heaven, of course, she smiled sweetly as she studied me with her gaze, true magic that can affect souls. Pretty intriguing. When I first heard about it from him, I thought it was one of his pranks. But now that I've seen your soul with my own eyes and what it is, for the first time in ages, I'm intrigued. Would you mind telling me exactly how you see my soul? The soul of every living creature is a small flame of light. It's like how people see the stars from the surface of a planet. Yours is like a black hole. Huge, volatile, and devouring. The stars simply can't compete with you and have to submit to you in silence. I raised an eyebrow. The analogy is odd. Huge? I suppose she means powerful, but it gets more complicated from there. The inconstancy might indicate a change in me, but what kind of change? In the time I've been using third magic, I haven't felt any change in myself. The only part of me that could indicate this is the loss of past life memories. Regarding the third adjective, it could refer solely to third magic. And I have no idea what it is exactly. What do you mean, devouring? She hesitated, tapping her index finger on her chin, then pointed at some guy sitting at another table. Apply your magic to him. Nothing drastic, something ordinary will suffice. I just shrugged and did as she asked, making do with just a soul reading. And there was nothing interesting there. Ordinary childhood, ordinary friends, ordinary job. There was nothing to latch on to. Then he shifted his gaze back to Death, whose eyes naturally glowed at what he saw. Intrigue and childlike interest danced in her abyss-black eyes. How interesting, exclaimed Death and, jumping up from her seat with bullet speed, brought her face close to mine, from which the distance between us was just millimeters. Really interesting. Ah. Do you realize what you've done, Romani? I'm so horny now. Lady Death. I want to dissect you right now and find out how your magic works. With a crazy grin on her face, she ranted, making my soul naturally leap to my heels. You don't mind, do you? Right. I'm scared. I'm definitely scared. And Death isn't really listening to me, I can tell. Any more and she'll do what she said she'd do. And this is the one who gave the impression of being a proper lady. So dealing with concepts is a pure headache. Even Gowishia was silenced by shock. I think we'd better reschedule our conversation for another date. In that case. My body flared up, revealing Solomon instead of Romani, and the rings on my fingers glowed. It's time for the coronation, he's the one who starts everything. I began to activate the noble phantasm quickly. Death's mouth drooled, at which the feeling of fear for the safety of his carcass intensified. Ars Paulina. The next moment I was in the Temple of Time on Solomon's throne and I sighed in relief, closing my eyes and relaxing. I don't even want to imagine what awaits me the next time we meet. Death will probably eat me up when my carcass catches its eye. But I have a very pressing question about her reaction. What exactly did she see when she used the third magic? And it's definitely not something trivial, judging by her reaction and scary face. I'll have to ask Zell. It's beautiful. It's your soul, isn't it? I heard an excited female voice dangerously close to me, making my blood run cold. I want you more and more, Romani Archiman. I slowly turned to the side, where I was immediately met by an abyssal gaze that shone brightly with excitement and interest. The same one that had scared the hell out of me. Death drew its face closer and closer to mine, and I panicked. After all, not even true magic could help me with her, so how do you kill Death? Well yeah, what did I do to save myself? Heh. I did something I will definitely regret. In one swift movement, my hand grabbed her head and pulled her even closer, causing our lips to touch, and her eyes to go wide. What have you done, Romani? Gowishia screamed in panic in my head. Insane, the demon Gremory backed him up. Well, the magician certainly has balls, doesn't he? Added the demon Agars, puzzled. Was I reckless? Definitely, yes. Do I regret what I've done? Definitely not. When her eyes returned to their normal state, and I thought I was done for and was about to pull away, suddenly, a pair of slender arms encircled my head and neck, pulling me closer to Death, and her tongue invaded my mouth and began to do wild things. By now my eyes went wide with shock, as this was the kind of shit I definitely wasn't expecting. Death dominated me and wouldn't let go. At one point she sat down on my lap and just enjoyed the kiss, unlike me, I guess. After what seemed like an eternity, she broke the kiss, forming a thin stream of saliva between us. She had a very flirty smile on her face, and her eyes stared intently at me. Well, you surprised me, Romani Archiman. No one has ever tried to kiss Death herself, much less in such an aggressive way, she smirked, licking her lips. At first, I just wanted to study you, but now I have slightly different plans. You want to be my boyfriend. Fuck. In an aggressive way. I wanted to save my life, damn it. Where was that my plan? Why would I want to be your boyfriend anyway? Can I have the innocent hugging Ophis back, please? Tired face. The clock tower. I burst into Zelrich's office and, stomping my feet loudly, walked over to his desk where he was telling Luna something. He turned in my direction and an extremely annoying shit-eating grin appeared on his face. Oh. How did it go? The bastard asked snidely, did you enjoy it? Shut the fuck up. I growled. You knew it would turn out like that, didn't you, you bloody bloodsucker? Definitely liked it, a woman's voice sounded under my ear. You were right about him, Zelrich. I liked him a lot. Glad to be of help, milady. The vampire rose from his seat and bowed respectfully to my companion, giving me a mocking glance at the same time. Ah, yes. Death was hanging on my shoulder and smiling sweetly, showing her contentment with the situation. Of course, her question in the coffee shop was rhetorical, and I had to just accept that. The alternative choice. Pursuit by the most powerful entity in this world. And I'm not self-confident enough to resist it. And Death knows how to wait. And she gets what she wants. Oh, she said in surprise, glancing toward Luna, who was looking at Death with childlike interest. What an interesting child. You're not afraid of me. No, Luna shook her head and smiled. Why be afraid of something that everyone will eventually meet? What a clever girl. Death smiled and walked over to her and stroked her head. Would you like to be our daughter? My eyes rounded with shock and I stared dumbly at Death. My hearing picked up a rather loud giggle from Zelrich's side, to which my eyebrow began to twitch. Our daughter? Didn't we agree to only date, Oh, yeah. We didn't. The mighty Lady Death decided all of this for both of us. I seem to recall mentioning that, but I'll say it again. I want to go home. Definitely. And away from this madhouse. I mean, even in DxD, I felt a lot more comfortable. Tired face. The clock tower. It had been about an hour since my arrival in Zelrich's office. Palumna had had a nice chat with Death about something and left us. And now, me, Zelrich, and Death were just sitting and reviewing amongst ourselves. The vampire and I were doing it, and the embodied concept was staring at me without blinking, which looked creepy, to say the least. There was no point in getting agitated over the concept's last words, so I had to just chalk it up and deal with it. After a while, I calmed down and decided to distract Death from the conversation. After all, I wondered what had stirred her up to such an extent. And I think the presence of an interdimensional vampire would be helpful. You still haven't told me exactly what my magic did, I began, drawing Death's attention to me. What was it that piqued your interest to the point where you wanted to dissect me? Really? She said thoughtfully, to which I nodded briefly, and Zelrich perked up his ears. Remember what I said about your soul? That it was like a black hole. I began to remember. That's right. When you used your magic on that man, your soul touched him. That man's soul was, how shall I put it, infected by yours. Like a virus, to put it simply. I even looked at his soul, and found that a small part of it had changed. A tiny, almost imperceptible change, but a change nonetheless. And what does this change mean? Zelrich asked with intrigue in his voice. Normally, I'm the one who claims the soul of every living thing. That is the law of the universe. But the touch of heavens rewrites that law. That tiny altered part of the soul that my boyfriend influenced is no longer mine, but his. I froze and scrutinized her face, looking for any sign of a lie, because the very idea of such consequences of altering someone else's soul is utter nonsense. Back in DxD, when I was experimenting with third magic, I'd learned that the soul was the purest bundle of energy that no one could change. No one at all, except herself. Well, under normal circumstances, I mean. Even the most evil and ruthless being still has a pure soul. It can be compared to a man and his clothes. Any soul is pure, innocent and unchanging, as a person does not change, regardless of circumstances. And behavior, character, emotions, ambitions and the like are clothes. And the only one who can accomplish this feat is the owner of the heaven's touch. I thought there were no serious consequences, but as it turns out, there are. You'll say what's the big deal, but alas, there is a big deal. Suppose I resurrect someone. Let's take this particular situation as an example, as this is the most common use of third magic. Considering what the embodied concept of death said, the soul of the person I resurrect will no longer belong to the world and its textures, but to me. Again, the soul is the purest blob of energy. A tremendous energy that has many uses if you get it. The question then becomes, why does the world allow a third magician to exist? The answer is, he has to deal with it. Every world has its own metaphorical well of souls where all souls in principle are stored, and the magician is a leech stuck to the well itself. And any opposition to this is a risk of damaging the vault, leading to the destruction of the world. In short, every true magician is a parasite, clinging to some branch of the universe and drawing power from there. Ophis is the embodiment of infinity, or nothingness, or non-existence, and she considers me a kind of relative, since I draw my power for negation of nothingness from the same source as she does. With death, the analogy is the same. She is a pillar of the cycle of life and death, and touch of heavens clings to the well of souls, which she is, in fact, in charge of. Going back to the implications of heaven's touch, every soul I affect empowers me, since the likes of it belong exclusively to me. And that is frightening. What is frightening is that the more I use third magic, the stronger I will become and undergo changes. After all, the truth has long been known, great power corrupts. Due to the fact that I only used it on a very small number of living beings and not that much, I didn't notice any difference in myself. Apparently, when Death mentioned fickle, she meant exactly that. Because with each use of the heaven's touch, I change. And the strength of the change depends on how much I use it. Look at Zelrich. He's out of his mind, a little, but still. And at the expense of entertainment, he manages to retain a part of himself that he values. Humanity. Even if he is a dead apostle. The second magic hooked him on the concept of infinity. An infinity of probabilities and parallels. He sees every possibility of every world where he exists, and I am truly amazed at his stamina, as not going insane under such circumstances is nearly impossible. Archer Amiya's words were right, eh? Gowishia's voice echoed in my head, although he said them with the intention of insulting you, the accuracy is amazing. I didn't answer, only sighed tiredly. How interesting. Zelrich murmured thoughtfully with a serious expression on his face, apparently coming to the same conclusions as me. Indeed, I nodded and asked a very interesting question, is there any way to undo this effect? Or will it dissipate with time? I doubt it, said Death thoughtfully, when you play with the laws of the universe, the consequences can be unpredictable. And you don't resent that I have, in fact, broken those laws, because I'm just an observer. No more, no less. And such a thing doesn't fall under my jurisdiction, since you're not even from this world, she shrugged. I see. There was silence in the office for a while, and everyone was thinking about something else. Until Death raised an eyebrow at something. I think there's something that needs my intervention, she mumbled and stood up from her seat and kissed me on the cheek. I'll see you later. I should get back to work. See you later. And the next moment she was gone, as if she had never been here. Well, she did mention being a busy person. Heh. Speaking of which, I think I figured out why I have memory loss. Apparently one of the theories I wanted to test was changing my own soul. Basically, a paradox occurred where my soul tried to process itself, subsequently, a stupor occurred within it. And it seems that the part that did manage to process either broke away or got blocked. It's more likely the latter, since I've just lost my memories and don't feel any other changes. And looking at my soul, I couldn't find any visible defects. I rubbed my temples and took a sip of coffee from the cup that appeared in my hand to clear my thoughts a little. I guess I'll have to file this one away in a drawer until the effects are visible. Tired face. Ministry of Magic. The clacking of my shoe heels on the black marble floor echoed clearly in my ears. High ceilings, masonry bricks of the same color, and British-style buildings definitely didn't suit this place, which looked like a sewer without water. People were walking back and forth, and flashes of green fire from the portals in the arches appeared one after another. Huge crowds of wizards from all over Britain were huddled together, discussing something, rushing somewhere or just looking at their surroundings. The whole place gave the impression not of a place of power, but of an ordinary marketplace. But everyone who saw me, or rather whoever was walking beside me, stepped aside and gave me a surprised look filled with concern. So, I began, rubbing my temples, why are we here? And why do they look like this, looking at you? Usually, every visit I make here is accompanied by me having fun at their expense, Zelrich grinned, and why are we here? Someone decided to make a fuss about you. And you know exactly who it is. Dumb as a door, I presume. Indeed. Lately he's been pulling all his connections and trying to dig up on you, even though he knows it's useless. You want to tell me what that's about? Oh. I just told him that I'm a third magician, and shared information about true magic, I said thoughtfully and smirked, heh. He charged me with something, didn't he? That's right. He stated that you might be a dark wizard, citing that there was no action on your part regarding confronting the dark side. And that you let Voldy go without a single wound. Is he stupid? I raised an eyebrow. If the first is understandable, how did he know about the second? Isn't he giving away his spy by doing so? Emotions make people act impulsively and rashly, Zelrich shrugged, we're here, by the way. We stopped at the double doors leading to what I realized was the hearing room. I grinned, already anticipating what would happen behind those doors. I guess after all the heavy thoughts about true magic, we could use a little fun, couldn't we? Zelrich didn't mind anyway, judging by the cheerful, fawny grin on his face. Tired face. Ministry of Magic. Once inside the hearing room, I took the time to look around. The area that the doors led to was an oval space with a dark marble floor and a single chair. It was surrounded by a wooden partition behind which the jurors were seated. Among them were the aristocrats, such as Lucius Malfoy, and the higher-ups themselves, which included Amelia Bones, Percy Weasley, and, of course, Dolores the Toad. And right in front of me behind the judge's podium was a slimy-looking old man. Most likely to be Cornelius Fudge. And a bunch of other people in robes for extras. How did I recognize them? The looks more or less matched the actors in the movie. Zelrich was here too, taking seats with the aristocrats, who were obviously scared of him. Dumbledore was standing next to a chair, throwing a look full of expectation at me, to which I grinned and sat silently in the chair, then scanned the aura of those present. There wasn't much to say, as their magical power was at about rank E or lower. And that's quite disappointing. By the way, did I mention the local magic chambers? Since the defendant has arrived, let's begin the hearing, Fudge said in a businesslike manner, and then looked at me with a rather arrogant look. Romani Archiman, are you aware of the charges against you? Roughly, I shrugged, something about the dark side and that sort of nonsense. I will elaborate, he continued, you are accused of belonging to the dark side and of aiding and abetting a dark wizard. Do you have anything to say? Of course, I do. First of all, I'm not even from this world, so I don't have to obey the local authorities. Secco. Oh. The toad interrupted me with an annoying smile that made the edge of my mouth twitch, but you're a magician, right? In that case, it's okay. That's a different concept in my world and this one, Ms. Pink Toad with disgusting hair, I shrugged, and her smile froze for a moment. Secondly, even though Zelrich said I may deal with him, that doesn't mean I should, does it? Of course, there was an uproar at my words, and the jury began to whisper quietly amongst themselves, throwing judgmental glances at me. The only one wary of me was Malfoy, who had already seen some of my powers. This is outrageous, exclaimed the toad. Silence. Amelia intervened and then turned to me, it seems we started off on the wrong note. May we hear the reason for your inaction regarding the Dark Wizard? Oya. Has someone finally shown signs of adequacy? That's good to hear, I grinned, but she didn't react in any way, keeping a stern look on her face. It doesn't take me a snap of my fingers to get you to understand the situation. It's a snap of my fingers and your problem is solved. But. Amelia asked. He's not my concern. I made a disinterested face and replied. There were shouts of indignation and anger again, as if they were being exposed to an unobvious truth. My hand slowly rose up and made a small wave, and silence ensued. The screamers' voices disappeared, and their mouths opened and closed like fish. And then there was a collective look of incredulity and fear in my direction. Amelia's eyes grew sharp, Fudge and Toad shook, and Dumbledore grew wary. And only Zelrich was having fun with the whole situation. In fact, your current situation is entirely your own fault. The abominable systems of law and order, protection and power, and the concessions to the upper classes create so many opportunities for Voldy that he doesn't even have to try to operate covertly. He can do his business right under your nose without you noticing. I rolled my eyes, and, most importantly, why should I help you for nothing? Oh, yeah. You still have a voice, Mrs. Bones. After all, you're smarter than most. What do you want? She asked gently but firmly. Just to hear something. The last time I saw Voldy, I gave him an idea. The same idea I'm going to pitch to you. 3 factions, 3 schools, 1 tournament. The prize is the ability to resurrect anyone with no ill effects. At my words, everyone present except Zelrich froze, staring at me incredulously. Dumbledore's eyes naturally lit up with eagerness, and Amelia staggered. Even knowing the consequences of using the touch of heaven, it was unrewarding to refuse to use it. Besides, I never said that a resurrected dead person would live for a long time. And most importantly, you can eliminate the use of third magic by simply negotiating with death. Her job is to maintain balance. And a very simple function can be included in the device of the artifact whereby it will be preserved. The dead person will be given half of the remaining lifespan of the person using the artifact. And its use would be limited to 1 time only. Yes, the idea is brazenly stolen from the eponymous work, but it fits the current situation perfectly. After all, death has already interfered in the affairs of mortals in this world, so why not do it again? And the negative consequences. Can essentially natural death and the preservation of the laws of the universe be considered negative consequences? Nope. Do you realize how absurd your idea is? Amelia asked, regaining her composure. Oh, really? I tilted my head to the side and smiled sweetly, as absurd as the existence of other worlds. At my words, she fell silent, and I returned my voice to the audience. The next moment, a magic circle appeared in front of me, blocking the spell from Miss Toad's side. What are you doing, head of magical law enforcement? Amelia asked sternly, the use of magic during the hearing is forbidden. It undermines our authority, Minister. He could destroy all of our traditions, the Toad said, still pointing his wand at me, and then looked at the jury. Don't you see that, gentlemen? This magician should be locked up in Azkaban. Yeah. Such obvious provocation is just painful to watch. And I don't think. Suddenly, 2 more circles appeared on my sides. I stared incredulously at those whose brains were definitely showing signs of death, for only a weakling would fall for her words. "Stop!" Amelia shouted, trying to stop this circus, and the corner of my eye noticed that Dumbledore had managed to fend off a couple of spells, apparently counting on me to remember it. That said, he definitely intended to somehow force me to use third magic by organizing this whole circus. Heh. Well, let him count on that next. In the next moment, I released some of the mana I was holding back. And it was felt by everyone present. Every single one of them, with the exception of Zelrich, fell to their knees and was drenched in sweat from the pressure of my magic. And some even fainted. Wands fell one after another, and the idea of confronting me became impossible for them, judging by their faces. After a couple of seconds, my mana was drawn back into me, and they slowly rose from their knees, staggering and looking at my figure with frightened looks. Just so you understand, this isn't all the magic I possess. I grinned at them as they took a step away from me, fearing another wave. In case my idea comes to fruition, the artifact will be stored at the clock tower. You don't mind, do you, Zelrich? Nope. He smiled fangily, already foreshadowing the fun to come. Good. Then I bid you farewell. I stood up from my chair, and teleportation circles appeared beneath me and Zelrich. And remember, either you agree with me, or you will be swallowed up by Voldy. Well, or Dumbledore, though of course I won't tell them that. Light and dark sides are interested, and in regards to the touch of heaven I've made a couple deductions. The magic stealing ring doesn't work anymore, which Voldy has definitely already noticed, so things will go exactly as they should. And since Alia doesn't exist in this world, there won't be any problems. Long story short, I should be getting back. Tired face. The clock tower. Well, I certainly had fun, stated a satisfied Zelrich once we were in his office. Good for you. I rolled my eyes, and then an ordinary-looking dagger with a straight blade appeared in my hand. A prize, I take it. He raised an eyebrow. Almost. All that's missing is the bind to death. You'll give it to her after you send me home. In a hurry? He grinned. More like worried. Leaving such peculiar servants unattended. No, thank you. Heh. Tiamat's worth a lot. If I disappear for long enough, she's the threat to the world, not Trihexa. Her sea of life will just turn all life into Lamu, that's all. And that's a much bigger and faster cataclysm than mere destruction. Ah, yes. It's worth mentioning that the textures of the DxD world would indeed collapse if I finished what I was doing before Zelrich's intervention, because the influence extended not only to me, but also to the life and death aspect of the universe. Hence the rule for using third magic, don't use it on yourself, at least not in any drastic way. And I think that's enough for now. Well, I'll reassure you, he began, to which I raised an eyebrow. Time between worlds is not constant, so you've been missing for about half a day or so. That's good. Now, if you'd be so kind as to send me back. Okay, he nodded. And as the shimmering them of the kaleidoscope began to appear in my vision, Zelrich added, I don't think Lady Death will take this lightly, though, and I may have to pull you out again. I didn't have time to sarcasm as I was thrown out of this world. I suppose I should prepare for my next visit here. And hopefully it won't be for a while. I hope so. Tired face. Familiar's forest. Master. You're finally here, you mongrel. The Garden of Avalon would not have lasted much longer. The collective cry of the servants in my head was the first thing I heard upon returning here, and the feeling of reconnecting with them immediately followed. Looking around, my eyes recognized the familiar scenery of the familiar's forest, causing me to breathe a sigh of relief. Don't yell, I'm not deaf, I grinned. I hope it wasn't anything serious. Of course not. Unless you count the fact that Beast 2 went berserk when she sensed your disappearance and we contained her rampage in my soul mirror, of course. But that absolutely can't be considered anything serious, can it? Hissed Mia in his usual sarcasm. You have no idea how glad I am to hear from you again, Queen Shiro, I began, and then froze as I processed his words. Wait. Did you say, contained? The next moment, the space in front of me exploded, forming a gap the size of a skyscraper. And out of it appeared the figure of Tiamat in her gigantic beast form. Her aura was like a tsunami wave through the entire forest of familiars, causing the animals around me to run in all directions to get away from its owner. Tiamat's four-pointed star pupils flickered until they stopped on me, and then her mouth, with its razor-sharp, shark-like teeth, opened wide, tears streaming from her eyes. In a brief flash of light, her beast form was replaced by the familiar form of a servant. Then Tiamat threw herself on top of me and hugged me tightly, dipping her head on my chest and beginning to rub herself. Her embrace was so strong that if I hadn't used strengthening, my body would have turned to mush. After a second, I silently put my hand on her head and began to slowly stroke, making the strength of her hug even stronger, and my shirt had already turned into a wet rag. She was really scared, huh? Beast 2, the evil of humanity and the original goddess, now looked so fragile and helpless. Her hands were trembling and unwilling to let go of me, causing a wave of warmth and guilt to run through my body. That level of affection warmed my heart, but at the same time came the shame that I had made her so anxious. And honestly, I don't have a single thought to apologize to her. The feeling emanating from Tiamat was directly screaming in my mind. It wasn't the feeling of a worried mother, but, well, here's an idea. The demon Asmodeus remarked casually, having made certain conclusions, from which a tired expression appeared on my face, as I also came to them. Previously, I had only considered her figure as a loving mother, but as a woman. This is new, though not unexpected. Considering this particular point of view, a better woman doesn't exist in principle, huh? The tired expression on my face was replaced by an awkward one. Besides, on second thought, I'm in love with her. My eyes closed for a few moments. Well, as long as she's okay with it, why not? My hand slowly and carefully reached for her, intending to lift her chin a little. Tiamat obediently lifted her head and looked up at me with tear-stained, reddened, worried eyes. I brought my face close to hers and kissed her gently. There was no passion or desire in it, as there had been with death, but only love, affection, and awkwardness. Her eyes widened for a moment and then, how shall I put it, smiled happily. She responded to the kiss, and her concerned embrace was replaced with a loving and sensual one. I don't know how long we kissed, but both Tiamat and I were really enjoying the moment. After a while, we pulled away from each other and our gazes met. My awkward smile met hers, filled with happiness. Tiamat gently laid her head on my chest wet from her tears and felt true joy. I didn't even need to use magic to realize it. Hee hee. I guess we're a couple now, huh? How unusual. Gowishia practically murmured in a whisper, love between a beast and a human. How strange. His words shifted the focus of my attention away from Tiamat, and I noticed a look of disbelief and shock directed at us, or rather at Tiamat. Slowly turning my head towards the source of the stare, my eyes noticed a female figure with blue hair that resembled Tiamat. She was naturally staring in our direction, and her dragon-scented body was shaking uncontrollably. Tiamat, noticing that I was distracted, turned toward the figure as well. And seeing the watcher, recognition appeared in her gaze. Mother. In a trembling voice, as if it would break in the next moment, the figure whispered. Tiamat sang sadly and joyfully at the same time and, breaking away from me, walked towards the figure. Why, you're alive. Isn't this a dream? Tiamat gently hugged the figure, causing the latter to start crying. Yeah. The moment is really touching, I won't argue, but I'd like to get some context. Also, the description of a certain dragon figure is very fitting for this woman. Master. Grandpa's voice echoed in my head, what about Beast 2? Should I report to you? It's all right. Have all the servants gather at home and recuperate, I assured him. By the way, how did you manage to hold out against Tiamat without my mana? I realize that in this world the concentration of magical energy is quite dense, but still. Ouroboros shared it. Ophis. I raised an eyebrow, and where is she now? She left. Said she had to check on her group. Heh. Well, something doesn't change, I guess. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a couple of heads with blue hair walking towards me. Tiamat sang with a slight smile on her face as she reached me and pointed at the woman, giving me a headache. Yep. Just as I thought. That woman was the Dragon Queen Tiamat. And now I've dated 3 female bearers of that name. But I don't understand, why the hell are there 2 people with the name Tiamat in DxD at once? But the next moment my thoughts were cut short as Tiamat's last words reached me, which I didn't understand. Wait. Our daughter. It's a pleasure to meet you, father, the Dragon Queen said naturally and bowed respectfully. I'm so glad my mother is alive and well, though I don't see how that's possible, and that she's finally found a mate who's truly interested in her happiness. My eyebrow twitched. And I really don't understand why you're taking this so naturally. Is it something wrong with me, or with everyone else? Time to ask questions, tired face. Amia residence. Well, the answer lay on the surface, so to speak. This Tiamat was the child of Tia, as I had now decided to call Beast 2, of this world. Moreover, the only one who had not turned on her mother. The Dragon Queen had previously borne a different name, but later changed it to honor her parent. And seeing Tia alive, her shock is understandable. When I asked her why she had so easily decided to recognize me as a father figure, she replied, "Mother said so," which made the edge of my mouth twitch, for I had not, in fact, heard any clarification or anything of the sort. And the Dragon Queen was extremely respectful to me, even considering that she had only met me a few minutes ago. We eventually parted on the fact that she would visit me and Tia from time to time, to which I simply shrugged. Well, whatever. Arriving home, I was confronted by the tired and frazzled servants gathered in the parlor. Merlin and Archer were sprawled out on the couch with their eyes closed. Though the floral pervert occasionally threw an envious glance at Amia, who was being tended to by a worried Medusa and Artoria. Lancelot lay on the floor and just slept, as did Hercules. Even Gilgamesh and Enkidu, who had likely taken the brunt of Tia's attacks, looked bad. 100 faces with almost imperceptible signs of fatigue stood next to Grandpa. And Foe wasn't here. Fortunately, there was a closed field around the house, blocking out unnecessary glances. Thank you for not interfering. As I approached King Hassan, I made a deep bow. She was important to you, Master, he replied, and then gave Tia a brief glance, to which she lowered her head slightly, but if you had stayed even a moment longer, I would have done what was necessary. I understand. I sighed tiredly. It is indeed pleasant to be back, as it is to see the faces of my servants. But the aftermath of my disappearance is definitely not pleasant. It's lucky there weren't any particularly violent or dangerous ones, though Grandpa would have dealt with them anyway. While I was pondering, the door to the Amiya residence opened wide, and a disheveled Aika flew into the living room with a frightened look on her face. Sensei. You're back, she shrieked. Yeah. Do you realize the danger of your rash actions? Are you even listening? At my words, she boiled like a kettle and without a word, she left the house, stomping loudly on the floor. It's good to be back. Although, I think I forgot something. I wonder what it was. Tired face. Amiya residence. The next day. The most ordinary lunch at the Amiya residence. All of its inhabitants were peacefully enjoying their meals after yesterday's tiring events. Though it didn't really bother the culprit herself, given her satisfied face, which was glowing with joy while I was spoon-feeding her, so to speak. Honestly, Mutt, I never thought it was possible. You do realize she's a beast, right? Gilgamesh began, pointing his fork in our direction. However, all magicians are insane, eh? Oh. You're really calling that bundle of joy a beast? I rolled my eyes and poked a finger at Tia's cheek, which made her mew cutely. Look at her. Aside from her history with Gaia's urges, do you even think she's dangerous? Besides, you think I don't know about you. What exactly, mongrel? He raised an eyebrow. Like you don't go to her and Enkidu to complain about your life, or rather about Archer and his magic, huh? Only because Enkidu asks me to, crossing his arms, he said. What do you think about that, Amiya? Well, I didn't know that the king of heroes himself is a child who likes to complain to his parents about his life. And I wouldn't believe it if it weren't for the excuses that came out of his golden mouth just now. Archer smirked, to which Gilgamesh gritted his teeth and looked at him intently. I suggest taking him to an amusement park, or a daycare center. Take him out, so to speak. Hearing Amiya's words, Artoria and Medusa giggled, throwing amused glances at the king of heroes, making him naturally boil. Even Enkidu, who covered his mouth with his palm, let out a laugh. Do you want to die, faker? Gilgamesh growled, and golden portals appeared behind his back with staffs pointing towards Archer. In response, Amiya's smirk grew even bigger, of course. No fighting at the table, Gilkuin, I said, pulling a fatherly smile on my face as if Gilgamesh were a child to me, and then turned toward Lancer. Enkidu, dear, calm your friend down and explain to him the rules of behavior at mealtime. Yes, father. Chuckled Enkidu. Blue flashes of energy traveled through his body, and the next moment Gilgamesh was chained hand and foot, and the portals behind the ladder's back disappeared, sucking in the staffs. At this sight Archer covered his mouth with his hand and his shoulders began to twitch. Merlin, Artoria, Medusa, and Tia found the situation extremely amusing. The assassins didn't react in any way, and Heracles was just chewing on Amiya's cooking, as were Foe and Gowishia. What are you doing, Enkidu? I must punish these buffoons. Let me go. Gilgamesh cried out indignantly. You must obey your elders, Gil, Enkidu said with a cheerful smile on his face and, holding a chain in his hand, dragged the bound king of heroes upstairs while covering his mouth with another chain. Come, I'll give you a lesson in manners. After giving them a glance, I stuffed a piece of steak prepared by Amiya into my mouth. It was good. As usual, though. Tired face. 2 hours later. After lunch, I decided to relax a bit and collapsed on the couch, or rather, Tia's lap, and then closed my eyes and, after dispersing the servants, I reflected. After a break in the world of Harry Potter, it was time to get back to the business at hand. Kokabiel's arc. Since he doesn't die in the story, it is possible to act more or less with his hands untied. The fallen one participated in the Great War, has seen a lot, and now he just wants a war. To put it mildly, that doesn't seem right. Ideally, before he attacks the school, I'd like to talk to him, just to find out his motives. The crazy priest is basically nothing to worry about, since he's going to be expendable anyway. A psycho-scientist with a track record of inhuman experiments and obsession with a particular thing. Classic. Speaking of attacking the school. Since both Sona and Rias and their retinues are now stronger thanks to Archer, my direct intervention will probably not be necessary unless some force majeure happens. At this point, we need to wait for the church duo and that's basically it. By the way, where? The next moment the doorbell rang, causing me to roll my eyes. Thank you, universe. Aha. Leaving Tia's rut, to which she was obviously upset, I made my way to the door and opened it, where I was greeted by church representatives. True, there were not 2 of them, but 3, Zenobia, Irina, and Griselda. And the first, as in canon, held Excaliburs plus Durandal. Good afternoon, Mr. Archiman, the nun said hello and made a small bow. I hope we're not disturbing you. Come on in, I shrugged and let them inside. Thank you. Once they were inside, they settled on a vacant couch, glancing at Tia every now and then. I returned to the same position I'd been in before they came in. Zenobia gave me a stern look, Irina a puzzled look, and Griselda a tired one. So, I began, relaxing on Tia's lap. I didn't expect to see you in this group, Miss Nun with the indecent body. I take it you're going to Gremmaries after me. Yes, replied Griselda. Good. I'm going to take a nap, I said, and Griselda silently rubbed her temples. I waved her off, to which Griselda silently rubbed her temples. Ah. Why are you being so rude? Putting her finger to her mouth, Irina asked, looking at me. Indeed, Zenobia supported her and gave me a judgmental look. You're looking at one of the strongest exorcists, but you don't care. You're dealing with demons and you're not afraid of the church's wrath. In response, I slowly turned my gaze to Griselda, who was already looking at her adopted daughter with a stern look. I understand the archangels have decided to keep my identity a secret, quite discreet, if they consider my words towards the church. Doesn't change the weather, though. And why would I fear God's stronghold on this sinful earth? I grinned and, straightening up, put Tia's head on my lap. He's certainly not against my actions. And why are you so sure of that? Zenobia did not refuse, glaring at me. Let's just say he gave me his approval. What are you? Zenobia. Shut up, Griselda said softly, interrupting her, then inclined her head in my direction. I apologize for my daughter's behavior, Mr. Archiman. She can be overly stubborn and forthright at times. I find it quite amusing, I shrugged. By the way, I hope the Viceroy of Heaven isn't reforming the church. Last time I saw him, he was seriously considering the idea. Not that it bothers me, but if Michael does do it, who will be the first contender for the role of the new pope, even if the current one is well downright competent? The answer is obvious. And if you consider the fact that God is dead here, then I will essentially rule heaven as well. They don't know it yet, but the heavens touch is indeed connected to the heavens, or rather the heavenly system. They are both connected to the well of souls of the DxD world, which means that Michael is no longer the only one who can watch over the system. I, on top of that, can also make adjustments to it, something that only God himself, who actually created it, was capable of doing. In the end, it turns out that a man named Romani Archiman is the closest thing to God in this world. And the consequences of this do not make me very happy, because to be in charge of the church and to be in charge of heaven sounds like an extremely troublesome business, no matter how you look at it. There are consequences, the nun replied, and then gave me an annoyed look, and isn't that your fault? Oya. Why so, Miss Nun? I only told the truth, nothing more. I shook my finger, then pointed at Irina and Zenobia. Besides, look at the battle attire of the exorcists. You could go to a strip club for a fight in such battle attire. But they're comfortable. They don't constrict your movements in battle. Irina said, throwing off her white cloak and showing her clothes. Somehow I don't see it on Miss Griselda. I rolled my eyes and then looked at the nun intently. Or do you wear it, Miss Nun? Aye, shame on you. A mature woman like you, and with a body as obscene as yours, to dress like that and not blush. You want to kill all the demons with a nosebleed. I do not wear such things. Griselda said in a monotone. But this battle outfit is standard for all exorcists, isn't it? I asked, to which both Zenobia and Irina nodded confidently. Then why aren't you wearing it? It seems that Lord Michael was wrong about you. You did adopt some of the characteristics of your predecessor. Griselda said, glancing at Tia, or rather at her outfit. No, it's common sense. If a certain uniform is standard for a certain profession, then all members of that profession are obliged to wear it, aren't they? Or am I confusing things? Don't tell me there's nothing underneath your nun garb because you refuse to wear battle attire that doesn't constrict movement in battle, misperverted nun. Her eye twitched at my words, and the glances from the church duo in her direction didn't help in any way. Well, seriously, where am I wrong? Or is there something wrong with my common sense, Tired face. Kuo Academy. Standing at the window of the medical room and sipping coffee, I watched the canonical scene of Kokabiel and Valper's attack on the academy. And honestly, nothing much had changed. Sona and her entourage are still maintaining the barrier, and the Occult Research Club along with the churchmen fought. And Griselda, who wasn't in canon, was holding Fried back, while the others focused on the Fallen and the three Cerberus clones. Valper himself was just watching them from the sidelines, clearly not interested in the outcome, but throwing glances at the Excaliburs in Zenobia and Irina's hands. The nun was definitely stronger than the priest, but she had to be distracted by other factors from time to time. Fried was really good at battle vision. It was evident when he switched from Griselda to her two wards or to the demons, trying to hit them from behind while they were distracted. In this way, Fried was forcing Griselda to go on the defense, making it impossible for her to fully focus on defeating him. The Fallen One, on the other hand, basically did not inspire adequacy in his personality, with his skewed face, insane laughing and staring, and disorderly movements of body parts. I didn't manage to meet him and chat with him somehow, as Tia took up all my time, but as I see it, there was no point. "When are we going to act, Master?" Artoria asked behind my back. Indeed, Merlin backed her up, at first in a calm tone, and then, "You see what they're fighting in? What a fine choice of clothing. It fits their skin exactly and emphasizes their shapes. Do you think I should invite them to dinner, Master?" "I'm thinking." But he was interrupted by a sharp blow to the face, sending him flying toward the door. Slowly rising, holding his broken nose, Merlin smiled cheekily. Well, don't react to my usual remarks like that, my king," he said in a cheerful tone, to which Artoria gave an irritated tsk, and then added, looking around at her, "Besides, it's no one's fault they don't grow, even with your appetite." Artoria's face took on a stoic expression, and she herself didn't move. "I'm glad that." Merlin was about to say something again when another blow came to his face, hitting him in the same place as before. "Why?" "For telling the truth, teacher." Artoria spoke in a completely monotone tone, to which Merlin, who was rubbing his face, perked up and looked at her cautiously. "Why yes. You are indeed right," she continued in the same tone and started walking slowly towards Merlin, Excalibur without wind defense appearing in her hand, "but you have no right to say such a thing to a girl. Don't you agree, teacher?" "Well, Archer likes you just the way you are," I said casually, to which Merlin nodded quickly, and Artoria turned slowly in my direction. "Master, you're like..." "Oh." I interrupted her, covering her mouth with 3 fingers, which got a twitching eyebrow and a very indignant look, then pointed to the courtyard, where Valper, while we were distracted, had already managed to get his hands on 4 Excalibur and combine them into one. "We'll leave that for later, but now I suggest we move out." I didn't wait for a response, but simply teleported the 3 of us to the battlefield at the exact moment that Fried was coming at the wounded Griselda with the combined Excalibur. Quickly orienting herself and bringing back wind defense, Artoria fended off Fried's blade, Merlin stood near the demons to heal them, and I, throwing Griselda onto my shoulder with her as forward, sprinted toward Merlin. Her nun's robes were nearly half emptied, and she was holding up her practically exposed breasts with one hand. More demons. I was just about to try out my new Excalibur. Fried looked at me, licking his sword. "Sensei. Why are you here?" Issei shrieked, giving me a surprised look, as did the other demons. "And who is that with you?" Rias added, looking at Merlin assisting her group. "Helping overconfident schoolboys who think they're strong," I shrugged, and a groan of pain came from my shoulder. "Oh. I apologize, Ms. Perverted Nun, I completely forgot about your obscene body. You're so..." She hissed. "Wonderful. Amazing. Magnificent. Yes, that's me. Bastard. Well, a nun shouldn't swear in front of children, Miss Griselda." I grinned and slapped her ass. "MNNN," she moaned, to which both I and everyone else stared at her with stunned looks. Griselda, noticing this, just stared at me intently, but I noticed a tiny blush on her face. "And you really are a twisted nun," I grinned and threw it at Merlin. Griselda's eyes widened in surprise, as did all the good people present. Castor easily caught her in his arms bridal style and placed her next to Asia, who was close behind him. My gaze shifted to Kokabiel, who had been silently observing the scene the whole time while Artoria was taking care of Fried. "So, it's nice to meet you in person, Mr. Fallen," I began. "You're quite calm, even with the sudden appearance of strangers." "Not really." "I've been expecting you, Romani Archiman. Magician. And those long dead." With eyes shining with anticipation, he said. At his words, both I and Artoria and Merlin rounded their eyes. "Well. This smells like something I don't understand. I'm flattered and all, but why were you expecting me? You may not remember me, but I remember you," he continued, "the one before whom Father appeared in person. The one whose wisdom he recognized. And the one who was the friend who made me fall without regret. Fuck. Solomon of Israel. My friend, my rival, and my teacher." At his words, I simply fell out of reality. Did my colleague really have such a relationship with him? How much more do I not know? It wasn't just me who was in the same state. Everyone present, and even Griselda who knew about me, was so shocked that they stopped fighting and just stared at Kokabiel and I hate to break it to you, Mr. Fallen, but I really don't remember that. That's to be expected, he brushed it off without the least bit of surprise, you're his reincarnation. And you're probably wondering how I knew about it. The answer is very simple, your personality, your way of speaking, your body language, all of it is almost identical to his. A little cruder, but it's still true. So what are you going to do now? Don't tell me your plan to undermine all of Kuo and attack the heiresses is now unnecessary. No. I'm even more sure of it now. All of Christendom needed a jolt to get out of stagnation and move forward into the future. And my plan is that push. And you, my friend, are the one who will lead them all to prosperity, he said with a smile on his face, you, who holds the title of wise king among men, who is favored by the Heavenly Father himself, and who is able to subdue the entire underworld with a single word. He raised his hand into the sky, where after a moment a complex web of magical circles formed, filled with a large amount of energy. We can make a deal, sort of. Tilting his head to the side, I said. It's okay. I know you're going to stop me, but there's no point. The process has begun, he continued, and giant spears of light appeared around him, aimed at me, there's just one last step left to take. I sighed tiredly and rubbed my temples. He's serious, isn't he? I could understand his motives, though. The ceasefire between the factions is in a very shaky state. And right now, the entire biblical mythology is going through the very stagnation he mentioned. Even in the anime, this is the moment that forced the leaders of the three sides to come together at the negotiating table and focus on the common good for all. The outcome doesn't matter, but the result is guaranteed. And since he's so adamant, why not give him the same respect? Tired face. Griselda, already more or less healed under Merlin and Asia's care, stared at the scene before her. Romani's body glowed for a brief moment, revealing a completely different appearance. The dark skin tone and white hair remained, but the robes and most importantly, the aura, no longer did. Long and majestic robes belonging to ancient times covered the magician's body, his gaze changed and a warm smile appeared on his face. Griselda noticed 10 shining rings on the fingers of his hands, releasing a wave of holiness she had never seen before. The sight was stunning, so much so that her gaze couldn't take her eyes off the transformed magician, and his appearance, she didn't even notice the blush appearing on her cheeks. If it's your own choice, then who am I to talk you out of it? Romani said softly and raised his hands to the sky. The time of birth has come. Griselda saw thousands upon thousands of particles of light begin to rise from the ground and float gently above her as if in a fairy tale. He is the one who masters all. Then, these tiny clots of light soared into the sky with unimaginable speed. And not just from the battlefield. Griselda noticed millions more of them wherever her gaze went. On the side of the city, on the side of the mountains and forests, wherever her gaze went. And lifting her head to the sky where they were headed, a giant ring of light appeared before her, making a hole in the clouds and clearly showing the myriad stars in the distance of the planet. Ars Almadel Solomonis. And in the next moment, that ring glowed brightly, blinding the eyes, and then millions of rays of light began to fall directly on Kokabiel, who only responded with a smile. How beautiful, tired face. Under the effect of the noble phantasm, Fallen's body vaporized without affecting anyone else. Fortunately, I lowered the power and focused it solely on Kokabiel. At first the thought of taking his soul and resurrecting him later crossed my mind, but then I gave up. I suppose someone like him has a right to rest, doesn't he? Sighing tiredly and returning to Romani's body, I surveyed my surroundings. The Cerberus clones were gone, and Freed and Valper had fallen off their hooves. Kiba was holding his holy demon sword, and Artoria was looking at the fused Excalibur in her hand, which was glowing with joy. The rest of you, why you? Rias whispered in a trembling voice, pointing her finger in my direction. This. Aquino mumbled, covering her mouth with her hand and looking at me. Solomon. Rias, Zenobia, and Irina all did the same. And everyone else present just stared at me with unblinking eyes and didn't move. Except for one, Solomon. Who is this? How did you change your appearance? Issei gibbered, pointing his finger at me. Well, something doesn't change, I guess. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed 5 individuals watching the action. Vali from one rooftop and Morgan with Mordred, Arthur, and Lufay from the other. The White Dragon Emperor was grinning wildly, Morgan was smiling contentedly, and Mordred was just looking at Artoria with her fierce gaze. Arthur and Lufay, on the other hand, were in the same state as those present on the battlefield with their mouths and eyes wide open. I rubbed my temples once more and clucked my tongue. I don't think I'll be able to sleep for the next few days, huh? Tired face. Amiya residence. Evening. There was a deafening silence in the living room, and my eyebrow occasionally twitched at the looks I received from some of the people present. Across from me sat a nervous Rias and Sona, while their entourages silently watched from the sidelines. Heiress Gremory's mouth was opening and closing, and Heiress Sitri was adjusting her glasses every now and then. In short, they were still reeling from what had happened, even considering that a decent amount of time had already passed since the incident had ended. The church trio was also present. Zenobia and Irina looked as if they had met God himself, that is, with eyes shining with fanaticism and a happy expression on their faces. But I was disturbed by the strange behavior of Griselda, who from time to time furtively cast a strange glance at me, and then turned her head as if to drive away some thought. The Pendragon family was here, too. Arthur and Lofay stood behind Morgan, looking merrily at the stunned Artoria and Lancelot and the irritated Merlin. Mordred, on the other hand, kept her eyes averted from the father figure with his fists clenched tightly. The rest of my servants simply waited for the outcome of events from behind me. So, I began, what can I do for you? Hopefully nothing, and you'll be leaving right now. We apologize for such a sudden visit, Romani, Sensei. Sona took the floor, gathering her will in her fist, but the question of your identity is extremely important to us. Sona is right. The return of Solomon himself is an important event for the entire demon race. Especially the members of the Pillars. Rias backed her up. Cool, but I'm not interested. Get out of here. You do realize that even if we leave now, the demon lords and the council will not just leave you? Sona asked, ignoring me. Like the debt collectors. I didn't take out a loan, I don't think. You're having fun, huh? Rias crossed her arms. Do you have any idea what will happen when they find out? Those old men will try to get rid of you. Solomon is the only man who has subjugated the entire demon race. And some, if not most, won't just go along for the ride. Oh. For the record, I'm not going to rule the underworld just because I'm the reincarnation of Solomon. Too much time and energy wasted, if you ask me. They don't care, Sona intervened. The council is made up of very old demons. Those who are used to solving problems quickly and radically. The lords are more modern in their thinking, and will probably just want to talk to you. Just talk. More like interrogate. I rolled my eyes, to which Sona chose to remain silent. It would be like 3 evil uncles plus 1 and surrounding poor me like a good old porno, wouldn't it? I'd like to see that. Aquino cooed. Stay away from me, SM devotee. Not for you to color. I said, to which Aquino looked upset. If that's all, please leave. Too many people for someone like me. Okay. Rias jumped up and pointed her finger at me. Since you're being an asshole and you don't need help, we'll leave. But you still have to answer the Lord's questions, or else. Or else. Like Sona said, there will be attempts on your life. Don't you realize we want to help you? Okay. Why are you being so insufferable, for God's sake? She shrieked irritably and grimaced in pain, as did all the other demons present. Okay. Ria's face turned as red as her hair, and smoke naturally began to billow from her head. With a loud stomp and a grunt, she stood beside her entourage and, activating a magic circle, teleported out of the house. At this, Sona rubbed the bridge of her nose and then gave me an annoyed look. Wasn't there any other way to send her away? She, unlike you, tends to follow her emotions rather than reason. I grinned and produced a cup of coffee from which I took a sip. And how did she become an heiress with such self-control? By proxy, I suppose. I understand your argument. She's impulsive, fickle, and unruly. And I'd rather Issei's take the place of Gremory's heir than Rias. Oh. That's rather interesting coming from a close friend. Don't misunderstand. I do consider her a close friend and value our friendship, but more than that. Rias is my rival and object of comparison. Our circumstances are identical. Both she and I are younger sisters of demon lords, descendants of the Pillars and heirs to those very Pillars. However, we are different. President. Tsubaki asked cautiously. Sona paused and closed her eyes. As much as I hate to admit it, Rias is extremely spoiled and undisciplined. She's also not self-sufficient. Where I've gotten rid of an imposed marriage with my own hands, she's enlisted the help of her retinue, though that's definitely not their concern. I'm basically the only one in charge of the city, and her retinue. She continued, then opened her eyes and looked at me. Do you know about Gasper, the second bishop of Rias? The damper under the 7 seals. I rolled my eyes. Poor guy hasn't seen sunlight in who knows how long. I'm not surprised you know about him, but, yeah, Sona nodded. She can't even properly deal with the problems of her retinue, even though she proudly calls herself king. Humph. Gilgamesh snorted, drawing attention to himself. There is only one king, that's me. All the others are just mutts calling themselves such. But I am amused by her self-confidence. Tell me, demon, what does the word king mean to you if you are so comfortable criticizing your friend? King is not an honor, it's a burden. Not a favor, but a sentence. A king is obligated to give his people what they need, not what they want. This I have learned from conversations with my sister and my own observations. Look at her, her comical and surreal image of a girl wizard makes demons forget the past and move forward. At her words, not only me, but everyone present rounded their eyes, and a wild grin appeared on Gilgamesh's face. Interesting words, girl, now Morgan intervened, who looked at Sona with intrigue, and if this king is a tyrant in the eyes of the people. If it will ensure the future of the people, I don't see the problem. Yup. This Sona is straight up a treasure chest. Such confidence in her gaze and words that gave me goosebumps. Her words definitely impressed Gilgamesh, Morgan, Merlin, Lancelot and Artoria. Especially Artoria, judging by her clenched fists. I don't know how exactly Sona gained such maturity, but I can tell you that I'm definitely shocked. Sona Sitri, I started, to which she turned her gaze on me, will you marry me? What? Shrieked everyone present in general. And even the assassins widened their eyes at my words. Master, are you a pedophile? Alia asked with a twitching eyebrow. Are you out of your mind? Artoria was indignant. Well, I certainly don't mind her candidacy. Morgan grinned. Clapped her hands together. Tia. You're too old for president. Shouted Saji. Disgusting. Griselda hissed, glaring at me. What are you talking about? Sona, blushing like a tomato, exclaimed, frantically adjusting her glasses. I would have said, if you were older. I continued and grinned. Sona and everyone else froze in surprise, and then started pointing their fingers at me, not knowing what to say. Heh. Did they really think that I would seriously consider it? I'm definitely not against the idea, though. This isn't funny, damn it. Sona shouted after seeing my smirk, you can't play with a girl's heart like that. It's not my fault you didn't finish listening to me, is it? Your tone didn't promise a continued sentence, bastard sensei. Hee hee. Her over-emotional face looked so funny and adorable that I even glared at it. It was like an adorable kitten that was just begging to be pitied and petted. It's beautiful. Why are you so excited? Don't tell me you're okay with the idea. I asked with a sweet smile on my face. No. Sona whirled her head around, not in this life or the next, I'm not going to be your wife, damn it. Oh. You're breaking my heart, Sotan, I said with a sad face, clutching my heart, but you can come to me whenever you want if you need to hide from Sarah, okay. I'm done, she jumped up and walked over to her entourage, we're leaving. But, President. Tsubaki began cautiously. I said we're leaving. Tsubaki interrupted Sona, forming a magic circle underneath her, and then gave me one last look, see you next time, you bastard sensei. And in a brief flash of light, Sona and her entourage disappeared from the residence. And I looked back at the group of Pendragons and the church trio. So, with you now. Or shall we reschedule this conversation for another day? I wouldn't mind that. Aha. Tired face. Kyoto. The next day. Well, the conversation wasn't rescheduled after all. However, we had time to settle things last night. The churchmen were confused about the fused Excalibur being in Artoria's hands. Of course, I wasn't about to hand over the sword, which I told them to their faces. Strangely enough, the straightforward and stubborn Zenobia did not object to me, though it was probably because of the revelation of my identity. Irina simply looked at me like an idol and silently absorbed my every word. In contrast, Griselda said what I already knew, destabilizing the balance of power, the loss of weapons against demons and so on. I just waved her off and asked her to tell Michael directly that I now had the sword. She had nothing to say about it. That was the end of it. Now about the Pendragons. During that time, which, I should say, was no more than 10 hours, Mordred managed to resolve her issues with Artoria. Of course, with shouting, poking with a sharp stick, and even the use of noble phantasm, but still. Plus, she started calling Archer mother basically without embarrassment or anything like that. To this, Alia himself first raised an eyebrow and then accepted the situation with Artoria accepting Mordred's attitude with a calm face. And now Queen Shiro had truly become queen. As for Morgan and the local Pendragon descendants, they are the easiest to deal with, they all moved in with me. Could I have objected? Nope. The Fey Queen had simply put me to the fact, and her axe staff she held up as if to hint at the consequences of a possible refusal. Arthur, on the other hand, fell under Artoria's wing, and Lufey was taken care of personally by Morgan. Well, the Pendragon housemaid that Arthur had fallen in love with was now living in Amia's residence as well. Now Tia and I were having a nice time walking around the cultural capital of Japan, or rather the supernatural part of it. Of course, the duo of dragon and human auras attracted attention, but not so much that it interfered with our date. I was dressed in my usual Romani outfit, and Tia was wearing a blue, non-warm sweater and a long white skirt. Well, I could tell that Tia loves to eat. We visited almost every food stall that came our way. And at the moment, I was relaxedly sipping my favorite coffee while watching Tia enthusiastically devouring her fifth udon. We were in a small cafe with a long counter along its entire area and tables for a maximum of 2 people. And the only employee of the place was some elderly yokai with wolf ears, who was probably also the owner. At some point, the doorbell rang, which I didn't pay attention to at first. But then I felt a stare from the entrance, and interest did take over. There were 3 people standing at the door, 2 of whom I knew well, Yasaka, Kunu, and some other teenage girl of about 14 in a school uniform. What was notable was that the teenager had a divinity about her that was as bright and warm as H. I hadn't expected She to look like that. Noticing my gaze, a cheeky grin appeared on the girl's face, and then she waltzed over to the counter where Tia and I were sitting and sat down next to us. Yasaka silently and meekly followed her, as did Kunu, looking at Tia with childlike interest. "Udon, please," she shouted cheerfully to the yokai and, receiving a short nod, turned to me. "It's nice to meet you in person. I've heard a lot of good things about you, especially from a decrepit old man, magician." Heh. How open-minded. Given her attitude, she's counting on me to guess her identity, which is actually already done. But what if we play around a bit? It's not polite to call those who are several decades older than you, decrepit old men, young miss. You should respect the older generation. With a cute smile on my face, I said and started pinching her cheek. At this, Yasaka and Kunu rounded their eyes in shock and their mouths took on an oval shape. The owner of the establishment on the other hand stopped shaking the noodles and froze like a statue. "I can call him whatever I want," the girl said in a voice that matched her appearance and pulled my hand away. "My name is Amaterasu, magician. And don't you dare do that again. My anger is comparable to the brightness of the sun." My eyebrow raised playfully. Amaterasu Umakami herself. Yes. One of the 3 main deities of the Shinto faction. That's right. A majestic and wise goddess whose beauty is known throughout the world. Absolutely. Her nose turned up in pride. "Would you like some candy?" "Yes. I mean, no. You still don't believe me, mortal." "Ah." I mumbled thoughtfully and nodded my head. "Your mental state raises questions for me, young miss. I am a doctor after all. I suggest you visit the hospital for a detailed analysis of your situation. They say Japan has the most qualified doctors in the world." "That's enough," she shouted. Her body began to emit waves of divine power, and then became covered in bright and very hot flames, making the furniture begin to catch fire and melt. Yasaka took her daughter in her arms and stepped away from us. The wolf yokai jumped back, and Tia just continued to devour the udon as if nothing had happened. I, on the other hand, didn't react in any way to her outburst with the same sweet smile. "Now you believe me, mortal. Oh. Maybe there's a problem in your family. Some accident damaged your brain." I mumbled loudly in the same thoughtfulness, at which her head began to smoke with anger, and the temperature increased by a couple hundred degrees. "Tia, dear, you need your maternal support here." The disguised goddess wanted to object, but she couldn't finish her sentence. Her head was almost instantly sandwiched between Tia's breasts, and Beast 2's hand soothingly began stroking her head. Tia sang out, looking up at the goddess. "Let me go." The teenage girl squealed and began to twist her arms and legs to break free somehow. To no avail, though. Heh. The scene of Amaterasu herself, the main deity of Shinto mythology, trying to free herself from the loving embrace of Beast 2 was really funny. Tia's endurance attribute makes her practically invulnerable. And that, please note, is for the Nasuverse. For DxD, though. Well, aside from Trihexa, Great Red, and Ophis, no one can basically hurt her. "I can't breathe," Amaterasu practically whispered before passing out in Tia's arms, and the temperature of the surroundings returned to normal. At this, Beast 2 worriedly released the goddess and looked at her. And after realizing that she was unconscious, teardrops began to gather on her face, after which Tia's gaze headed in my direction. She asked with a crying face. "It's all right. She just couldn't stand your love." Yeah. Don't worry." I waved her off and looked around. The place was almost completely reduced to ashes. So was everything within a half-kilometer radius. The moisture had evaporated, and the air still showed distortions from the heat released by Amaterasu. Well, the material damage is definitely going to cost some money, You realized perfectly well that it was really Amaterasu-sama, didn't you? Yasaka asked in a concerned voice. "Yeah," I admitted honestly, to which I received a judgmental look, "but can you blame me for finding it rather hard to believe?" "Well, Amaterasu-sama is rather peculiar. I'm glad I'm not the only one who thinks so. I haven't come across the other pantheons yet, but judging by the Shinto and Scandinavian pantheons, they all have their own cadres. The same Odin is a pervert who isn't shy about showing it, judging by canon. By the way, you were looking for me, I take it. You're right, she nodded. Amaterasu-sama wanted to talk to you about the recent incident in Kuo. Oya. My identity has been revealed. I grinned. Solomon. Someone whose power could rival that of the gods. You yourself must understand the circumstances, since all of this happened on our land. I grinned. Ars Almadel Solomonos definitely made some noise. And not just in Shinto, but in all other pantheons, I'm sure. A power like that can't go unnoticed, no matter what you do. The balance of power is a delicate thing, after all. Shall we head to your palace, Yasaka-san? I asked, to which she nodded briefly. You don't mind if your goddess is carried by my companion, do you? She's a little concerned about the latter's condition. I wish I could say no, but I don't think you'll listen to me. Yasaka sighed tiredly and rubbed her temples. Follow me. Hopefully Amaterasu-sama will be awake by the time we arrive. As you wish. I shrugged, and with a brief nod to Tia, we set off towards Yasaka. I wonder how many other gods are out of their minds. Besides Odin and Amaterasu, I mean. Tired face. Kyoto. Now, stop sulking, Amaterasu-sama. It was just a harmless joke, I began in a soothing tone, looking at the goddess. Besides, didn't we have something important to talk about? Humph, she snorted and turned her head away, crossing her arms. I think he's right, Amaterasu-sama, we should focus on business. Yasaka rubbed her temples and muttered tiredly. Tia sang happily, stroking Kunu's fox ear sitting on her lap. At the same time, Yasaka's daughter squinted her eyes in pleasure and just leaned back on Beast 2's chest. We were in a small room with a single table in the middle, located in the very center of Yasaka's palace. Me and Amaterasu sat across from each other, Yasaka behind her shoulder, and Tia and Kunu to the side of us. Well, the sun goddess is definitely an extraordinary person. Although her demeanor matched her appearance, her eyes watched me and Tia carefully. Amaterasu is a very capable and powerful goddess. This is indicated by the divinity she skillfully wields. Amaterasu's divine power envelopes her body like a cloak, extremely thin but strong and almost imperceptible. One wrong move on our part and she will throw all her strength to try and confront us, even knowing the futility of her attempts, which was the case in the establishment a while ago. I grinned. A Shinto version of Serafal? How amusing. Ahem, I falsely cleared my throat and drew in. I suggest we forget what happened and start over. Romani Archiman, magician. Nice to meet you, Ama-chan. Address me as Amaterasu-sama, magician, she resented it. Yeah, I'll take that under advisement, Ama-chan. I completely ignored her outrage and waved her off, to which she gritted her teeth loudly. Let's talk business. Perhaps my actions have caused you trouble. Trouble? Do you have any idea how many words, ink and paper it took to fight off the other gods? She shrieked and started pointing her finger at me. 3. Thousands. Every pantheon was alarmed by your power. Hundreds of messengers and letters have flooded my office with questions. Do you have any idea how much effort I spent cleaning up this mess? All in one damn day. Amaterasu-sama, please, Yasaka pleaded, glancing worriedly at Kunu. My daughter is here. TCH, the goddess clucked loudly, and then, taking a deep breath, continued, you're not part of us. We know that, you know that, but not them. The other pantheons are convinced that the power you showed in Kuo belongs to the Shinto simply because you reside on my land. And, of course, they are concerned. Zeus in particular stood out, demanding that you be turned over to him since heaven is his territory. Oh. Mister, stab anything that moves, demanding. I raised an eyebrow, and why not turn me over to him? That would instantly settle all questions. And show weakness. No thanks, Amaterasu grinned, I am well aware of those you hide in your home. Especially their strength. If I betrayed you, not only the Greeks would lose their heads, but also us. Oh. Interesting. She was able to know the power of the servants, even with multiple layers of closed fields. Maybe it's a territorial advantage. Quite possibly, since she's in charge of all the lands of Japan. She's right, though, albeit partially. Olympus would fall within minutes if something like this happened. I wouldn't touch the Shintoists, but it would leave a residue. Amaterasu does protect her lands and care for her people, and her actions wouldn't be something out of the ordinary. But there is something I'm curious about. And how did you solve the question, Ama-chan? Quite simply. Although you are not part of us, that can be corrected very easily, she began, and then pointed a finger at Yasaka. She will marry you. It's official. Amaterasu-sama. Yasaka shrieked in exasperation, and Kunu broke away from Tia's caresses and did the same as her mother. And me. My only reaction was a raised eyebrow. Politics, huh? Effective but risky, I said slowly and looked at the goddess. Wouldn't that just raise the heat? Especially from the biblical faction. And what makes you think I'll just accept it? Premonition, Amaterasu grinned. You're definitely not disgusted with each other. Kunu will get a father figure, and Yasaka will get a man. Solomon was indeed a womanizer, but he always respected his women and loved them equally, even regardless of their number. Besides, both the biblical and Shinto factions are only on the plus side of this. You make it sound like I control them. Oh. But you will. Even my rambunctious brother who only thinks with his muscles agrees with me on that. She waved it off and looked at Yasaka. Go on a couple dates or something, I don't care. But the matter is already settled. You will be married. Saying that, she disappeared from the room, leaving us alone. Silence was the only sound in the room, and the gazes of 2 women and 1 girl were directed at me. Honestly, I have nothing to complain about. An adorable daughter and a beautiful wife. Sounds like wet teenage dreams. But becoming a political tool? Not so much anymore. You might say you should have pressed Amaterasu by force, but why? Mythologies are going to interfere with my business and plot anyway. Of course, some people won't care, but the rest. The same Zeus will be very interested in my affairs, if only because of Medusa and Heracles under my wing. If I tear down some pantheon, the others will not sit idly by and will either want to sway me to their side or deal with me amicably. The Shintoists just happened to be smarter and made the move first. I sighed tiredly and rubbed my temples, then looked at Yasaka, who was somewhat uncertain about the situation. Yasaka-san, you wouldn't mind my visit at a later time to get to know each other better, would you? Maybe we can work something out. Yes. I don't mind. She murmured, looking at her daughter. I too need to consider and accept Amaterasu-sama's words. Me and Kunu. In that case, I'll bow out, I said and straightened up, nodding to Tia. See you later, Yasaka-san, Kunu-chan. The next moment, me and Tia disappeared from Yasaka's palace. We need to think about it, tired face. Amiya residence. When my feet touched the ground, I instantly slapped my face, because it was ground that they touched. My home, my fortress and stronghold in this crazy world, was destroyed, completely and utterly. Who? What bastard did this? He wants a war, Whoever it was, he's a fucking corpse. And in the midst of his ruins stood Grandpa and Hundred Face alone, who noticed me and slowly approached me, King Hassan with his usual calmness, and Hundred Face with some apprehension. Who? I hissed like a viper, glaring at Grandpa. Demons. As the leader of the fallen explained to me, this is the work of a faction of past demon lords. He said calmly and measuredly. Oh. These mortals want to play. Open this Pandora's box. Looks like it's time for the servants to go wild. Wait. Where are they? Where are the servants? Morgan Le Fay wanted to take the servants to Pendragon Mansion. To show her superiority to the King of Knights. And you and the 100 Faces? You asked us to watch the city and not show our faces unless necessary. And there was, I sighed tiredly, then looked around at my ruined house, go to the Pendragons and tell the servants that rebuilding my house is on them. No magic or anything like that. Every brick, every scratch and drop of paint must be rebuilt. Their own. Their own. By your own hands. If they refuse, tell them I'll take all their powers and send them to a place with so many tentacles that death will be manna from heaven. Whatever you say, and they disappeared into the shadows. Tia, you can check on Tiamat for a while. I think she'll be glad to, I said with a smile on my face and stroked her head, to which she nodded her head and disappeared into a gap in space. I activated my third magic and found a place where deliberately dead demons were hiding and teleported there. Time to pay the bills, tired face. Lucifer's old castle. I found myself right in front of an army of demons, and at the head of a low throne sat a gray-haired demon with a goatee. Rise of him, most likely. And just behind him stood 4 others. As I understood it, they were Shalba, Cateria, Cruiserai, and Euclid, judging by the color of their hair. Seeing me, the demons became alarmed and began to unleash their power. Oh. Look who's here, Rise of him began boldly and confidently, glancing at me. Are you lost, human? His self-confidence and sense of self-importance was so thick it was sickening. And he's confident in his own abilities, eh? Well, not for long. Today is going to be fireworks day in the underworld. Tired face. Lucifer's old castle. There were taunts and obvious threats from the demons in my direction as they roared through the spacious throne room. Rise of him himself was studying me with amusement in his gaze, as were Cateria and Cruiserai. Respect. In the dumpster, obviously. Shalba, on the other hand, whom I had spanked in Kyoto, tried to kill me with a look and didn't even hide it. My anger at the destruction of the house dissipated and was replaced by anticipation. Anticipation of fun and excitement, which put the shittiest grin on my face. Which Rezavim noticed, and the others stared at me in confusion. What's that grin on your face, human? Aren't you scared? I'd be scared if there was someone to be scared of, I shrugged, rubbing my chin and giving him a scrutinizing look, and it sure as hell ain't you or the cannon fodder around you. You're like an army of chipmunks. The numbers don't make you intimidating, but rather make you smile, goatee. At my words, the 3 descendants and the army of demons behind me were naturally offended and wanted to make their threats, but Rezavim stopped them by raising his hand. How interesting, he smirked, how about this? As soon as he finished speaking, a power began to emanate from his body that caused the descendants to look at him worriedly and the demons to fall to their knees. The building shook, and cracks started to spread across the floor from Rezavim. In response to his actions, I simply stuck my pinky finger in my ear and began to clean it, unaffected in the slightest by his pressure. I even heard a bored yawn from Gowishia, who was also not the least bit impressed. A serious expression now appeared on the culprit's own face, replacing the smirk. Did you do something? I asked relaxedly, then pointed around. What a job. Who built this shack, you? Also, why do you all have similar hairstyles? One barber and he's on vacation. Who are you? Why are you here? Rezavim asked, completely ignoring my words. Oh. You're the one who destroyed my house and now you're asking me what I'm doing here. Have you lost your memory, or are you schizophrenic? Or maybe you're just an idiot, I wouldn't know. In response to my words, realization appeared in his eyes, as did the trio of descendants. They briefly glanced at each other, and then already looked at me with concern. But I was concerned, no, not like that. I was strongly concerned by the look I was getting from Cateria. Rezavim, on the other hand, so. It's you, he said as if the problem was gone, and the smirk returned, very confident, human. And so was your predecessor. Do you know why the demons obeyed him, Solomon's reincarnation? As the last words came out of his mouth, the whispering demons behind me stopped. It was as if someone had pressed a sound button and put them into silent mode. Hundreds of pairs of eyes began to drill my back with stares. Some with fear, some with disbelief, and some with nostalgia. How interesting. Oya. Is that what I'm hearing from someone like you? Have you looked in the mirror lately? Or are you afraid that the glass will shatter from your level of pathos and the ridiculousness of your goatee? I grinned and, putting my hand out in front of me, began to curl my fingers, because God gave him this power. A groan of pain came from behind me, and my descendants' faces twisted. Well, and the rings that God gave him. The groaning was louder now, and Cruiser-Eye, Shalba, and Cateria clutched their heads. Also, God's blessing, sort of. Following that, my hearing caught the sound of a body falling to the ground, and a drop of blood dripped out of the descendants' ears. And. Enough. Shalba intervened and pointed his finger in my direction. Why do we put up with his abuse? We should kill him. Calm down. He's our guest, albeit uninvited, Rezavim said soothingly, and got an angry look from Shalba, and you're right, Romani Archiman. All because of the rings that were given to him. But Solomon gave them back, didn't he? So what gives you the confidence to walk out of here alive? Brains. I said, pointing my index finger at his temple, which he safely ignored, you know, the ones that allow you to think and make decisions. They're also called gray matter, you know. That's just for the record, to make it clearer to you what we're talking about. Enough. You're asking for a slow and painful death, Romani Archiman. But you asked, didn't you? I'm just answering your question. Kill him. Perhaps there is work for the bearer of the Holy Grail. We can't have just one death, can we, gentlemen? The descendants didn't move at his words, but the demons behind my back did. After waiting a few moments, they rushed toward me like hungry dogs, trying to grab their piece of the glory for defeating me. But they were thwarted by one very minor factor. I'm stronger. And before I could act, a very, very crazy idea came to mind, causing a wild, unnatural smile to appear on my face. You are insane after all, Romani. Gowishia grinned. We're all insane. The only difference is the degree of that madness, my friend. Tired face. Cateria honestly believed that the new order of the underworld was unnatural and contrary to everything her ancestor had died for. A strong nation follows only a strong leader, and the current demon lords were no such thing. It wasn't about strength itself in the literal sense of the word, but about mentality and decisions. Cateria knew that Surzek's Gremory was powerful, but he obeyed the council, parodying a dog on a leash. A council that only acted as advisors and chimed in with the original demons. The underworld was ruled by the demon lords and the original Lucifer both on paper and in practice. No one dared to oppose them. All demons were united and wished for the prosperity of their race. Now, however, that was far from the case. They had become vain and selfish. She would understand if it applied to everyone but themselves, but no. Kokabiel, a smug and slimy snake-like bastard who has spread his net all over the underworld. He thinks solely of his clan and nothing else, even though he is the original. The goal that was before the Great War is now forgotten. Civilizations come and go, but demons are eternal. The vast resources Kokabiel possesses could be used to expand and bring back the demon's former power. However, they are spent solely on the prosperity of the Baal clan. Cateria could even ignore Seraphal for stealing the title of Leviathan from her if she were following a greater purpose. But instead, she dishonors the title she carries. And not only him, but Cateria herself. Even those with whom Cateria was now with were also utterly disgusted with her. Issei and Shalba truly believe that they should be the ones to rule the demons simply for having the blood of their ancestors flowing in their veins. No skill, no thought, just empty ambition. All Rizavim wants is chaos. And that includes the demons. The current underworld consorts with those who have been branded enemies since birth. He sets his head on the scaffold and asks outright for it to be chopped off. Demons are weak. And that needs to be corrected. But just minutes ago, she was contacted by someone who should be dead. Someone she truly respected and honored. The great ancestor. And the only words that rang through her mind were, "Prepare yourself, my descendant. He is coming. The one you truly need." His voice was like a thunderclap. Strong, aloof, and powerful. And Cateria believed the voice of the great ancestor. For someone had indeed come to the castle. The reincarnation of Solomon himself, the one whom all the original demons had followed, and under whom the underworld was like paradise. The man named Romani Archiman was smug and rude. There wasn't an ounce of fear or shame in his demeanor, as if he knew that none of us could stand up to him. As if, he is absolute. And now this man was smiling. The twisted smile and cheerful look never left his face, even as dozens of spears and swords pierced his body, his skin and hair charred from the attacking magic, and blood poured from his wounds. The next moment, he fell to the ground, stopping moving. A sadistic expression appeared on the faces of Rizavim, Issei, and Shalba, as did the other demons. But not on mine. Was this how it was going to end? Was I supposed to intervene? Why didn't the great ancestor say anything? But, a few seconds later, from the dead body came, laughter. Growing and sinister. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The former dead man laughed madly and slowly stood up, and there was no trace of wounds or any damage on his body. At this, the rank-and-file demons retreated, and a stunned expression appeared on my face, just like the other descendants. Why is he laughing? How is he in one piece? How, you mentioned that you wouldn't get around to killing me alone, didn't you? He asked with a mad smile, stopping laughing and looking at Rizavim, but who says I agree with that? And the next moment the castle. No, the entire underworld shook with power, and the blood in my veins froze. Not from fear or panic, but from a very ancient and familiar feeling. It was as if the original demons themselves had returned to punish us. Tired face. Lucifer's old castle. The whole building was shaking and slowly crumbling. The chandeliers swayed from side to side, threatening to fall and shatter, the plaster cracked and crumbled, and the glass in the windows burst, making an unpleasant popping sound. It wasn't just the castle that was affected. The underworld itself sang and cheered, welcoming him. Gowishia, Issei, demon god king. And all because I had relegated my consciousness to the background and given it control over my body, becoming an observer. Gowishia, on the other hand, changed the body's appearance to Solomon, but sinister and intimidating. The same one he took on in the anime, that is, with eyes as red as blood and fangs instead of human teeth. And a shroud of demonic power formed around his body, with which the underworld resonated. I was now in the mental space representing Ars Paulina, surrounded by 72 pillars, which were giant columns with shining emblems of demons on them. My gaze was directed at the wide plasma TV that was broadcasting Gowishia's point of view. And in my hand was a basket of popcorn, which I was munching on. Seeing the change in both appearance and aura, those around me backed away and looked fearfully at Gowishia. Private demons fell to their knees or fainted. Shalba, Issei, and Cateria clutched at their chests as if trying to take away the pain there. Rizavim, on the other hand, cast Issei a very wary and concerned look. His hands were trembling and his lips were quivering, as if he was frightened. Exactly like the look of a pig being led to slaughter. How funny. Indeed, Gowishia said mentally as he looked at Rizavim, pathetic and frightened. And this is a descendant of the first seraphim. I even feel a little sorry for the first fallen. Likewise, added the demon Leviathan. Unexpectedly, one of the demons of the deadly sins spoke up. Each of the 7 is pretty reserved, and most of the time doesn't react to anything. But okay, time to watch the show. Identify yourself, blood of the fallen seraphim. Gowishia began in the most dramatic way possible. Rise of him Levon Lucifer, rise of him said monotonously and mechanically, and then widened his eyes in surprise. Who are you? Why are you in the body of Romani Archiman? Why your presence make demons tremble? Why your presence makes me tremble? I did not give you the right to ask questions, Lucifer's blood, Gowishia said slowly, and the mouth of rise of him, who wanted to object, closed instantly. His hands frantically ran over his mouth and tried to force it open, but to no avail. You are nothing but a pacifier. Weak, scared, and pathetic. What makes you think you have the right to want what you want? The underworld is the antithesis of heaven itself. The other half of balance. Eternal and unbreakable. Even he knew that and did nothing to destroy it. And you, tainted blood, want to cause chaos and disrupt it. Answer me, Lucifer's blood, what drives you? That's what demons were created for. To cause chaos and destruction. In a robot-like tone, Rise of him replied. Absurd, amplified Gowishia's voice, demons do not care about chaos and destruction. They are only ideas imposed by outsiders. Those who were not born here. The true goal of the demons was, is and will be only one idea. The oath they took. The oath we took, the preservation of the demon race and the prosperity of the underworld. How interesting. Gowishia is not a native of this world, yet he speaks with such profound wisdom about the purpose of the demon race. I don't know what the demons in the Nasuverse were doing before Solomon subjugated them, but I suppose it is exactly as Gowishia said. After all, it's completely consistent with common sense. Plus, the beast I mentioned, outsiders. And I'm pretty sure he meant Lilith, the first woman, and Lucifer, the first fallen. According to DxD lore, it seems that the fallen Lucifer descended to the underworld and, with the help of Lilith, created what are considered here to be the original demons. And for some reason, no one questions what happened to the underworld before his arrival. It's as if someone just turned off the doubt function in their brains. It's a very entertaining question, you might say. And actually, Lucifer started the Great War simply because he disagreed with his father's ideas. And depending on that point, he can either be respected or vice versa. If he thought people were unworthy and inferior just because, then it's not accepted. And if he was just like Gowishia, that is, he didn't want to let humans destroy themselves and the planet at the same time, then that's perfectly understandable. Who are you to preach to us what we were made for? Cateria asked, plucking up her courage while the others just stared at Gowishia, not knowing what to say. Why did you mention we when you said those words? In response, Gowishia gave a very cheeky smile and remained silent. And in the next moment, our consciousnesses returned to their places and I was back in control of my body. The evil aura disappeared and my face returned to normal. The demons noticed this change, but they didn't lower their tension level in response, still drilling my carcass with their gaze. Oya. How curious we are. That's an easy question to answer, Ms. Leviathan, but can you accept it? That's a completely different question. I grinned, and then slowly raised my right hand. In the next moment, the usual loud snap of fingers resounded through the hall, but in the absolute silence it sounded extremely loud and clear. At first, no one realized anything until all eyes turned to Rise of him. The demons' mouths and eyes widened in surprise. They stared at Rise of him without blinking, and some even fainted. At first, he didn't realize what was wrong until he asked Euclid, who was standing nearby. What's the matter? Why is everyone throwing such a stunned look at me? Look in the mirror, me, Lord. Graphia's brother replied uncertainly. Rise of him raised an eyebrow, but did as Beelzebub's descendant advised. In a brief flash of the magic circle, a small mirror appeared in front of him. As he looked into it, he froze, and then began groping his body and face. In the next moment, his face contorted with anger, his hand broke the mirror, and his bloodthirsty gaze swept toward me. Did you do it, you insect? He growled, but instead of a threatening and ominous voice, it was a rather charming outrage that came out of his throat. I can't just forgive you for destroying my home, can I? I smirked. Don't you like your new look, Rise of him-chan? Yeah. I changed his gender. Now, instead of a middle-aged man with a ridiculous goatee, he was a juicy MILF with huge breasts, sharp eyes, and long white hair. Femme Virgil, for short. Hot and dangerous. I will kill you, she shouted and, spreading her 12 wings, rushed towards me with eyes and fists glowing with anger. I waited until she was almost upon me, and when she did, I stepped aside a little, and then, grabbing her by the wrist of her outstretched arm, stood quickly behind her. My free arm went around her waist, and I pressed myself against her back, regardless of the opening of her wings. Rise of him-chan froze in my embrace as she was in deep shock. Oh. A lady like you shouldn't be so angry, I said in a sweet and flirtatious tone and turned her head toward me, taking her by the chin. It can damage your beauty. When she came to her senses, which took no more than a couple of seconds, she blushed deeply and, turning around, tried to hit me in the face with her fist. Which I safely blocked and with a seductive smile on my face looked at her face distorted with embarrassment and anger. What did you do to me? She screamed. Why do I feel so unclear and disgusting? Well, I not only changed your gender, Lady Lucifer, but also your psyche. Do you like it? I replied, to which her now female fingernails dug into my palms, causing blood to start dripping from them, and, by the way, no one can reverse the process. Except me, of course. I'll kill you, you bastard. I'll kill you. Kill. I'll kill you, she screamed like a berserker, swinging her fists and trying to hit me, which I just as easily blocked. My lady, you're so sweet and charming when you're angry, I said, and then waved my hand in her direction. A strong wind picked up, which threw Rias away from me and right onto her throne. Perhaps you should sort yourself out and accept your true nature, Lady Lucifer. In that case, I'll bow out. A magic circle lit up beneath my feet, at which Rias flew at full speed in my direction. Where are you going, you bastard? Bring it all back. Now. Nope, I smiled and waved sweetly in forgiveness. Enjoy your new life, my lady. See you soon. Come back. Without listening to her indignation, I disappeared from the castle. Not a bad day. Definitely. Tired face. Amia residence. Wonderful weather, isn't it, Sage Foe? Foe. The coffee's not bad either. How do you like your croissant? Foe, Q. I agree with you completely, Mr. Foe. Foe and I occupied a round table set with hors d'oeuvres and servings, reminiscent of an English tea party. Foe sat upright on the table and devoured the pastries with his ears twirling. I, on the other hand, was enjoying the clear and sunny weather while sipping my favorite drink. Behind me, Grandpa stood silently looking at me as if into nowhere. To summarize, I was culturally and calmly spending my vacation. Although, I've had enough, shouted Archer and, taking off his protective helmet, threw it aside. Why should we hump if you can just use the first magic? Faker is right. Gilgamesh supported him and did the same as Amia. Let the commoners do manual labor. I am the king. And I shouldn't waste my precious time on such nonsense. That is correct. At this moment, the construction of the Amia residence was in full swing not far from the table. I took their strength and dressed them up in construction uniforms with vests and helmets. They had already finished the foundations and set up the frame of the building. Heracles and Enkidu carried logs from the forest. Artoria, Mordred and Medusa were working them, while Merlin and Lancelot were taking them to Amia and Gilgamesh, who were either joining them or nailing something together. Put on your helmets and get to work quickly. I shouted back, who's to blame for the house being destroyed? Be men and take responsibility. Women don't complain, unlike you. But we didn't destroy it, shouted Archer and slammed on the frame, then pointed sideways a little to the side of me. And why are they idling anyway? Where was he pointing? A little to the side of us was another table occupied by a certain fairy queen along with Arthur and Lofay. And a maid, as it turned out her name was Elaine, was serving them. Oh. You were right, husband. Queen Shiro is indeed worthy of her king. Morgan said with a smile on her face as she sipped her tea aristocratically, and then looked at Amia with a sneering look. I only invited you to my mansion. No one forced you all to follow me, did they? Ah. Your Majesty, I wouldn't mind helping them. Arthur mentioned it casually, to which Morgan remained silent and just looked at Lofay. It's all right, brother, said the younger of the Pendragons. You shouldn't take responsibility for other people's mistakes. But your sister is a smart woman, Arthur. Let them sort it out for themselves. I'm not making them work themselves to death, am I? I grinned, to which Arthur sighed tiredly but accepted, and Lofay looked at me and blushed. Then, my gaze went to Amia and Gilgamesh, and anyway, even Artoria works silently, and you whine. However, exclusively for both of you, I have a solution. A solution. Gilgamesh crossed his arms. Something tells me I'll regret it, but I'll ask, what's the solution? Archer raised an eyebrow. Well. Tired face. Koa Academy. Look, who's that Romani-sensei going with, whispered some student to another. Who are they? The other one asked intriguingly. Who are those chicks? Why are they near him, joined in? Hush hush dear students, they are just my maids. With a smile on my face I said, receiving a stare in the back that seemed like it could kill. But where did you get them from, added the bald apprentice, where the hell do such beautiful maids well? In response, I remained silent and made my way to the infirmary, and when I was there, I immediately heard outrages from my maids. When this is over, you're dead, mutt. King's word, hissed a hot blonde with eyes as red as blood. Her long golden hair waterfalled down her back, her black and white maid's uniform creating a contrast to her clearly aristocratic appearance, and her angry gaze made the whole image only more charming. Long legs, black stockings and a short skirt showed all the charms of her body and attracted a lot of attention, both from the male side and the female. And I'm going to help him with that. I've wanted to shoot you in the face with Excalibur for a long time, sir. Another maid with snow-white long hair, eyes the color of steel, and tanned skin supported her. Unlike the first maid, this one was more exotic and lush. The white tights, long black skirt, and closed blouse coupled with a frown definitely captured the attention just like the first one. God, what tsundere my maids are. Too much Rin vibe. I smirked and sat down at my desk. Besides, I thought I warned you there was no turning back, and you agreed, didn't you? Which I regret, Alia said, and then pointed a finger at me. And anyway, how did your twisted, insane, and inordinately lazy mind come up with this idea? I, the counter-guardian of the world itself, who took an inordinate number of lives, am now going through this hell. Can I go back to the throne? Such humiliation I have never experienced before. Gilgamesh added. Oya. But both Enkidu, Artoria, and Medusa clearly enjoyed the whole thing. I smiled and struck a thoughtful pose. I remember it like it was this morning. You were groped and fitted for outfits, makeup applied, hair styled as if you were dolls in the hands of enthusiastic little girls. Long dresses, short skirts, headbands, stockings. I listed, completely ignoring the heat and bloodlust of my maids. So many pictures, so many memories. That was this morning. Archer shrieked, and a couple seconds later he froze, followed by Gilgamesh, and stared at me incredulously. Stop. Did you say pictures? You didn't. Both Archer and Gilgamesh turned pale. So much so that the white and clean chalk was like a coal against them. These, I said and reached into my pocket, pulling out about 10 pictures. Each of them showed Alia and Gilgamesh with very disgruntled and angry faces, silently enduring everything that Enkidu, Medusa, and Artoria were doing to them. On one of them Medusa was coloring Amia's lips with a cheerful smile, on another, Enkidu was probing Gilgamesh's hair with interest, and on yet another, Artoria was staring glumly at Archer's chest, groping it with one hand. You're so cute on them. Maybe you should stay that way. Gilgamesh didn't care about the looks he was getting in the woman's body, but the fact that he was powerless at the moment. And that really hurt his pride. Alia, on the other hand, was afraid of the fact that I would someday send pictures of Rin and a younger version of him. After all, both Shiro and Rin wouldn't mind making fun of him. Well, besides me, of course. I am killing you. They shouted in unison, but were interrupted by a loudspeaker. Romani Archiman, please report to the student council room. Repeat. Romani Archiman, please report to the student council room. Follow me, my maids. Something interesting must have happened. I grinned and led them to Sona. Tired face. Student council room. You wanted to see me, Sotan? I asked, sitting down across from her, with Archer and Gilgamesh behind me. All the way to the studs' council, the gazes of students and teachers were directly glued to them. And whispers and discussions as a matter of course. Well, the looks of their femme versions are really attractive. First, I'd like to thank you for our rescue, something I forgot about in the last conversation, Sona began softly. Second, who is that with you? My maid fetishes. I'm not surprised by your wording, she sighed tiredly, to which I grinned, but that's not why I called you. Tomorrow is Parents' Day at the Academy. And after that there will be a meeting of the leaders of the 3 factions. And your presence is welcome. I grinned. I'm not surprised. I doubt they'd even considered the possibility of me not being there. But it also gives me a headache. Do I want to simmer in all this? Nope. However, I also understand why they would cling to me. The unity of 3. God, demon, and man. And Solomon is the one who fully and wholly personified this. And looking back at the events of canon, Serzex, Azazel, and Michael did not raise the issue of ordinary people's involvement in their peripetia. If war breaks out, entire continents will burn. And not just from the destruction wrought by supernatural beings, but from the idea that they exist. Shouts of Deus Vult and the like will be raised by millions of believers of all kinds of religions. And skeptics will have no choice but to accept this part of the world. A faction war will be followed by another. One that you definitely don't want to let happen. On the side of people, a war not for territories, but for the importance of this or that religion, and on the other side, a fight for believers, as the strength of mythologies depends on the number of followers. And in the end, the world will burn. After all, we've come to that again, haven't we? Gowishia grinned. At his words, I remained silent, as there was no point in speaking. But since I'm here, why don't I try to steer things in the right direction? Just a little bit, huh? Tired face. Kuo Academy. The sound of footsteps echoed rhythmically through the empty corridor leading to the Academy's conference room. Parents' Day had already ended a couple hours ago, and the entire area was already covered by closed fields and surrounded by guards of angels, fallen and demons. The sun had already started to leave the firmament, making a beautiful scarlet sunset visible outside the windows. All the time until the meeting, I preferred to lie at home in Tia's arms. Of course, my cell phone wouldn't stop vibrating with incoming calls from Sona, since I wasn't at work. True, they were all ignored due to more pressing matters. That said, I called Azazel and asked him to share some information about the Nazarverse. When I reached the door to the conference room, I entered without ceremony, as if it were my home, which attracted the attention of the personalities present. The conference hall was a spacious rectangular room with a round table in the middle. Behind it sat Michael, Gabriel, Azazel, Serzex, and Seraphol. And behind their backs were Griselda, Vali, Barakiel, and Grafia. At the same time along the wall stood Rias and Sona with their retinues, and Zenobia and Irina. Under their raised gazes and cheerful smirks, I made my way to the center of the room and took the vacant chair that was obviously meant for me. What's the reaction? I asked, making myself comfortable. Don't tell me I got the date wrong. You didn't get the date wrong, just the time. The meeting's been going on for an hour, you know. We thought you weren't coming, Azazel grinned, and then pointed behind me. Who's that with you? I didn't have time to answer as the men behind me beat me to it. What an entertaining sight, husband. So many important figures gathered in one room, and all of them waiting just for you. I am impressed. Morgan said in a tone filled with amusement and intrigue, and created a chair beside me and sat down on it. Husband. Issei and Saji exclaimed. I rubbed my temples. They stared at Morgan openly, trying to figure out who she was. And of all of them, only Gabriel, Griselda, and Aquino stood out. The Archangel's eyes widened and his lips quivered as he realized who was seated next to me. Aquino and Griselda, on the other hand, they were naturally starting to reek of jealousy. Okay, Aquino, she had already started showing signs of attention long ago, but Griselda. Quite unexpected. They bit their lower lip and stared directly at Morgan. Of course, the latter noticed this and, smirking smugly, put her arm around my waist and rested her head on my shoulder, causing them to clench their hands into a fist. And you are quick, my husband. How many other women have fallen before you, giggled the fairy queen, looking at Aquino and Griselda. Who is she, Romani-san? Serzex inquired, choosing to ignore the scene before him. And why does she call you a husband? Aquino hissed, causing all of Rias' entourage and herself to stare at her in surprise. Can we get back to the subject at hand? I asked with a twitch of an eyebrow. Well, I'd like to know the answer to Serzex's question, too, Michael said in his usual tone. Your companion smells of great power. She smells magical. Kaneko added, drawing attention to herself, like a fairy. A fairy. Seraphol mumbled thoughtfully, it's been centuries since I last saw them. Looking around, I noticed that those present had decided to focus their attention on Morgan, causing a tired sigh to come out of my throat. Yeah. Can't they just ignore Morgan and focus on the case? I more or less understand Aquino and Griselda's concern, but the others? When did my relationship become more important than a peace treaty? Okay, I started and clapped my hands, thus attracting attention. Yes, she's a fairy. And yes, I am her husband. Though not willingly. What? How? Issei shrieked in surprise, don't tell me she just forced you to accept it. Oh. What a bright little dragon, Morgan smirked, but the husband was very happy about it, wasn't he? Like a shot to the head. I practically whispered. Did you say something? With a grim smile on her face, she asked, her axe staff appearing in her left hand. No, your majesty. At this scene, I heard a clear giggle from Azazel's side and clenched teeth from Griselda and Aquino. The rest of them were just watching the scene with interest. By the way, everyone is aware of my circumstances, right? I asked, looking around, to which they nodded briefly. Then I suggest we get right down to business. And you have nothing to say about your power? Serzex raised an eyebrow. Azazel mentioned that you are much stronger than your local counterpart, and I wonder how much. Are you interested in something specific? Say, demon control. I grinned, to which Serzex and Seraphol shuddered and nodded. Don't worry, I can't do that. Serzex, Seraphol, and the rest of the demons sighed in relief and looked like they had solved the riddle of the universe, to which I shrugged. To be more specific, it's Gowishia's job, not mine. It's rather amusing to know how understatements can affect the answer. The other leaders, however, glanced among themselves and looked at me with disapproval. After all, I had revealed Gowishia to them. The time of Beast Eye has not yet come, at least it seems that way to me. Then, let's get back to business, I began, clapping my hands in front of me. I assume you've discussed everything among yourselves, but I'd like to hear the conclusion. Me, Michael and Serzex agree to sign a peace treaty. That's pretty much it. Azazel shrugged his shoulders. Oh yeah. That's all well and good, of course, and so on, but have any of you thought about the ordinary people? What's wrong with them? Vali spoke up, oddly enough. The fights between factions are allowed, but it doesn't change the number of innocent people affected. And I doubt you took that point into account when you negotiated this matter. There's no need for that, Sirzek said, we always take care of the civilians. Oya. Interesting wording, Lord Lucifer. Very vague, I grinned, not entirely wrong, though. However, is it worth mentioning the casualties among these very civilians from your existence? And I don't mean supernatural beings, but ordinary people. Demon renegades are pretty commonplace. So are the fallen, for that matter. How many lives will they ruin before they are caught and eliminated? But Seraphal was about to object, but I interrupted her. Take Kuo, for example. I've lived here for, 5 years? I think so. Every intruder has at least 5 victims. And that's without going into detail. How do you comment on that? They're very secretive, Sona took a step forward, unless they use their powers, they're untraceable. I doubt that very much. In both a normal reincarnated demon and a renegade demon, there is a figure of evil that is quite possible to trace. It's very strange that there's no such problem with non-renegade demons, isn't it? I rolled my eyes, to which the demons chose to remain silent. Then my gaze drifted to the sky. I think we'll leave that conversation for later. What do you mean? Michael asked, puzzled. Suddenly the colors around them changed to a combination of red and black, and the birds flying outside the window froze like a painting. The leaders in the room instantly became alert and began to look around for danger, while the rest of the room froze, falling under the effects of the sacred gear of the locked elephant Rias. Has time stopped? Gabriel asked thoughtfully. I grinned and snapped my fingers, causing a closed field to form around us, which reset the effect. Sounds a lot like some kind of damper, doesn't it? A couple seconds later, Rias had the same realization as the other demons, and then she was looking around anxiously, looking extremely worried. Gasper. What? How? But she couldn't continue asking questions as magical circles began to appear around the academy, with demons, fallen and mages coming out of them. And a couple seconds later, an orange circle formed right in front of the mirror, from which Cateria slowly floated out. And I wouldn't have paid much attention to her if it weren't for her subsequent actions. Or rather, her lack of them. All she did was stare at me, completely ignoring everyone else. Her unblinking eyes never took their eyes off me, and in her gaze I sensed only anticipation with a dash of recognition. I don't know how to describe it. Also, the look she was sending me was firm and confident, which puzzled me more than a little. What's the matter? Where are the ill-considered shouts and statements about the superiority of demons? The threats out there, all that stuff. Cateria Leviathan, Sirzek began, looking at her, are you behind this attack? It's treason. But she safely ignored him and nodded to herself and then, breaking the glass, slowly made her way down to us. Under the stares from our group, and the stunned ones from her own, Cateria walked over to me at the same leisurely pace and stopped. Can I help you? I asked casually, meeting her eyes. She knelt down in front of me and bowed her head in one confident motion, to which I raised an eyebrow, and the others were surprised. Cateria Leviathan is ready to serve you, King Solomon. Seems like something went wrong, huh? Tired face. Kuo Academy. A sepulchral silence was the only sound in the room and the area in principle. Even the attacking forces that Cateria came with were silent. Everyone was shocked by her actions, and especially me. The villain suddenly switched sides. That sounds very strange. Was it the result of my actions in Lucifer's castle? I doubt it, since I didn't exchange words with anyone besides Rias-chan. In fact, this situation smells suspicious. As I looked around, I noticed that all eyes were on me and Cateria. This, for the first time in my entire life here, made me feel embarrassed. And that had never happened even with the Phoenixes. I'm flattered and all, but why such a change? Shouldn't you be tearing up and throwing down with your arrogance and power, Lady Leviathan? I asked, looking at the kneeling Cateria. I've been contacted. Opened my eyes to what I needed. Raising her head and looking me in the eyes, she answered. Contacted. That sounds very familiar. Like, nothing you want to tell me, Leviathan. Phoenix started a flash mob and you picked up on it. Unlike Phoenix, I only have 2 descendants. Besides, I'm amused by the whole situation. Amusing, huh? My eyebrow twitched in annoyance. He replied, almost indifferently. Okay. If he wants to play, then. I raised my hand and was about to forcibly materialize Gowishia when suddenly an angry shout came from the sky. Traitor. I turned my head towards the source, just like everyone else, and saw Shalba glaring angrily at Cateria. The eyes of those in the room became sharp, and they themselves began to prepare for battle. Shalba Beelzebub. Rias exclaimed in surprise. 2 descendants of the old lords at once. Sona added. Aren't our goals identical? How could you betray what our ancestors died for? Disregarding the others, Shalba turned to Cateria. Our goals have never been the same. And I am not betraying, just the opposite. She straightened up and looked at Shalba. Why are you here, Shalba? Lord Rizavim suspected that after the incident at the castle you would betray us. And I see that his suspicions were justified, he said and gathered energy in his fist. Die, traitor. A concentrated beam of energy flew out of his hand, which could definitely kill Cateria if it hit. All because he didn't bother to be ceremonious, and immediately used the snake Ophis in his body. I didn't even need to strain to realize it, as there was a haze in the outline of his aura that reeked of nothingness. But back to the point. The speed of the beam was high. A protective magic circle began to quickly form in front of Cateria, but not enough. The others in the room tried to help her, but they were not in time. And when the attack almost reached her, my magic circle lit up in front of her. Shalba's beam hit it, and a second later it crumbled into nothingness. Shalba became even angrier at that, then he gave a command and light spears, demonic balls, spells and the like flew at us. However, all of this was blocked by the shield, which was supported by Michael, Surzex and Grafia. Vali didn't rush into battle as he had in canon, but watched me closely. Azazel looked thoughtfully at Shalba, and Gabriel supported Michael. The churchmen and demons simply remained in place and waited for their leader's orders. Cateria, on the other hand, slowly turned in my direction and made a small bow. Thank you. Don't mention it. Consider it an advance, I grinned, then looked at Morgan. Your Majesty, can you bring the culprit of the temporary bounded field here? We'll save Gasper. Who knows what she'll do to him? Rias protested, to which her entourage nodded their heads. What's in it for me? Morgan smiled cheekily, ignoring her. A date. Oh. Then it would have to be special to impress me. Well, I'm off, she said and kissed me on the cheek goodbye, throwing a provocative glance at Aquino and disappearing into the dark blue butterflies. Aquino herself clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, and a few lightning bolts went through her body, showing that she was very unhappy. Well, she'll get over it, and now we can go a little wild. Tired face. Fires of different colors and shades flashed here and there, and various magic circles never stopped firing at our position. Because of Gasper's sacred gear, the faction leaders couldn't go on the attack, as it would then put us under attack. Rias was biting her nails from worrying about the elephant and her own inaction. Kaneko, Asia, and Kiba realized there was nothing they could do and just stood still, while Issei stared at the chest of the descendant of the old lords. But none of that bothered Aquino. Her mind was burning with giant flames of rage at Morgan's actions. That kiss on the cheek had hurt her badly, but she realized that Romani's companion was stronger. And that fact infuriated Queen Rias even more. An unpleasant prickling feeling from the closeness between the berserker and the magician pierced Aquino's heart time after time as they interacted with each other. Jealousy. The resentment and frustration grew even more from the words of the magician himself. He didn't perceive Aquino's feelings and chose to ignore them as well as the signs of attention. And that was painful. Her hands were clenched tightly into a fist, her lips pressed together in frustration, and a black line formed on her forehead. Aquino just didn't want to accept this order of things, and so she decided. I'll make him accept me. That was her desire. Strong, deep, and irresistible. Ever since that moment when he had reprimanded her at his home. There was no anger in his lecture, only frustration. Unexploited potential. When she'd thrown herself at him with a hug, she'd been scared. Aquino was afraid he would push her away, that she disgusted him like trash. But that didn't happen. The magician didn't hug her back and comfort her, something became clear to her from his words. I don't dislike you. He accepts her for who she is. He won't judge her for her background or behavior. It was as if those words gave Aquino a second wind. Free and easy. I am not comfortable with such intimacy. At least I think so. He was, not sure. Doubt permeated his every word in those sentences, as if he himself didn't know if it was true. But Aquino noticed, or rather felt his pain. It was as if he had been burned once and didn't want to experience that feeling again. And looking at his relationship with this woman from that angle, it's safe to say that he doesn't let her get closer than a certain level. Something between an acquaintance and a friend, but not a girlfriend or wife. At that moment, another desire was born in Aquino's heart. Equally passionate and fiery. I will help him. And she would fulfill them, no matter the cost. Those were Aquino's thoughts before something started to happen. Suddenly, the entire academy shook. Giant pillars of fire erupted from the ground, more like tornadoes. It seemed like one such pillar could destroy an entire city, and there were 6 of them. Their flames danced in the wind, turning to ash everyone they hit. Hundreds of mages, fallen and demons that the descendants of the old lords had come with were turned to ash in an instant. What power! Surzex muttered, looking at the fire. Magnificent. Vali exclaimed. It's beautiful. Added Cateria, standing next to Romani, who only smiled, putting his hands behind his back. It would seem that their heat should have scorched the entire academy and everyone inside it, but it didn't happen. Without realizing it, Aino walked over to the window where one of those vortexes of death was dangerously close to. Aino. What are you doing? Get out of there. The frightened and worried voices of Rias and her entourage sounded from outside, but Aino ignored them. Reaching the window, she slowly reached out her hand toward the vortex, and its tongues of flame touched her. But instead of getting burned or at least hurt in some way, Aino felt caressing and calm. It reminded her of her long-dead mother, as if she had been comforting her daughter and protecting her from danger with a kind smile on her face and measured hand movements. So warm, Aino. Rias asked cautiously, looking at her. It's all right, Rias. Aino said with a smile, not taking her eyes off the fire. Romani-sensei wouldn't hurt anyone who didn't deserve it. I have no idea why you have such faith in me, Aino-chan. Sensei said in a sneering tone. From the heart, Sensei, tired face. Kuo Academy. The pleasant aroma of coffee coming from my cup wafted through the dilapidated conference room. Broken glass, cracks in the floor and walls, and a giant hole practically in the center of the room did not embarrass those present. The soft light of the sunset sun penetrated the room and gave the atmosphere a kind of artistry. And the uncertain looks on their faces were still on my figure, as if I had done something ridiculous. After Shalba's attack, everyone sat down at the table again to continue the meeting. A certain damper with a paper bag on his head was now standing near Rias, hiding behind his king like a small child. Morgan, thinking she had gotten what she wanted, returned to the Amiya residence. Cateria stood behind my shoulder. Her presence was like Gowishia. Yes, roughly like that. The stoic and serious expression never left her face. Speaking of which, I decided to change her into a maid's uniform since she wanted to serve me. The funny thing is that Cateria didn't raise any objections, and now she was wearing a long black skirt, a long-sleeved white blouse, a lace headband, and white tights with black high boots. Also, Lord Lucifer, stop undressing my maid with your eyes. You have your own, you know. Besides, I suggest you look around. Your maid fetish is a little underwhelming. I said with a kind smile on my face, looking at Serzex. At my words he slowly and carefully turned his head, where he was met by Gowshia's murderous sharp gaze. And noticing him, Serzex flinched and smiled awkwardly. That didn't save him from what seemed to be a very painful pinch that followed a second later. Ouch. That hurt, Gowishia, he shrieked, to which he received another pinch. I get it. I won't do it again. Heh, Azazel grinned, marriage can be painful, huh? And how did he become a demon lord? Cateria shook her head, throwing an unpleasant glance at Serzex. By the way, Raytan, Serafal began, drawing attention to herself, why did you decide to change sides? We're friends now, right? Don't get me wrong, Sitri, Cateria said stoically, I still consider the current lords incompetent and have no intention of becoming friends with you. My loyalty belongs only to King Solomon and the great ancestor. And the reasons are none of your concern. Bullshit, came an angry shout from below, you betrayed your ancestor. And how can you serve an inferior man? Did someone hear something? I said casually, completely unaffected by the tired looks in my direction. It's probably just the wind, my king. Cateria remarked. Indeed. The wind can be very noisy. I supported her and took a sip of my coffee. I will kill you. All of you. I swear. There was another shout, which, of course, was ignored by both me and Cateria. Romani-sensei. You do realize it's not the wind, right? Sona said with a twitching eye. But, Sona, it can't be my chair, right? Chairs don't talk, you know. I'm not your chair, you wretched man. Quickly let me go and beg for mercy. Slapping. I slapped my rather talkative chair, ending its bickering. Of course, the function of the chair was performed by Shalba Beelzebub. My magic fixed his body position in a dog's pose, completely immobilizing him, but leaving him able to speak and listen. The battle ended very quickly. All of the minions turned to decay in seconds from my trick. And when Shalba saw that things were getting fried, he made a mad dash to escape. At first I planned to hand the case over to Amiya, ready to fire at my command, but then I thought it would be foolish to just let him go. Let the demons interrogate him later. See what comes of it, and see if Diodora's business is solved. So, what are we talking about? Oh, yeah, the meeting. Where were we? Smiling sweetly, I asked the others, ignoring their stares. In public, Azazel answered and shrugged, I understand what you're getting at, but I don't see what can be done. Even if we keep an eye on our subordinates, incidents will still happen. Besides, what about the other mythologies? It's enough to control their people in their territories. I waved away his words, and I'm not stupid. I know very well that every herd has its own white crow. All I'm suggesting is to introduce a more severe system of punishment and compensation for the victims. That's more than enough. But we're already doing that, aren't we? Sirzex raised an eyebrow. You mean, just wipe the memory and give money? I rolled my eyes, too weak. Then what do you want, Romani-san? Michael asked. The same thing, but with a preliminary explanation of the situation. And later, if desired, offer a place in the faction, taking them under protection. Wouldn't we be putting them in danger that way? Serafal asked, and the others nodded in agreement. That's true. But it will be their choice. A stupid choice, but a choice. Most will indeed choose to forget the mystical part of the world and remain in ignorance. But there are some people who are sick of the gray, ordinary world. Home, family, work, and on and on. No colors, no emotional roller coaster, no challenge. It's enough to give them a little information and magic, and they are ready to step on an extremely dangerous road with childlike enthusiasm. At my words, those present began to ponder in silence. But none of them began to deny what I had said. Why did my words sound like that? It has to do with wisdom, the very thing for which Solomon was recognized by God himself. It has nothing to do with wise words or handling all sorts of situations. Those are just corollaries. Wisdom is about accepting the structure of the world itself. That is exactly what Solomon did. He accepted the world as it was. He did not fight against the system, but simply followed it. Caster Gilgamesh is a case in point. Being an archer, he sought immortality. In this way he tried to confront the world and prove that he was above it. But it was only when, in a tiny moment of his distraction, some random snake swallowed an herb capable of granting that very immortality that he had an epiphany. Was the snake random? Nope. Gilgamesh realized that no matter what he did, he would never achieve this goal, and he resigned himself to it, accepting peace. And it was when he returned to Uruk, which was in ruins and dust, that he changed from a tyrant king to a wise king. Now he was no longer distracted by the idea of his own mortality, as he had been before finding the herb of immortality, but only the prosperity of his kingdom and people. He wanted to do the most he could for them. And that commanded respect. Even Amiya, who hates Gilgamesh to the bone, respects him. Really, only Castor's version, who, to the incredible irony, died of overwork. I grinned and looked at Vali, whose gaze never wavered from me. By the way, when do you plan to act, White Lizard? The attack is already over, sort of. I said, to which those present looked at me incomprehensibly, and a wild grin appeared on Vali's face. How about now? Unfolding Albion's wings, he rushed towards me with an outstretched fist. Heh. And why is everyone aiming right at my face? That's a rather strange practice. He was fast, and it was impossible for normal human eyes to catch his movements. But with the strengthening, it was quite simple. After waiting until his fist almost reached my face, I deflected my head to the left, causing him to fly past me. Then, grabbing him by his surprised face, I threw him outside through the hole in the wall that Shalba had made. Vali didn't fall to the ground, but grouped himself in the air and began to float with an anticipatory smile on his face. What does that mean, Vali? Azazel asked, looking at his adopted son, are you betraying me? For the sake of what? As I said before, I am only interested in strong opponents. And this way there will be more of them, Vali replied. I thought the host of Drake would be a strong worthy opponent, but all I see is a useless pervert. Solomon's reincarnation looks much better. Really? I asked, and then mentally contacted Archer and snapped my fingers, after which a visible closed field formed around us. If you wanted a strong opponent, you would have said so. What do you mean? Vali asked interested, to which I said nothing and raised my index finger as if to ask him to wait. A second later, he turned around sharply and put his hands in front of him to block the blow. The red comet, whose speed had broken the sound barrier, slammed into him, causing a deafening explosion. A huge cloud of smoke covered the academy, blowing away nearby trees, and the windows, unprotected by the closed field, burst from the shockwave. The ground shook from the explosion, and some young demons could not stand on their feet and fell. What was that? Rias shouted, helping Asia stand up. Are we still under attack? Griselda was worried, drawing her sword. After another snap of my fingers, Archer appeared beside me with his arms crossed on his chest. Archer-sensei. The students were surprised. You didn't kill him, did you? Ignoring the shouts, I asked Amiya. I lowered the power like you asked. So no, I don't think so. Archer shrugged his shoulders. The smoke slowly cleared, revealing Vali in the balance breaker. And he looked a little shabby. Part of his wing was destroyed, the armor on his arms was cracked, and his breathing was heavy. Seeing Vali in such a state, everyone present rounded their eyes. Their gaze darted between Vali and Archer, as if unable to believe what was happening. The students who were trained by Amiya looked especially shocked. Their hands trembled, their legs went under, and their faces became like masks. The glasses on Sona's face fell and shattered, something even she herself didn't notice. "Wow, alive," I said and started applauding. "You survived noble phantasm without the juggernaut drive." "Wow. It was a noble phantasm," Seraphol exclaimed, "and it damaged the balance breaker even in its weakened form." Aha. Besides, Hrunting isn't the most powerful noble phantasm. Kalidbolg would be more powerful. I shrugged, to which a collective stunned cry was heard. What? Kalidbolg? Hrunting. King Beowulf's sword. What are you doing there, dragon of the White Emperors? Do you need tissues to clean yourself up? In response to my words, his armor began to slowly recover, and when it was done, the helmet retracted, revealing Vala's face. Beautiful. I've wanted a good fight for a long time. He cried out excitedly and looked at Archer. "Show me what you're worth, hero of antiquity." A cocky grin appeared on Amiya's face, and in his hands appeared Kancho and Bakuya. I, on the other hand, just sat down in my talking chair and took a sip of coffee, ready to watch the show. Well, let's see a hero and dragon battle, shall we? Tired face. Kuo Academy. The sounds of the battle between the demon dragon and the hero of justice echoed throughout the area, diluting its absolute silence. The black and white light of Amiya's blades clashed with the white and blue light of Vala's fists and wings. Their silhouettes darted from side to side, accompanied by flashes from the clashes of their weapons and making the battle look like a movie. Vali was strong and knew how to fight, if I do say so. He used his advantage of flight and sharp lunges towards Archer, relying on his superior strength. Amiya, on the other hand, realizing that it was a bit difficult for him to reach Vali in the sky, switched to his bow from time to time. The suicidal swordsmanship technique Archer was famous for, leaving open spots in his stance, worked just as well. All because both Vali and Amiya were used to fighting a stronger opponent. Archer would deliberately lure the enemy to attack his weaknesses and then counterattack. And Vali was used to taking every opportunity to overpower his opponent. In the end, it all boiled down to each of them trying to outplay their opponent. Of course, Archer is stronger and could have just projected Bomung or Ascalon and then solve everything quickly, but he didn't. I understand he wanted to test himself after training with Grandpa. But it was safe to say that both Amiya and Vali were enjoying the fight, judging from their satisfied smirks. Even when they missed their opponent's punch, the fight didn't stop, but became more and more intense. And all this was being watched by me and the faction representatives in the same half-destroyed room. Amazing. Zenobia murmured, her eyes fixed on the battle. Indeed, Griselda nodded. At first, I thought this archer was an amateur, but now I see the point. To make you let your guard down and take advantage of it. Impressive. Rotan, who is Archer? I don't remember any heroes named Amiya. Seraphol asked, and the others nodded. Except, of course, Gabriel. Sister. Michael asked her. His soul. It has a lot of light and fire. Gabriel muttered in an unsure tone, a wasteland filled with weapons. But I can feel life there. Bright and blooming, as if he had found what he was looking for. And relatively recently. I grinned. From what I understand, she possesses clear eyes, showing the true essence. Interesting that she mentioned the life and the find. The life in his soul mirror. Obviously it was because of his encounter with Artoria and Medusa. After all, they were his light, as were Rin, Sakura, Luvia, and Ilia. Speaking of which, maybe I should summon one of them. It would definitely be fun with Ishtar. Especially Gilgamesh. The throne of heroes is outside of time and space. Hence, it's quite possible to summon a hero from the future, I said. But where did he get the Hrunting? Didn't it belong to Beowulf? Serzex asked. Magic, I said, waving my hands apart in a cute rainbow, and his eyebrow twitched. And by the way, there's something you want to ask me. I can see it on your face. Ah. He sighed tiredly, and Seraphol and Graphia glanced at him briefly. What are your plans for the underworld? Sona has already told me that you have no interest in ruling or anything else, but still. What about him? Don't tell me they're pressuring you and want to start a war against me. In general terms, he admitted tiredly, they're scared. Scared that you will destroy the foundations of antiquity. The council is very old, Romani-san, and they don't like change. Disgusting, Cateria's face wrinkled. Even with all your power, you are still a pawn, Gremory. So useless and pathetic. You're their dog on a leash, and you're fine with that. Don't insult my brother, traitor. Rias shouted and clenched her fists. He's trying to keep the peace while you've been doing the opposite. If you were him, you'd just cause bloodshed and the underworld would be plunged back into civil war. Rias. Sona shouted to her friend, but she didn't listen. He is the best ruler there can be. Rias finished her tirade, pointing her finger at Cateria. That may be so, Cateria replied calmly, and you are indeed right, I would shed blood, but only of the council. Their time has passed. Yes, there would have been unrest, but it would have subsided quickly. The underworld would have welcomed a future that would not cling to the past. That's why your brother is useless. He only considers the short term, preferring to just go with the flow and keep quiet for a rag. Surzex's face didn't change much at her words. But his gaze became more analytical and intrigued. He watched Cateria carefully, as if looking for signs of lying or vanity. You. Rias growled, and a black and scarlet aura appeared around her. Rias, be quiet. Surzex said calmly, causing her eyes to widen. And not just her, but everyone here, since everyone knows about her love for her sister. But. She wanted to object, but Surzex interrupted her. Quiet, he said in the same tone, and then looked at me, and what do you think about it, Solomon reincarnated? Do you agree with Lady Leviathan's words? Honestly. I asked, to which he nodded briefly, I have no idea. Cateria's idea makes sense, but not really. You can't eliminate them simply because by doing so, you would severely weaken the underworld. At least for now. But if you bide your time, let the young sprouts bloom, it's doable. You probably already know that, though. In response to my words, he hesitated, as did the rest of the demons. As far as I'm concerned, their age is over. The Council of Elders is no longer needed by the underworld. Too many underground stones and an unnecessary branch in the power structure. Without them, things would be simpler and faster. What about you? I looked at Michael, to which he first nodded to himself and then glanced back at me. I take it you still have the rings with you, he asked. I only smiled briefly in response. Tired face. Seraphol watched the magician's actions carefully, as he commanded the archer who was in charge of her sister's training, and was also the reincarnation of the one who commanded the demons unconditionally. Romani placed the cup on the table and slowly raised his hands for all to see. In a brief flash of light, the gloves on them disappeared, revealing bare fingers. And after another flash, the conference room lit up with golden light. An aura of the same color filled the space. Seraphol became alert and was ready to rush to protect Sona from the holy light. She intended to save her sister, even at the cost of her own life if necessary. But she stopped suddenly. She felt no burn or pain, just warmth. Pleasant and light, like the rays of the sun on a cold day. It calmed Seraphol's mind and relaxed her body. It made Seraphol feel safe, as if the pain would never come. How strange. Just that thought swirled around in her head as the aura emanating from Romani touched her. Seraphol slowly turned towards the magician and saw 10 golden glowing rings on his fingers. They pulsed with a power and holiness that Seraphol had never felt before. To her eyes, these simple-looking rings looked so mesmerizing, like a beautiful cut diamond among a pile of roadside stones. It all brought her mind to a stupor. How could such holy power feel so pleasant? To this question she could find no answer. Glancing toward the archangels, she saw the tear-streaked faces of Michael and Gabriel staring unblinkingly at the rings. Father, whispered Gabriel, tears streaming from her eyes. It's overwhelming. Azazel muttered. I see, Michael said in a mesmerized tone, I guess you're not planning to lead heaven, Romani-san. Nope. Then. Do you mind if we seek your advice from time to time? He continued, to which the magician raised an eyebrow. You do realize that I'm basically a pseudo-servant, and the standard rings with me, right? Yes, Michael nodded, and then smiled. I also realize that only someone who is spiritually close to the very servant he merged with can become a pseudo-servant. Aren't those your words, Romani-san? Suddenly, a crazy idea came into Seraphol's mind to become one of the magician's women, because that way, he would support the demons through her. If he had adopted some of the character traits of the original Solomon, having many women was normal, wasn't it? Besides, he had always treated them with respect. And that was the question that began to grate on Seraphol's mind as she weighed the pros and cons of the idea. Tired face. Suit yourself, I shrugged and contacted Amiya, wrap it up, it's time to go home. Archer outside blocked Vali's blow and jumped aside, the swords in his hands disappearing. Exhausted already, hero? Vali asked, watching Archer's actions. Not quite, Amiya grinned and raised a hand to her side. A second later, a red ball of energy glowed in it and began to stretch. The next moment, the energy dissipated, revealing Gibalg. A spear. Vali raised an eyebrow, and the students became wary upon seeing the weapon. Master ordered to finish it, so. Archer said and began to infuse mana into the spear, causing it to glow ominously and its aura filled with bloodlust covered the area. What's with the ominous aura? Someone shouted from behind me, but I was no longer interested in who it was. Gibalg. Amiya shouted, and the spear flew out of his hand with the speed of a bullet, turning into a scarlet beam. Its waves of power blew away the nearest critters and made a mess of his hair. Giebalg. The spear of the son of Luff. Where did he get it from? Seeing the spear flying towards him, Vali began to wiggle from side to side, trying to dodge, but the scarlet beam pursued him relentlessly. It's useless, Archer said smugly, watching the maneuvers in the air. The spear rewrites causality. And until it reaches your heart, Giebalg will not stop. At his words, the eyes of those present widened, and they themselves grew wary, gazing warily at the scarlet death ray that stalked Vali. In that case. Vali stopped dodging and prepared to take the blow. Boom. A deafening explosion sounded, stunning some and creating a cloud of smoke. And when it cleared, a very battered Vali showed up. His helmet and one wing shattered. His entire armor was covered in cracks and blood was running down his face. His right eye was bleeding, turning the scara a scarlet color. He was holding onto his right arm, from which the armor had come off, and which hung like a rag. Impressive. But I'm not done yet, Vali muttered and began to activate the juggernaut drive. I'm the one who. Vali, interrupted someone from below, and when I looked over there, I saw someone dressed in oriental armor. And behind him stood Arthur and Lufei, who, seeing me, nodded briefly in my direction. Let's leave. A descendant of Sun Wukong. Azazel raised an eyebrow. TCH, he'd sked, and then looked at Archer and me. I'll win next time, hero of antiquity. And I will surely crush you, reincarnation of Solomon. I look forward to it, Amiya replied with a cheeky smile. Yeah, good luck. I shrugged my shoulders. In the next moment, Vali, Biko, Arthur, and Lufei disappeared, and the neighborhood returned to quiet and order. Except for the academy, which had been turned into a ruin. What about me? Well. As long as we're done, I'll take my leave, I said, and teleported Archer back to my place. Don't look for me unless it's something serious. I'll sleep for a day or two. Hey, shouted Sona, what about work? You haven't been to the academy in who knows how many days. Bye-bye. Come back. She wanted to object, but we had already disappeared from the academy, back to Amiya's residence. Well, that went pretty well, huh? Tired face. Amiya's residence. The living room of the house was packed with me, Amiya, Arthur, Lufei and the servants from the legend of King Arthur. Grandpa had gone to the underworld to explore, Heracles was still Heracles, and Gilgamesh, Enkidu, Medusa, Foe, and Tia had decided to visit Kyoto since the latter wanted to continue her gastronomic tour. I would have gone with them too, but in between I remembered some unfinished business. The 5-piece fused Excalibur lay on the table in front of us and shone with a soft golden light. Honestly, now I have no idea what to do with it. Getting the remaining 2 shards isn't a problem since I should just ask for it and I'll have it, but what next? I'm not a swordsman and have never been into it, and giving it to any faction is a total dick move. Besides, why would a weapon potentially capable of defeating the beast be here? Do you think you could reforge it, Archer? He rumbled thoughtfully, after you upgraded my Saint Graph and I got the Muramasa skills. In theory, yes, but I'll need the remaining 2 pieces. Besides, what do you want to make of it now? Given your sane mind, of course. At first, I wanted to give it a concept like I did with Artoria's sword, but now I think that's bullshit. And so. I scratched my chin and looked at a certain knight. I suggest giving it to Emo-chan. Any objections? No one was surprised at my words except Emo-chan herself. She even missed what I called her. Her eyes went wide, her body didn't move, and her gaze darted between the sword and Artoria, who only nodded, as did Merlin. Good choice. Indeed, Morgan supported her. Oddly enough, Clarence's emergency replacement will come in handy. Good for you, Sir Mordred. Arthur said calmly, and Lufei and Lancelot nodded. But I. Mordred hesitated, looking at them. Perhaps you are not yet old enough to be king and pull out Caliban, Artoria began, looking at her son with a smile, but to wield that sword. I don't see the problem with that. Father, I. Still hesitantly mumbled the confused Mordred under the calm and confident gazes of those present. If it's hard for you to choose now, I suggest you just wait until you're ready, I shrugged, drawing attention to myself. Anyway, there are no other candidates for this role. And Amiya and I can create Caliban for you when you want it. To test ourselves, so to speak. I understand. Mordred nodded uncertainly. Thank you, Master, Mother. What a sweetheart she is. And people wonder why she is the best saber. Her boyish appearance and demeanor coupled with moments like this are simply a sight to behold. As a matter of fact, she was now wearing clothes similar to what she wore in Apocrypha, short denim shorts, a white top and jacket. When she saw that Artoria preferred the homemade clothes of the servant outfit, she began to imitate her. Morgan didn't react to it in any way, seeing it as a trivial thing. And anyway, Oya. How does it feel to be a mother, Shirokuin? I grinned, to which Archer's eyebrow twitched. Good training for the time when you have your own birth children, huh? Did you have to interrupt the moment? He asked in an irritated tone, then rolled his eyes, and I'm not likely to have any. I'm a servant and I'm already dead. Well, I wouldn't say that. I can just fully resurrect him, breaking Alia's contract in the process. At least this version of him. And then there's the Fujimaru twins, his and Rin's children. Well, now that that's over with, I started and headed for the bedroom. I'm going to bed. Everyone. Tresk. After walking only a couple of meters, I instantly froze as a dark blue axe landed a millimeter from my head, making a huge crack in the brand new wall. My head slowly turned back, where I was greeted by a smiling fairy queen with her hand still outstretched. Aren't you forgetting something, husband? She asked caustically, putting a hand to my cheek. No. I replied, not realizing what she wanted, and then quickly jumped aside. Bang. Where I had been standing a moment ago, or rather where my crotch had been, now showed a hole the size of my fist. It had been left by Morgan, of course, by shooting a magic projectile into it. Your Majesty, don't you think you're overreacting? I have no idea what you want. I said with a raised eyebrow. Oh, she breathed dramatically, but that was only a day ago. Or have you forgotten what you promised me? At first, I didn't understand what she meant, but after a long 30 seconds, it came to me. I stared at her with a blank stare that had been elevated to the absolute. Oh, come on, she didn't mean it. You do realize that I just couldn't physically prepare something worthwhile, right? It's a shame, but it's really not my problem, is it? I looked at the servants for support. And you know what? She wasn't there. Merlin shrugged, Lancelot and Mordred turned away, Arthur and Lofay smiled awkwardly, Artoria shook her head silently, and Emilia. Oh. The bastard was smiling as if he would break his contract with Alia. His smile was so wide and satisfied that just a little more and his mouth would have torn open. Noticing my gaze, he slowly raised his hand and made a decapitation gesture. At all of this, 2 eyebrows twitched at once, as did the edge of my mouth. I will have my revenge, Mother Emilia. You know that. In the meantime, a certain fairy needs to be dealt with, tired face. Kuo. I expected many things, husband, but not this. Definitely. Morgan said in a calm tone, to which I just shrugged and went on with what I was doing. Pretty good. Sometimes it's worth taking your mind off normal food and switching to something like this. I completely ignored the stares our table was receiving. The cafe patrons found it far more interesting and important than the food in front of them. I even noticed that some men had stopped ordering and was just standing in front of the cash register. The employees, however, were no different. Where was I taking Morgan? Well. How am I supposed to eat this dish? She asked, holding the burger in her hand and staring at it like it was something ridiculous. McDuck. Fucking McDuck. For a normal person, such a choice of date place would be rather odd, but in this case. Morgan doesn't think in such things at all, which I took advantage of. The funny thing is, the others know it too. At the other end of the room sat Archer, Merlin, and Artoria, who was munching on the mountain of burgers in front of her. You'd think, of course, that the King of Knights was suddenly hungry and they decided to stop by the same cafe at the same time, but who would actually believe that? Just eating. I tried to answer, to which Morgan tilted her head to the side, which looked a little adorable, well, like bread, I'd say. You take a bite and hold it with your hand. After giving me a brief glance, she took a slow and almost gingerly bite of her burger. Just a small bite, and then, covering her mouth with her hand, began to chew it. And, of course, she smeared herself with the sauce left around the edges of her mouth. Not bad, but it could have been better. The sauce overpowers the natural flavor of the other ingredients. Morgan concluded dutifully, swallowing a bite. I silently wiped the sauce off her face with a napkin. Honestly, I feel like I'm babysitting. Even though outwardly there's no child here at all. I must admit, the contrast of her sensual and gifted appearance along with her behavior at the moment makes me cringe. The Queen of the Fairies watched my actions with interest. Her eyes, danced with puzzlement and childlike incomprehension, stayed fixed on my face as I brushed her cheeks and lips. How unusual, she said without breaking my gaze, why are you doing this when I could do it myself? I find it illogical. Maybe. She nodded, this is the first time it's happened to me, and I don't know how I should react. There was silence between us. And not just silence, my hearing picked up nothing but silence. I mean, nothing at all. No sounds or anything while our gazes still met each other. Had her face always been this close? And searching for an answer to that question, I suddenly felt a familiar presence almost right next to me. Your coffee, dear visitor. But I didn't order coffee. I was about to say, but stopped when I saw who had brought it. Long black hair tied back in a ponytail, violet eyes, huge breasts, and waves of era. My eyebrow twitched. Where the hell did you come from? Tired face. Kuo. I looked out the window, slowly savoring the taste of my drink. The weather outside was beautiful. Through the open windows, the chirping of birds and the pleasant cool breeze flowed in, and the rustling of leaves inspired a natural calmness. Children full of joy were playing with each other, while the parents watching them nearby were smiling and chatting away. In short, a complete idyll, heaven on earth, a new Eden, and definitely not what was happening at my desk at the moment. I don't even want to turn my head to see what's going on at the table. But out of the corner of my eye, I was watching what was going on. Who brought me coffee and is now sitting next to me? Akino, of course. What's she doing here? And why here? I have no idea. I mean, I do, but to be so direct. Heh, very unexpected. Akino sat next to me, practically pressed against my body, and stared intently at Morgan. The fairy queen, for her part, found her behavior extremely amusing, judging by the cheerful grin on her face. I take it you're on a date, fairy-san. Pulling on a smile, Akino asked. Why ask a question that has an obvious answer? Morgan said and propped her head up with her hand. Does this make you uncomfortable, child? Yes, came the direct answer, to which I raised an eyebrow in surprise. Sensei definitely doesn't take me seriously as a woman, and that frankly makes me uncomfortable. And the romantic atmosphere that was there before I came here makes me very jealous. Oh. Why are you saying all this? So that Sensei can hear it, Akino said and looked at me. I know you are courting 2 women already, and there are those who intend to join them. So why not add me to the ranks of the first? I turned in her direction and tilted my head to the side. Has Akino always been so straightforward? And I don't mean flirting or teasing, but actually trying to build a relationship. Wait a minute, though. In the anime, she, and not just her, fell in love with Issei just because, matter-of-factly, didn't she? Saved Rias from an imposed wedding, to be more precise. Of course, you could say that if Issei hadn't done that, Razor would have gone off on Rias's entourage, but is that so? Any way you look at it, Razor's entourage actually cares about him and he cares about them. No insults or violence, just blatant acting out in public. Even Ravel, who is a god dandelion, took care of him and Razor never laid a finger on her. Sexually, I mean. Plus, I doubt even Canon Razor didn't understand the underbelly, at least partially. Would Sirzex have left him and his family alone? Well yeah, heaven would burn before that would happen. To summarize, the relationship plotting in works like this is utter crap with an appropriate odor. Let me start with the fact that I'm 30 and you're 17, I started, but was interrupted. Are you really trying to use that excuse? In the supernatural world, age doesn't matter. Besides, in Japan, it's allowed to be consensual, even under the age of majority. Your father will be a guy. I can convince him. Then. Stop making up reasons not to do it. It won't work, she said firmly. Don't you realize that I intend to see this through? In response, I sighed tiredly and snapped my fingers. Seconds later, Akino was teleported to the Occult Research Club, and Morgan's gaze was now directed at me. Oh. I didn't realize you were such a coward, husband, she chuckled, but you do realize she won't back down, right? Her words were firm and confident, as was her gaze. At her words, I chose to remain silent and stare out the window. That girl really loves you. I can see it with my own eyes, both as a woman and as a fairy, Morgan continued, and took a sip of the wine that had appeared in her hand, but you don't accept her. And it really intrigues me why. She has a gifted body, a beautiful face and a mature mind, and the question of strength will easily be resolved in time. But why won't you accept her? Or, can't you? I looked at her with a detached look. It's rather strange to hear about love from a person like you, Morgan Le Fay. What is the reason for such interest in the matter? I like mysteries. Especially those involving human interaction. And what I have in front of me right now falls under both. In fact, I've been interested in this question for a long time. The only woman you're not afraid to open up to is Beast 2. At first I found it unremarkable, but now. Why are you afraid of betrayal, Romani Archiman? I've gone silent again. The level of affection you show me and Beast 2 is very different. Sure, it can be blamed on the circumstances surrounding me, but is it limited to them? You don't view me as your mate, not even remotely. As it is, you cannot lie to me. Not with your words, not with your actions. She placed her glass on the table and looked at me. I'll repeat the question. Why do you fear betrayal, Romani Archiman? The wall clock of the Maduck ticked loudly, diluting the silence. Apart from it, I heard nothing, not the rustling of leaves, not the chirping of birds, not the voices of people. Her question I could not answer. Being a Romani Archiman, I remember nothing that could even remotely be the cause of this. Of my past life, my memory retained only the rough outlines of it. No names, no faces, and no feelings. But when I try to remember, a headache immediately pierces my head. Neither I, who possesses third magic, nor Gowishia, the beast, can figure out the cause. It's as if something is blocking that section of memory. But, even after trying to explore my soul, I couldn't detect at least something. Of course, I could just forcibly try to cleanse my soul with true magic, but then this world would collapse. And I'm not willing to take that sin upon myself. Sighing tiredly, I lowered my gaze to my gloved hands. I don't know. Unfortunately, or fortunately, that's the only answer I can give. Silence hung between us for a few moments. Morgan looked thoughtful and intrigued, her hand rubbing her chin. How interesting, she said, and then, grinning, stood up from the table. Come on, husband. This date wasn't bad, but next time I expect something mesmerizing. Remember that. If it happens, aha. Tired face. After the magician and fairy couple left, the three servants were still sitting at the table, pondering what had happened. Amiya sat silently with his arms crossed and his eyes closed. Artoria was biting into her burger, but without much enthusiasm, and Merlin was rubbing his chin thoughtfully. That was interesting. After a while, the flower mage said. The master is a pseudo-servant. And usually, when merging with a servant, the memory is not damaged, isn't it? Archer asked. Indeed, Merlin nodded, and considering who the master merged with, the chance of something like that happening should be 0. Then why couldn't he answer Morgan's question? Artoria asked. I don't know, Merlin shrugged. I can't get inside his head, you know. But it's really intriguing. I tried to get him to talk about his life before I came to this world once, but... Archer raised an eyebrow. It didn't work. He couldn't even remember his name or his parents' names. As Master had explained, everything was like a blur, even under the influence of third magic. Root. Artoria suggested. Quite possibly. To get true magic, you have to get inside the root, and only Aoko Aozaki and Zelrich managed to do that. Merlin replied. And the Einsburns? Didn't they possess third magic? Artoria continued. Yes, but no. I would call it a demo. The one the Einsburns possessed could only resurrect, but not affect the soul itself. Merlin explained. So, we don't know anything either, huh? Archer sighed tiredly. Aha. My clairvoyance can't answer that either. Neither can the masters, most likely. Merlin summarized and fell silent. But there was a suggestion in Merlin's mind. A crazy one, but quite possible. Alia, who had thrown Romani into this world, couldn't affect memory on a level where even true magic couldn't help. However, if someone more powerful than the unconscious will of mankind itself had influenced the master and had already then passed it on to Alia. She had mentioned that she had made a plot-related mistake already after she had thrown Romani in here. But she never said why she moved him to this world. Was it a call from Alia personally, or had someone asked her to? Merlin frowned. It doesn't seem to be that simple, eh? Tired face. Amiya residence. After returning home from a rather depressing date, I immediately went to the fridge. After all, nothing could compare to Amiya's cooking. After stuffing the rest of my breakfast into my mouth and closing the refrigerator door, Emo-chan was right behind it, causing me to jump in surprise. I almost spit out my food and coughed. Don't scare me like that, Emo-chan. Mordred, not Emo-chan, magician, she said with a cluck of her tongue and a displeased look on her face. Do you have a minute? There's a conversation to be had. What kind of talk? I didn't understand, and then smirked. Or did you find a boyfriend, Emo-chan? In the next millisecond, Clarence was at my throat. There was nothing but menace and a grin on Emo-chan's face, which was very close to me, just like the sword. Do you want to become a head shorter, master? You only have to ask for it, and I will gladly help you. Oya. Are you embarrassed by your height, Emo-chan? I asked, to which Emo-chan naturally growled, you don't have to worry about that. You're charming enough as it is, and you'll probably find someone. Of course, she moved her blade, trying to chop my head off. I stopped it, though, grabbing the blade with 3 fingers, and looked at her cheerfully. You do realize you can't hurt me, right? TCH, mother was wrong. You're as annoying a bastard as you are a perverted mage, she declared and put the claret away, then sighed tiredly, so can we talk? Sure, I nodded, and then looked at the kitchen. Ray-chan, we'll have coffee and tea. Something stronger would be better. Emo-chan added. Cateria nodded silently, showing that she heard us, and started preparing the drinks. At the same time, Emo-chan and I sat down across from each other in the living room. Where are the others? Morgan wanted to see something at the Pendragon mansion and, taking Lancelot with her, went there. Arthur and Lo Fei went off on business, taking Elaine with them, most likely to look after Amiya's battered Vali. According to them, he hasn't fully recovered yet, but he already wants to challenge Archer to a fight again. In between, I asked them about Kuroka, who isn't hanging around my house now. Lo Fei smiled awkwardly in response, and Arthur rubbed his temples after a few seconds and began to explain. As it turns out, Kuroka is far from being out of it because she doesn't want to, but because Lo Fei somehow scared her and asked her to stay away from me. At this, I stared with empty eyes at Lo Fei, who hid her face while pulling on her hat, and who was throwing a resentful glance at her brother. Isn't that Morgan's handwriting, I gather Arthur realized it, too, judging by the tired look in my direction. I don't need another Morgan. Aha. Hey. Are you still here? Emo-chan shouted, pulling me out of my thoughts. Looking in her direction, I saw that there was already a cup of hot coffee and a bottle of wine on the table. And Cateria was silently standing behind my shoulder, waiting for orders. Speaking of her, Cateria hadn't asked any questions the entire time she'd been here. I mean, at all. Doesn't she have any requests or anything like that? Or is she just waiting for the right moment? I don't know. The next moment, a magic circle appeared in front of me and blocked the scarlet lightning. Turning my head towards the culprit, I saw Emo-chan's very displeased face with Clarent pulled towards me. Are we going to talk or not, you bastard? Yeah. Sorry about that. What do you want to talk about, Emo-chan? Her eyebrow twitched due to her address, but then she took a deep breath and put her sword away. Then, Emo-chan picked up the bottle and took a couple sips from her throat. Something's really bothering her, huh? Well, I wanted to ask what it means to be a king, she began, placing the bottle on the table. You're a pseudo-servant of Solomon himself, and surely you should know the answer. Why not ask Artoria about it? Wouldn't she be a better choice? I asked after a few moments. I already asked. Emo-chan shook her head and leaned back on the back of the couch. Father said I should figure it out on my own, but I just don't have any thoughts. Memories of Father's reign are just flashing through my mind. Does this have something to do with Caliban? More like no than yes. I realize I can't get it out now. She picked up the bottle and took a couple more sips. So, what do you have to say about it, reincarnation of the wise king? Do you mind if I say what I think about it personally? As it is, I have no memories of Solomon's life and decisions. I asked. Go ahead. Emo-chan waved me off. Everything revolves around the personal qualities and needs of the people at any given time. Even the most untalented in terms of knowledge can become, almost, the perfect king, if he meets the requirements of the time and personal qualities. Often, the king is the idol of the country. He is a symbol, an ideal to which its inhabitants aspire without even realizing it. A strong leader is a strong society. This phrase makes sense, but not only physically, but also emotionally. I don't get it. Take me, for example. I'm lazy, I shrugged, and being king goes against me. Yes, I would do the bare minimum, but no more. That means everyone in my country would do the same. Each of them would not be working in the sweat of their brow for the prosperity of their own society. Hence, the predictable collapse would come. I'm only good as king as an interim option. When a worthy replacement is about to be found and a stopper is needed to keep society from descending into anarchy. I paused. Artoria was the ideal king simply because there was no other option. Of all the contenders, she was the only one who fit the requirements of the time and circumstances. And frankly, I have no idea what exactly served to endorse Caliban. Not even you. Emo-chan raised an eyebrow. I only have two assumptions, willingness to sacrifice or willingness to become a symbol. In fact, those two assumptions might as well be one, given Artoria's history. You do remember, right? The perfect king. Without emotion or prejudice. The perfect man. But we both know that's not true, right? And if it is, it's not even human. Yes, I remember. She gritted her teeth and clung to the neck of the bottle again. And when she set it on the table, lay down on the couch and closed her eyes, I remember it well. After a couple of moments she fell asleep, and I, shaking my head, went over to her and covered her with the blanket I had created with the Pendragon symbol. What do you think about this, Cateria? I asked, sitting down on the couch and gently rubbing Emo-chan's hair, causing her to sniffle sweetly. I'm a demon, my king. And demons only respect strength, said Ray-chan. If you're strong, you're already the perfect king. After all, as you mentioned earlier, a strong leader is a strong society. You guys have it simple, huh? I grinned. The next moment, the doorbell rang. Ray-chan bowed briefly and went to see who it was that had dropped in for the evening. And she returned a couple minutes later, accompanied by Grafia. Hee, I guess I'll have to visit the demons, huh? Tired face. Underworld. Thank you for coming, Romani-san. Sirzex said. It was hard not to, since you sent your fetish to my house. If I hadn't come, do you have any idea what the neighbors would have thought of me? That I'm some kind of pervert, no different, I shrugged, to which both him and Grafia's eyebrow twitched behind his back. So, why do you need me? Me, Grafia, Cateria, and Sirzex were in the latter's office. And I left Mo-chan in Grandpa's care, purely as a precaution. Do you remember the first time we met? I think so. Do you remember why we met? At first, I didn't understand what he was getting at, but after a couple minutes. My right hand slowly rose up, and there was a snap of fingers. In the next second, Cateria, Grafia, and Sirzex flinched, and their eyes widened. A black and golden haze began to emanate from my body and slowly formed a silhouette near me. And once they saw it, the demon's gaze didn't take their eyes off of it for even a millisecond. Gowishia sat in a vacant chair and almost indifferently stared back at the demons. At the same time, his appearance had transformed. Normally, he wasn't much different from the beast's full form, but now. Gowishia looked like a human. Of course, he still had unnatural pupils, sharp teeth, and scales on his skin, but in general, if viewed from a distance, he could be mistaken for a normal human with tanned skin and long golden hair. How interesting. As well as the future conversation between him and the demons. Tired face. Underworld. Gowishia looked at Sirzex, and Sirzex looked at Gowishia. For that matter, so did Grafia and Cateria. They didn't know exactly who he was, but they had a sense of who he should be. I, on the other hand, watched them from the sidelines and just quietly sipped my coffee. By the way, the top 3 factions chose to withhold information about the beasts. Which is understandable, considering the possible turmoil not only in the 3 factions themselves, but also in other mythologies. I was left to speculate as to what the demons were thinking as they studied Gowishia. Well, Beast Eye's energy signature is very recognizable to demons, even considering he's from another world. It's not because he is an amalgamation of the demon pillars, but because his entire essence is imbued with the energy of hell. The original demons of both the Nasuverse and DxD were born from this energy. Ancient, powerful, and significant. This means that any local demon in Gowishia's presence will feel a familiar, yet not so familiar aura. Which is actually what's happening right now. Also, one fact has only recently occurred to me. Gowishia, who used to use we, now uses I. Does this mean that he has realized himself and developed his own identity? Thinking about this, I wiped away a fatherly tear and looked at Gowishia with pride. I am so proud of him. Children grow up so fast. As soon as these thoughts ran through my mind, Beast Eye slowly turned towards me with a stoic face. But I could clearly see the edge of his mouth twitching, apparently in irritation. Put such thoughts out of your head, Romani. They only insult me. Oh. But that doesn't make them any less true, does it? I grinned. You wouldn't have noticed it before. You'd have thought you were above it all and just bolted, but somehow that's not the case now, is it, Gowishia? In response, he chose to remain silent. At the same time, Sirzex, Grafia, and Cateria rounded their eyes when they heard me call him. Gowishia. Sirzex muttered, so it's you, right? You are right, Sirzex Gremory. I am Gowishia, king god of demons and the antipode of heaven itself and its power. I am judge, jury, and executioner for the entire race of demons if they break the ancient laws. Laws enacted for the preservation and prosperity of the underworld, he said dramatically, his face unchanged. Ooh, that's hot. If you were a woman, I'd give it to you. I said casually, waving to myself, to which I received a twitching eyebrow from Gowishia and complete ignoring from the demons. You were the one who was there then, right? Raychan asked, looking at Beast Eye with an almost worshipful gaze. There? Back then. Sirzex didn't understand. Did it have something to do with the wave of demonic energy from the direction of Lucifer's old castle? That's right. Gowishia nodded, ignoring Sirzex. But I've heard my ancestor's voice, and yours doesn't sound like his. May I ask why, Your Majesty? Your ancestors? Sirzex raised an eyebrow and looked at Raychan. What do you mean, Lady Leviathan? Of course, she ignored him. Gowishia, on the other hand, slowly looked over the 3 demons present and placed his hand on the armrest of the chair, then tapped it twice with his finger. In the next moment, Sirzex, Cateria, and Grafia froze, and their demonic wings opened by themselves as if to salute someone. Tired face. Sirzex had always prided himself on his ability to be prepared for any situation. His position as demon lord demanded it. It is extremely important to be able to maintain composure and clarity of mind in any situation. It allows you to assess the situation sensibly and develop an effective plan of action. And Sirzex, who had been through the war, seen the death of his friends and spilled a sea of blood, sincerely believed that there was no situation where he would not know what to do. Or rather, he had thought so until this very moment. The entire space of his office lit up with a variety of colors that were reflected in the eyes of everyone present. And they were coming from the magic circles. 72 magic circles with the symbols of demonic clans. Each of them was spreading waves of power. Huge and recognizable. Surzek saw the circles of those whose houses had died out, leaving no descendants. Zagan, Fokalar, Marbaz, Marhasius. He had seen the deaths of the descendants of each of them, and remembered their energy signature, and so he could not be wrong. Before him were the original pillar demons. At that moment, Surzek's blood sang, his heartbeat becoming like the sound of a sledgehammer hitting an anvil. His demonic power began to leave his body without any order, destroying nearby objects and creating cracks in the walls. It was tearing free to greet its progenitors. Gremory and Baal. It was on them that Surzek's eyes focused. And he felt with all his gut that they focused on him in return. The symbol of Gremory shone with a bright scarlet light, and the silhouette of a woman who looked a lot like his grandmother looked at him with an analytical gaze. The yellow magic circle with the symbol of Baal did the same. The silhouette of an elderly man with an arrogant expression watched Surzek without blinking, as if assessing him. Under those gazes, Surzek felt like a child. Small, insignificant, and helpless. "Did you get your answer, Cateria Leviathan?" came Gowishia's deep voice, bringing Surzek out of his stupor. Surzek looked around and realized that both Cateria and Gowishia were in a similar state to himself. He didn't see any circles with the symbols Lucifuge and Leviathan. But that was understandable. Since Gowishia is from another world, Lucifug would be very different from his counterpart since he is not a pillar. Leviathan, on the other hand, is the demon of sin. One of the 7 that represent the vices of mankind. Perhaps his circle can only be seen by his descendants, given Cateria's gaze directed into empty space. But Surzek was really bothered by one fact. Gowishia is subordinate to Romani. Now, Romani Archiman maintains extreme neutrality towards anyone. But what if the demons provoke him? One thought, one order, and the entire underworld would be on its knees before him. And no one would be able to stop it. Not the demons themselves, not the angels, not the fallen. No one. And the first thing that came to Surzek's mind was the faction of the old demon lords. By interrogating Shalba, he had failed to get even a little bit of valuable information. Not because the interrogation techniques didn't work, but because Rizavim had provided for it by casting a spell that wiped out the memories of Beelzebub's descendant. Now Surzek began to consider his plans to placate Romani. After all, such a variable really tickled his nerves. Tired face. "Yes, Your Majesty," Raychan nodded and bowed, "thank you for granting my request." "Well, if she's done, wrap it up. My closed field is already cracking at the seams. I don't want every demon in the underworld to barge in here and stroke your ego," I said, looking at Gowishia. "My ego is definitely not as inflated as yours, Romani," he shrugged, and in the next moment, the magical circles of the pillar demons faded out, returning Surzek's office to normal. Unless, of course, you counted the ruined and frozen parts of it. Looking around at the demons, it was clear to me that they were still reeling from what they had seen. Surzek looked thoughtful, though, as if he were thinking up some sinister plan. So, I clapped my hands together, catching the attention of the others. "Why did you need me, besides Gowishia's question?" "I doubt it was just because of that." "Well, it really is." Surzek smiled awkwardly and rubbed the back of his head. "It concerns Rias." Did I hear that right?" "You mean your sister, Surzek's Gremory?" Gowishia asked. "That is correct. Do you have anything to say about her?" Surzek inquired. "She's great, isn't she? The best of the... A complete failure." Beast Eye interrupted him, getting a frozen smile on Surzek's face. "What?" "Oh, come on," I said, "like you don't know what she's like. Vain, overly proud, spoiled and dependent. And it's not her fault she's like that, it's yours." Surzek remained silent and looked at me blankly. Gowishia sighed tiredly, and Raychan grinned. "Your hyperparenting is just putting a crimp in her self-development. She's used to getting what she wants. Do you have any idea how many times your little sisters made a big deal out of me or demanded something? Maybe you should just let her run free. Or maybe you should break the rose-colored glasses you put on her. Put her through something partly traumatic to make her look at her life from a different angle. Well, or you can screw it up, but then she'll be in the box before her face gets a wrinkle." At my tirade, Surzek stared at me intently while he himself collected Gowishia's and Cateria's gazes. Gowishia didn't care and just closed his eyes and enjoyed the atmosphere of the underworld. Then he began after about 10 minutes of thought. "What exactly do you want to do? I highly doubt you gave all this away without counting on your personal involvement in breaking my little sister's rose-colored glasses." I grinned wildly in response, which made Surzek jump. "Oh, man, you have no idea how good a choice you just made. I'll get the point across, you bet I will." Aha. Tired face. Underworld. Me, Azazel, and Serzex hovered above the clouds, hidden by my closed field, and watched the train traveling along invisible tracks, carrying Sona and Rias and their retinues. I hadn't noticed this before, but the air in the underworld is so stuffy. The already high mana concentration in the human world is elevated to a degree here. As a result, it's all a bit uncomfortable. But right now, in this particular case, that factor didn't spoil my mood in the slightest. Romani-san, is this really necessary? Serzex asked worriedly, looking at the train. And you do realize that Serafal will eat you for breakfast if her little sister gets even a scratch, right? After all, Sona has nothing to do with this, Azazel added. The answer to both questions is yes, I answered and grinned and looked at Serzex, dear visitor. At the end of the performance, your sister will feel a wide range of heated emotions. These include shock, depression, frustration, despair, pity, and... I get it. You don't have to list all of that. He glared at me furiously and interrupted me, what if she breaks? What if the change is so drastic that it becomes impossible to put her on the right path? Oh. Don't worry about that. If that happens, I'll fix it. I waved it off, to which Serzex gritted his teeth loudly. And? How exactly is this going to happen? Will you take the case personally? Azazel asked. Nope. The servants will take on that role. Servants? Serzex raised an eyebrow, did we? The contract is broken. By someone and something, I grinned and got a look of incredulity on the two leaders' faces, then snapped my fingers. In the next second, Asako emerged from my shadow and ducked a knee, you may begin. No killing or wounds to vital organs. Pure intimidation and demonstration of superiority. As soon as I finished speaking, the 100 face dissolved into the shadows, and Azazel and Serzex looked at the spot where the assassin had disappeared from. Who was that? The Scarlet Demon Lord asked, I have never seen this servant and I couldn't sense her now. The servant assassin, I presume. Azazel spoke up. One of the 19 leaders of the Hashashin. The height of infiltration and secrecy. Ordinary people know next to nothing about them, but not you, do you? At my words, their eyes went wide and visible goosebumps ran across their skin. Especially Azazel's. That's alarming. Even Serzex and I couldn't detect her presence. Her magic signature was so insignificant that I wrote it off as a windfall, he said and rubbed his forehead, smiling bitterly, perfect assassins in father's service, eh. Serzex on the other hand, unlike Azazel, looked like he was once again tensely thinking about something as he stared at the spot where Asako had disappeared. I wonder what was on his mind. I created a cup of coffee and prepared to watch the spectacle. Good timing for a good explosion, eh. Boom. And the next moment there was an explosion. Tired face. As the train carried Rias and her entourage through the skies of the underworld, they relaxed as much as they could. Kiba was playing console games with Gasper. Kaneko was munching on candy. Asia slept on the shoulder of Issei, who was delighted by it. Sona and her entourage left the Gremory wagon and headed closer to the lead locomotive. Rias had recently managed to join her entourage with Zenobia, who preferred practicing with her sword to a quiet rest. The reason for her joining was simple, it was her own choice. At first Rias didn't understand how that could be the reason, but later Zenobia explained. She suddenly wondered, what if God is dead, who was leading her down the path of an exorcist, was it her own choice, what was she really killing demons for? And after a little thought, Zenobia decided to take a different path. A path she had never considered. Become a demon. If she didn't know what to do, why not choose something she never would have chosen before? How much would her worldview and personality change if she did just that? Ultimately, Zenobia became a demon in order to know herself. To her adopted daughter's actions, Griselda only tacitly accepted it and let her go, as they would not be enemies because of the peace treaty. When asked why she didn't ask Romani for advice, Zenobia quoted the magician's words, albeit taken out of context, a foolish but choice. Those around her simply had to accept her position, as any clarification was ignored due to Zenovia's own character. But not all of Rias' entourage had a clear head. The White Crow turned out to be Aquino. The frown and disgruntled expression had not left her face since she had returned to the club room. At that moment, lightning discharges passed through her body every now and then, showing that it was best not to touch her. Even Issei hadn't risked interacting with Aquino in any way since that moment. Her fingers drummed rhythmically on the armrest, expressing her owner's thoughtfulness as she sat alone a little further away from the others. Nodding to herself, Rias still decided to find out the reason and made her way towards the queen of her retinue. And when she almost reached Aquino, it happened. Boom. A deafening explosion pierced the hearing like a dragon to a clear sky. Nearly a third of its entire length had been torn away, leaving a mangled and disorderly interior, and blue lightning containing remnants of mana ran along the edges of the damaged portion of the train car. All sections of the train on the side of the explosion fell to the ground, creating distinctive sounds, and the train hovered in the air and did not move. Rias' entire entourage as well as herself were blown into the surviving section of the train car. What happened? Rias exclaimed, and her hands lit up with the power of destruction. Are we under attack? Aquino supported her, spreading her wings and charging her holy lightning. Kaneko and Zenobia got into a fighting stance, Kiba created his holy demon sword, and Gasper hid behind Rias. Asia, are you alright? Issei shouted worriedly with his boosted gear activated, standing next to Aquino and holding Asia in his arms. Why yes. Thank you, Issei-san, she replied stuttering, and then looked at the people around her. Is anyone hurt? No, Rias answered for everyone, taking a preliminary look at her entourage, who had the nerve to attack us in Gremry territory. The old Satan faction. Her mind was in turmoil, which was mixed with anger and pride. Everything had been just fine until now. The train had already shown itself over her family's territory, and then she and her retinue were suddenly attacked. Rias tried to contact Surzex, but no luck. Nor with Sona, nor with Grafia, nor with everyone. It was as if something was blocking the magic, preventing the incident from being reported to anyone. There were no warnings or alerts from her family. Or even from the barriers created around the territories. So the attack had been planned before the trip so no one would know anything. Rias panicked. She was afraid of losing members of her retinue. She was afraid of losing her friend. Fear of the unknown coursed through her mind as her eyes frantically searched for signs of the attackers without missing every possible detail. The next moment the shadows in the ruined part of the wagon lengthened. Instead of the familiar shapes, repeating objects, reclining objects, a great pool of darkness formed. Who are you? How dare you attack us? Rias shouted furiously, unleashing waves of power. In response to her questions, out of the shadows appeared a skull. White, pure, and perfect. Fear overtook Rias' thoughts with renewed vigor, tearing apart her worried mind more and more. Who are they? Where did they come from? How long have they been watching us? The skull was followed by darkness. Darkness-soaked clothes and skin slowly rose from the puddle. 1, 2, 3. And then another, and another. Until 80 shadows with white skulls on their faces stood before her eyes. Each one was different. Some were tall, some were short. Some with hair, some without. Some were female and some were male. Rias noticed even old men and children among this crowd. In the space they were spread out in, they should have been cramped. Or rather, they shouldn't have fit at all, but they didn't. Some silhouettes were peeking out from the shadows of other silhouettes. And standing in front of all of them was a woman with long blue hair tied into a ponytail. Her body didn't have a single drop of fat. Her skin exposed the trained muscles her clothes revealed. In one sharp movement, a pair of knives appeared in her hands, sharp and shining in the light. And following her, the other 87 did the same. In an instant, 176 knives were pointed at the 8 demon schoolboys, shining viciously in the hands of the dark silhouettes. Seeing this, Rias' heart, and everyone else's as well, skipped a beat and threatened to stop from the fear that was building up. There was no thought of fight here. There was no thought of negotiate here. Only run. Tired face. Underworld. Seconds of 20 seconds had passed since the assassin appeared, and the battle still hadn't started. Why? Asako decided to give them time to prepare since her target is basically children, even if they don't need to be killed. In a normal situation, it would have ended before it even started. Either way, all I saw in their eyes was fear and panic, to which a disappointed sigh came out of my throat. I realize they're still high schoolers and all, but hasn't it been made clear to them what kind of world they live in? Especially since they're demons, which most supernatural beings dislike. Even at home, they're not completely immune to surprise attacks or assassination attempts. I wasn't the only one who was disappointed. Azazel and Surzex shook their heads as well. After all, Rias and her entourage hadn't used those 20 seconds in any way. Really, with the exception of Aquino and Zenobia. The former had begun to stealthily accumulate mana and kept every facet of the assassin in her field of vision. The latter was just raring to go, but waiting for Rias' orders. It's disappointing. Muttered Azazel, who had become Rias's club supervisor. I think I'm going to have to change their training schedule a bit and add critical thinking lectures. What do you think, Surzex? I do what needs to be done. With a tired sigh, he replied, and then looked at me, and you too, Romani-san. When this is over, contact me. I want to think. At those words he beamed, to which I shrugged and Azazel shook his head. After a couple seconds, turning towards the assassin, I gave a short order to act. The response was immediate. 16 faces suddenly tore toward Rias's retinue, spreading out 2 for each demon. Aquino, Kaneko, Rias and Asia, hiding behind Gasper's back, quickly grouped themselves in the farthest part of the carriage. Issei, Kiba, and Zenobia stood in front of them, prepared to take the attack. No attack. We must hold out until reinforcements arrive. Rias shouted, throwing a ball of destruction, which the assassins easily dodged. And Aquino supported her with her lightning bolts. Issei, don't use the balance crusher until I say so. Okay, President. Issei replied and pointed his fist in the direction of the attackers. Boost. Boost. Dragon shot. Of course, his attack didn't hit anyone, but only flew through the destroyed part of the wagon and away into the distance. Immediately after it, he, Kiba, Zenobia, and Kaneko had to hold back the attacks of the assassins, whose numbers didn't decrease at all. Gasper and Asia did nothing. More precisely, they couldn't do nothing. The former is too afraid to use her power, and the latter simply can't attack. Kiba and Zenobia swinging their swords just didn't hit the assassin. They were too slow for a servant, even relying on their Konya speed. I'm not talking about Kaneko at all. It was like she was punching the air. As soon as she swung, her target would disappear in the next instant, and then instantly counterattack, forcing the rook into a deafening defense. Square attacks didn't work either, as all the faces that weren't involved in the battle dissolved into shadows and waited. Meaning the first 16 were still intact, to which my palm was frantically rubbing my face. At one point, someone finally decided to take the initiative. Aquino took to the skies to gain the advantage when she noticed that assassin couldn't fly. But as soon as she did, an arrow flew into her the very next second. Queen Rias, of course, tried to defend herself by forming a protective circle hastily, but the arrow promptly pierced through it, damaging her wing. Ag, she cried out in pain, and fell a little farther away from the group. The two faces she was targeting immediately headed towards her. Aquino. Rias shouted worriedly, Issei. Balance breaker. Yes. Balance breaker. Scaly armor of the boosted gear. He shrieked and flew to Aquino's aid as the armor formed, just in time to protect her from the knives. Don't pay attention to me. Focus on your opponents. Aquino shouted. But Issei was about to object when she interrupted him. Quickly. After shouting at him, she pushed Issei out of the way and immediately began firing lightning bolts around her to keep the assassin away from her. As a result, he had no choice but to try and hit the assassin, occasionally flying up to dodge the attacks. However, as soon as he did, arrows would immediately fly at him, forcing him down where the faces were already waiting for him. Kiba quickly stuck his sword into the ground, and then the blades quickly erupted out of it, trying to at least get a hold of the assassin. But, once again, it all went into the milk. The edge decided to take advantage of his sword being in the ground and pounced on him, but Kiba was defended by Zenobia, who arrived just in time to give him time. They ended up standing back to back and holding off the onslaught of the four faces. Missing blows, of course, but getting by with scratches and shallow wounds. Things were getting worse for Kaneko. She was physically unable to do anything, except miss blow after blow. Rias was doing her best to hold off the onslaught of 6 faces, 4 of which were trying to come at her from different directions, while the 2 she'd been assigned to were distracting her attention. The 100 faces were taking full advantage of their surroundings. That is, powerful attacks that could simply blow up the entire wagon were out of reach of Rias' entourage, as there was a risk of snagging their own, as well as losing the cover of the wagon walls. Even the dumb skilled pervert realized this after his last sparring session with Alia. Of course, they could have simply left the wagon using the wings, but that option was completely overridden by the other servant who had actually hit Aquino. Speaking of which, Shiro, did you even fucking train them? I asked, looking at this, misunderstanding. Hey. All I managed to do was raise their mana reserves and stamina, and work on teamwork a bit. It's basically impossible to make a schoolboy into a friggin' servant in a couple weeks, he replied, and anyway, I'm insulted too, you know. I didn't think they were that bad in a critical situation. Really. I threw up my hands, and then took a deep breath, okay. Then a new plan. After contacting Asako beforehand, I explained to them the essence of the new plan of action. You want to kill them? Alia exclaimed angrily, what if you don't make it in time? I've killed many people, and I don't want their blood on my hands. Master, I support Archer. Your plan is unreasonable. Asako added. Go ahead, I said in a commanding tone, I'll do my part and you do yours. If you make a mistake. Alia started, after a couple of seconds, I will personally kill you, Romani. Suit yourself, I shrugged and looked towards the wagon, begin. Tired face. Rias felt bad. Very bad. Her heart was racing, her hands were shaking, and her mana was wavering. Holding back the assassins, she watched her retinue with the corner of her eye. Gasper hid in his box and cried, while Asia treated the wounds the 3 of them had received, ensuring that Rias herself was still able to continue. There was no way Kiba, Zenobia, and Kaneko could defeat their opponents, who had only forced them to defend themselves. And Akino kept the assassins at bay, spreading lightning around herself and occasionally supporting the others from her position. Issei tried to maximize the time efficiency of his balance crusher, but even he couldn't deal with even one assassin. The air advantage was waning due to the unknown, instantly shooting down anyone who took to the skies. Rias' entire entourage, and indeed herself, had wounds all over their bodies, and blood soaked the school uniforms that had been turned into rags. The forces were quickly draining under the onslaught of the unknown assassins, and that was with only 16 of the 88 participating in the battle. Hope was slowly leaving Rias, giving way to despair and hopelessness. She didn't know how much longer they could hold out, but it was obvious to her that it wouldn't be long. Her brother, her sister-in-law, her friend, her parents. No one answered her call for help. Fear began to creep into her heart. Strong and all-consuming. She didn't want to die. She didn't want to see the members of her entourage die. She didn't want it to end like this. Kaneko collapsed from helplessness and blood flowed from her hands and nose. Kiba and Zenobia dropped their swords and fell behind her, and blood from their wounds began to spread across the floor. Akino lost consciousness, quickly using up her mana reserves. Issei's balance crusher shattered, and he himself landed headfirst on the floor of the wagon, instantly knocked out. Gasper closed his eyes and cried, while Asia supported Rias herself with her last strength. Not noticing one assassin slipping past her, he knocked Gasper and Asia out with a single blow each to the neck area. Tears began to flow from Rias' eyes, her lips quivered, and the already low amount of energy in her body began to run out, causing her magical shield to flicker from lack of mana. Her uniform, full of scratches and bloodstains, stuck to her skin. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. The same thought repeated in her brain like a broken record. She couldn't think straight, couldn't pull herself together, couldn't hope. But in an instant, the onslaught of assassins suddenly stopped. All 80 assassins gathered in one pile again and put away their knives. And then they dissolved into shadows as if they were not there at all. What? Rias muttered, dropping to her knee, and a flame of hope lit in her eyes. They're gone. Are we alive? She wasn't bothered by the questions, who was it, and why did they leave? Her heart filled with joy for the fact that they were still alive and could see tomorrow. The labored breathing began to stabilize little by little and the trembling began to go away. And when she truly believed the danger was over, her hearing picked up a whistling sound. And when Rias looked up toward the ruined part of the carriage where the sound had come from, the hope that had overtaken her turned to ashes like a dry leaf on a fire. A blue comet was flying towards her at an extremely high speed. The amount of mana that Rias felt from this comet made her terrified. It was so much that even the combined reserves of her entire retinue couldn't exceed it. And this very comet was running across the sky towards her, leaving a blue trail behind it. Now it was clear to her why the assassins had retreated. Their partner wanted to blow the hell out of the place. Gathering the last of her strength into a fist, Rias tried to cover Asia and Gasper with her body, then closed her eyes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for letting you down. Were her last thoughts as Comet had already entered the wagon. Boom. A deafening explosion sounded. Rias stopped feeling the floor beneath her feet and the pulse of force threw her somewhere far away. Asia and Gasper, whom she had felt with her hands, were now gone, and the pupils behind her closed eyes caught the bright blue light of the explosion. But suddenly she realized one detail. She could still think, and she could still feel the air with her skin. And if that was the case, then she was still alive. Gaining courage, she opened her eyes. Rias was floating in the sky and, realizing that she could still see, began searching for members of her retinue with her eyes. And she found one. All of them, just like her, were floating nearby in the air. And seeing this, she breathed a sigh of relief and finally relaxed. Are we really still alive? She asked in a whisper, unable to believe her eyes. Anything is possible, came a voice from behind her. Rias turned around sharply, where she saw Romani, who looked pleased. What is he doing here? Why did he show up right now, and why him? Say. Was all Rias managed to mutter. Was she really alive, or was it all just visions of the dead? That was her last thought before she lost consciousness. Tired face. The underworld. I was in the living room of the Gremory mansion, staring blankly at the ceiling, sprawled in a chair. The operation had been more or less a success, albeit with a few minor adjustments. Rias's entourage had escaped with relatively minor wounds without any risk of death. And now they were all unconscious in the Gremory infirmary. Which certainly didn't please Rias's parents, looking at me at the moment and not hiding their anger. Zeoticus Gremory and Venelana Bale. To be honest, I wasn't really interested in their opinions. Rather, what I was really interested in was the question of the Gremory's power as a clan. The Sitri control water, Agar's control time, and Belial control the overlay of uselessness. At the same time, the directionality of the Gremory is not mentioned anywhere. What is their inherited power? Do they possess clairvoyance, albeit severely limited like the Gowishia pillar? Or some trivial use of the elemental? So many questions, ahem. Rias's mother drew her attention, falsely clearing her throat and trying to speak calmly. Do you understand the reason for our anger, Romani-san? Not really. They're alive after all, I shrugged, to which both Venelana and Xiaticus clenched their fists. Even if you think my methods are unacceptable, it was necessary. Necessary? Rias' father couldn't stand it. You put them through the slaughter. Oh. You should understand the situation yourself. Rias brought this upon herself by adding a drag bearer to her retinue. Power attracts power. That means that whatever he does, trouble will come to him like family, and Rias, too. This experience will linger in their memories for a long time to come, showing the possible consequences of overconfidence and childish attitudes. They are still children. Venelana exclaimed. Well, that's true. But because the canon is in relative shit and I can't cover for them all the time, I have to act this way. What if they meet a shadow servant who doesn't care what, how, or why at all? The chance of that happening is close to zero, but it's not zero, right? If they do nothing, they'll stay kids. In the grave, I looked at them blankly. I showed them they were weak, shattered their idea of a rosy world with butterflies and rainbow ponies. What was the chance of their survival against Kokabiel if it wasn't for me? 0 or 0. And your daughter, I might add, was almost the first to rush to the front lines. They chose to remain silent in response. Rias and her entourage had already gotten a smackdown from Azazel and Surzex over it, but it was pretty weak. I realized they would have survived anyway since Vali or the world itself would have intervened, but attacking someone who could definitely kill them if he wanted to. The height of stupidity. A far preferable choice would have been to run away. What was the point of rushing into battle, risking one's life if nothing would change? Then again, Vali would have dealt with him even without their heroic intervention. Just hold the barrier along with Sona's entourage and that's it. In short, no self-preservation instinct at all. I'm probably going to be very ambiguous, but I only care about Issei's death. In an instant, while silence hung in the room, the doors opened. It was Rias, Aquino, Issei, and Azazel. Rias. Are you awake? How are you feeling? Venelana jumped up. Yes, I'm fine, Rias replied calmly. And when she saw me, she got into a fighting stance, and the power of destruction gathered in her hands. Why is he here? He almost killed us. Yes. Kiba, Zenobia, and Kaneko are bandaged up like mummies, and Asia and Gasper still haven't woken up. How could you do that, Sensei? Issei supported her, glaring angrily at me and summoning a gauntlet, while Aquino chose to remain silent and just stare. If I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be standing here. I rolled my eyes, showing that I wasn't particularly interested in their accusations, and then turned toward Azazel, who was crouching down. I take it you didn't tell them anything. Only that it was your doing, he said, and I thought it was best to leave the explaining to you. What? Rias asked in confusion, looking at Azazel. Consider your training started earlier than expected. I shrugged. As soon as I finished my sentence, she got the most incredulous look I'd ever seen on her face. A couple seconds later, it changed to an extremely indignant and angry one, as if I'd insulted her mother in front of her. Training. Training. Do you have any idea how I felt at that moment? My entire entourage practically died in front of me. I thought I'd never see them again. You call this training? Rias shouted, then glared at Azazel, and you supported him, Sensei. That crazy bastard who put us through something like this. Ha. Azazel sighed heavily, rubbing his forehead. To be honest, I didn't like his methods either. Then, why? I wanted to show you your own weakness, as well as assess your skills and behavior in a critical situation. Where you failed miserably, in fact. You quickly realized you couldn't contact anyone, but this was Gremory territory. Which meant you could have delayed the fight as long as possible so that someone would notice what was going on. But instead of grouping together and supporting each other with minimal mana and stamina, every member of your retinue was focused on their opponents. Well, except for you, who had to hold off 6 of them at once. And your vanguard was scattered to the sides. I paused and pointed at Issei, who looked in my direction and blinked his innocent and incomprehensible eyes. Your only orders were about Issei. Why? Why didn't you give instructions to the others? Are they useless compared to him? Everyone in your retinue acted individually as they received no orders other than, do not attack. You, quite frankly, gave up on them. However, neither did you keep your cool and, after judiciously assessing the situation, form the working strategy one mentioned earlier. At my words, Issei flinched, Aquino hesitated, and Rias pointed a finger at me with an indignant expression. But I didn't know if they could use magic. They could have just blasted us with one spell. So, you're admitting that in the first 20 seconds when the assassins did nothing, you didn't do anything either. No analyzing your opponent or anything like that. I grinned, to which she instantly shut up. Don't take my actions as some kind of personal revenge. Just remember how many times you tried to push me around, and then what I did to those who attacked the academy during the summit. I mean, if someone else with the same powers as me were in my place, what would it take for them to deal with you and your entourage? I straightened up and looked at her. Basically, anyone else in my position would have wiped her out by now because of the pressure and false sense of superiority, if they had the power or connections, of course. Who would like it when someone much weaker than him starts pushing his rights? I realize this is Surzex's fault, as I mentioned earlier, but still. The same Sona has a much nicer character and mature personality, even considering Serafal doing the same thing as Surzex. She's more responsible, independent and considerate than her friend, even though the circumstances are pretty much the same. You are not the navel of the earth. There are hundreds of creatures capable of crushing you and your brother. It's the same with me. There are definitely those who are stronger than me, and there will definitely come a time when I will be powerless. But I, unlike you, am well aware of that. You can't hide behind Surzex forever. He can't save you anywhere, anytime. And neither can your entourage. You do realize that your annulled engagement to Riser wasn't their problem, but yours personally, right? A princess waiting to be rescued, huh? Just a trophy, nothing more. Rias stood like a statue, frozen in time. Her gaze stayed fixed on me, her teeth clenched and her hands clenched into fists. Issei looked at her worriedly, as did Aquino, who occasionally gave me a judgmental glance. Azazel shook his head and sighed tiredly, and her parents did the same as Aquino. Some might say that I'm being too hard on Rias, that she's just a child, etc., etc. Except that she is the heiress of an ancient clan in an equally ancient society. And as such, she has a duty and responsibilities that she must fulfill. After all, she's very proud to call herself the heiress of the Gremory clan, isn't she? Getting back to the main plot, it's worth considering that she didn't even think to get her lazy ass up to study the terms of the contract, talk to Riser himself adequately, ask Surzex to train her, and all that sort of thing. After all, if she did that, there would basically be no need for Issei, who she had turned into a demon for the same reason. Though, who knows what the world would have undertaken for this unforeseen event. There are quite a few variations where Issei doesn't become a demon and yet is able to wreck a good half of DxD. Also, I think we'll have to replace Archer with someone tougher. His training method is too soft for them, considering the progress. Or rather, lack thereof. This is my farewell to you. Have a good day. I said and teleported home. I need a hug from Tia. Definitely. Tired face. Amiya's residence. Upon returning home, I immediately settled on Tia's lap, burying my face in her stomach and wrapping my arms around her waist. At my actions, she hummed cheerfully and began stroking my hair. Now the training arch had begun, where nothing is essentially happening. Which means I can relax and think. More specifically, I can decide who to replace Amiya with, and then send that servant to the underworld for supervision. I don't have any suitable replacements for my current lineup of servants. Grandpa, Gil, and Hercules are tough, but they will have to be discarded for obvious reasons. We'll have to call in a new one. But who exactly? The most obvious options would be Chiron, Skatak, Leonid, and Zhuge Liang in the person of Weaver. The Queen of the Land of Shadows and the King of Sparta are almost perfect options when it comes to fighting prowess and the rigors of training. On the other hand, Chiron and Zhuge Liang would be able to develop tactical and strategic thinking at a higher level than the first two. Right now, there were only me, Enkidu, Archer, and Tia in the hall. At the same time, Artoria, Lancelot, and Mordred occupied the training area underground that I had created at their request. Merlin and Gil had left to check something out, as Lancer had told me. Hercules and Medusa settled in the backyard, clearly wanting to reminisce about the past. Grandpa is still in the underworld watching the Rias group. Morgana made Arthur and Lofay introduce her to Vala's group, and Cateria left with them. And Alia has been out of sight on principle for who knows how long. Regarding the beasts. Fo was occupying Enkidu's head, but Gowishia found something interesting in the underworld and decided to see what it was. This is the first time he's left my body for such a long period of time, as he's definitely been gone for a couple days. I sighed tiredly and left Tia's lap, pulling her behind me. I guess it's okay to visit Yasaka. After all, she and I have unfinished business. You're in charge, Shiro. I said as I was leaving. Will you be long? What if someone comes looking for you? Amiya raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms. Who? Who do I need? I was about to object when suddenly someone started tugging at my clothes. Why is Rizavim acting so strange? I slowly turned around and lowered my gaze, where I saw Ophis looking at me with an impenetrable gaze. At the same time, Tia smiled happily and hugged her, to which Ouroboros didn't react in any way. What do you mean? I asked, not understanding what she was getting at. Ophis didn't answer me but grabbed my hand. My vision blurred for a moment, and when it returned to normal, me, her, and Tia found ourselves in a large and luxurious room. And no sooner had I examined the details than my hearing was pierced by a scream of anger and bewilderment. Why? What's wrong with me? Why do I dream about that bastard's face every night? I froze and slowly turned towards the source, where I saw a certain person screaming into a pillow on a huge bed. She was wearing a nightgown and her hair was in disarray. Rias-chan was wriggling around with her face buried in the pillow, screaming and muttering, giving the impression of some schoolgirl in puberty. At the same time, I finally managed to get a glimpse of the room's decoration. And I would not say that its occupant was a stickler for order and cleanliness. Silk curtains covered the windows tightly, so that the room was almost entirely in darkness, except for a single lamp by the bed. Clothes were scattered all over the place, and dust covered some parts of the interior as if no one had cleaned it for days on end. And maybe he cursed me. Yes. That's the way it has to be. Some kind of spell to throw me off balance. But his face was so beautiful. Rias-chan muttered, and then abruptly straightened up and smashed her head into the pillow with force. No. Why do I find this smug, pathetic, inferior, and charm? Then there was the sound of hitting something hard. And even from the farthest corner of the room we were in, I could see the red stain on her forehead. Stop. 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 Why the hell am I thinking these thoughts? What's wrong with me? I stared at it all with my eyes and mouth wide open, unable to believe what I was seeing. My hands had already wiped my eyes twice, and magic had tried 3 times to find any sign of illusion or drugs in my blood. But it was all in vain. How the hell did the almost main antagonist of the whole story go from being a charismatic and self-assured manipulator to this? How long has this been going on, this? I whispered to the Ophis. A few days. Rias-chan sends a descendant of Lucifuge in his place when he himself doesn't leave the room, she answered monotonously. I don't understand why she's acting so strange. A sex change can't be the reason, can it? Just a sex change? No, I don't think so. But a change of sex and psyche. It could be. Maybe I overdid it. In theory. I was about to explain when I was interrupted by Rias-chan's outcry. Who's in here? Didn't I tell you not to come in here? You. She straightened up abruptly and turned in our direction, then froze without speaking with her arm outstretched. She didn't move. I didn't move. And our gazes met. A spark ran between us. A lightning bolt, as if the rest of the world didn't make sense. Her mouth opened and closed, her eyes unblinking and her lips quivering. Disbelief and shock were clearly visible in her gaze. After a few seconds that seemed like an eternity, I smiled awkwardly and waved my hand as if to greet an old friend. How are you doing? Rias-chan didn't respond. She didn't respond at all until, no, she screamed like a banshee and curled up into a ball and released demonic energy, creating an explosion. Boom. The shockwave blew everything around Rias-chan away, knocking the door off its hinges and launching it far, far away. And the huge cloud of dust that had accumulated in her room filled the space, blocking the view. I managed to put a closed field around me, Tia and Ophis, so we escaped the consequences. With a wave of my hand, the veil of dust was blown away by the light wind, revealing Rias-chan. Everything around her turned to nothing, curtains, furniture, clothes, leaving only a bare bed. Her hands held her knees tightly in a lock, and my hearing caught her mutterings. This is a nightmare. I'm dreaming all this. He can't be here, right? Yeah, I must be dreaming, and he'll disappear on his own. Heh. On the one hand I feel sorry for the sight, and on the other, well. I grinned and pulled a seductive smile onto my face. Rias-chan. I said in a sweet tone and started walking slowly towards her. At my actions, she jumped up on the spot, staring at me. It's okay. I'm right here with you. Whoever that bastard is, I'll protect you from him. I spread my arms out to the sides, as if preparing to give the warmest hug I was capable of. It's okay. No one will hurt you under my protection. You have my word. I said, still smiling sweetly and seductively, practically approaching her bed. You. She mumbled, trembling with fear or excitement as her gaze never left mine. And just as I was about to reach her, a terrified Euclid Lucifuge flew into the room with his demonic wings spread. Mistress. Are you all right? He shrieked, and when he saw me, he became alert and prepared to fight. How did you get here? Ophis. I answered calmly, pointing at her. Ophis, he was surprised, and looked at her. Why did you bring an enemy here, Lady Ophis? Rias-chan was acting strange, and I decided to find out why. Did I do something wrong? With her head tilted to the side, Ophis asked innocently. Yes. You can't just bring your enemy into the base. This is fundamentally wrong. Graphia's brother declared. Why, when I can? The magician and the Great Mother are not enemies. As if to state the obvious, Ophis said. I. Euclid repeated, not knowing what to say, as his gaze ran between me and Ophis. And then he froze, processing her words, and stared at her incredulously. Great Mother. Tia sang out, raising her hand. Why do you call this dragon, Great Mother, Lady Ophis? Euclid asked cautiously. She. Ophis wanted to answer as I teleported behind her back and covered her mouth. Stuff happens. Ignore it, Siscon. Siscon. What does that word mean? Euclid was distracted. And while his attention was shifted, I activated the magic circle and went home with Ophis and Tia. There was more to come. Wouldn't want them to know Tia's identity. At least not yet. Aha. Tired face. Amia's residence. When my feet hit the familiar floor, I sat down on the couch and placed Ophis on my lap, resting my head on hers and hugging her lightly. Tia settled next to me and leaned on my shoulder, humming softly to herself. Archer and Lancer were gone, so it was just us in the living room. Well, seeing the consequences of my own actions, much less ones like this, was very uncomfortable, even if I did have a little fun. Now that I'm here, in a familiar and calm environment, moments of the incident that weren't being paid enough attention to were popping up in my mind. Many different emotions flashed across Rizavimchan's face as her gaze met mine. But joy, disbelief, and embarrassment were the strongest. How the hell am I supposed to react to that? Imagine a hot and juicy MILF, sharp and alluring eyes, plump lips, long silver hair, measurements 90-60-90, pale and smooth skin, slender legs and graceful arms, and then spice it all up with the demeanor of a first-time schoolgirl of about 14 years old in love when she's accidentally seen by her lover in a relatively unsightly way. I buried my face in Ophis's hair, who was already munching on the Amia cookies that were on the table in front of the couch. As I understand it, Rizavimchan hasn't left her room since the moment I overdid it, to put it mildly. I guess she doesn't even eat outside, and the only one allowed to enter her chambers is Euclid, whose loyalty to Lucifer is unwavering no matter what. I understand perfectly well the reason for her reaction to me. After all, I am not stupid like average Japanese schoolboy, which could rival the density of the crust of the planet itself. However, is it weird that I find the now Rizavimchan fascinating? Not as a woman, but as an older sister for whom spring has come after hundreds of millions of years. By the way. I slowly turned Ophis around to face me. She looked at me questioningly as she chewed a cookie while holding it with her hand. In the Chaos Brigade, everything in the Chaos Brigade is planned by Rizavimchan, right? I asked. I don't know, Ophis simply replied, I only gave them snakes. Hee hee. That's nothing new. However, now it's safe to say that Rizavimchan is in charge of everything. Or was, until she became a she, since I don't think she's capable of much strategic planning in her current state. Right now, all her thoughts are clogged with me both literally and figuratively. I don't care what they do. The important thing is to bring back the silence by getting rid of the Great Red, she finished and turned back to the table, reaching for the next batch of cookies. Well, the space between dimensions is indeed quiet, as only a few can survive there. True, according to Tia, the Great Red is a very noisy kid. If Ophis is an example of a bored recluse, he is a hyperactive and full of energy teenager. However, this begs the question, what happened before Great Red kicked Ophis out? After all, he is considered the protector of this dimension, and Ophis is far from a stickler for unnecessary movement. I sighed tiredly and leaned back on the back of the couch. In any case, I need to visit Yasaka. It's not like I can't be interrupted twice in 1 hour. Suddenly, a spatial gap opened in front of me, from which a shabby Vali fell out. Enough. Leave us alone, you bloody witch. I won't give you Albion, he shouted at the top of his voice as he crawled away from the crevice. True enough, after a second, he was bound by glowing ropes imbued with the fairy's aura. That's right. I will never submit to you. Added a male voice from the blue-white wings on Vala's back. I think I know what this is all about. Hee hee. Oh. And what will you do, white lizard? Out of your prison. Weak and helpless. No wonder you lost to the red dragon. Really pathetic, isn't it? Smiling evasively, Morgan said, slowly stepping out of the gap and striding towards Vali. It was a draw. I would have won if he hadn't intervened. Albion objected loudly as the wings on Vala's back flashed with furious frequency. But you didn't win, did you? Morgan asked, what a pathetic sight, Albion himself, whose age is almost as old as the planet, one of the most powerful dragons, hopelessly looking for excuses for his defeat. As a native of the British Isles, I don't know if I should collapse in tears of frustration. Enough. Please stop. Albion shouted pitifully now, I can't take it anymore. Stop insulting my partner, witch. Vali tried to defend him. Or what, a lost descendant of Lucifer? Haven't we already established that I'm much stronger than you? Morgan switched to Vali, placing a hand on his cheek, so much bluster came out of your mouth, but without any proof. You didn't even damage my clothes or hair, you know. Not even your, what's it called? Juggernaut drive used, and it's no use. You're really weak. Stop it. I don't want to hear you. Vali covered his ears and shook his head. Yeah. She's not being petty, is she? Morgan wasn't usually this sarcastic, but apparently Vali had hurt her somehow. The scene definitely gave the impression of some bully unilaterally bullying a weak and defenseless poor guy. Though in this case, it's probably deserved, and that troublemaker isn't exactly weak and defenseless. Well, almost. Of course, I wasn't the only one watching this whole spectacle. No, it wasn't Ophis and Tia who were busy with other things, but the team of Vali, Elaine, and Cateria that came out after Morgan. Baiko and Kuroka giggled loudly as they watched Vali being bullied and didn't hide their cheerful mood. Arthur and Lufei awkwardly averted their eyes, unable to look at it. Elaine and Cateria, with professionally stoic faces, stood behind everyone and silently watched the action. Ahem, I fake cleared my throat to get their attention, why the hell are you here? Couldn't you have picked some other place? As soon as I uttered my words, those present immediately turned their attention to me. However, when they saw the Ophis on my lap, they were a bit wary. Baiko smiled nervously, while Kuroka preferred to focus all her attention on me. She examined me from head to toe and then gave me a seductive smile, to which I only rolled my eyes. However, in the next second, Lufei was suddenly behind her back and gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Feeling this, Kuroka naturally flinched, starting to sweat and shiver. She cautiously turned towards the little witch and raised her hands as if to show that she wouldn't do anything. Lufei then gave her a beaming smile and pulled her back, to which the nervous Kuroka chose to simply comply, throwing a hurt look at Arthur's sister, who only smiled strangely. Cateria stood silently behind me, as if returning to her work, and Elaine didn't react except to shake her head occasionally. Morgan gave me a friendly wave, only to return to glaring at Vali afterward. I apologize for that, Romani-san. Arthur lowered his head, but Northwest other place to save Vali has crossed my mind. Well, why so adamant, boy? I only wanted to study the dragon's soul in those wings, nothing more. Morgan grinned, then looked at me. Did you miss me, husband? Like death. I mumbled carelessly and tilted my head sharply to the side. At the same time, Cateria bounced to the side due to whoosh. A giant axe staff flew past where my head was and where Cateria was, crashing into the wall and getting stuck in it. And Morgan, with her arm still outstretched, smiled sweetly and put her free hand to her cheek. Oh. I think my hearing is failing me, she said in a lusciously sweet tone. I think I heard that you weren't happy to see me. And I did hear that, didn't I, husband? I chose to remain silent and snuggle up to Ophis, who didn't care about anything at all except Amia's baking. I'm just shocked. What's with this habit of solving things by force? What if I didn't dodge in time? My severed head would have been sandwiched between her axe staff and the wall like I was slaughtered in a slaughterhouse and thrown away. Damn berserkers, Do you think something bad about me? Or am I just thinking? Morgan asked without changing her tone, looking at me as if to force me to say yes. My eyebrow twitched. Mind reading now, huh? And anyway, why the hell am I just putting up with this attitude if I'm stronger than her? Be careful what you think, husband, I heard a voice behind me, making me jump up and down in surprise. Morgan, who was suddenly behind me, whispered softly in my ear, resting her head on my shoulder, they can hurt. And a lot more than you think. Why do I get the feeling that even Heracles, heels blazing, would run from her, trying to save at least one life out of his 12? Or do I? Tired face. Amia's residence. I was sprawled on the couch, not paying attention to anything around me, my aloof gaze never leaving the ceiling. After his arrival, Vala's group, as well as himself, were seated in the common room while Morgan, who had taken a seat next to me, watched the white dragon bearer echodotically. Arthur was enjoying his tea like a well-mannered aristocrat, Lufei was smiling sweetly at a profusely sweating Kuroka, and Baiko was sprawled on his cloud. Cateria and Elaine had retreated to the kitchen to cook something. Vali, meanwhile, was trying his best to ignore Morgan and maintain some semblance of confidence after her verbal attacks. A tired sigh escaped my throat, even without looking at Tia and Ophis beside me. I then turned towards Morgan and rubbed my temples as something seemed rather suspicious to me. So, what's your plan, Your Majesty? Oh. She was naively surprised and covered her mouth with her hand. What makes you think I had any plan, my husband? And when did you decide to address me as you? So, you at one moment, absolutely accidentally, wanted to get acquainted with Vali's group, and then just as, absolutely accidentally, bring them here? I rolled my eyes at her actions. She remained silent in response to my words, but there was a definite satisfied smile on her face that Morgan made no attempt to hide. Then she made a gesture with her eyes, as if asking me to continue. Let me guess, it's something to do with Albion, isn't it? Indeed, it is. And if you think about it for a moment, you'll see what I want. Morgan nodded, looking at Vali, who didn't understand what was going on and neither did the others. I pressed myself against the Ophis again to get my thoughts in order. To make a long story short, Morgan is referring to Albion Nasuverse, specifically the fact that both the red and white dragons there are Albion. That's what the ancient Greeks called Britain before it even became one. Generally speaking, Albion Nasuverse is retarded or overconfident, to say the least. When all dragons preferred to shift to the backside of the world, sensing the end of the age of gods, this one did nothing. Eventually, when it came to him that the consequences would still affect him, Albion thought of nothing better than to try to dig a hole in the ground to escape. Failed miserably, though, as the clock tower was built on his corpse. Going back to Morgan's idea, she probably wants to synchronize Drake and Albion somehow and see what happens. You could say that Nasiverse Albion is the embodiment of the island of Britannia, and if that's indeed the case, oh. You don't want to get those two dragons in your charge, do you? In that case, Artoria is entitled to it too, you know. Why did I say dragons and not hosts? Obviously, Morgan won't be interested in them, but rather just the sacred gears. What? I won't obey anyone. Vali exclaimed. That's right. Albion supported him. It doesn't make sense. My dearest sister has absolutely no interest in this, Morgan ignored their cries and said, and leaving such toys in the hands of humans does not give me pleasure. Besides, doesn't your opinion on these toys support my actions? After all, you're in favor of choice in any situation. That. I started to say, but stopped, and then thought about her words for a moment. That makes sense. But you understand our circumstances, don't you? If you were 3 times Queen of the Fairies, Alia would be stronger. Did I say I'd do it before the event? Don't underestimate my intelligence, husband, or I might take offense, you know. Morgan smirked wryly. Anyway, I waved her off. I take it Vali is under your wing now. Or rather, only him, since the red one is not available yet. Hey! Are you listening to us? Shouted Vali and Albion in one voice. True, they were ignored, as usual. Right, Morgan nodded. I don't want to find a new white host. Besides, the current one is quite docile. I just need a little more etiquette. I've had enough. Vali roared and entered his balance breaker, then flew towards us with an outstretched fist. I didn't react to that in any way. There was no point to it. My magic circle would automatically block it. The Ophis wouldn't be affected by his attack at all, and neither would Tia. Besides. Crackle. In an instant, Vali was nailed into the wall by Morgan's axe staff. His balance breaker shattered into thousands of shards and slowly disappeared. And blood flowed from his head, but nothing lethal. Oh. What a naughty dragon. Maybe I should teach you some etiquette. Slowly stepping towards Vali, Morgan asked, we know very well that I'm stronger, don't we, boy? Damn witch. He hissed back before passing out. Those observing the action were merely observing. Well, except for Kuroka and Biko who found it amusing. Tia sang out, getting up from the couch and walking over to Vali. She began gently stroking his head and back, from where Albion's wings were coming out, Thank you, great mother. Muttered the white dragon. This is learning, beast too, not a beating. Children need lessons for them to grow and become better. Ask your mate if you doubt my words. Morgan smiled and pointed at me, to which Tia paid no attention, preoccupied with the battered Vali. Deciding that the matter was relatively over, I wanted to take a nap. However, I wanted to check on Azazel and ask about my artificial noble phantasm. After all, enough time had passed without any news. And Da Vinci-chan was still not saying anything. With these thoughts, I teleported to Azazel in the underworld, where I found him by magic signature. Well, let's see what's going on there. I'll check on Rias. Tired face. The underworld. Well, I found myself in the middle of a rocky area with mountains and hills. The sun was still in the sky and the temperature was neither cold nor hot. But I didn't see anyone in visible proximity. Was it me screwing up the coordinates, or had Azazel already left? Shrugging my shoulders, I was about to go looking for him when suddenly. Boom. A decent-sized explosion went off not far from me. A strong wind picked up and started blowing my face and clothes around. And the area where the explosion occurred filled with smoke, dust, and tongues of blue flame. It was only after noticing the last item that I froze in place for a moment, and then headed towards the source of the explosion. Blue flames. Only Tiamat possesses flames of that color, doesn't he? Almost reaching the spot, I saw Azazel standing on a relatively tall stone spire, crossing his arms and watching something. I teleported over and found myself standing next to him, and then looked where he was looking. And what I saw was, well, hopeful. Standing in the middle of the area was Tiamat in her human form, with little tongues of blue flame still coming out of her mouth. And just a little further away from her was a large crater that was most likely formed due to her attack. Attack on who? Rias and her retinue, of course. They all lay battered and exhausted behind the site of Tiamat's attack. Their entire clothing, still school uniforms of course, was soot, dirt, blood. Claw marks were clearly visible on it, and some parts of it were burned or scorched, much like their hair. Minor scratches or abrasions covered their skin, but they were still on their feet. Rias, Asia, Gasper, and Aquino stood behind them. In front of them were Kaneko, Zenobia, and Kiba, and already in front of them was Issei. Their breathing was all intermittent, heavy, and labored. Their legs were shaking, but still kept their bodies standing. And, most importantly, their gaze. It was as hard as stone. There wasn't an ounce of fear or doubt in there, only confidence. I can clearly see that they are now working as a unit, not what they were before the performance on the train. Not perfect, of course, but it's something. Not bad, is it? Azazel said casually when he noticed my gaze. I think your prank had an effect on them. It did. Really, isn't that too quick a change? I raised an eyebrow. Well, it's because of Surzex's sister, he said as if that explained everything. What? Let's just say your words hurt her pretty badly. He started and scratched his chin. You called her a trophy, and it hit her pride. She spent half a day freaking out as best she could, and then she had a very heartfelt conversation with her entourage. You can see the results. Oh. How unexpected. Quick and unexpected, to be exact. Like, all I should have done was call her the right word. I grinned. I guess they won't mind my visit, will they? I muttered thoughtfully. Well, that depends on how you look at it. He grinned. I'll have to put up with it. I grinned back. Well, it'll be interesting to talk to them now. And I think I forgot something. Never mind, though. I definitely know what to do now. Tired face. Underworld. What the hell are you doing here? Rias's shrill and indignant scream echoed throughout the bathing hall of the Gremory mansion. At this, I slowly opened my eyes and pointed towards the entrance, where I saw Rias herself and her entourage. What was I doing here? As Azazel had explained to me, they were taking a little rest after their training and headed here to recover and fully relax. Without much thought, I decided to meet them here, taking over the main pool. There were still some minor bruises and cuts on their skin, but otherwise they were fine. Kiba and Zenobia were limping a bit, Kaneko was moving very slowly and lethargically, Aquino and Rias were thinking about something, judging by their faces, and Issei was carrying Gasper on his back while Asia walked beside him with her head down. All in all, that's the state of mind one should be in after hard training. And I seem to be fine with it, but the question of why the change is so drastic still haunts me. When they saw my figure calmly resting there, the reaction was painfully obvious, frozen bodies and dumbfounded faces. And disbelief and shock were physically felt in the air. I grinned. They were definitely happy to see me. Truthfully, I felt almost no hostility. Practically, are you listening to me? I was jerked out of my thoughts by another shout from a certain tomato. I chose to piss Rias off even more by ignoring her completely. Why are you here, sensei? Aquino asked more calmly, deciding to be the voice of reason. Oya. Can't I check on my students? You make it sound like I want to kill you, I said with my hand on my chest and a hurt face, and Rias' eyebrow twitched at me. It breaks my heart, my dear students. You don't have one. Rias objected vehemently, then took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Let's go. We need to get some rest. Then she simply stepped into the water, to which she received surprised looks from the others. What? She asked them after noticing this. We know very well what sensei is like. He won't do anything, but rather just wants to talk. At her words, her entourage thought for a second, and then quietly followed her. Even Issei, who was supposed to be tearing up and throwing up over the fact that they were wearing swimsuits. Apparently, he was too exhausted to act normally for himself. My reaction to this, on the other hand, was stunned. Only to me, of course. I froze and watched their calm actions in amazement, as I definitely wasn't expecting something like this after my trick. Wow. Just wow. And you don't care about an evil and insane bastard like me being in the same room with you. Should I be concerned about your sanity? My medical practice is not about psychology, you know. Tilting my head to the side, I said. Rias leaned calmly on the edge of the pool and began to dab her shoulders with her hand in a measured motion. Then she looked at me with her blue-green eyes, in which I could not see a drop of concern or hostility. Aquino settled down beside her and closed her eyes, just enjoying the hot water. The rest of us, however, chose to gather a little away from us all and do the same as Rias Queen. You are indeed as you have described yourself, Sensei, Rias began, but I assure you, there is nothing wrong with our sanity. And there is something I would like to do first. What's that? I raised an eyebrow. She straightened up and, without thinking, bowed to me. Her body formed a perfect right angle at the waist, and her red hair hung down over the water, forming a waterfall. And this is where I was really surprised. Or rather, naturally dumbfounded. My eyes and mouth opened wide enough to hold the entire solar system. My body didn't move, and for a moment even though the hot water in the pool wasn't hot at all. Who the hell is that? Where's the Rias who'd blame me for all my troubles? I wasn't drinking, was I? Maybe the water in the pool is imbued with illusion magic so strong that it even broke through my resistance to magic. And while I was doubting everything I could, Rias spoke, still not changing her pose. I would like to thank you, Sensei. At first, I really didn't want to accept your words in any possible way. They sounded so nasty and hurtful to me that I just wanted to attack you and maybe try to kill you. Oh, even like that. But then, locked in my room, I began to think. Slowly and reluctantly, but I started. I combed through my memories for every interaction we had with each other, and then tried replacing your figure with someone else. And that someone else was the White Dragon Emperor. Heh. Why would that be? He's a bit like you. Just as self-righteous and pompous. Just as annoying and vain. But most importantly, just as strong. At least for us, she continued, as if reading my thoughts, Azazel Sensei told us about him. Partially, true, but still. And the White Dragon Emperor might have just attacked me and my retinue if I'd pressured him to do it instead of you. And maybe he'd have more than just bruises. He wouldn't care about my brother or his power, he'd just do what he wanted to do, regardless of the consequences. Sounds like Vali. It really did. Then I wondered about my engagement to Riser. We only went on one date, but I distinctly remember not listening to him or even looking at him. The contract was never even on my radar, and all information related to it came exclusively from my family. Okay. That sounds really weird. From Rias' own mouth, I mean. But I never got to hear the reason, and the reason I wanted to hit you. Trophy. That's what you called me then, in my own house, surrounded by my own family and entourage. It hurt me deeply. Very much so. So much so that even now that word leaves a bad taste in my mouth when I say it, then Rias straightened up and looked me straight in the eye. I hate your methods. You made me see things I wish I had never seen. You gave me hope, and a second later you ruthlessly destroyed it. You made me experience a powerlessness I've never experienced before. And I definitely won't forget that, and I may never forgive you, but... She paused for a moment without breaking eye contact with me. Thank you. Thank you for showing me how I would have ended up if I kept acting like this. Well, I certainly didn't expect her to step over herself and spit it all out in my face. It's like she's been transformed. A caterpillar turned into a butterfly, huh? Her words were smooth and calm. There wasn't an ounce of lie or doubt in them. And now, she actually looked pretty good in my eyes. I grinned. All it took was one right word, huh? Rias was the only one talking, and wanting to know what the others were doing, I looked around. As it turned out, they were exhausted, as the vast majority of them had fallen asleep. Kiba and Zenobia had fallen asleep right in the water, resting their heads on the edge of the pool. Kaneko and Gasper leaned on each other as if they were brother and sister. Well, sister and sister. Drool flowed from the sleeping Issei's mouth, and a silly, twisted smile shone on his face. And on his shoulder was the head of a sniffling Asia. Aside from Rias, only Aquino was awake, looking at me and nodding to herself as if deciding something. I flattered. You lack tact, Sensei. I'm not finished yet. But what else should I expect from someone like you? She interrupted me, and now my eyebrow twitched. I'm telling you loudly, I'm not a trophy. And I will prove it to everyone. Especially you. One day I will make you apologize to me and my entire entourage for this incident. You have my word. Dream on, Princess of Tomato Destruction. I grinned. And now I want to rest with my entourage without any unauthorized persons, so please go home. She said with a smile on her face, letting her nickname pass her ears. Yeah, whatever. I just shrugged and headed for the exit. A thoughtful grin appeared on my face. An unexpected change, but I can't say it's not a good one. Definitely. Tired face. The underworld. An artificial night had fallen. The night sky and cool breeze went well with the cup of hot coffee in my hand. And the gazebo in the giant garden of the Gremory mansion where I was now, lent some sort of soothing aesthetic. The garden, on the other hand, looked typically lavish. Even though I was here alone, in a non-human world and not at home, it felt comfortable. There were neatly trimmed bushes and trees, paved droves, decorated lanterns, and the like. Lights still burned in the windows of the mansion, and every now and then I could see servants either working or scurrying about. I took a sip and closed my eyes. Rias's change of heart was a pleasant experience. In fact, it meant that she would now take her training seriously. And not just her own, but that of her entourage as well. The cohesiveness of their team is already visible, and their trust in each other doesn't allow them to waste any time being skeptical. Rias has truly done a Herculean job in such a short period of time. That can be said with confidence. But I'm really interested in what kind of conversation there was between her and the others. What exactly were the words she said to ensure all of this? If before their relationship was like more or less distant relatives, absent-mindedly failing to see each other's problems, now it's become like a family. Quite strange, to be honest. At one point, I heard the sound of footsteps approaching me. Their owner walked hesitantly into the gazebo, though he tried to hide it, and then sat down across from me on the other side of the round table in its center. I already knew who it was, but I didn't react to him in any way, and instead took another sip of coffee without opening my eyes. The person across from me didn't say anything, just gave me a look that was quite perceptible. The silence continued. The sounds that my hearing picked up were only the rustling of the trees, the soft howling of the wind, and the hissing of insects, but nothing more. Things went on like this for about 5 minutes, and during all the time my gaze never left my figure. Until at some point, she decided to speak up. "San. What are you doing here, Akino-san? Don't you need to rest now like the rest of us?" I interrupted, opening my eyes and pointing them at my interlocutor. Yeah. It was Akino. She was looking rather tired and lethargic at the moment, which was to be expected since practically the rest of the entourage had fallen asleep right in the water. The strange thing was that Akino was acting a bit cautious. She didn't even have her usual smile on her face, which she preferred to show in almost any condition. "Ha." She sighed tiredly before continuing. "First, I'd like to echo some of what Rias said. Like she said, your methods are disgusting, but like me, understood your ultimate goal of opening her eyes. And for that you are to be thanked, though not wholeheartedly." I just shrugged my shoulders at that. "You have indeed succeeded in your goal." She talked to us, told us what she thought, listened to what we thought, and then drew conclusions. And not just her, but us, her entourage, Akino continued, and then looked at me. "I could use a glass of water." In response to her words, what she asked for appeared in front of her. "Thank you," she nodded, and took a sip, but Rias missed one important point. "And what was that?" "You said that free cheese is only in the mousetrap, didn't you? Then why are you helping her?" "Helping us? Even though I have obvious feelings for you, and I know it's not your style to hurt someone for no reason. You seem suspicious. You're basically helping us out for nothing. At least, that's what it looks like to us." She paused and took another sip. "You could just ignore the rest of us. You are the reincarnation of Solomon himself and wield overwhelming power. So much so that even Lord Lucifer can't cause you even the slightest sense of apprehension or fear. The angels are willing to bend the knee to you if you ask. I doubt very much that someone like Rias, no offense to her, would be worth your attention if you didn't have a personal agenda," she continued, and then looked at me intently. "So, why are you helping us?" "Heh. Same question as before. And it makes sense, considering what I said. Really, should I answer her truthfully? I can't just say that he's the main character and this whole world is a made-up story, can I? Basically, I'm only interested in Issei's success and making sure he doesn't fall off the hoof early. The story armor is crumbling before my eyes as it is, given that canon is deep in shit and doesn't want to wash itself clean of it. At the same time, there's a very healthy idea that he doesn't need to hit Trihexa from scratch, only to finish him off. Alia's words during the raiding game can more or less confirm this, given that she wasn't lying, of course. However, it's worth considering that the outcome of the main events should roughly coincide. That means I can't just take Issei right now, buff him, practically destroy Trihexa, and have the main character take the final blow. I rubbed my temples from the headache that had appeared. Should I catch, tie up, and interrogate Alia? I don't know. Does that question cause pain, sensei? Akino asked, writing off my actions as her words. Not this one. If it were, the reaction would be different, I grinned, to which she did not respond in any way. My gaze dropped to the contents of the mug in my hand and then directed to Akino. I do have a personal goal. Then. But that doesn't mean she can harm you in any way. Well, or by my personal actions. You know what Solomon was famous for, besides his immense power, right? That's right, controlling demons. But I didn't do that, did I? You're living the same life as before. Well, except for the sudden jump in frequency. You think, act, exist as you wish, not at my behest. In essence, I'm a bystander who's reaching out to you because our goals are partially aligned, I said, shrugging. Don't fill your head with that and just ignore me. After all, if I wanted to hurt you, I would have done it already. However, that's the same thing I said before, right? She didn't loosen her gaze after hearing all of this. But she didn't try to argue or ask any other questions. And not because Aquino is stupid or anything, but because my words are the truth. As much as I'd like to keep schoolchildren out of it. Thank you for your time, Sensei. Though I didn't hear a direct answer to my question, she stood up from the table, and yes, I will miss the point where you didn't mention your possible inactivity. Oh. That's not bad. After all, I really didn't say anything about it. Good night, Sensei. Aquino said and headed for the exit. She paused for a moment and added, my feelings for you have not diminished. Even with everything you're doing. Remember that. And with those words, I was alone again. My reaction to her last sentence was nothing but shrugged shoulders. Let her do what she wants. Just as I was about to enjoy the silence and the atmosphere around me again, a familiar voice sounded nearby. How interesting. Her words were firm, and she definitely believed what she was saying. I don't understand her train of thought or how she could have feelings for a madman like you, though I don't understand feelings in general. Oh, does that embarrass you, my friend? What a shame you're as callous as. I started to rant and turned towards the arriving Gowishia when I saw something. Or rather, someone. It's who I think it is, isn't it? Hi. Even if you're not the Soli I knew, you talk just like him. However, you are what was it? Pseudo-soul, right, the figure who arrived with Gowishia positively exclaimed. She then cheerfully raised her hand and smiled, Rias Gremory. Nice to meet you, Romani. Hearing all this, I put my hand to my face and rubbed it hard. Now I could see what the beast I found interesting. Except that I'm definitely not happy about it. Why do I need another headache, right? Tired face. The underworld. It was still the same evening, still in the same garden of the Gremory mansion, and still at the same table, silence reigned. And that was true, except for the cheerfully humming demoness sitting across from me. Rias Gremory, one of the original pillar demons of this world, created by Lucifer. One that chose to fall into a deep sleep after the war with heaven to avoid intrigue and conspiracies. Kokabiel is also the original, but he's perfectly content to simmer in this cauldron. I glance at her, to which she smiled sweetly and waved, playing the cheerful young girl. Her appearance matched that image, though. I'd give her about 18 or 20. She had long scarlet hair, tied back in 2 ponytails and secured with black ribbons, with a small bow tied around her bangs. Pink eyes, snow-white skin, and normal, exactly normal, breasts. She was wearing the school uniform of Koa Academy. Apparently Rias had borrowed one of Rias's kits when she was younger. She wore a black cape with brown fur around the edges. All in all, I'd even call her a nice young lady if I didn't know who she really was. And from what I understand, her personality isn't bad either, as there isn't the usual demon arrogance or anything like that. I nodded briefly and took a sip of my already cooled coffee. Oh. Are you done studying me, Romani? She asked cheerfully when she saw my nod. I can tell you're definitely not surprised that I'm alive and well, but rather that I'm here now. You knew about me, didn't you? You're supposed to be hibernating, aren't you? Did that stale crust wake you up? You mean you? Gowishia put in stoically. Wow, have you learned how to turn the tables, drama god king? Are you trying to imply something, magician? Gowishia raised an eyebrow. I'm not hinting, I'm telling you directly about your pens, handy. I'm heartily glad you're paying attention to me, magician, but you're not my type. I'm not surprised. You're a long way from a figure like me. I smiled cheekily, to which Gowishia clucked his tongue loudly. And Beast Eye is indeed evolving. He didn't bicker with me before. At least not like this. He has become independent and has developed a, how shall I say, personality. Previously, Gowishia was already showing the first signs, and now he was starting to look like someone who had just transcended childhood. Let's just say that before the story began, he never left my body at all, his phrases were short and detached, and his emotions were practically non-existent, save for brief flashes of curiosity or incomprehension. Right now, Gowishia was interested in something. If he were the man he was before at this moment, it was likely that Rias would simply be consumed by him. To summarize, he's quite the man now. Though young. Hee. Rias chuckled softly, looking at us. Do you have something to say, Second Gremory? Gowishia turned his attention to her. Why so rude, Your Majesty? She smiled cheerfully back, but yes, I do have something to say. You and Romani definitely have a soulful relationship, there's no doubt about that. Soulful. Gowishia tilted his head to the side. are you trying to insult me? But it is, she raised a finger in the air and shook it from side to side. I don't sense any hostility or aggression between the two of you, only irritation and humility. I'd even call you longtime friends, you know. You're absolutely right. At least someone realized that. High five. I exclaimed and straightened my arm, palm facing her. Hey, she laughed and high-fived me. I like Rias. She has that freedom that I appreciate. She doesn't care about anything but preserving her flight. She chose to brush aside the affairs of the demon race and just fall into slumber. And preserving her soul's youth is only second on her list of priorities. All the intrigue, strife, and power are of no interest to her. As far as I remember, she has an agreement with her clan in which they are to entertain her and she will help them in a time of dire need. It is noteworthy precisely because no one knows when exactly she wakes up and under what conditions. Does it depend on the energy of the underworld? I don't know. I'm surrounded by idiots. Gowishia sighed irritably and rubbed his temples when he saw that we had found common ground without even talking to each other. Anyway, I said, ignoring Beast Eye and sitting down normally at the table, you never answered my question, Rias. Well, as a matter of fact, you weren't wrong. His Majesty woke me up. And you came here at once. You didn't want to show yourself to your descendants. Why? It suits me fine. I don't think the entertainment provided by them will be better than what His Majesty offered. What do you mean? I raised an eyebrow at the strange wording. I'll stay with you. You don't mind, do you, Romani? She asked, pretending to be a sweet and shy girl. I froze, and then stared at Gowishia naturally. Why? Without turning my head, I turned to Rias. What did that bastard offer you? You have a descendant of Leviathan as your maid, and she was a good friend to me. Besides, according to His Majesty, you have a lot of fun at home, she said thoughtfully, tapping her forefinger on her chin. I promise I won't cause trouble. I remained silent and created a new cup of coffee, then sipped it. That sounded not so bad. She wasn't lying when she said it. So, she really wants to hang out with Cateria. And the atmosphere in the Amia residence is only calm when the servants are busy doing their own things outside. And Rias doesn't seem like the type to cause trouble. I mumbled, in principle, I don't mind. But I'd like you to tell me something. Sure, no problem. How many other primordials are alive and well? Besides Zekrom, I started, and she thought for a moment. I doubt very much that you two are the only ones who are that smart. I don't know, Rias replied after a while. It was just a business relationship between us, nothing more. The only people I spent time with were Leviathan, young Zekrom, and Dantalion. But the latter has already left us, unfortunately. I see. I nodded. Well, I didn't really get any answer. But it doesn't really matter, because Gowishia will find them wherever they hide. If necessary, of course. In addition, I would like to know the fate of Lilith, Adam's first wife and the one they call the mother of demons. No information on whether she helped Lucifer willingly, why she did, or if she's still alive. It would have made for a very informative conversation with her if a conversation had been struck up between us. It would have provided missing pieces of the lore of this world, as so much doesn't match up with canon. I can still remember the shock I had at discovering the truth about Ophis, the Great Red, and Tia. And I missed one tiny point. By the way, I began, drawing the attention of both demons, how did our Gremory react to you? Given your personality, I doubt she was all that pleased. Hee hee. She giggled, but didn't answer. And Gowishia rubbed his forehead and closed his eyes before answering for her. The pillar of Gremory is, out of sorts. That's an understatement, Your Majesty. The phoenix symbol lit up next to him. She's depressed and doesn't talk to anyone. Huh. I didn't understand. Excuse me. It's Baal's fault. Furfur said as his symbol appeared. What? As you know, magician, Baal likes to bicker with Gremory. And when we learned what kind of personality the local version of her has, it got very noisy. Barbatos explained. Heh. So, you're saying that was enough to make the pillar demon depressed? I asked in a skeptical tone. To be fair, we weren't all expecting something like that. Sitri was now joining in. Hey. It's not my fault your version of me is such a prude. Rias exclaimed, as if she didn't want to have fun and be young once in a while. Oh. Phoenix said after a couple of seconds, I think Gremory has cried again. I suggest we calm her down. It was me last time, so deal with it yourself. Sitri stated, and then his symbol in the air disappeared. Without me. Phoenix supported him and disappeared as well. And the rest of the group followed him. Ah. I guess I'll have to do it, Gowishia said tiredly and returned to my body, then added, don't bother me for a while and I'll do the same. Sure. I shrugged and looked at Rias. Shall we go? Tired face. Amiya residence. 2 days later. All the residents of the Amiya residence gathered around the table to have dinner and spend time peacefully. This included Elaine and Cateria, who didn't have to be persuaded for long. In a relatively short period of time, they had become a full-fledged part of our small group. However, some of the main reasons were Amiya's cooking and the way everyone perceived each other. Free, to be as accurate as possible. A hearty atmosphere was being created, so to speak, where everyone could find a place to belong. I took the cup of coffee in my hand and took a small sip while stroking the head of Tia sitting next to me. Vali and his group left as soon as they had the chance. Of course, he threw a couple minor insults in Morgan's direction, to which she only laughed out loud and let them go. Why the quotation marks? She shouldn't cost her anything to find them now, since she left a kind of beacon on him. And when she wants to play with their nerves, they won't be able to hide on principle. Ah, yes, in addition to the servants, Cateria, Elaine, the Pendragon duo, and Alia, there was Archer and Rias sitting at the table, munching contentedly on Archer's cooking and occasionally distracted by a conversation with Cateria. It had been 2 days since the founder of the Gremory clan had settled in, and I must say her personality had allowed her to find common ground with just about everyone, if you didn't count Gil with his typical attitude. Rias was especially quick to befriend Enkidu, Artoria, Medusa and, oddly enough, Merlin. With Lancer, she often discussed clothing and dressed him up in a wide variety of outfits. Of course, most of them were feminine. Enkidu himself didn't mind such things and had fun at the expense of Gil, who was tasked with evaluating this or that set of clothes. With Saber and Ryder, Rias talked about everything. I'd even say they became very close friends. Occasionally, she would encourage the two of them to do different things with Amiya, or just tease them. Mordred picked up on it, calling Archer mother with a perfectly calm face, and Morgan found it good fun to watch from the sidelines. Lancelot, on the other hand, nodded approvingly, seeing Artoria's attitude, and Merlin chuckled. Medusa only smiled at Rias' teasing, but Artoria was blushing like a beet. Even so, she still preferred to stay close to Archer and hold his hand, which only made Rias' comments more hilarious. Speaking of Merlin. Both he and Rias found each other interesting. Not romantically, of course, but in terms of history and personality. They could spend hours telling each other events from their past and laughing about them. Of course, they mentioned embarrassing or amusing incidents, to which either Cateria or Artoria, or both at once, would blush in embarrassment. Of course, sometimes the funny stories would devolve into serious brainstorms, where everyone would express some philosophical views. In that case, all 5 of them would gather in one room, bringing with them something prepared by Amiya. I think the fact that they became friends very quickly is due to the fact that each of them is similar to each other in some way. Medusa was used to being considered a monster, Artoria was an aristocrat, Enkidu was created for a specific purpose, and Merlin, just a Merlin. And Rias resembled each of them. To summarize, she had acclimated very quickly and without any problems in principle. I set the cup down and directed my gaze to Alia, dressed in her dragon sleeping suit. So, you've been gone a long time, Ika-san, I began, getting her attention. Where have you been all this time? Oh. Interested in the private life of an underage schoolgirl, sensei. She smiled cheekily. You have a crush on me, don't you? Unfortunately, you're not my type. Answer the question, please. With a twitching eyebrow I said, and the food in front of her disappeared. Hey. Why? I was just kidding. Still can't hear the answer. Okay, she threw up her hands and pouted. I was covering the holes. Why do you think shadow servants haven't been showing up lately? Or did you think I was completely useless? Oh. Come to think of it, they really haven't shown up since the incident with Morgan and Mordred. Perhaps I was wrong about her. Although, I still find a resemblance to a certain blue-haired water goddess. You're insulting me, aren't you? Slamming the table, Ika shrieked. Anything is possible, I shrugged, then one more question. Do you happen to know where Lilith is now? Why are you interested in that? I need a reliable source of information, which you are not. Well. She hesitated, she's not available. I raised an eyebrow. That's a strange way of putting it. Not dead, but not available. Most likely, Ika realizes she can't lie to me, and said exactly that. But if Lilith is not available, that means she's either sealed, half dead, or something else. Is it temporary or not? I don't think it would bring too huge a change to the plot, given our current situation. As is, Gowishia has already been revealed. It's not up to me. That answer didn't give me anything. But I won't say more than that. It wasn't just me who raised an eyebrow at that wording, but the others as well. It's very strange that Alia put it that way. Is it directly related to the plot? I think so. But how or how much, I have no idea. I'll have to put that question on hold for now. You. I was about to ask about the upcoming events and what to prepare for, as I was abruptly interrupted. And it was done by someone I did not expect to hear here. Your cooking is as good as ever, Archer. Something does not change from world to world, eh? In surprise, the servants changed into battle dress and raised their weapons, pointing them at the guest. And when they saw who it was, they were surprised, but did not put their weapons back. Apprehension and tension instantly hung in the air. And it wasn't because of the threat to life, but... What are you doing here, Zelrich? Amiya asked cautiously, holding his paired swords in his hands. Have you come for another victim? Oh. Why so rude, Shirokuin? Don't all the adventures we've been through warm your heart? The interdimensional vampire grinned toothily, at which Archer twitched in annoyance. You mean the time you sent me to the world of women? Or how you turned me into a sword? Or... Yeah, those two. Weren't you having fun? At least you could act on your own free will instead of someone else's. TSK. Archer clucked loudly and put his gun away. Yeah. Poor Amiya. I doubt that's all he went through at Zelrich's behest. The pluses he mentioned still outweighed the minuses, though. Partially, of course. Woman's world. Artoria raised an eyebrow and glared at Archer. Care to tell me about it, Shiro? No. Bad answer. I apologize, but I need to talk to Archer alone. With the sweetest smile possible on her face, Artoria said and took Amiya by the scruff of the neck and headed upstairs. Look, Saber, it's not my fault. It was all his. Archer shouted as he was dragged like a rag. Believe me, I didn't do anything. Saber. He tried to break free from Artoria's clutches, really tried, but to no avail. After all, Saber's power rank is higher. I'll keep an eye on them. Medusa said calmly and followed them, but I saw her brow furrow. I'll help, Ma. Mordred got up from the table, but Morgan left her. Don't. This is a parent's business, and theirs alone. She said with a smirk on her face. But. I think you should listen to Her Majesty this time, Sir Mordred, Lancelot interjected, and Merlin did not hide his chuckle in the background. You don't want to see something like that. The next moment Archer tried to dematerialize to escape from Artoria somehow. He was stopped, however, by the flashing light of Excalibur against his neck. You will answer my questions, won't you, Shiro? With a smile that threatened to split his face, Artoria asked, You will, won't you? But. Archer tried to say something, but to no avail. That's good. Saber nodded, and together with Archer and Ryder they disappeared into the passage to the second floor. There was silence in the hall for about 2 minutes. Some found the situation amusing, some not so much, but everyone agreed that it was worth keeping the silence to honor Archer if he survived. I sighed tiredly and rubbed my temples, then looked at Zelrich. So, why are you here? I doubt it's for nothing. Really, he nodded, then adjusted his clothes and looked back at me. I need your help. What? Tired face. An unknown place. A kaleidoscope of different colors and their shades appeared before my eyes again. It was a kaleidoscope of different colors and shades of colors, changing into a peculiar and chaotic cycle that repeated itself over and over again. Thankfully, this time Zelrich had asked before sending me to the other world. According to him, the place I was going to might turn into a lifeless wasteland. All because someone is unable to keep his hobby under control. Everything was supposed to be fine, as he says himself, but here's a very unfortunate chain of events that led to just that. The damn vampire didn't give me any details, just told me I'd figure it out quickly. Oh, yes. The man had argued that my intervention was because I owed him a favor. Of course, I wanted to ask why that had happened, and it was very simple. My not entirely well-thought-out actions with death had borne fruit. As it turned out, after I left, she started looking for me. More specifically, she was pressuring Zelrich to get my not-so-smart head for her. Fortunately, somehow, unbeknownst to me, he'd managed to subdue her urges, from which it followed that I did indeed owe him a debt. I rubbed my temples as I flew to nowhere. The next moment, a very cute and anxiety-soaked voice came from the side pocket of my robe. Ay. Just glad to have you with me. Pulling a tired smile on my face, I said and stroked miniature Tia's head with 2 fingers. Ay, she sang out and started to caress against my hand with a satisfied smile on her face. Since I would like to avoid what happened last time, I took her with me. Or rather, a piece of her that had a connection to her original. Wherever I went, her identity would attract too much attention. The beast class and status of the original goddess is very prominent regardless of the world or its type. But a tiny bit of her, more like a spirit, while it doesn't fundamentally solve the problem, it makes it quite tolerable. It was created with the help of Tia's aspect and my third magic. You could say that this particle is both her and her child. Well, ours, for that matter. Pretty funny thought, if I do say so myself. Regarding the mana maintenance of the servants in my absence. Ophis took care of that, just as she did last time. As soon as I beckoned her to Kokabiel, she would instantly rush over and agree to anything I suggested. Suddenly a gap opened up in space in front of me, through which I fell through and landed on something hard as a sack of potatoes. Standing up and shaking off, my carcass found itself in a corridor of some sort. Its appearance reminded me of what I'd seen in the Gremory mansion, but in a more ancient style. Something between Greece and Rome, to be more precise. For all of its 50 meters it was empty and I, unable to think of anything else to do, shrugged and decided to just walk forward. Clean walls with rustic ornamentation were occasionally replaced by portraits of strangers, reminiscent of something in medieval. When I reached the end of the corridor, there were double doors in front of me, and behind them I could hear two voices, male and female, arguing about something. Occasionally another voice joined them, that of a relatively young woman, making comments in a relatively arrogant tone, I would say. What was disconcerting was that I could understand what they were saying. I mean, there was no language barrier, which is kind of weird. This isn't your typical ice guy, is it? Truth be told, my foot froze without completing a step as I heard something very interesting. But brother, we can't go to war with Japan. We'll just be annihilated. Japan. I beg your pardon. The Empire is strong. I am strong. Japan will bow to me when it meets the united army of the Empire, and you can't see that, Pina. Heh. Why do I immediately see a fight scene between a stick and a bazooka? Please listen to me. An Imperial soldier will only die if you do this. Your Majesty, I think your plan is indeed correct. These men in green will have no choice but to kneel before you. What are you talking about? The Empire will be in ruins in a day. You see, Pina, even she understands the outcome of the war. What else would you expect from the daughter of her father's concubine? You're crazy. You're the one who's crazy, Pina. Well, why don't I come out? Judging from the conversation, those present in the room are the top authorities in the local empire, which means I'll be able to get information about where I am. Tia asked, peeking out of her pocket. We'll see how things work out. Anyway, can you not show your face for now? I'd like to not show you for now. She nodded, to which I petted her once more. I put on the friendliest smile I was capable of and opened the doors. Time for a little chat. And hopefully culturally. Tired face. Pina looked at her older brother, but all she saw was a madman. Her hands clenched tightly into fists and the grinding of her teeth echoed loudly in her head. She couldn't believe that Zorzel had absent-mindedly failed to see how the war against Japan would end. Flying chariots and armored elephants would take down the Empire's army and not even notice it. Countless lives would be lost just because her brother decided so. His ambition to defeat the country from behind the gate had imprinted itself so strongly into his mind that it completely blocked his sanity. Pina couldn't believe that this was exactly where the war was headed. She had spent an inordinate amount of blood and sweat to avoid it, but all in vain. Zorzel was determined to start a war and send more souls to Emroy. She bit her lower lip, which immediately made her taste blood. Suritami had traveled to Rondel with his small group. That meant she wouldn't even have time to warn him or the Japanese command about the approaching storm. Suritami's government could easily write my actions off as sabotage or worse. And if that happens, the war will escalate to extermination. As if that weren't enough, her father is missing, making Zorzel the one in whose hands all power over the Empire rests. Most of the Senate follows him and Diabo, another one of her brothers, is doing the same thing he always does, biding his time. Pina though was able to sway some portion of the senators to her side thanks to the feast, but their numbers are still insignificant. On top of all this, Taiyul, Zorzel's slave girl, is encouraging him to do all sorts of stupid things he's basically capable of. Though no, calling her just a slave is no longer acceptable. It's more like a counselor and chaperone. Pina's brother doesn't listen to the advice of senators, warlords, or any other high-ranking people. He does what he thinks, or rather what he thinks is right. But war must be avoided at all costs, of that Pina had no doubt. The young princess's brain was working at full speed. What should she do? The first option would be to try to kick ass. But Zorzel would see that as an act of treason against the Empire. She would simply be declared a traitor and publicly executed. The second and perhaps the only option left would be for her to continue doing what she has been doing. The people of the Empire would take it differently depending on their views, but this way at least they would be alive, at least some of them. That was exactly what Pina thought. And while she was thinking, the door leading to the inner part of the palace where only members of the ruling family could go opened. At this, all three people present in the room abruptly turned their heads towards the passage. Excuse me, may I ask a few simple questions? Once I get the answers to them, I will immediately leave and you will never see me again. There stood a man with swarthy skin, snow-white hair tied back in a ponytail, and gold-colored eyes. He was dressed in a white suit, more like what the doctors of Alness Hill wore. Overall, Pina found him even attractive, but there was one thing that bothered her. Why was the man dressed in the clothes from behind the gate coming out of that particular place? How did he get there and why was he entering here as if he had no idea where he was? Apparently, that was the same question Zorzel was asking, judging by the look in his eyes. Who are you? How did you get in here? He shouted loudly. You're a spy for Japan, aren't you? Or an assassin sent to her? Speak, and I will give you a quick death. The unknown man froze and looked at him. Pina knew that look. It was as if the man's eyes were asking a mute question if her brother was an idiot. It was so imbued with skepticism and doubt that even the stupidest person in the entire empire could understand it. And, of course, she was referring to her brother. You dare look down on me, you scum. Zorzel's shout echoed clearly throughout the room. He drew his sword sharply and pointed it at the man. Your last words, mortal, before you lose your head. But the unarmed and seemingly harmless man, instead of worrying for his life, simply tilted his head to the side and gave her brother the same look as before, but multiplied by 10. I guess they're mass-producing people like you somewhere, huh? Can't you think of something more diverse? The man asked in a calm and disappointed tone, and then Pina felt what she thought was the wrath of the gods themselves, for the entire palace, and with it the capital, shook with a force like that time during the earthquake. The sky turned a scarlet color reminiscent of blood, and the light of the sun disappeared for a moment. Pina, Zorzel, and Tayul fell to the floor as their legs failed to keep their bodies upright. And only the man with the same still kind smile on his face stood looking at them. But for the three of them, that kind smile was like a demon that came from the underworld itself, for only its owner was not in any way affected by what was happening. Their bodies shook convulsively, their mouths opened wide, and their eyes stayed fixed on the figure of the unknown man, who certainly looked a little displeased. I wanted to do better, but I guess I'll have to do the same as always, huh? Tired face. Capital. My released mana ran rampant around me. The wind outside roared and blew objects out of place. Curtains or the like were tossed from side to side as if trying to find a hiding place. And the sky changed color. I'm sure all the inhabitants of this world noticed it. Especially the trio in front of me. They were gulping air with their mouths, but they couldn't take a breath, and their eyes, which read pure fear and awe, wouldn't leave my side. The building shook with pressure, threatening to collapse right on their heads, and the cracks in the floor, walls, and ceiling only fueled that intent. Slowly and reluctantly, the smile slid off my face, replaced by an indifferent and aloof face, and my gaze met theirs. And it made their fear magnified by leaps and bounds. It became so dense and overwhelming that it could be sawed away. After a few seconds, the mana pulled back into my body, and the chaos disappeared as quickly as it had appeared. The silence in the room was broken only by one sound, the beating of the hearts of the three of them, more like the sound of a jackhammer. Well, let's get down to business. Tired face. Even when it stopped, Pina could clearly hear every beat of her heart echoing in her head. The man smiled that same smile again, and it made the blood in the princess's veins freeze again, and it was as if her brain didn't want to give the command to breathe. In Pina's eyes there was only this unknown man who could crush her like an ant and not even notice it. Zorzel and his slave girl receded into the background as her mind frantically searched for a way to survive instead of worrying about them. What am I supposed to do? What does he want? These were the thoughts that settled in her head and had no plans to leave her. For in Pina's eyes, it was death himself and no one else. Are we ready to talk like civilized adults now? Asked the embodiment of doom as his gaze bounced between the princess, the prince, and his slave, or do you need another shake-up? No. Without holding back her voice, a trembling Pina shouted, and instantly covered her mouth and eyes. A couple of seconds later, realizing she was still alive, she cautiously opened them and looked around. The man's gaze was directed straight at her, studying and as if expecting something. Pina, seeing that he didn't mind listening to her, took a deep breath and continued in a nervous and anxious tone, I mean, there's no need for that. What do you want? At her words, the man tilted his head to the side, and the smile on his face changed to a pensive one. I take it you are the voice of reason for this group, aren't you, young lady? He asked, to which he received a hesitant nod. Fine. In that case, if you would be so kind as to tell me about this world. I don't need the whole story, something common knowledge is enough. I won't be here for long. When the man's words reached Pina, she fell back into shock. He's not from this world. Another gate opened somewhere. Where? When? The young princess's thoughts took a new circle, and a much bigger one than they had been before. As if the upcoming conflict with Japan wasn't enough, there was an opportunity to unleash a new one. She realized from the man's phrasing that he knew nothing of either the Empire or Japan. And that meant he was part of them. A new war could break out, and if those to whom this man belongs are even slightly as strong as he is, the Empire will be wiped out even faster, and its existence will become history. The situation is much more complicated than it was with Japan because of Zorzel. His threats and insults definitely didn't add any points to the empire. Her first impression of her is ruined, all because of her brother's carelessness. Pina can only hope that, at least for today, neither she nor the empire will fall into oblivion. And, of course, to be as kind and obliging to this unknown man as possible. "Are you all right, young lady?" he asked, causing Pina to practically jump on the spot and quickly bow her head to him, trying to avoid any possibility of offending him. "Why yes, I'm sorry for the inconvenience," she replied stammering, and then focused on the man's request and tried to arrange her thoughts in a way that would satisfy his request as much as possible. "This world is." Tired face. A short while later. I listened intently to the explanation of this world. As it turned out, it was a typical fantasy with magic, dragons, swords, and an appropriate time period. But there was one very busy thing to do: the gates. Basically, they lead already to another world with the planet Earth. That is, technologically advanced in the time period of the 21st century. And the Empire, of which the girl in front of me is the princess, did not think of anything better than to start the expansion of new lands without having any information about them at all. And, of course, everything ended predictably. Japan, on whose territory the gate appeared, responded to the aggression and brought its own troops and met swords and bows with bullets and tanks. The Empire's army was simply wiped out under the onslaught of a more advanced civilization, and what surprised me the most was that these weaklings launched not just one attack, but more. The Empire simply didn't realize the first time around that conflict with another world is basically impossible. The structure of government is similar to ancient Rome. There is an emperor and a senate, in whose hands is all power, and it is passed on by inheritance in the ruling family. And the man in the trio in front of me, who did not utter a word, is the crown prince who is drowning for war. In other words, a fool, and a hopeless one at that. The princess, on the other hand, is pro-peace and is trying to settle things with words as best she can. Now, the last member of this little group, I understand, is the prince's slave. And I found it amusing that her fear definitely didn't match the fear of the others present. That is, she wasn't afraid for her life, but for something else. Notable there are also fantasy races present in this world. Beastmen, elves, dwarves, and the like. And the prince's slave girl had rabbit ears, making her a member of the first group respectively. Of course, there were gods here as well. Quite real ones, I might add. Apostles, high priests of these very gods, who have supernatural abilities even by local standards, walk the lands of this world. The princess, who bears the name of an alcoholic cocktail, which is really funny, mentioned one particular example, Rory Mercury, who serves the god of war and death, Emroy. Not to say anything, but that name reads lowly in Japanese. And her appearance, as I understand it, is in keeping with that. I rubbed my temples from the headache that had appeared. Is it something wrong with me, or is there something wrong with this world? Interesting. That's all. If there's anything I can do for you, please don't hold back. I'll do my best. Finished the explanation already more or less calmed down princess. The rabbit girl was still silent, and the prince still didn't move after my trick. Thank you for satisfying my curiosity, young lady. You really saved me a lot of time, I smiled, to which she even blushed a little, and then turned towards the large window that was in the room, getting ready to leave. As promised, I'm leaving since I got what I came for. Have a good day. Stop. I was interrupted by a shout from the prince who had regained his senses. Who are you to barge into the palace and leave as if it belonged to you? Brother. Please be quiet, said Princess Pina. Shut up. He barked at her, and then looked at me threateningly. Answer your emperor, brat. My eyebrow rose at his actions. Does he have dementia? Otherwise, I don't know why he still continues to do what he did. Or is it because of a complete lack of self-preservation instinct? Isn't that a trait of the main character? I looked him over from head to toe and shook my head. No, he doesn't look like that kind of character. More like a third-rate villain, just to be. Are you listening to me? Yeah. I'll scare him a little more. Maybe something will get through to him. Tired face. Pina could clearly hear her own teeth grinding, and her arms and back were soaked with sweat. Her brother was beginning to bend his line again when she managed to settle the case. The unknown male was almost gone, but Zorzel just couldn't hold his urges and tongue behind his teeth. Shut up, finally. We practically survived. That was exactly what Pina wanted to shout to Zorzel right in his face, but the worry of exactly how the next moment might end interrupted that urge. Thankfully, the men didn't react aggressively. Pina understood why. Really understood. But the brooding expression on his face practically screamed in her ear that he wanted to do something about it. And the princess sincerely hoped it wouldn't affect her. The next moment, a smile appeared on the man's face. And seeing it, Pina's soul ran away at her heels, as this was exactly what happened before chaos reigned. What do you want me to do? He inquired of Zorzel. Be quiet, please, just be quiet. Pina prayed silently, repeating the same thing to herself. She hoped that at least one god would answer her pleas. Put your head up so I can personally chop it off. Zorzel picked up the fallen sword and pointed it at the men. Of course, of course. He nodded, and did something that made Pina and Tilly's eyes pop out of their eye sockets. The men simply walked up to Zorzel and stretched his head out as if to put it under the scimitar. What's he doing? But Zorzel himself was amused by the action. A sadistic smile blossomed on his face. Since you have obeyed the Emperor's orders, I will give you a quick death. He shouted and decapitated the men with a single blow. Blood gushed from the man's neck and his head rolled on the floor. The body slowly fell to the ground and his clothes began to soak up the scarlet liquid. How? Why? The princess simply couldn't comprehend what she was seeing. Her brain frantically searched for answers, but found nothing. You see Pina, everyone is bowing down to him. Zorzel was about to say when he was interrupted. Can I go now? All three pairs of eyes turned sharply in the direction of the voice. And where the decapitated body had just lain, there stood a man, whole and unharmed, as if everything had been an illusion. Why is he alive? I saw his death with my own eyes. Is he an apostle? Or is he God himself? In that case, I'll take my leave. Bye-bye. The recent corpse shrugged his shoulders and disappeared in a flash of a shining golden circle, leaving the three stunned people alone. Pina's mind went hysterical. What the hell is going on? Tired face. An unknown place. The teleportation circle spit me out on some mountainous terrain I'd seen from the palace window, and without thinking of anything new, I simply walked forward. Occasionally I came across small groves or swamps along the way, but in the distance I could clearly see a mountain range whose spires were covered in mist. From there, the water was clear and crystal clear, and I could even see small fish jumping out of the water. In addition to them I could see forest dwellers, deer, wolves, bears, and similar animals that one might find on Earth. However, some of them differed in size and coloring. To summarize, the path I was walking along showed nature untouched by men. No roads, concrete buildings, piles of people and anything that could spoil the aesthetics. The feeling that could be used to describe it all was tranquility. I would even call it true tranquility. It's about the same feeling one gets when contemplating the traditional Japanese courtyard of a traditional Japanese house. I took a deep breath of air soaked with the smell of fresh dew and began to think, still pacing nowhere. Now that I had information about this world, I could focus on what was important. Zelrich hasn't given me a single clue, and the cause of the cataclysm could be anything at all. It would be a good idea to talk to some apostles to understand the situation, or better yet, to the gods of this world themselves. Maybe I should even try to study the gate, since it's the most direct manifestation of second magic. Speaking of the gate, it's odd that the local gods don't do anything with them. As Pina explained to me, they've been there for a month or so, and there's still no movement from the higher powers. The empire's being run over by a rolling stone, after all. Magic versus science, huh? Sounds like something trivial, but interesting at the same time. But here, given the concentration of mana in the air, the second adjective can be safely thrown out. Although, it's worth mentioning that I still don't know if Alia or Gaia exist here. I don't know how much time passed, but my musings were interrupted by a lurching sound, as if someone was either too tired or dying. Thinking that since I wasn't too busy at the moment, I headed in the direction of the sound. And I was greeted by a picture that one would see quite often. In manga, of course. And, more often than not, to create some sort of dramatic effect. On a small lawn surrounded by tall trees, a man was lying face down on the ground. His once whole clothes of a linen shirt and pants had naturally turned to rags. Blood, which had already formed a small puddle beneath him, was dripping from his shoulder and head. Claw marks were visible on his back. Massive claws, as if they belonged to an animal the size of a man or even larger. 3 huge marks stretched from his neck right up to his tailbone, and the bleeding circle, clearly carved into his skin before the blow, formed some sort of ominous symbol with them. Heh. Why do I feel like I've stumbled upon something important? I slowly approached the barely breathing man and carefully turned him over. As it turned out, his face had taken quite a beating as well. His left eye socket was empty, his nose was broken, and there was a hematoma all over his right cheek. Help, me. He mumbled, spitting up blood as I examined him. Where'd you get beat up like that? Don't tell me you wanted to fuck a dragon. A young one, too. Please. I was silent for a few seconds, then extended my free hand. Click. A snap of fingers echoed across the lawn, interrupting all the sounds present. A moment later, the man was on his feet, his eyes frantically running from side to side. I could clearly hear his heart pounding loudly, and disbelief was his only emotion. What? How am I alive? And healthy? He mumbled over and over again, examining his body, which showed no trace of any wounds. "Hey," I said in a calm tone and straightened up, to which the man flinched and fell to the ground shaking like a wasp leaf when he saw me. "Did you save me?" Pointing a finger at me, the man asked. "Sort of." I shrugged. Who are you?" I don't know what came over me, but I wanted to play a little joke on the poor guy. I slowly put my hands behind my back, straightened my posture, and put on the most neutral smile I could muster. "That depends on who you see in me." Who do I see? I could be a demon that devours thousands of innocent souls every day. At those words, he really got scared, because I heard his teeth chattering. Demon. Or an angel that brings justice in this dark world. Now he froze, and there was a spark of hope in his eyes. Angel. So, who do you see? Heh. I wonder how Archer would have reacted when he saw this scene. He would have definitely realized what the reference was. Interesting. I. The man stuttered, until at some point his eyes widened. "Please help. My village is under attack by some people. They are performing terrible rituals and sacrificing its inhabitants to someone. My wife, my daughters, they're still there and. Scary rituals. Sacrifice. Aren't those the trappings of headline-grabbing cultists? Oh. And you don't care who I might be. It doesn't matter. If it saves the lives of my family, my village. I'm willing to give you my soul." I raised an eyebrow. Impressive. I haven't seen such selfless people in a long time. It's a shame not to help, eh? My finger touched his forehead once more, and that gave me the location of his village. Along with that, pictures of what he'd been through popped into my head. And it made my face crinkle in disgust. Even the most badass Nasuverse mages would be more humane. Definitely. A magical circle lit up beneath me and the men, sending us into place. And when we arrived, I felt like throwing up. It was as if the sunlight refused to penetrate the place, as if it deemed it dirty and unworthy. All that remained of the 6 houses of this small village was a scorched skeleton. The inhabitants were locked in cages, and every one of them looked worse than the other, bruises, cuts, and even missing limbs. Their eyes were filled with a genuine fear and desperation I had never seen before, and tears and snot flowed uncontrollably from their faces. The older ones covered the faces of the younger ones, trying to shield them from the horror that was happening in front of them. In the village square, a giant magical circle burned bright red, with a battered girl of about 17 years old lying in the center of it. Around the formation stood 3 men wrapped in full black cloaks reading some kind of spell, and their aura naturally disgusted me. Whether by sight or smell, it was like liquefied rotten blood. The circle itself was filled with writings unknown to me, separated by 3 lines joining in the center, and at the end of each of them stood a cultist. I created a closed field around Tia so she wouldn't be affected by what was happening, and I myself activated my magic circuits to full strength. This is complete bullshit. Complete and utter bullshit. How the hell can this really happen? It's one thing to watch scenes like this through a screen while quietly sipping a drink and eating a burger, and quite another to see it live. You can't feel that level of fear and despair unless you're there in person. Alia. No, the man shouted and ran straight into the circle. His voice trembled and his throat choked, not her. The circle shone even brighter, and the volume of the cultists' voices increased. In the next moment, the 3 lines of the magic circle slowly opened up. They opened, for they turned into giant eyes, their pupils burning with the symbol carved on the back of the man I had healed. In perfect synchrony with each other, all 3 eyes focused on the girl in the center of the circle. From their pupils slowly emerged creatures that looked like snakes, but without mouths or eyes. All they had was a mouth filled with sharp teeth of varying sizes and shapes that protruded ominously forward. As the men I'd healed ran out into the square, a monster the size of a truck emerged from the shadow of one of the cultists. And it looked just like the snakes from the eyes, but with powerful legs and arms with glowing claws on its fingers. And on its back danced an intertwined long outgrowths with spikes on the ends. The monster lunged toward the men, claws lunging forward, intent on taking the man's head off. At the same time, 3 snakes from its eyes came closer and closer to the body of the barely alive girl awaiting its demise. I took a deep breath, and then clucked my tongue. And then the entire space around me lit up with a bright flame. Tired face. An undisclosed location. After a while, the sun had left the firmament, giving way to a clear starry sky. A faint cool breeze blew across the green plains, through which a peculiar road passed. A caravan of 4 wagons, arranged in a semicircle with a decent-sized fire burning in its center. The people around me were talking and laughing animatedly, and I was sitting on one of the logs around the fire, rubbing my temples with a headache. Why? There's a reason, and a very good one. There's your food. The next moment, the girl, whom the man I had rescued called Alia, came up to me and handed me a bowl of soup, casting a shy glance at me. Her cheeks were burning and her fingers intertwined with each other, forming the look of a shy high school girl in love. "Thank you." "And no," she said, stammering, "it's the least we can do to thank you for your help." And then she practically skipped away to a group of people nearby, watching the scene with amusement and giggling quietly to themselves. Alia was blushing like a beet and showing them her displeasure, which only made the giggles grow more intense. There were 15 people in the group, including old people and children. The adults were laying out blankets and bedding, the children were helping them, and the old men were cooking. And every one of them was now nagging the girl for bringing me food. I shrugged and took a sip from the bowl, getting a good taste. It was a little bland, but tolerable. "How's the food, God?" The man I'd rescued sat down beside me. My face crinkled at the way he called me, and the events of the past tense immediately popped into my memory. Tired face. Flashback. As the monster practically ran to the men and the snakes had time to approach the girl, 2 huge deadly swirls of flame erupted around them, destroying the threat and drawing the attention of everyone present. The caged inhabitants trembled, the children stopped crying and began to stare mesmerized at the whirlwinds of fire, which, as it seemed to me, even managed to relight the sun. All sounds in the neighborhood fell silent, giving way to the roar of the flames, and the movement stopped. The cultists instantly realized and interrupted the ritual. The eyes in the circle slowly closed, taking the scorched snakes with them, and the magical formation faded away. The swirls of fire extinguished as well, focusing all attention on me. The cultists, seeing the culprit, that is, me, began casting spells, whispering and pointing their hands in my direction. Magical circles of different sizes, but of the same color, bloody, flickered around the cultists, and a moment later a black haze flew out of them, which a little later took the form of familiar snakes. Their jaws, filled with sharp fangs, clanged ominously and threateningly against each other, intent on tearing me apart. I clucked my tongue once more, and in the next second, a dozen levitating swords appeared behind me. More specifically, noble phantasms. Each of them carried a legend of victory over some form of evil and uncleanness, and of course they did their job. The swords flew out from their positions with the speed of a bullet, completely destroying the snakes and piercing the cultists. Each one of them nailed to the ground those that almost reached a certain old beetle from the Matto family in terms of hideousness. Frowning my eyebrows, I headed towards the cloaked men while they were gurgling blood and trying to pull the noble phantasms out of their bodies. Of course, they failed, and after a couple seconds, they were all dead. When I found myself near one of them, my hand pulled back the hood. And seeing what was there, a look of utter disgust appeared on my face. The once human face now looked like a mess of flesh, veins, and some kind of black dirt. It was as if it had been torn apart and then sewn back together with no regard for anything else. The eyes had left their usual places for ordinary people, and shifted back and forth across his cheek and forehead. The mouth had deformed, losing its symmetry, and the skin was gray as ash with cracks covering it. At some point I felt a presence near me, and raised my head to see who it was. Truthfully, it wasn't what I expected. A ghost. A very real one, with a translucent body flying above the ground with a bluish hue. It was a middle-aged woman with loose long hair, dressed in simple peasant clothes. Nothing out of the ordinary, except for the punctured chest where the heart is. And there was practically a trail of blood burning around the wound site. The ghostly woman did nothing but stare at me with empty, unblinking eyes, as if she wanted to say something to me but couldn't. Looking behind her, I realized that she wasn't the only ghost. Behind her were 6 others, 2 children, an old woman, and 3 adults. And each of them was repeating the ghostly woman's actions. I frowned. What do they want? The most likely option would be gratitude for killing their tormentor, but then why are they still here? No, perhaps something else, but all matters are resolved in one way that is beyond the reach of most beings in any world, but not me. I slowly straightened up and looked the ghostly woman straight in her empty eyes. And at the same time, the touch of heaven activated. True magic sang within my soul, making my body hallow with a soft golden light. It illuminated the space around me, filling it with an enormous amount of mana, making the very ground beneath my feet seem to heal. A white flower bud slowly emerged from the soil, as if shy of the world it had come to. And then, at the same pace, it bloomed, and from the bud that had already opened, golden flecks of light flew out and began to fly throughout the destroyed village. That first flower was followed by more. Another, and another. In a matter of seconds, the entire area was covered in flowers, repeating the actions of its pioneer. The atmosphere of death and despair slowly but surely dissipated under the pressure of the dancing particles of light. It was as if they were angels that had come to wage war on the darkness. And not with weapons in their hands, but by their mere presence. And it was mesmerizing. The eyes of the 6 ghosts shifted their gaze toward the struggle of light and darkness that had begun in the neighborhood, but the 7th ghost, the very woman in front of me, was still looking at me. And I smiled in response, raising my right hand. Click. As if hearing the call, the particles of light shone brighter than the sun itself, entirely suppressing any signs of distress, and the earth itself began to emit a soft golden glow. The ghosts that the light hit began to transform. Their bluish hue slowly left their bodies, revealing them as they had looked before they died. The wounds disappeared and life returned to their eyes, as if they had been cleansed of the filth that had befallen them. The ghost of the woman in front of me was still looking at me, but now, he was smiling. A beautiful and sincere smile that could reach the heart of any living being. And a few moments later, he, as well as the other 6, began to become more transparent. Sending souls on their final journey, huh? Not a bad job if every time is exactly like this, I suppose. And while I was thinking about the existence of the Grim Reapers, the ghostly woman opened her mouth, still smiling at me. Thank you. Her voice was so distant and quiet that it could have been a whisper in the wind, but the sincerity and gratitude in it made it hard to doubt what I heard. The next moment the ghosts were completely gone, leaving only the memory of their appearance. You're welcome, I mumbled, and decided to look around. The survivors of the village were staring at me. And that would have been fine, but I didn't like what I sensed in them. Why? Well. End of flashback. Tired face. God. Didn't I tell you all that I'm not a god? With a wry expression on my face, I said. That may indeed be true, the man smiled, but for us, the matter has already been settled. During our first meeting, you said that you could be either a demon or an angel. But for us, who survived because of you, and not the gods we prayed for help and worshipped, you are the true God. Only you came to save us. Only you gave us the miracle we needed in our hour of need. And it is only because of you that I see it, he said in a tone soaked with gratitude, pointing to the rest of the villagers chatting merrily with each other. You see it, don't you? We're smiling again, even with what we've been through. We are ready to comprehend this world again, to experience sorrow and joy, and even to pray. But not to the gods who gave us nothing, but to the one who is truly worthy of our prayers. And in that, everyone around you at this moment agrees with me. I clucked my tongue. I still think it's unnecessary. And I do, for my time here is severely limited. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth, since I am now somewhat responsible for these people. It is all right, the man said soothingly, and as if he had read my thoughts, he continued, even if you do not save us again, we will still pray to you. For you have already given us another chance, and you have done more for us than the gods we have been praising. These people. A strange feeling settled in my heart and did not want to leave it. It was not like what I had felt in DxD. It was different in both look and taste, so to speak, and it was very hard for me to understand it, no matter how hard I tried. My gaze drifted to the star-filled night sky. As you wish, I sighed tiredly and gulped down the rest of my soup, as you wish. Tired face. An unknown place. The caravan, with the surviving villagers and me, was moving leisurely toward some town. Sitting beside the coachman, who was the same man and whose name I still didn't know, my eyes studied the scenery of the new unknown world. Sometimes we came across small groups of people on the way, sometimes traders, sometimes just travelers. The villagers would exchange a few words or questions with them, and then each of them would continue on their way. Of course, there were also attacks by bandits who saw the caravan without adequate security, but they were dealt with either by myself or my traveling companions. After the incident, they realized that they had to rely on themselves, and so during breaks and stops they began to train with weapons that I created with the help of first magic. At first, and even now, they are having a hard time fighting. Their movements are careless and inept, their attention is unfocused, and uncertainty lingers in their eyes every now and then. But they definitely have a burning desire to get better, which shows in their persistence during training. As it was explained to me, the city we are currently heading to is called Rondel and holds the title of City of Sages. There, the study of magical arts and the learning of magical secrets is flourishing. Local mages come there to take a kind of exam for the title of sage, and to receive it, they must show their knowledge of magic and their ability to use it. A rather mundane concept, referencing the ranking system in an adventurer's guild in some typical Issei, to be honest. I glanced at the wagons and wondered. Strange. These residents have survived the crisis but still wish to live separately, rebuilding the village. And their purpose in visiting Rondel is to resupply, nothing more. Wouldn't it be safer to settle there or any other city with walls and guards? At least, that's what I would have done. Though I wanted to question them about the reason for their decision, and my conscience was nagging at my ears, I held back. It was their choice. Their own and based on something. And I, though I can convince them with just one word, I have no right to do so. Everyone chooses their own destiny, even if that choice might bite your head off. While the tedious philosophical pondering was going on in my head, I felt a movement in my pocket. After a couple seconds, a palm-sized Tia appeared out of it, who looked like she had just woken up. Ay, she sang out, wiping her sleepy eyes with her hands, and then leaned on the edge of her pocket. Good morning, Tia, he smiled and stroked her head. Did you sleep well? She didn't answer, just yawned sweetly and closed her eyes again. Tia looked content, so I saw no point in doing anything to her. Let her sleep on. Oh, is that a fairy? Said the man beside me. No, she has horns. Who's that, God? I thought I said we could communicate on a you basis, right? Besides, I introduced myself, for that matter, I sighed tiredly. This is Tia, the spirit that keeps me company. Sweetheart, isn't it? I can't afford to address you on a first name or a first name alone, God. It's too complicated for me. And I apologize for not introducing myself. You can call me Anma, he said with an apologetic look on his face and continued nostalgically, and yes, she is sweet. Reminds me of the times when my daughters were still tiny messengers of destruction. And then Anma froze and looked at Tia sticking out of my pocket. He looked genuinely surprised. Or rather, dumbfounded, as if he couldn't believe what he'd heard and seen. You said. Spirit. Well, yes, I nodded. Is there something wrong? Not really, he answered after a couple of moments. According to a very old legend, they existed before gods and humans, when this world had just met its birth. They could move mountains, boil pestilence and create storms, but now, they have become weaker, and only someone like the elves can see and understand them. And among them there was only one single spirit whose name is forgotten. But not his legacy, life. He created all living beings and even the gods themselves, after which he disappeared somewhere. I raised an eyebrow. Interesting. So, this forgotten spirit was something like Gaia Nasuverse, and the ordinary spirits were something like fairies. Creatures of the planet itself that were born at the same time as her. And if I remembered the purpose of my arrival here, the option of some sort of spirit rampage might work. The world would indeed meet its end if someone like them lost their temper. However, Anma said that they are weaker now, and someone like the elves could see them. And even if the spirits have gotten weaker, there's still no telling how many there are. And there could be many. The gods are unlikely to be the cause of the cataclysm, as they simply don't benefit from it. And Zelrich was talking specifically about the end of the world, which means there will be no survivors. Also, what he heard was only a legend. That while it provided information, it wasn't particularly reliable. A legend that passes from mouth to mouth inevitably changes, sometimes completely losing its true content. The Nasuverse is proof of that. In any case, since we're heading to the City of Sages, there's probably something or someone there that I can talk to. I see. I said, and the conversation ended. The caravan continued on its way until my eyes caught sight of the high walls of the city. And frankly, I was disappointed. My expectations of enchanted and protective rune-covered walls and tall spires with floating islands were completely shattered. In front of me was an ordinary city of ordinary medieval times with walls of stone and a slightly higher concentration of mana. As the disappointment of shattered expectations came over me, we were already at the city gates where two guards stood. The caravan stopped in front of the gate, and one of them approached Anma and me. Welcome to Rondel. What is the purpose of your caravan? To resupply, Sir Guardian. Something has happened, and we are looking for a new home, answered Anma. My condolences. It's been turbulent everywhere lately, the guard sighed, then added, but Rondel is safe now, I guarantee it. Anma didn't understand. A group has arrived in Rondel on an iron wagon without horses, and Rory Mercury herself, the apostle of Emroy, is present. I don't think anyone would be crazy enough to try to cause trouble in her presence, the guard grinned. In any case, please pass. And, once again, welcome to Rondel. A horseless iron wagon. A car, I suppose, but that's not what caught my attention. Rory Mercury, the apostle. Isn't that the one the princess mentioned? In that case, my visit here was certainly not unnecessary. We entered the city quietly, and the view of its streets and buildings opened up before me. It was nothing fancy, except for the large number of people wearing robes and staffs, which is the standard mage outfit in literature. I got off the wagon and looked at Anma. I'm going to take a walk. I want to see the city. Of course, he nodded, we'll stay here for 2 days to rest and prepare. If you'd like to come with us, we'd be delighted. Well, I'll let you know if I do. Otherwise, don't wait for me and move on. Whatever you say. Have a good day, God. That was the end of it, and I headed for the center of town. The streets were paved with stone, giving the impression of not a bad sidewalk even for modern times, and the houses looked standard for typical Isekai fantasy. Upon reaching the center of town, I saw a large building. You could say the tallest and largest of all the ones built here. Tall and well-maintained walls, flags hanging with some symbols and spires with small windows. As I understand it, this is where the local mages study and gain their rank. I wonder what it looks like inside. Hopefully not as fancy as some scarlet-haired Demonis mansion or the clock tower. Suddenly, I felt a stare on me. And it was soaked with extreme surprise, childlike joy and delight, as if someone had met their idol. Turning my head and directing my eyes in the direction of the gaze, I saw a man of Japanese appearance, dressed in a green military uniform and sitting at a round table. There were others there besides him, but my attention focused on the man's mouth whispering a certain word. More specifically, a name. Solomon. He mumbled it over and over, his eyes never taking his eyes off my figure, and his right hand extended and pointing directly at me. In the next moment, my head was instantly pierced by a severe migraine, as I clearly understood what he was now thinking. Can I go home, please? Right now, please. Tired face. Rundell. Did I wait for the moment when the group with the Japanese in it approached me? Nope. Something like a memory wipe would be weak, since they have an apostle in their group, so I had to exclude myself from their perception, which I'd screwed around in DxD. Of course, they immediately started looking around, trying to find me. And all would have been fine, but the gothic Lolita was still looking straight in my direction, as if she could see me. Anyway, that method didn't really work either. I didn't want to linger in this world, much less become someone's curious animal, so I quickly retreated, heading deep into the city streets. My figure wiggled between alleys and narrow alleyways to get out of sight of the problematic group, and without realizing it, I had come to a wealthy neighborhood, judging by the buildings and their appearance. The people I passed by also looked different, their clothes were definitely a head richer than any I'd seen before, their faces more well-groomed, and their jewelry shone brightly in the sun. I found some medieval rich-looking tavern and went in there to wait out the storm. And now my carcass was lying on a bed in the rented room of this tavern, which I paid for with the coins created by Third Magic. My eyes closed, and my hand slowly and affectionately stroked Tia, nestled on my chest. So, since arriving on this world, I have found nothing that could point to the problem Zelrich sent me for. Unless, of course, you count that incident in the ruined village and the cultists being knocked back on their heads. Now that I recall its details, a couple things strike me as odd. First, on Ma himself and how we met. He was alone, practically wasted and relatively far from the village. I'd estimate it to be a kilometer or a kilometer and a half. Of course, one could assume that he had somehow escaped from the hands of the cultists, but in that case, he certainly wasn't in one piece. There was a fair amount of blood underneath him, and an ordinary person was hardly capable of such a feat. The place where I found him was also unusual. The energy level of life on that lawn was a bit out of sync with its surroundings. It was higher, slightly, almost imperceptibly, but still. And there were no animals or birds circling around the disheveled Anma. It was very strange that the smell of fresh blood didn't attract any predators or scavengers. Secondly, ghosts. They are essentially the souls of the dead, and this too raises questions since the cultists were performing a sacrifice. Normally the soul should leave along with the flesh, but for some reason that didn't happen. The very point of sacrificing anyone was to give up her soul. But those 7 ghosts were practically tethered to the ground, and it was as if they were waiting for someone. Someone who could not just deal with the wrongdoers, but cleanse them. Someone like me. And the last point I'm curious about is the surviving villagers. Why are they so sure that I am not some local god or spirit that has taken the form of a human? There are gods in this world, and they are quite real, as their apostles with supernatural powers also exist. What is the reason for such a firm idea that I am different? In theory, they could infer it based on my clothes, but I clearly saw a group with a Japanese soldier and locals present. That means that contact has already been made, and it's entirely possible that some sort of agreement has been signed between this world and the other one from beyond the gate, either for a truce or trade or something else. The clothes of the modern world could have been donated, or they could have been bought, so that option falls away. Of course, I have an extremely and utterly insane idea in mind, but it doesn't make sense. And as a result, I have questions but no answers. I furrow my eyebrows. Why is my head pierced by the thought that I'm being led around by the nose? Anyway, now that I'm here, it's okay to rest. Too much going on these days. And with that thought, I kissed Tia's head lightly, making her giggle sweetly and snuggle harder, and fell asleep. Tired face. A while later. I left the tavern in the late afternoon, when the streets were illuminated by magical lights and lamps of some sort. The surroundings had transformed, becoming more appealing to the eye. There was a contrast between the lighting and the decoration of the buildings, which I definitely liked better. There were couples chatting sweetly, women in revealing outfits standing in some places, and drunken men chattering about something right on the street. In short, the usual nightlife of any city. Filling my lungs with the pleasant warm air of another world, I went to further explore my surroundings. True, not for long, as someone slammed into my back. Turning around, I saw Alia with worry and fear carved on her face. Excuse me. I am looking. She started as she suddenly stopped when she saw me. Her eyes opened wide, where a flash of joy appeared for a moment, but quickly faded, giving way to the first 2 emotions, gee God. Why you. Calm down, I'm not going anywhere, I said in a soothing tone, leading her into an alleyway away from prying eyes. What's the matter? Please save my father. She cried out pleadingly. We were just buying things at the market when the man in armor came up to us and took him somewhere. I didn't know what to do, so I went looking for you. Please help me. I raised an eyebrow. You just took him away. Why now? And why him? We'll have to find out on the spot. Go with the others, I'll handle it. Thank you. Thank you very much. She bowed while I activated the third magic. I managed to find Anma. It wasn't far from my location, but here was the place. It was imbued with a very familiar aura that made me reflexively cluck my tongue. A magic circle lit up beneath my feet, and a second later transported me to Anma. And when I arrived, having previously surrounded Tia with a closed field, I immediately clamped my nose with my fingers to avoid the disgusting smell of blood and rot. The hall, the very hall I found myself in, was a typical torture room with a flavor of cultism. The light of torches dimly illuminated the rotting human bodies that hung shackled along the wall in front of me. On the 4 tables that stood there were a variety of tools of obvious purpose. Blood covered them, the furniture, the walls, and the floor. Both dried and not so dried. The stench, which had completely replaced oxygen, penetrated even my finger-clamped nose and practically forced me to empty my stomach. Oh. We have company. How interesting. I heard a voice whose gender I couldn't identify. Ah, yes, I wasn't the only one here. In addition to the nearly unconscious Anma, who was hanging on the wall, barely breathing, and whose body was covered with multiple marks of torture, there were 2 other people here, a full-bodied man dressed in rich clothes, and someone in a large black cloak. I couldn't see the latter's legs or face, and an aura of darkness and malice practically burned around him. Actually, he spoke up when he saw me, when the former only stood like a puppet and stared into the void. And behind me, near the entrance to this hall, stood 4 men in armor with the same blank stare. Who are you? I asked, looking at the cloaked figure. We have been interrupted today, my brother. But I hope the next time we meet, you will give a different answer. He ignored me and turned toward Anma, then looked in my direction. And you, otherworlder, I wish no harm to you or your world. Why are you interfering? Now as well as then. Brother. I beg your pardon. And he knows of my actions in the village? I'll have to save my questions for later, but for now. Unfortunately, I have to interfere to some extent. I shrugged and let go of my nose. At the same time, a magic circle lit up beneath me, and Enkidu's golden chains began to emerge from it. I see, the silhouette muttered thoughtfully. In that case, I apologize. For what? I didn't understand, starting to look around. In the next moment, everyone except me, the cloaked silhouette and Anma began to transform. Their clothes and armor ripped and disintegrated with a loud, distinctive sound. Muscles and veins ballooned and their skin changed color. After a few seconds, no one would have thought that these 5 had once been human. Grotesque and unnatural, vile and disgusting. Now there were 5 monsters snarling viciously behind me, similar to the ones in the village. But more humanoid and deformed, as if they had been hastily molded from various parts of flesh and bone. And they would have attacked me instantly, but they were waiting for the silhouette's order. I did not wait. The golden chains rushed forward, intending to grab the cloaked figure. And they grabbed her, really. Jing. A second later, the chains burst as if they were made of glass, and it seemed to me that the silhouette even smiled a little. I'm not saying goodbye, otherworldly, brother. And so I'll see you soon. Perhaps even see you very soon. Farewell, and with those words, he began to dissolve. I would have liked to delay him somehow, but behind me another magic circle lit up, blocking the monster's attacks. And looking at them through the glow of the circle, I once again clucked my tongue. What did I get this for? Tired face. Rundell. I sat on the chair I had created and crossed my arms over my chest, looking at my surroundings. 5 of the monsters were dead, and their pierced bodies were slowly bleeding black as pitch, further beautifying my surroundings. Still the same hall, still the same torchlight, still the same stone walls. And still the same shackled Anma that still hung on the wall. He looked better now than he had when I arrived here. A little magic in Anma would be healthy as an ox, but I wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with him. Why? The symbols on the walls around here were similar to what I'd seen in the village, and most importantly, this silhouette in a cloak called Anma brother. In addition, I was unable to find him even by using third magic to its fullest. Interestingly enough, when that cloak spoke, but it didn't lie. I just didn't detect a single bit of lying. Interesting since his aura was definitely embittered, which basically fit with his actions. He only sicked his subordinates on me when he saw my attempt to shackle him. And I didn't feel any hostility myself. This raises not just questions, but questions. And so of course I want to figure out what this is all about, and why I feel like I'm dancing to someone else's tune. The hovering Anma also looked forward, making our gazes meet and uninterrupted. I'm not going to do anything until I get answers, and he'll hang here for the rest of eternity because he can't do anything. I guess. So, I began, tapping my finger on my hand, is there anything you want to tell me? Anma was silent, thinking about something. For a long time. I estimated it was about 5 minutes before he sighed and lowered his head. I apologize, God, wah. You can stop with the God, I interrupted and clucked my tongue, you're not an ordinary man. But a human, which is interesting. My chains are very strong, and they should have held the black cloak back until I let go of it myself. They should have, at least. He's not a god, because if he were 3 times stronger than me, he wouldn't be able to do it. And he's not human, because he can't do that. I could think of several other possibilities, but let's stick with one particular one. Spirit. At that word, Anma froze in time for a moment, then took on a defeated look and gave me an apologetic look. Spirit. As you told me yourself, they could affect the landscape at will, moving mountains, boiling seas, and things like that. That means they are an extension of nature itself, for it listens to them. Why did I decide that this cloak was a spirit? Because the chains I used are based on the concept of earth and life. And who can be an extension of earth and carry life? I waved it away, intensifying my gaze. Spirits. That's right. A prize for this extraordinary man. I clapped my hands together, feigning joy, and then pulled a stoic expression back on my face, but you go on, I'm listening attentively. Then the silence resumed, but I didn't rush it. I needed to make it clear that I wasn't leaving here until I got answers. There went 5 minutes, 10, 30. But nothing was happening. The smell of blood and rot no longer bothered me as much as the atmosphere of the place. Hanging corpses and blood. A scenery for a scare room, nothing more. Do you remember the legend I told you? He finally began, to which I nodded briefly, it had details I'd hidden. Details. The spirit that gave life wasn't lost, it was sealed away. The gods that existed before those that exist now made this decision because they feared the power of this spirit. Empty unknown space, where there is no light of the sun, murmuring of water, blowing of the wind, singing of birds or voices of animals. Absolute emptiness. He paused with a tired face. At first the spirit tried to humble itself and forgive the gods. He tried, but in time, that desire dissolved into the nothingness of the place where he was. The time there flowed imperceptibly, and the spirit itself did not know how long it had been in that place. Anger and despair drop by drop, grain by grain of sand, formed a whole ocean that drowned the spirit in itself and screamed for revenge. But the spirit did not give up, keeping the hope of its release. But one day, when the spirit's last light of hope was almost extinguished, in the midst of that void appeared a man. He was not human, though he looked like one. Short gray hair, eyes the color of blood, and fangs that showed every time he smiled. Ah! Reminded me of someone. Definitely. The hope within the spirit ignited and shone brighter than the sun itself on the clearest day, for after an eternity he saw someone. A living being whose true nature did not bother the spirit. The man politely said hello to the spirit and began talking to it on a variety of topics. The spirit was genuinely happy with the interaction, slightly but still draining the ocean of despair within him. The spirit didn't want this time to end, and so he continued the conversation as best he could. Then Anma smiled a nostalgic smile. At one point the man made the spirit an offer, I can get you out of this place, my friend, but the evil within you will destroy the world you return to. After those words, the spirit was torn from within, mulling over the offer. One part screamed for acceptance, the very part that wanted revenge. The other, the one that represented hope, begged for rejection. He words paused to wet his throat with saliva. And seeing the state of the spirit, the man smiled and added something, you can have your freedom, and the world will be saved if you do as I ask you. The spirit did not hesitate, for he had before him perhaps his only and last chance, and asked what he should do. And what did the bastard say to you? Elevate to God the man I will meet on the day of the great tragedy. That's all you have to do. My palm slapped my face very loudly. What, why would Zelrich do something like that? What is his purpose? And why me? The questions became even more numerous than they had been before. The spirit immediately agreed. Whereupon he was blinded by the light that flashed from the man. And when the spirit opened his eyes, before him was a large woman who smiled at him with the warmest smile he had ever seen. And the spirit cried. He cried because he had finally escaped from his prison, because he could see the sunlight again, feel the breeze and smell life. 5 years later, the spirit noticed something that horrified him. The ocean of hatred within him was gone. It could not disappear, for it was too vast and too deep. And so, it was him, huh? I rubbed my temples, closing my eyes. Yes, you're right. He's something that's been building up inside me for an unknown amount of time. All my hatred and anger and despair. And he wishes death not only for the gods, but for those who believe in them. He wants this world to be pure and innocent and newborn again. After all, what marks the beginning of life if not death? Aha. So much for my reason for coming here. Fucking local Gaia, but with her hands free. I'll have to deal with it, there's nothing I can do about it. There is one thing, however. But what does he want from you? It's. Anma grimaced, he's incomplete. The current gods are much weaker than those of my time, but still stronger than his current one. Only when the spirit of life is united will it regain its full power. And then no one will be able to resist it. Then why not absorb you by force? Will. If my will is strong, I'll be able to weaken it greatly since it's my power too. And in that case, the current gods may well win. He wants to avoid risks, so he needs torture. To break me and then absorb me. I clucked my tongue. In the end we have a life/death spirit that I can't find, but he can me. Or anyone, for that matter. Yeah. I'll have to think a bit about how to solve this one. I snapped my fingers, causing the shackles to crumble to dust and Anma to be healthy and whole again, and threw the ring with the carved symbol of Solomon at him. I got what I wanted. Bye, I said, when he reappears, the ring will let me know. For now, I'll send you to the others. I expect we'll be seeing quite a bit of each other. Good. Thank you. He bowed, and then with a wave of his hand he disappeared, leaving only me in the torture chamber. Alive, I mean. About Zelrich. I'll have to have a polite chat with him about his actions. Making me a god. That sounds crazy to me. Just as I was about to get up from my chair and leave, I heard footsteps behind me. A few seconds later, a magic circle lit up behind me, blocking the blow. And turning around, I saw a familiar gothic Lolita trying to break through my circle, holding a huge black halberd in her hand. Gotcha. She exclaimed, pressing down on her axe. The next moment, a Japanese man in military uniform ran into the hall, followed by two elven women, a petite girl dressed in mage clothes, and some old woman. All in full battle readiness, besides. Rory. What's the? Wanted to say something Japanese, as looked around, then grinned in disgust and directed his gaze at the Lolita. Why are you beating the air? I clucked my tongue and dispelled the effects of magic on their minds for the god only knows how many times, and then they all looked straight at me. The shock that the Japanese, and not only them, felt when they saw my figure could rival the brightness of a star in its intensity. What are you doing here? Is it you, King Solomon? Or is it you, Gowishia? A nagging headache pierced my head from the realization of what was about to happen. I should have left right away, huh? Tired face. Rundell. I deeply apologize, but why are we doing this? I asked with a twitching eyebrow, staring ahead of me. We could just go our separate ways and never meet again. What was happening now? I was in some sort of arena with restraints, spectator seats, and all. On the bleachers sat the companions of the Japanese warrior and himself, who were looking anxiously toward the other corner of the arena, where stood a battle is the only way to find out the true intentions of your opponent. With a savage grin on her face, the Lolita declared, clasping her huge halberd in both hands. But I. Don't even try to escape, Romani, or whatever your name is. Itami covered everything, servants, magic, the Holy Grail war, everything. You're an apostle and can definitely fight me, she interrupted me, and don't you yourself benefit from this situation? This way, you can avert all suspicion from yourself. Or is everything we saw in that basement you're doing, Demon King? I rubbed my temples. In theory, her words made sense. This Lolita, Rory Mercury, from what I understand, can save me a lot of trouble thanks to her status. Being an apostle, she has a pretty wide range of options. That guard at the entrance to the city spoke of her with the utmost respect and awe, which means people like her are listened to. Our viewers have said nothing but await the outcome of events. I suppose that's to be expected, considering who exactly will be fighting. From Rory's words, it's clear that the Japanese had already shared with everyone about the Nasuverse. This means that they have realized, as ordinary humans and non-humans, their inability to interfere in the affairs of the divine. After all, Solomon is the apostle, in local terminology. I activated the magical chains, which the apostle in front of me immediately noticed, judging by the look in her eyes. She gripped her halberd tighter and a grin appeared on her face. Well, I'll have to live with that. You don't have to take the servant's form, this one will suffice. I didn't promise anything spectacular, did I? Tired face. Itami's nerves were stretched to the limit, and cold sweat slowly dripped from his forehead. His gaze did not open about the masculine figure of the man across from Rory, who did not show the slightest bit of fear or worry. The reason for this was weighty. A very weighty one. The face of Rory's opponent was worn by two beings. And the feats of each of them made Itami admire and fear them at the same time. Gowishia and King Solomon. Beast Eye and Grandcaster. Itami would never have thought that characters from anime and manga could exist in reality. As an otaku, he had of course watched and read works from Kanoko Nasu, the man who created his own universe, the Nasuverse. When Itami saw him there, in one of the squares of the city, he couldn't believe his eyes. The very real Romani Archiman of the Chaldean security service, with the features of Solomon, whose reincarnation he is. Every detail on his clothes, every facial feature, every muscle matched what Itami saw on his screen. But after a second, he seemed to vaporize. And just when he was about to chalk it up to fatigue or the need for his hobby, his shoulder was tugged by Rory. As it turned out, she'd seen him too, because she'd followed his stunned gaze, and in her eyes he'd vanished just as much. But Rory, unlike Itami, didn't write it off as a play of her mind, and after drawing the obvious conclusion, she began to question him. She realized that Itami knew the men, and so he had to tell everything. Every member of his small group, as well as Lele's teacher, listened intently from the very first second he touched on the subject of magic. Itami even thought for a moment that if he stopped, he would be instantly chewed out. Magecraft, Alia and Gaia, servants, dead apostles, root, and most importantly, magic. Magic, or true magic, was what they were really interested in. And Itami understood exactly why. Magicians can influence the world itself and aspects of it, and are capable of things that the gods themselves are incapable of. Itami saw the faces of his companions and guessed roughly what they were thinking during the story. Tuka and Yao thought about third magic, remembering those they had lost relatively recently. They wanted to bring back those dear to them. Lele and her teacher became interested in the very concept of true magic and the root. The mysteries of the Nasuverse had awakened in them a thirst for the explorer. Rory, on the other hand. She wanted to fight and test the power of a servant. The idea that in a fictional universe that turned out to be not quite fictional, there were those who were head and shoulders stronger than the gods themselves really excited her. So, of course, she set out to find him. At first it didn't work, and it was as if Romani Archiman had become a ghost himself, impossible to find. It only made Rory more agitated, indignant, and loudly stomping her feet, showing more emotion than she had during the battle in Italica. But at one point she froze and turned her head to the side, as if she had heard and sensed something. No sooner had Itami called out to her than Rory burst from her seat in a direction known only to her. When Itami arrived on the scene, he realized why she did it. There was blood in some nobleman's mansion, in one of the hidden rooms. Fresh blood. And Rory herself was hovering in midair, holding her halberd and pressing it with force against something invisible. And it was then, a couple moments later, that he saw Romani Archiman again, whose face was annoyed. Of course, Itami wanted to find out exactly who he was looking at, and if he was involved in the atrocities going on in the room. However, he was quickly interrupted by Rory, who stated that she would find out for herself. And her method had been reduced to simply a battle between her and Romani. Itami, looking at the arena, was worried for Rory's life, because if he turned out to be Solomon or, God forbid, Gowishia, nothing would save her. And so, the first movement. In a brief flash of light, Romani disappeared and was right behind Rory's back. Rory herself reacted quickly and swung her halberd, aiming straight for his stomach. And as the giant blade almost reached Romani's body, and Itami thought some epic anime scene was going to happen in front of him. That's exactly what happened. A huge black halberd bigger than Itami himself was stopped. There were no flashy or colorful magical flashes, no cool and flashy martial arts techniques. Everything was far more surreal. There was silence throughout the area. So much so that Itami could clearly hear his heartbeat. Everyone's incredulous gazes were directed at the scene before them. The finger. All he did to ward off the attack was put out a finger. An ordinary finger, covered by nothing but a white, thin glove, stopped a weapon that screamed death to all upon whom it was exposed. Every member of Itami's group, and certainly himself, couldn't believe what was happening. Now they were really worried for Rory's life since they had heard Itami's story. They tensed up and clenched their fists, wanting to dissuade Apostle Emroy from fighting. In truth, Rory herself, oh. Not bad. Very good. Now I'm really horny, she said excitedly, looking Romani straight in the eyes. Will you show me more, Romani Archiman? The excited and wild smile didn't leave her face as her eyes never left her opponent's gaze. When Rory's body was outright trembling with excitement, Romani just, aw. So, you're one of those. He muttered with a stoic face, and then rolled his eyes. Don't you think you're too small for such words? I mean, I realize you're an apostle and all, but... Small. Rory said quietly and ominously, interrupting Romani. Her bangs covered her eyes, and the smile on her face froze as if frozen in time. Itami, hearing Romani's words, cringed. Tuka, Yao, and Lele shook their heads, and Mimosa, Lele's teacher, giggled softly. The tense atmosphere from a few moments ago had completely dissipated, giving way to merriment. Small. Rory repeated quietly, looking Romani straight in the eye. Even from the stands, Itami could clearly see the look that the Apostle of Emroy was sending to her opponent. In it burned brightly the challenge to respond in agreement, as well as the promise of immense pain in this case. Can we not do this? Romani waved it away, completely ignoring the stare. I don't want to go to jail just because a little girl got to me. At the moment the last words came out of his mouth, silence hung around him again. But this time it was drenched in anger and bloodlust. Aya! Rory screamed after a few seconds, you're dead. She started swinging her halberd frantically, now really trying to chop Romani apart. Her teeth gritted loudly and her eyes were bloodshot. But even though she was putting all her strength into every blow, which Itami could clearly see, her opponent was only amused. Romani, with a very smart and arrogant look, as if he knew all the secrets of the world, blocked all her attacks, commenting on Rory's behavior every now and then. And of course, every time he did so, he added either little or girl, which made Rory even angrier. At some point he decided to call it a day, apparently having had enough of Emroy's apostle. And what happened next practically made Itami close his eyes to avoid feeling shame. Even if he himself hadn't participated in the action. For the silence dissipated, replaced by swearing, promises of death, clapping, and giggling. I will remember this, Romani Archiman. You have my word. And the rage-soaked cry of one apostle of Emroy echoed around the neighborhood. Tired face. Rundell. A satisfied smile shone brightly on my face. It was almost as bright as the summer sun in a cloudless sky. I walked back to the tavern to ponder my next steps, and at the same time, I remembered how the meeting with the Japanese man's group had gone. Itami Yuji, as he introduced himself, introduced me to his entourage some time after the duel. Yauha Dushur, a dark elf, Tuka Luna Marceau, a wood elf, Mimosa La Mel, the great sage, a mage and one of the elders of Rondel, Lele La Lalina, a young mage, and, most importantly, which, in fact, I already recognized, Rory Mercury, the apostle of Emroy. The last one glared at me with a look that promised death while the others asked a bunch of different questions, mostly about the Nazarverse. They were interested in the structure of the universe, the levels of powers, the concepts on which the root operates, and all that sort of thing. Of course, I was either silent or vague, which made it impossible for them to get reliable information. And there was no need for that, since the Japanese warrior otaku had already told them everything. Although in general terms. Itami himself was very eager to know how true what was written in the wiki, or what was shown in the anime. The elven girls insisted that I tell them how third magic works, and Lele and Mimosa asked about the concept of magic itself. But as I said earlier, they didn't get any answers. By the way, if at that meeting in the torture hall, they were looking at me with suspicion, that's not the case now. The reason is very simple. With that duel, I showed that I was not Gowishia or Solomon, but myself. Itami, in spite of his not very mature character, understood perfectly well that whatever I said could be both true and false, and equally so. And having finished the conversation, we went our separate ways, remaining strangers. To me, that seems like the perfect outcome to what could have happened. That way, no one owes anyone anything, even if one of them is going to die right in front of the other. Plus, I had a good laugh at the expense of the lowly apostle. I think I should visit Amachan to pull the same thing. It didn't take long for me to reach the end of the tavern. And upon entering it, I would have just gone to my room, however, the state of the people inside caught my eye. Their eyes were completely blank, just like the ones in that torture chamber. They were all just standing there doing nothing, staring, it seemed to me, into the void. But there was an exception. In the center of the first floor, which was reserved for the dining hall, there was a table where two people were sitting. One was the familiar Anma, whose serious gaze was drilling the men across the table. The other was a woman, as plain as could be. It was impossible to say anything about her except that she was a woman. Nothing memorable or unusual. Just a woman. After a couple moments, their eyes shifted in my direction, which looked eerie given the atmosphere around them. We meet again, Otherworlder, the woman said in a calm and neutral tone, almost resembling a machine, or better yet, Romani Archiman. Have a seat. We've been waiting for you. I stood for a few more seconds, and then sighed tiredly and headed for the table. After all, I need information. When I said we'd meet often, I didn't think it would be this often, I said to Anma, sitting down on the magic chair and looking around at them. So, why were you waiting for me? I remember you didn't want me to interfere, did you? That's. Anma muttered, but didn't add anything more. You're right, the woman nodded, and then continued, but that was then. What has changed? And why did you give my full name? There is life everywhere. The woman stated and smiled. Her smile did not express any emotion. It just was. And at first I didn't understand why she said it, because there was no continuation or explanation. Just one phrase of 3 words. But after a minute or two, the essence of the phrase came to me. Life is everywhere. The spirit of life in front of me is practically omnipresent, which means, I repeat the question, what has changed? I asked, creating a cup of coffee and sipping from it. My brother has probably already told you about my goals, right? If that's the case, why don't you join my side and do what you came here to do? What? Anma was horrified, looking at me. Did you? The Age of the Gods, as the men in green called it, was forcibly ended due to the intervention of an outside god. The woman interrupted Anma, smiling and looking at me. This god destroyed all the local gods, bringing the age of the fairies to another world. An era where fairies and spirits restored the world from the harmful influence of these pests. The outer god came completely unexpectedly, and even the combined forces of the local gods couldn't do anything about it. I wouldn't call this external god a god, but rather a phenomenon of nature itself. I raised an eyebrow. Technically, what he says is true. The white titan symbolizes the most basic rule of nature, survival of the fittest. The gods of the Age of Gods were simply weaker, so they had to fade into oblivion. But I still don't understand where he's going with this. And doesn't that sound like your situation, Otherworlder? Our situation. You come from another world that is different from this one. And you have the power to crush the gods of this one. Wouldn't your mere presence mark the end of the Age of Gods? Ah. But he's not a god. Anma exclaimed, he said so himself. I wouldn't be so sure. Now, a seed had sprouted in him. A tiny, faintly perceptible seed, just taking root. The woman grinned, showing something other than a neutral smile on her face, and Anma stopped breathing at the horror that pierced him. Gods are born of faith. And you, my brother, planted it yourself and watered it abundantly. Then the woman looked at me. Didn't you feel it? She asked with interest. The divinity is already within you. Inside your essence. Don't you hear the prayers of people who believe in you? Don't you feel the emotions they send to you? I did not believe him, for the only one who can know me best is myself, and so I focused on my soul. The third magic only helped this process, making it even faster and easier. In my mind, having the form of Ars Paulina, I sat on my throne with my eyes closed and listened. A second, 2, 3. Nothing was happening. Until I heard Aria's voice. Distant and muffled, like she was whispering to me from a kilometer away. God, please take care of my father, bring him back to his family alive and well. We love him and look forward to his return, even if he can be secretive and moody at times. Please, God, watch over him. And she was followed by more. About 10 different voices repeated after her, asking me for the same thing. And it made my back and palms soaked with sweat, and my hands began to shake. What? How did this basically happen? What was this strange feeling that pierced my heart and soul? I just couldn't understand it. It happened so suddenly and unnoticed that I just don't know how to act. It was as if I had become something more than I was before. More important. All those prayers that the people of the destroyed village offered up to me. They needed me. Not Solomon, the wise king of Israel, not Romani Archiman, the Chaldean security officer, not Gowishia, the demon god king. But in me personally. It's hard to describe something I've never felt before. It's just unthinkable. As I see it, you need time to accept this part of yourself, otherworldly. We'll continue this conversation later, when everything falls into place, the woman said contentedly, bringing me out of my stupor, and then looked at Anma, who had grabbed her head. And you, brother. I suppose there's no point in trying to persuade you now, for you've already done what you need to do. And more. The next moment, the people in the place came to their senses as if nothing had happened. Each of them looked around and tried to remember what had happened. Had I fallen asleep? How did I end up here? Why am I sitting here? Asked herself the woman who had come to her senses, whose body was being used by the spirit. But I paid no attention to them. Neither did Anma, for that matter. I was trying to realize what I should do. How I should feel about the situation I was facing. But at some point, I decided one thing. Zelrich would answer my questions. Even if I have to kill him. Tired face.